Chapter 1. A furious slap to the protagonist. A grand challenge awaits. In this world, there are perhaps few things that one cannot attain, but I, Su-mo, am undoubtedly one of them. Yihan, I will never be with you in this lifetime. Consider this a futile endeavor. At the prestigious martial arts high school in the capital city, within the classroom of Class 3-1, an abrupt outburst of rage pierced the tranquility. All eyes in the room turned towards the back. At the rear door stood a girl clad in a pristine sailor uniform, confronting a tall, handsome boy. Her alluring figure, accentuated by the snug fit of her attire, suggested a hint of something captivating between her bosom. Her long legs were elegantly encased in black stockings, exuding an undeniable charm characteristic of a devoted student. With delicate features and fair skin, she appeared ethereal under the classroom lights. Yet, her expression was icy, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain as she pointed an accusing finger at the striking young man before her. You have merely coerced me into this engagement through your family's manipulative tactics, but I shall never accept you. The students in the classroom began to murmur amongst themselves. Oh my, the illustrious Su-mo has once again been professed to by young Master Li. Wow, young Master Li is truly extravagant. He presents a high-grade qi condensation pill worth over 100 million daxia coins as a token of his affection. This qi condensation pill is coveted by every student preparing for the martial arts examination. It is said to defy fate, enabling even those without martial talent to reach the admission standards of 2 prestigious academies. However, its exorbitant price and the requirement of exceptional aptitude make it unattainable for many. Alas, such a marvelous gift, yet it was ruthlessly rejected by Su-mo. Nonsense! Did you not see that while Su-mo verbally declined, she was clutching the pill in her hand? Meanwhile, standing at the classroom's threshold, Yihan, engulfed in a whirlwind of public scrutiny, gazed blankly ahead upon hearing these remarks. With a tall, poised stature, sharp brows, and deep-set eyes, his features were exquisitely chiseled, resembling a lost sprite in the human realm. His expression bore no sign of panic despite the rejection. Instead, he appeared somewhat distracted. Where am I? The surreal scene before him left Yihan bewildered. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. He distinctly recalled working late at the office. How would a brief nap lead him here? Is it possible that I have traversed into another realm? Suddenly, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, inflicting a sharp pain that prompted him to frown. Within mere seconds, he processed these memories and jolted back to reality. What the hell? Isn't this the novel I read previously? How did I end up here? As a diligent employee, Yihan often indulged in light novels during his breaks. His interest in this particular story stemmed from the fact that one of the antagonists shared his name. This Yihan, as a villain, not only possessed exceptional martial talent, but also hailed from an incredibly powerful family, wielding unparalleled influence throughout Blue Star. As the foremost clan, his father, Heroine, was an 8th-tier martial sovereign, presiding over the human judgment court, perched atop the power hierarchy. Moreover, his grandfather, Li Shengtian, was a 9th-tier martial saint, guarding the demon sea, one of the few stabilizing forces for humanity. Yet the originally exhilarating narrative had left him feeling utterly dissatisfied. The villain's absurd antics incited a profound frustration within him, often making him wish to leap into the story and demonstrate to the character what it truly meant to thrive. In Rome, I merely jested, and yet here I am? Yihan mused, his mind racing through the plot of the story. This scenario felt strikingly familiar. It resembled Yihan's 100th declaration of love to Su-mo. Su-mo is no virtuous maiden. Only the foolish antagonist in the original story would engage in such relentless flattery. Having read the original narrative, Yihan was acutely aware that this woman, despite her family's humble beginnings, had ascended to prominence through his own family's resources. Yet, she and the Su family had never regarded him with any respect, brazenly seizing the family assets while openly squandering his wealth to support her lover. That lover was none other than the protagonist of the story. The authors favored Sun Yifeng. They fancied themselves as true lovers, while he was merely an intruder in their so-called romance. Most infuriatingly, After Yi Feng attained the title of Martial Emperor, he orchestrated the annihilation of the entire Li family. The world knew of the Li family's contributions to humanity, yet Yi Feng, now an emperor, easily condemned them, leaving a stain of infamy upon their name for eternity. Do you think that gifting me a qi condensation pill worth over 100 million will win my heart? You do not understand me at all. You have no idea what I truly desire. Su Mo regarded the bewildered Li Yihan with disdain, her expression betraying her contempt. However, internally, she remained composed, her gaze radiating confidence, fully aware of the puppy nature of this suitor. With each declaration of love, all she had to do was feign anger, and he would present an even grander gift to placate her. While this qi condensation pill was valuable, it paled in comparison to her beauty. This was the 100th declaration. How many times can a woman experience such a moment in her life? With such a meager display of sincerity, how dare he profess his love? Moreover, her beloved Yi Feng was on the brink of the martial examination. A high-grade weapon was what she needed to secure for him. The previous grade silver sword gifted by Li Yihan could not unleash Yi Feng's full potential. If she could acquire a grade weapon, Yi Feng would not only gain admission to the most prestigious academy, but could also catch the attention of mentors of the 7th or even 8th tier. With this thought, a flush of excitement painted Su Mo's cheeks. Only a truly exceptional Yi Feng deserved her affections, while this man before her, aside from his handsome visage and wealth, had little else to offer. He simply did not understand her. As Li Yihan remained lost in thought, Su Mo felt a surge of unbridled frustration and coldly spoke. Li Yihan, do you think pretending to be oblivious will allow you to evade the matter at hand? I shall ask you once more. Do you know what I desire? What I want is for you to annul our engagement, compensate me for the years of reputational damage, and then vanish. Do you comprehend this? Li Yihan, who had been adapting to the memories, abruptly halted at her words. He lifted his gaze to meet Su Mo's, a glimmer of surprise evident in his eyes. To shed the identity of a mere employee and traverse into the life of a young master from a prestigious family, while also breaking off an engagement with a troublesome noble. Woman, can my springtime finally be upon me? Agreed. What a delightful turn of events! Li Yihan exclaimed excitedly, as if fearing he might miss the opportunity. Huh? What did you say? Su Mo blinked in disbelief, momentarily convinced she had misheard, her expression dazed as she questioned him. That I said, as you wish, we shall annul the engagement. Really? Confirming that she had not misheard, Su Mo's eyes sparkled with clarity. Could I finally be free of this bothersome young master and openly pursue Yi Feng? Yes, tomorrow at noon. I shall personally come to dissolve our engagement, Li Yihan added emphatically. Wonderful. Upon hearing this news, Su Mo leapt with joy, spinning around in delight, only to suddenly remember something, gazing back at Li Yihan with scrutiny. What about the compensation for my years of reputational damage? You've wasted so much of my time. The youth of a girl is priceless. What do you intend to offer me? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Li Yihan burst into laughter. Delay? Over the past few years, you and Yi Feng have been clandestinely engaging in a myriad of secretive escapades, and yet you have the audacity to speak of delays. Then, with a playful reprimand, she seemed to recall something amusing. Of course, no problem, I can provide that for you right now. What is it? Su Mo gazed eagerly at the hand Li Yihan had tucked away in her pocket, believing that with such a generous gesture from this infatuated admirer, this compensation could very well secure her a bond with brother Yi Feng for decades to come. Here it is. Suddenly, Li Yihan's expression turned icy as she swiftly withdrew her hand from her pocket and, with a decisive motion, delivered a resounding slap to Su Mo's fair and youthful cheek. Slap. A resounding blow. Chapter 2. The arrival of the gift from the ruler. The sharp sound of applause resonated throughout the classroom, plunging everyone into silence. Some were still rubbing their eyes, seemingly unable to believe the spectacle before them. Could it be? Did the young master of the Li family truly strike his most beloved goddess? Ah, what a relief! How long have I desired to do this? In her heart, Li Yihan exhaled deeply, humming a tune to herself. She had long wished to slap Su Mo, and today, she finally had the chance. Previously, she could not reach her through the pages of a book, but now, with the opportunity before her, how could she resist delivering a blow? Ding! The host has activated the system binding method, initiating the connection to the Destiny's great villain system. Upon hearing this voice, Yihan felt a surge of joy. The ruler had arrived with his gift. However, the activation method was rather obscure. "Ruler, could you please introduce yourself?" Yihan inquired in her mind. This system is the Destiny's great villain system. Each time the host makes a choice contrary to the original plot, substantial rewards will be granted. By plundering and suppressing the fortunes of the destined child and those around them, the host can alter the original narrative and obtain extraordinary rewards. Detection complete. The host has successfully activated the system, receiving a novice gift package. Novice gift package. Completion of the Shura sacred body. As the system's voice faded, a warm current swiftly coursed through her body. In that instant, Yihan felt her physical form strengthen exponentially. "Oh my! The ruler is quite impressive. What a generous gift upon our first meeting." The Shura sacred body is one of the legendary 3 sacred bodies. Once fully realized, it allows one to surpass realms and become invincible in physical prowess. Even at her current 2nd tier, she would not be at a disadvantage against a 4th-tier martial spirit. Thanks to this Shura sacred body, to acquire such a remarkable method of body refinement so effortlessly, indeed, it all relies on the ruler. "Yihan, how dare you strike me? You shall pay dearly for your actions." The sudden outburst interrupted Yihan's stream of admiration. Sumo, one hand pressed against her reddened cheek, appeared utterly astonished, her eyes filled with disbelief. Had she truly been struck by an infatuated admirer? Nevertheless, her other hand remained tightly clenched around a high-grade blood essence condensation pill. The other students in the classroom were equally bewildered, gazing at the surreal scene before them. Had young Masterly lost his mind? How could he dare to lay hands on the beloved Su school flower? Surely, he must have taken some wrong medication today. He would regret this moment. The murmurs around her gradually rekindled Sumo's confidence. Yes, this infatuated admirer must have lost his senses to act so foolishly. Once he realizes the gravity of his impulsive actions, he will undoubtedly regret it. With this thought, Sumo raised her proud head, gazing indifferently at Yihan. Her arms crossed over her slightly ample chest. "Very well. Initially, I would have settled for a mere token of your acknowledgement, but now that you have struck me, if you do not kneel and offer up 50% of the Li family's martial resources, you shall suffer the consequences." "What? 50% of the Li family's martial arts resources? Such wealth could sustain dozens of prestigious families. What insatiable appetite this Su beauty possesses. Surely, young Masterly wouldn't be foolish enough to comply, would he? Based on past behavior, I doubt it." The crowd was astounded upon hearing Sumo's audacious demand. "Oh, what cost are you referring to?" Yihan paid no heed to the surrounding commotion. Instead, she regarded Sumo with an amused interest, her gaze revealing a blend of indifference and mockery. "Listen closely. The price is that I shall never acknowledge your existence again. You will no longer have the chance to converse with me." Damn! This statement left Yihan both enraged and amused. Only a fool from the original plot would treasure such nonsense. Sumo, hands on her hips, looked down at Yihan with an air of superiority, eagerly awaiting his submission. She understood all too well the devastating impact her words had on Yihan. "I am not the only one coveting the Li family's martial resources. I am simply the one who can compel you to willingly relinquish them. This is an opportunity you have presented to me, so do not blame me." Sumo's cold eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping he would once again kneel before her, offering up resources in a plea for forgiveness. However, as Yihan withdrew his hands from his pants, Sumo expected him to produce a spatial ring or a Grand Xiao black card. But in an instant, she was left dumbfounded by a fleeting shadow. A sharp sound echoed, resonating in her ears. Sumo was struck down to the ground, her face etched with terror as she covered her cheek, seemingly bewildered by the turn of events. Yihan loomed over her, a smirk playing on his lips as he taunted, "You truly are a peacock, full of self-importance." Suddenly, a powerful presence accompanied by a deep voice surged from the corridor outside the classroom. "Yihan, you seek death." A tall young man burst into the classroom, swiftly helping the fallen Sumo to her feet. He exuded an extraordinary charm, his features strikingly handsome, clearly the author's favorite character. How dare he strike Suemo? He glared at Yihan, seething with anger, while Suemo leaned against him like a delicate bird, appearing utterly pitiful. Upon seeing Yifeng's arrival, Sumo's suppressed tears cascaded down her cheeks as she clutched his shirt, softly expressing her grievances. "Brother Yifeng, you finally arrived." Yifeng gently caressed the back of Sumo's hand, speaking tenderly. "Everything will be all right. Leave the rest to me." Isn't this Yifeng, the one who topped the last martial arts simulation exam? What brings him here? Is he attempting to play the hero? Wait, where is his hand resting? This feels a bit inappropriate. The previously quiet classroom erupted into whispers at Yifeng's entrance. Supporting Suemo, he glared at Yihan with righteous indignation and questioned loudly. "Young Masterly, how could you strike Suemo? I demand an explanation." "An explanation?" Yihan chuckled lightly, sauntering into the classroom to casually take a seat, crossing his legs as he regarded Yifeng. "What is your relationship with Suemo? Do I need to explain it to you?" Yifeng straightened his back, responding with unwavering confidence. "Suemo and I are the best of friends. Her affairs are my affairs. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory answer today, you shall not leave this classroom." Yifeng positioned himself in front of Suemo, shielding her while completely blocking the back door of the classroom. The others were astonished to see Yifeng so assertive towards Yihan, murmuring amongst themselves. They could understand his desire to be a hero, but why the harsh demeanor? Could it be that they shared a deeper connection? Or perhaps they were kindred spirits? Yihan regarded Yifeng with a mocking gaze, seemingly unfazed by the threat. With a casual chuckle, he replied, "What if I don't? Hitting a woman is hardly the mark of a man. If you have the guts, face me in combat." With that, Yifeng conjured a silver long sword from thin air, its blade gleaming ominously as it pointed directly at Yihan, causing the temperature in the classroom to plummet. Goodness, Yifeng was the top scorer in the last mock exam and has already met the entrance requirements for 2 prestigious academies. Is he truly going to confront the young Masterly? Isn't that outright bullying? Gasps of disbelief filled the room. Oh dear, it seems young Masterly is in for a rough time. With the sword aimed at Yihan's forehead, Yifeng's mind raced with calculations. He knew that the young master undoubtedly had protectors lurking in the shadows, and a rash attack would surely lead to his own embarrassment. However, there was one place where he could strike without fear of reprisal from Li's guardians or the Li family itself. With newfound resolution, Yifeng raised his voice several decibels, proclaiming, "Dare you, as a man, to challenge me in a fair duel on the school's martial arts stage? Ha, childish. Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes?" Yihan replied, reclining in his chair with a nonchalant air. What would be wrong with that? What? Yifeng was taken aback that young Masterly had agreed. It appeared that today was not his day. Overjoyed at Yihan's acquiescence, a glint of cunning flickered in Yifeng's eyes. What a fool. While I usually indulge in your whims, it is rather difficult to act against you. However, the sycophant dared to lay a hand on Sister Su? The martial arts examination is approaching, and today I shall render you incapable of participating. Chapter 3. The sword of the Li family spares not its own. Have you heard? Yifeng and the young master of the Li family are to clash on the martial arts stage. What? Hurry and witness this spectacle. Let us see the prowess of the top scorer in the joint examination. Alas, poor young Masterly. Not only a sycophant, but now also destined to be a stepping stone for Yifeng. Kyoto's premier martial arts high school, the martial arts stage. At this moment, the venue was overflowing with spectators. Numerous students, having heard of the duel between Yifeng and Yihan, had skipped classes to witness the spectacle, including several martial arts instructors drawn in by the excitement. Suemo gazed at Yifeng's silhouette on the arena, her eyes brimming with admiration. Indeed, her brother Yifeng was formidable, ready to defend her honor. She fervently wished for him to vanquish that shameless sycophant. Although the young master of the Li family boasted a powerful lineage, his personal abilities were lamentably lacking. With the martial arts examination approaching, whispers suggested he had only attained the strength of a second-tier martial artist. On the square arena, Yifeng straightened his posture upon hearing the hushed murmurs around him. As a child born into a humble family, He had ascended to the prestigious position of the top student at the Martial Arts Academy through sheer diligence and innate talent. In stark contrast, the debauched sycophant across from him, despite his family's formidable power, was almost devoid of merit. In terms of martial prowess, Yihan was leagues ahead. Yet, why did that ineffectual young master, born into privilege, seem to enjoy such an advantageous position? The capriciousness of fate felt exceedingly unjust. If only he possessed that kind of wealth, he would certainly outshine him. Clenching his fists in frustration, Yihan resolved that not only must he incapacitate his opponent today, but he also intended to make him bleed profusely. With a gaze fixated on Li Yihan, his avarice was utterly unmasked as he spoke in a low tone. Li Yihan, this contest between men ought to carry some stakes. Wouldn't you agree? Very well, what shall we wager? I am at your service, Li Yihan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. If you lose, you must produce 100 pounds of high-grade spirit stones and a weapon of exceptional quality. What do you say? At this proclamation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The combined worth of those items could reach hundreds of billions of daxia currency. Even some third- or fourth-rate families would struggle to gather such a sum. What audacity Yihan possessed! To propose such a high-stakes gamble indicated that his own wager must be equally significant. Do you think Yihan is a fool? He is not. Li Yihan chuckled lightly at Yifan's audacious bet. Very well, but what if you lose? What if I lose? Yihan laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Then, with a grave tone, he replied, if I lose, I shall kneel before you and apologize for today's events. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness, Yihan, is he not a bit shameless? Does he believe a mere apology could equate to 100 pounds of high-grade spirit stones and an exquisite weapon? Surely, Li Yihan will not acquiesce to such terms. Yihan could easily overpower him with a single hand. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Could such a wager truly be made? Even the most audacious among them would hesitate at such stakes. Agreed. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Li Yihan has truly accepted this unreasonable demand. Sighs of regret echoed among the spectators, wishing they had stepped forward to propose a wager themselves. The realization that Li Yihan, of all people, had acquiesced to Yifan's outrageous terms left them utterly astounded. Although possessing remarkable talent in martial arts, he has devoted himself entirely to the pursuit of sycophancy, neglecting his training, resulting in his martial prowess remaining at the second tier of entry level. In contrast, Yihan has reportedly attained the third tier, even reaching its pinnacle. Despite the Li family's substantial resources, they cannot withstand such a downfall. Upon hearing Li Yihan's acquiescence, Yihan was elated. What? This fool actually agreed? Splendid. He quickly composed himself, pretending to be unaffected, and spoke nonchalantly. Given the considerable stakes involved, why not make a vow to the heavenly Tao? What is there to fear? Li Yihan was acutely aware of Yifan's intentions. In the original narrative, he shamelessly exploited the resources of the Li family, gradually ascending to the position of martial emperor. Ultimately, he annihilated the entire Li clan. The patriarch, revered as the stabilizing force of humanity, was publicly beheaded and vilified as a traitor. The Li family was exterminated, and all their assets brazenly seized by Yihan. No one dared to object. Contemplating this, Li Yihan narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from his gaze. These grievances will be repaid manifold. Meanwhile, Su Mo, witnessing Yifan's declarations, felt her heart swell with infatuation. Truly, Brother Yihan is astute, using the heavenly Tao to secure Li Yihan's commitment. How clever! Yet, how despicable of Li Yihan to wager merely 100 pounds of spirit stones and weapons, expecting Brother Yihan to kneel in apology. Is he worthy? My brother Yihan shall kneel only once, and that will be on the day he proposes to me. May Li Yihan meet his demise. After Li Yihan swore to the heavenly Tao, he glanced at Yihan, seeing no reaction, and declared, I am ready. It is your turn. Yihan chucked it lightly, exuding pride as he replied, my personal credibility rivals that of the heavenly Tao. No need for further oaths. Indeed, Su Mo chimed in from below. Hearing this, Li Yihan shot him a disdainful look. Humph. The moral decay of these two is even more nauseating than in the book. However, he dismissed it from his mind, for he knew that Yifeng was destined to kneel today. On the arena, the two figures stood facing each other, Yifeng brandishing his silver sword. A mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Li Yihan. Li Yihan, with his hands clasped behind his back, wore an expression of indifference, clearly not regarding Yifeng as a threat. In Yifeng's eyes, Li Yihan seemed to have relinquished all resistance, akin to a cash machine beckoning. The duel commenced. With the referee's command, the match officially began. Whoosh! Yifeng swung his silver sword, preparing to strike first, but as he raised his hand, the sword inexplicably slipped from his grip, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. What is happening? The sword flew directly toward Li Yihan, circling him before coming to a halt in midair. The spectators below were left bewildered, questioning how Yifeng had managed to make his sword obey Li Yihan's command. Yifeng's expression darkened. In truth, he had no understanding of the situation either. Li Yihan gently slid his finger along the blade, causing the sword to emit a resonant hum, as if in response. He then grasped the sword in his hand, idly toying with it before speaking softly. The sword of the Li family shall not harm its own. Upon uttering this statement, a wave of murmurs surged from the audience below. What? That sword actually belongs to the Li family? How did it end up in Yifeng's hands? Oh, this sword looks so familiar. It resembles the one young master Li gifted to Su Mo during his 20th confession. Gifted to Su Mo? Could it be that she has given it away again? This is a top-tier weapon, coveted even by 6th-tier martial generals. How could it be so casually bestowed? I remember Yifeng has used this silver sword for quite a while. Does this mean they were already? The whispers reached Yifeng's ears, causing his expression to momentarily falter. Just as he prepared to retort, Su Mo interjected, her voice ringing out. This sword was given to me by Li Yihan, that sycophant. I can give it to whomever I please. What business is it of yours? As soon as Su Mo spoke, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, staring at her in disbelief before erupting into raucous laughter. Ah, so the esteemed school beauty Su is quite the contrast, declaring refusal, yet embracing it wholeheartedly, and even able to give it away. Hearing such remarks, Su Mo's heart quivered. Never before had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Yifeng snorted coldly, his formidable presence instantly commanding the attention of the crowd. Oomph. He cast a frosty glare at Li Yihan, his face ashen and his tone frigid, a palpable aura of menace coalescing behind him. Do not presume that these beguiling words will secure your victory. Even without this sword, I could defeat you. Just remember, if you lose, you must honor the wager. In the face of Yifeng's threat, Li Yihan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he raised a finger at him. One move. If I do not defeat you in one move, consider me defeated. One move to defeat? Huh. The absurdity of Li Yihan's boast elicited an involuntary laugh from Yifeng, who regarded him with the same bemusement one would reserve for a simpleton, his earlier concerns dissipating. Goodness. I thought Li Yihan had come prepared when he publicly retracted his silver sword, but it seems I was mistaken. This heir of the Li family remains as foolish as ever. The entire school was well aware of their respective standings. How could he dare to claim he would vanquish Yifeng in one move? Is he not out of his mind? To assert he could defeat Yifeng with a single blow? Perhaps he awoke on the wrong side of the bed today, leading him to such ludicrous declarations. Alas, it seems the esteemed school beauty has driven him to the brink of madness. The audience, too, was taken aback by Li Yihan's proclamation, pondering whether he had taken some ill-fated medicine today, leading to his bizarre behavior. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Yifeng clasped his hands behind his back, narrowing his eyes slightly, and raised his chin, adopting an air of indifference as he regarded Li Yihan. Since you have revealed one of your moves, I shall reciprocate and witness how you intend to defeat me, Yifeng declared confidently, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In truth, he had advanced to the 4th tier and attained the martial spirit realm just yesterday. Achieving such a feat before the martial examination marked him as an extraordinary talent seldom seen in a millennium. Furthermore, the chasms between each tier in martial arts were immense. Li Yihan, a mere 2nd-tier practitioner, Even if he stood still and allowed Yifeng to strike for 2.5 years, it would be nearly impossible for him to inflict even a scratch. Ha ha ha. Yifeng truly exuded confidence. After a single strike, this young masterly would surely be left with nothing but disgrace. As Yifeng lowered his guard and looked down upon Li Yihan, the crowd erupted in laughter. At that moment, Yifeng's silhouette loomed larger than life in Sumo's eyes. Brother Yifeng is so handsome. Oh, and I shall not hold back. Lian Raturta. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. You brought this upon yourself. My apologies. In an instant, Li Yihan vanished from sight, reappearing before Yifeng in the blink of an eye. He swung his palm toward Yifeng's cheek, and the expression of disdain on Yifeng's face vanished as he sensed the overwhelming force behind the blow. His pupils constricted in horror as he gasped, "No, this can't be. How could you possess such strength? Have you taken some enhancement?" Just as Yifeng prepared to unleash his energy in resistance, it was too late. With a resounding crash, Yifeng was sent tumbling from the arena like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. What? Am I seeing things? Yifeng was actually sent flying by young Master Li with a single slap. How is this possible? The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Li Yihan casually shook his hand, marveling internally. I must be thanks to Brother Tongzi. This Asura sacred body is indeed formidable. A mere flick of my wrist yields such terrifying power. Ding! Detected that the destined child Yifeng has been humiliated. Reward. Host cultivation level increased to the 4th tier and villain points 2,000. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Yihan's heart soared with delight. Is Yifeng's humiliation truly so valuable? If I can manage a few more such instances, could I ascend to the martial saint level? Brother Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng, who had stood up for her, now sprawled on the ground, Su Mo was taken aback and hurriedly rushed to his side to assist him. Yifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes trembling as they fixed upon Li Yihan on the platform, filled with apprehension. How can this be? I was actually struck down by a 2nd-tier waste? No, that blow was undoubtedly beyond mere 2nd-tier strength. It was nearly at the 4th tier. I can only blame my own lack of vigilance. Otherwise, I would not be in such a disgraceful state. I never anticipated that this young master of the Li family would conceal such depth. According to their earlier agreement, must I truly kneel and apologize? No, that is absolutely out of the question. How could a prodigious genius like me kneel before a sycophant? Yifeng narrowed his eyes, lost in thought as he contemplated his next move. Brother Yifeng, are you all right? At this moment, Sumo's timely inquiry sparked a flash of inspiration in Yifeng, leading him to devise a strategy. He swiftly pressed his hand against his chest, coughing incessantly, his complexion suddenly paling as he feigned severe injury. And no, I am fine. I never expected that during such a simple contest, young Master Li would actually resort to the power of a secret treasure. I thought that upon advancing to the 4th tier, I would be able to withstand anything with ease. Yet, it seems even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. I have been too arrogant. This serves as a lesson for me. Cough, cough, cough. It matters not. Although young Master Li defeated me using a secret treasure, I admit my defeat. His words instantly ignited a tremendous uproar. What? Yifeng has reached the 4th tier. Goodness, a 4th tier at such a young age? How terrifying. He even claimed that young Master Li utilized the power of a secret treasure. Isn't that blatant cheating? No wonder he could send Yifeng, a 4th tier, flying with a single blow. Wait, why didn't I sense any energy fluctuations from the secret treasure? Considering the Li family is the foremost clan, the treasures they provide must be of a superior grade. It's only natural not to feel any energy fluctuations. Who would have thought that young Master Li could be so despicable? As the heir of the first family, why does he possess such poor character? The onlookers were all captivated by Yifeng's extraordinary talent, while simultaneously casting blame upon Li Yihan. Even some teachers who had come to witness the contest shook their heads in disappointment, seeing his scheme succeed and public opinion swaying in his favor. Yifeng secretly reveled in his triumph, casting a sinister gaze upon Li Yihan on the stage. You think you can contend with me? You are still too inexperienced. Even if that strike of yours could reach the fourth tier, so what? This public opinion is not so easily countered. He then glanced at Su Mo beside him, preparing to kneel, only to be swiftly supported by her. Brother Yifeng, wait. Upon hearing this, Yifeng slightly lifted his lips, halting his kneeling motion. Su Mo stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Yifeng, her gaze icy as she pointed a finger at Yihan, coldly admonishing, "Enough, Yihan. How despicable! To resort to trickery to win, and then have the audacity to make my brother Yifeng kneel. Knowing that my brother, a genius of the fourth tier, would be unable to contend, you resort to a secret treasure? If you dare to make him kneel today, I shall never acknowledge you for the rest of my life." Although besieged by criticism, Yihan remained unfazed, calmly observing the scene below. I knew Yifeng would employ such tactics. Having read the original work, Yihan was aware of Yifeng's exceptional verbal prowess. He was adept at manipulating public sentiment, reversing right and wrong, and turning white into black. In many crucial plot points, he relied on his eloquence to turn the tide, often portraying himself as a victim to elicit sympathy. His acting skills in playing the hapless victim unparalleled. And if he were to lose, the proud Yifeng would undoubtedly find ways to excuse himself. This did not come as a surprise to Yihan. But so what? For someone like him, he had more than enough tricks up his sleeve. However, this woman. Your indifference is of no concern to me. How bothersome. Observing Yihan standing confidently upon the arena, Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Chapter 5. Is being at the fourth tier truly impressive? On the martial arts stage, Yihan stood tall and proud, facing skepticism and derision. He slowly parted his lips, his voice resonating with clarity and strength. A treasure? What nonsense! A slap would suffice. Does this young master truly require a treasure? Before the crowd could comprehend, Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly, taking a step forward, his body suddenly erupting with a formidable and terrifying aura. It was as if engulfed in an endless sea of demons. An oppressive sensation surged forth with this explosive energy, and the vision of a mountain of corpses loomed before them, instilling a primal fear that rendered them immobile. Then, a grand and solemn golden visage materialized behind Yihan, resembling a reincarnated Asura. Though its eyes were tightly shut, it emanated an air of immense majesty and coldness. What is this? The perfected Asura sacred body. As this visage appeared behind Yihan, all present wore expressions of disbelief. This, the sycophantic young master, has actually achieved the perfected Asura sacred body? How could this be possible? Yet, the vivid golden visage of the Asura compelled them to accept this reality. This was indeed explosive news, particularly for the teachers who had come to witness the duel, initially there to admire Yifeng's prowess. They now trembled as they fumbled for their phones to call the principal. "Principal, you must come to the martial arts arena at the school. Something extraordinary has occurred. What is all this fuss about? We have a student who has attained the perfected Asura sacred body." What? I'm on my way. As martial arts instructors, they understood the significance of mastering the Asura sacred body to such an extent. Achieving mastery over any sacred body necessitates an extraordinary talent and perseverance, both of which are indispensable. Once accomplished, the future prospects are boundless. To attain such mastery at such a young age meant that Yihan was assuredly on the path to becoming an 8th-tier martial sovereign, with the potential to ascend further to a 9th-tier martial saint. In an instant, the teachers present began to contemplate taking him as their disciple, only to quickly remember that he was the heir of the Li family, shaking their heads in regret. Meanwhile, Yifeng gazed at the arena with trembling pupils. As the golden Asura visage slowly opened its eyes, in that moment, Yifeng felt as though he bore the weight of a colossal mountain upon his shoulders, an overwhelming pressure crashing down upon him. No, it cannot be. How could a sycophant like you achieve mastery over the sacred body? Yifeng exclaimed, his fingers trembling slightly, clearly losing the composure of the previously esteemed genius. Just when the crowd believed Yifeng's confidence had been shattered, he took a deep breath, steadied himself, as if swallowing a calming pill. He scoffed, raising his head with pride, his gaze dismissively fixed upon Li Yihan. Ha ha! What a perfected Asura sacred body. It is merely a result of your family's resources. Meanwhile, I possess the genuine fourth-tier realm, merely based on this, even if you possess the formidable saint body. No advantage is conferred. The disparity in realms can compensate for everything. Yifeng, increasingly resolute, regained his confidence, straightened his back, and gazed at Li Yihan with renewed vigor, his aura surging powerfully. This scene was witnessed by the principal, hovering in midair, whose expression shifted from astonishment to delight. A young fourth-tier cultivator? The future holds limitless potential. Our school is poised to become a dark horse in the martial examination this year. Li Yihan, observing the imposing Yifeng, felt a surge of incredulity within. Truly, he is the protagonist of the original narrative, the author's favored child, displaying remarkable self-skill. His resilience rivals that of a cockroach. But so what? Now that I have arrived, the true protagonist of this tale shall no longer be you. A smirk graced Li Yihan's lips as he regarded Yifeng with a teasing demeanor, his tone placid and unruffled. Fourth tier, is it truly impressive? I found it rather mundane, thus chose not to reveal it. Indeed, those who lack something tend to flaunt it the most. Boom! The aura emanating from Li Yihan rivaled that of Yifeng, even subtly overshadowing it. Upon sensing Li Yihan's presence, Yifeng's pupils constricted. In disbelief, he exclaimed, nearly losing his own composure. How could you also be fourth tier? Ding! The child of Destiny's state of mind has been disturbed, earning a reward, 2,000 villain points. The audience below was utterly astonished by this spectacle. What? The young master of the Li family is also fourth tier? It is simply incredible. 2 fourth-tier cultivators at such a young age. And one of them possesses the saint body at full maturity. The principal, who had been floating above, was grinning at the scene below, but upon hearing this, his expression tightened, glancing down in surprise. Who has leaked this information? Meanwhile, on stage, Li Yihan looked at Yifeng with disdain. Huh. This realm is the fourth-tier cultivation granted as a reward for the slap you received earlier from the system. Ha ha ha. Did you not expect this? Thank you for your assistance. In that moment, Yifeng felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his lips trembling, rendered speechless. He understood that, possessing the fourth-tier cultivation and the Asura saint body, Li Yihan could mercilessly crush him. Am I truly to kneel? No, absolutely not. That wretched sycophant is merely fortunate to have been born into a prestigious family. He is nothing. Yet I, Yifeng, am a prodigy from humble beginnings, having ascended step by step through sheer ability. I will never kneel. At this moment, Yifeng buried his head, his hands clenched tightly, veins bulging, his body trembling in turmoil. Witnessing Yifeng's distress, Su Mo's eyes filled with compassion. She glared fiercely at Li Yihan on stage. It is all that detestable Li Yihan's fault that my handsome and dashing brother Yifeng is so humiliated. He truly deserves punishment. Pointing at Li Yihan with a pale face, she shouted, You, little man, your arrogance is utterly nauseating. Should you dare force my brother, Yifeng, to kneel today, I will ensure you pay dearly. Montakia, upon hearing someone speaking up for him, Yifeng quickly raised his head, gazing gratefully at Su Mo. Truly, she is the woman he has chosen, not only providing him with abundant martial resources, but also standing by him at this critical moment. After speaking, Su Mo positioned herself in front of Yifeng, her face radiating happiness, her heart brimming with excitement. Finally, I can stand proudly before brother Yifeng, shielding him from the storms of life. Li Yihan tilted her head, looking disdainfully at the fool before her. Damn, if you're so fond of him, then let us just go together, she remarked, casting her gaze skyward. Kneel. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, striking Yifeng and Su Mo. The two, lost in their moment of bliss, were abruptly forced to kneel, their knees colliding heavily with the ground. Struggling to lift their heads, they beheld a dark figure materializing from the sky, looking down upon them with an indifferent expression. The mere aura exuding from this presence rendered them breathless. This was indeed a 7th-tier martial sovereign. Chapter 6, 30 years in Shandong, 30 years in Shanxi. Who are you, elder? What brings you to our esteemed Wugao in Kyoto? At the moment the aura manifested, the principal, who had been reveling in the school's unexpected success in martial examinations, was taken aback. He instantly appeared before the cloaked figure, bracing for confrontation, for he was a sixth-tier martial king, a formidable figure in Kyoto. However, he could distinctly sense that the elderly man before him radiated an aura far beyond his own, likely a pinnacle seventh-tier martial sovereign. Principal, there's no need for alarm. This is my second grandfather. Second grandfather, please descend. Oh, it is the esteemed Li Batian. The principal exhaled in relief, then clasped his hands respectfully. I was under the impression that it was that jealous old fool from the neighboring second high, plotting against our two exceptional talents. It makes sense now. Possessing such a terrifying aura, the Li family is indeed formidable. What? Li Yihan's protector is actually a pinnacle seventh-tier warrior? Even the principal treats him with deference. Observing the principal's demeanor, the onlookers grasped the terrifying nature of the elder in black. Although everyone at the school knew that Li Yihan was the heir of the prestigious Li family, known for his extravagant generosity, they had seldom seen his powerful protector. Gradually, they had all but forgotten about his guardian. To their astonishment, not only did he exist, but he was also so formidable. At this moment, Li Batian gracefully descended beside Li Yihan, his expression warm and filled with excitement. Wonderful! This lad has finally awakened. To think he would summon me to exert my authority. My nightly prayers to the heavens these past months have not been in vain. Li Yihan smiled back at him, their gazes locking for the first time. Li Batian appeared somewhat plump and endearing, exuding a gentle demeanor. His long beard swayed in the wind, giving him an ethereal quality. Dressed in a simple, wrinkled black robe, he bore no semblance of a martial sovereign's grandeur. Li Yihan held a profound impression of the second master from the original narrative. With no offspring of his own, he treated Li Yihan as if he were his own grandson, willingly becoming his protector from the moment of his birth, nurturing his growth. Upon learning of Li Yihan's tragic demise at the hands of Yifeng, he was consumed by rage and stormed into Ye's residence seeking vengeance. Unfortunately, despite Li Batian's efforts, having been injured by the demon clan in his youth, which left him with a hidden ailment, he barely reached the pinnacle of martial sovereign. Even so, he yearned for retribution, only to be effortlessly crushed into dust by the martial emperor, Yifeng. Contemplating this, Li Yihan gazed steadfastly at Li Batian. This time, it would not come to pass. On the arena, Li Batian affectionately ruffled Li Yihan's hair, a warm smile gracing his face. He then patted his shoulder, exclaiming joyfully, "Well done. Little Han has finally grown up. Today, you have truly surprised me. Not only have you refrained from being sycophantic, but you've quietly reached the fourth tier?" Li Batian's heart swelled with pride and joy for him. However, his expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze upon the kneeling and immobile figures of Yifeng and Su Mo. He had witnessed all the humiliations Li Yihan had endured over the years. Had it not been for Li Yihan's earlier pleas to refrain from interfering in his romantic life, he would have relished the opportunity to reduce these two to a mere pulp. His voice icy, he queried, "Now that little Han has made up his mind, should we not directly incapacitate them?" A chilling dread coursed through the spines of the two kneeling figures at this pronouncement, causing them to tremble involuntarily. They could sense the palpable murderous intent in Li Batian's words. Yifeng struggled desperately, but under the overwhelming pressure, it was in vain, leaving him helplessly prostrated. "Senior, please. This is a promising talent from our Kyoto Martial Academy. We must not." The headmaster, alarmed by Li Batian's words, rushed forward to intervene. With someone standing in their defense, Yifeng and Su Mo exhaled in relief. Li Yihan also grasped Li Batian's hand, smiling amiably. "No need to rush, second grandfather. I shall handle this matter personally." Seeing this, Li Batian relented and withdrew his murderous intent. It was not that Li Yihan was unwilling to directly incapacitate the two. Rather, they still held immense value. In such a short span, Li Yihan had garnered considerable rewards from these two, and in the long run, they were akin to two mobile ATMs. How could he afford to lose their utility so easily? Most importantly, the system had alerted Li Yihan that the luck of the chosen one must fall below 10% for them to be slain. If this threshold were not met, it would be exceedingly difficult to kill him. Currently, Yi Feng's luck as the Chosen One was an astonishing 99%. Even Su Mo beside him boasted a 60% luck value. Li Yihan shook his head, acknowledging the author's original intent in portraying Yi Feng as the favored son of destiny, indeed overflowing with fortune. Yet, he remained undeterred. He had ample time. Watch as I bring both of you to your demise. Having fulfilled his promise, he decided to allow them to rise. Very well. Li Batian restrained his overwhelming aura. And in an instant, Yi Feng felt the oppressive weight upon him, akin to a mountain, suddenly dissipate. Trembling, he slowly rose, his eyes bloodshot with resentment as he glared at the spirited Li Yihan on the stage. 30 years in Shandong, 30 years in Shaanxi. Today, as humiliation will be etched in my memory, I, Yi, will not forget. As the suffocating sensation vanished, Su Mo finally found her voice, exclaiming like a madwoman. Li Yihan, how dare you force me to kneel? Very well, remember this. I shall never forgive you in my lifetime. Remember, it is for eternity. With that, she grasped Yi Feng's hand, ready to depart, but before they could take 2 steps, Li Yihan called out to them. Wait, it seems you've forgotten something. At this, Su Mo scoffed, her face aflame with fury. Was there to forget? We have no further association. Li Yihan stood on the ring, gazing down at Su Mo with an imposing presence. Please leave behind the high-grade Qi blood pill in your hand, the necklace around your neck, and the protective ring on your finger. None of these belong to you now. Is it customary to reclaim what has been given away? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng, who had been silent, immediately became agitated, turning to question Li Yihan. This was his leverage for a comeback. Li Yihan replied with amusement. Do you even have a say in this matter? Or do you still believe everything will fall into your hands as it once did? His words left Yi Feng momentarily flustered. You speak nonsense. How could I ever be that kind of person? Defamation. He defames me. His outburst drew gasps from the crowd. It seems there is some truth to that. Every time young Masterly gifts something to the school beauty, it feels like it ends up in Yi Feng's hands within days. I am that treasure, and I can attest to the truth of what was just said. Thus, Yi Feng was shamed further. How dare they speak of me, Yi Feng, in such a manner? Take all this trash away. Fuming, Su Mo, though pained, tore off her necklace and ring, tossing them along with the high-grade Qi blood pill toward Li Yihan. He made no move to catch them, allowing these invaluable treasures to fall at his feet as if they were mere refuse. Brother Yi Feng, let us leave. We, the Su family, have plenty of such items. With that, she pulled Yi Feng away from the competition stage without a backward glance. Li Yihan looked on, amused at the foolish Su Mo. What future can you possibly have? Tomorrow, I shall ensure your Su family is expelled from my sight. There will be no future for you. Chapter 7. The Terrifying System Mall. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully altered the course of the plot. Reward received. Telekinetic forging technique. 3,000 villain points. Alter the plot? Li Yihan recalled that in the original narrative, this infatuated fool, after being coldly rejected by Su Mo for the 101st time while holding the high-grade Qi blood pill, fell into despair. He then went to great lengths to procure a high-grade longsword from his family's collection as a gift for Su Mo. This was the fleeting opportunity for her to speak, and this longsword would become Yi Feng's fateful weapon as he later made waves in the martial arts academy. Damn! My family, the Li clan, would never possess such a disgraceful item. No matter what is lost, I shall reclaim doubly. With this thought, Li Yihan's eyes narrowed slightly. Mentally calculating, and a faint smirk graced his lips. Let us go, second master, we shall return home. Li Yihan walked down the arena with his hands behind his back, followed by the imposing Li Batian, whose aura rivaled that of a prince on a royal procession. Even the principal on the stage was reduced to a mere backdrop. This was the demeanor befitting the eldest son of the foremost family in Blue Star, the Li clan. Upon witnessing this, the crowd immediately parted to create a path, their gazes avoiding his, fearful of incurring his wrath. Everything seen today was too explosive, slapping the school beauty, beating the school bully, completely shattering the previous image of sycophant, leaving them momentarily stunned by such a stark contrast. Especially the astonishing prowess displayed in martial arts rendered them speechless. They understood that the eldest son of the Li clan had undergone a complete transformation. The skies of the capital were about to change as well. In the capital, at the Li residence, Yihan had just finished his bath, steam rising from his body, droplets cascading from his hair at the temples. Standing in his spacious bedroom, he casually lifted a glass of red wine to his lips, satisfied as he gazed at his handsome reflection in the mirror. Yes, this is the life that a young master should lead. He opened the system panel, softly calling for the system in his mind. Ding! A screen of translucent blue light enveloped Yihan before his eyes, ethereal and filled with a sense of sci-fi wonder, pulsating gently with the movement of his pupils. Host, Yihan. Realm, mid-stage 4th rank martial spirit, sure sacred body perfected. Villain points, 6,000. Items, telekinetic forging manual, system store. Main quest, seize the fateful destiny. Eliminate all children of destiny and become the strongest villain. Current task, seize Yifeng's fortune and opportunities, kill Yifeng. Mid-stage 4th rank martial spirit. Observing his realm, Yihan organized his thoughts. In this world, the martial arts realm is divided into 9 ranks. Martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial marquis, martial sect, martial sovereign, and martial saint. Above the 9th rank lies an additional realm, martial emperor. This is the highest martial arts realm on Blue Star. And it was when Yifeng reached this level that he became the foremost expert, turning the Li clan's fortunes upside down and unleashing his wrath. With this thought, Yihan's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. This grudge must be avenged. He quickly retracted his thoughts, shifting his focus to the system store. Let me see what treasures my dear system has prepared for me. Opening the system store, opening system store. Originally, Yihan lounged casually on a genuine leather sofa, awaiting the system store to load. However, the moment the store materialized before him, it caused him to momentarily halt, his pupils quivering, nearly losing grip on the glass of red wine in his hand. Wow, this system's little shop is extraordinarily impressive. At this moment, Yihan found himself surrounded by an array of exquisite artifacts, ancient scriptures, and elixirs, leaving him utterly mesmerized. Dark Knight Shadowblade, class weapon, valued at 1,000,000 villain points. Cold Moon Shattered Star Sword, class weapon, valued at 1,000,000 villain points. Divine Body Forging Method, valued at 1,500,000 points. As he gazed upon these extraordinary treasures, any one of which could incite a storm of bloodshed were it to fall into the world, Yihan swallowed hard. Especially the Divine Body Forging Method. He was acutely aware of its immense worth. In this realm, to ascend to the level of Martial Emperor, one must forge a divine body. Only a divine body can withstand the final obliterating thunder of the heavenly way, thereby attaining the esteemed position of Martial Emperor. The method of forging a divine body had been lost to the ages, perishing with the last Martial Emperor thousands of years ago. Currently, the pinnacle of body refinement on the entire Blue Star comprises only 3 sacred bodies. Yet even the most perfected sacred body cannot endure the obliterating thunder. Thus, the entirety of Blue Star boasts but one peak martial sage, or rather, a single half-emperor. The mere thought of acquiring the means to become a martial emperor caused Yihan's mouth to water like a lovesick fool. Goodness! System Master, are these all rightfully mine? Then I shall not hold back. Ding! The host must exchange the corresponding villain points to acquire treasures. Very well. Yihan fell into contemplation, staring at the mere 6,000 villain points in his possession. His mindset resembled that of an octogenarian marrying an 18-year-old beauty, feeling a sense of impotence at the most desired moment. However, he quickly shook his head, his eyes sparkling with newfound determination. It mattered not. As long as these items were clearly priced, they were not to be feared. The cheapest item here, the Advanced Vitality Condensation Pill, merely required 10 points. In contrast, acquiring it in the real world would necessitate hundreds of millions of great Xia currency. It could be said that everything within this system marketplace was offered at extraordinarily low prices, with purchases made solely through villain points. Even more astonishing was the fact that the items within the system marketplace were vast and varied, with over 90% of the artifacts being unavailable in the market, existing only in legends. As he surveyed the bountiful system marketplace, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Yihan's eyes, solidifying his determination to extract every last drop from Yihan. Yes, I will surely drain you completely. After perusing the system marketplace, Yihan shifted his gaze to the spoils he had garnered today, the mental force forging scripture. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he beheld the golden-hued parchment. Mental force, the power coveted by martial artists. In this world, those who can master mental force are exceedingly rare, with each one ultimately achieving the status of martial sage. The strongest among humanity, a half-emperor, has brought mental force cultivation to its zenith. What is a half-emperor? This individual has reached the martial emperor level in terms of mental force, though their physical form remains unrefined. Moreover, this half-emperor serves as the head of a martial arts academy. This is a secret among humanity, known only to Yihan, who has read the original text. Alas, this half-emperor has fallen victim to deception, blinded by Yifeng's exceptional skills, and intends to simultaneously break through to martial emperor to withstand the heavenly thunder. Yet unexpectedly, Yifeng treated him as a pawn to fend off the obliterating thunder, only to be extinguished in the dust. Thus, the hero's curtain fell, while the villain Yifeng ascended as the sole martial emperor. However, fear not, for this time I shall not allow your triumph. With that, Yihan sat cross-legged in the center of his bedroom and gently opened the mental energy forging scripture. A wave of dizziness enveloped him as he turned the pages. Yihan gradually closed his eyes, entering the core world of his body to commence his cultivation of mental energy. Chapter 8. The Su family's visit. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains and fell upon Yihan, he slowly opened his eyes. Ah, how delightful! Despite spending the entire night immersed in cultivation, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. In fact, it was more refreshing than a full night's sleep. Yihan carefully attuned to his mental energy. Remarkably, within a single night, he had already reached the threshold of mastery. Achieving such a level overnight was unprecedented. It is well known that some individuals dedicate their entire lives, yet fail to reach this foundational state. Mental energy is categorized into 5 realms: entry, threshold, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. To ascend to the second realm in just one night, aside from Yihan's innate talent, he owed much to the exceptional mental energy forging scripture provided by the system, a truly superior technique. Indeed, anything produced by the system is of the highest quality. The weather is splendid today. It is time to venture forth and engage in some endeavors. Contemplating his mere 6,000 villain points, Yihan was engulfed by a profound sense of urgency. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Yihan's thoughts. Honat, are you awake? A deep voice resonated from outside, laced with a hint of concern. From the voice alone, Yihan discerned who had arrived: his adoptive father, Huayuan, an 8th-rank martial sovereign and the head of the tribunal. In his previous world, he was a solitary orphan, raised by the kindness of others, and grew up as a lonely soul, bereft of any understanding of familial bonds. However, since traversing into this narrative, perhaps influenced by the memories of the original Yihan, he developed a visceral understanding of familial affection and a newfound concept of home. Yihan swiftly approached the door, pausing momentarily before opening it. If he recalled correctly, this father figure seemed to possess a rather whimsical nature. Creak. So, are you all right? As soon as the door swung open, Huayuan rushed in, placing a hand on Yihan's forehead, incessantly probing. No fever? That means your mind is sound. What is this? Did you suddenly awaken from your stupor? Did you give that wretched woman a good thrashing? Well done. I've long found her insufferable, taking and taking without a shred of gratitude. Yihan stepped back a couple of paces, finally catching sight of Huayuan's sharply defined features. Yet, inexplicably, the countenance that should have exuded righteousness bore a hint of cheekiness. Huayuan tilted his head, frowning as he spoke. Are you serious about taking 2 steps back? Is that from Dunwang? So many murals. From the moment he stepped through the door, a torrent of words akin to a machine gun left Yihan utterly unprepared. Yet, a sudden inspiration struck him, leading him to discover a breakthrough. Yes, indeed, I haven't had breakfast yet. Li Wai Xuan? I pondered. Perhaps I should inquire as well. However, upon witnessing Li Yihan's sincere gaze, Li Huaxian fell into a fleeting confusion. Did I genuinely ask? Never mind. Let's get down to business. With Li Huaxian ceasing his aimless chatter, Li Yihan breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with loquacious individuals is indeed this way, reading and responding to messages in disarray. By the way, are you truly going to the Su family to annul the engagement today? Yes. Excellent. The heavens have truly opened their eyes. You are finally shedding the role of a dog. Hee. Li Huaxian chuckled heartily, patting Li Yihan on the shoulder, and reiterated, the Su family harbors many schemes. You must remain vigilant. Your father, along with all the martial arts masters of the family, must head to the Demon Sea today and cannot accompany you, but fear not. I'll have your shadow father accompany you. Although he appears serious, he secretly delights in mediating these irreconcilable conflicts. Our Li family is vast and prosperous. We must not cower in any endeavor. Upon hearing this, warmth enveloped Li Yihan's heart as he finally experienced the feeling of having someone to rely on. The shadow father he referred to is none other than the illustrious shadow, martial sovereign. He is his godfather, the closest ally of Li Huaxian, and also the deputy chief of the Human Judgment Court, a formidable blade hidden in the shadows, possessing unparalleled strength. Thank you, Dad. No need for thanks. When I return, sing for me that song, Time, Slow Down, Do Not Let Me Grow Old. All right, your father must take his leave. Finally, he is gone. Just as Li Yihan let out a sigh of relief, Li Huaxian hurriedly turned back, wearing a mysterious expression. I almost forgot to tell you the most crucial matter. Li Huaxian gazed meaningfully at Li Yihan, a smirk playing on his lips as he patted his shoulder. Since you no longer need to curry favor from now on, you may freely access the resources of the Li family. In the future, when you go out, you can proudly declare, all expenses will be covered by young Master Li. Farewell. With those words, Li Huaxian pressed a pure black card with golden edges into Li Yihan's hands, then swiftly vanished from sight, appearing rather anxious. Staring at the card in his hand, Li Yihan smirked disdainfully. Oh, foolish father, you are utterly unaware of the wealth your son currently possesses. How much could this card possibly hold? What the? So much. Upon sensing the amount within the card with his mind, Li Yihan fell into silence. Is this into Xia currency or game currency? I have only seen such a multitude of zeros in math textbooks. He vaguely understood the sentiment of wealthy villains in television dramas who would say to their sons, if you continue like this, I'll only give you 1 million in pocket money for a month, leaving you to starve. How could a poor person comprehend the woes of the affluent? Previously, I could not appreciate my father's joy, but now it seems unfathomable. All right, let's embark on our journey. Although the card is filled with an abundance of summer coins, it cannot be spent in the system store, prompting Li Yihan to commence his own strategic planning. After all, his ambitions are vast. In the grand hall of the Su residence, a middle-aged man sits in a rosewood chair, his eyes narrowed and brows furrowed. This man is Su Yun, the head of the Su family. Beside him is a weeping woman, Su Mo, surrounded by other members of the Su family. Su Yun is in a state of extreme anger upon learning that the young master of the Li family intends to annul their engagement today. He hastily returned from the Demon Sea to the Su family. I don't even know how to address you. You clearly understand that if I can just utilize the Li family's resources for a while longer, I will reach the martial sovereign realm. Yet you choose this moment to create chaos. Can't you endure just a little longer? Su Yun's voice echoes with grievances in the hall. You only think of yourself. Have you ever considered your daughter's happiness? After much anticipation, I finally had the chance to be with brother Yi Feng openly. How can you treat me this way? Do you think it honors my mother's spirit? Su Mo, wiping away her tears, defiantly retorts. Hearing this, Su Yun, who was previously consumed by fury, lets out a sigh. Su Mo is his cherished daughter, especially since her mother's passing, He has indulged her in nearly everything, hoping to honor her mother's spirit. Very well. I shall concede this time. I am on the brink of reaching the martial sovereign realm and poised to break through at any moment. Once I do, even without the Li family's protection, the Su family will still be regarded as a first-class clan in the capital. Then, shifting his tone, his eyes narrowing, he speaks with a menacing edge. However, to dare make my daughter kneel, I cannot let this go unpunished. I have learned that the martial sovereign of the Li family is absent, and now, only a peak martial zone protector remains by Li Yihan's side. The connections we have forged over the years in the Su family are far from trivial. An annulment is acceptable, but the Li family must pay a price. Oh, what price might that be? A drop of blood? A booming voice emanates from outside the villa, none other than Li Yihan. In the midst of Su Yun and the Su family's astonished gazes, Li Yihan strides in, clad in athletic wear, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of ease as if he were returning home. Following closely behind him is Li Batian, draped in black, emanating a dark and dangerous aura. Upon witnessing this, Su Yun's eyes narrow, his expression displeased as he admonishes, You, young scion of the Li family, possess such audacity. My Su family has entrusted our only daughter to you, and this is how you treat her? You made her kneel in public yesterday, and today you dare come to annul the engagement? While my Su family may not rival the Li family, we will not be bullied in such a manner. How shall we settle this? As his words fall, Su Yun unleashes the overwhelming pressure of a peak martial zone, a tempestuous force surging towards Li Yihan. Li Yihan stands unfazed, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he makes no effort to evade. With a step forward, Li Batian releases an overwhelming aura, effortlessly dissipating Su Yun's oppressive force without causing so much as a ripple. I am indeed curious about the Su family. How shall we proceed? Li Yihan casually brushed off her sportswear and nonchalantly made her way to the sofa, crossing her legs and swinging them idly. Observing that her initial display of authority had yielded no results, Su Yun, perched upon a high chair, furrowed his brow slightly, while Su Mo exclaimed, Li Yihan, don't be so arrogant. This is the Su family, and my father will undoubtedly seek justice for me. You shall pay for your reckless behavior yesterday. Today, it is far more than a mere annulment of engagement. Su Mo straightened her back, her beautiful eyes brimming with indignation. Her once fair cheeks still bearing the faint marks of slap, prompting Li Yihan to glance at her with admiration. Suyun, witnessing Li Yihan's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of anger but quickly suppressed it, mocking inwardly as a smirk began to form at the corners of his mouth. Let us see how long you can maintain that arrogance. Soon, I shall relish watching you struggle to smile. Aware that Li Yihan intended to annul their engagement today, Su Yun was far from unprepared. He had specifically summoned 3 pinnacle martial artists to bolster their stance, all for the purpose of tearing a significant piece of flesh from the Li family. This young master of the Li family was their sole heir, who had previously lavished immense resources on pursuing Mo, propelling the Su family from obscurity to prominence. During that time, their fortunes soared, and Li Yihan, blissfully ignorant, had the fortune of being a simpleton with abundant wealth. Yet he inexplicably sought to annul the engagement yesterday. Does he think he can withdraw without consequences? It shall not be so simple. Although securing the assistance of these 3 martial artists required substantial resources, it paled in comparison to the bounty that awaited them. With this in mind, Su Yun couldn't help but smile. Once the resources from the Li family were in hand, the Su family would not only ascend to the ranks of super family, but he himself might also reach the pinnacle of the 8th tier, elevating the Su family to unprecedented heights. Gradually rising, Su Yun cast a mocking glance at Li Yihan, proclaiming with conviction, the youth of a woman is an invaluable treasure. My Mo has devoted so many years to you. You cannot simply discard her without consequence. You must compensate her for the loss of her youthful years, the damage to her reputation, and even for depreciation. What the hell, depreciation? You ought to take that up with Yihan. Li Yihan regarded Su Yun with a look of incredulity, her mind racing with 1,000 expletives. In Su Yun's view, Yihan was being subdued by his imposing presence and rationale. He slowly approached Yihan, speaking as he walked. The beauty and youth of my MO have been squandered. 50% of the martial resources of the Li family. Let this matter be settled here. However, if you fail to comply with a shift in tone, a powerful aura erupted from Su Yun, imbued with a palpable killing intent. As a chilling wind swept through the hall, causing the chandeliers to sway violently. Then the Su family shall never relent. Ha, such audacity. Do you truly believe the Li family is a soft target? Li Batian cast a cold glance at Su Yun, his overwhelming aura erupting like a tempest. As two formidable forces of vitality clashed together, causing the entire villa to tremble. Today, you have no choice, he declared. Come fort. Seeing Li Batian step forward to protect Li Yihan, Su Yun remained unfazed and clapped his hands. Boom! As Su Yun's words fell, three formidable presences of peak martial masters surged suddenly from beyond the hall. The moment Li Batian sensed these three auras, his expression turned grave. Each one was on par with his own. Three hunched figures, their eyes glistening with desire, entered the hall simultaneously. Sitting on the sofa, Li Yihan turned her head slightly and recognized the newcomers. They were the heads of the Tang, Bai, and Zhao families. No wonder Su Yun appeared so audacious today. He had summoned these three patriarchs as allies. A light chuckle escaped Li Yihan's lips. These three families originally possessed greater strength than the Su family. But in just a few short years, with the assistance of the Li family, the Su family underwent a remarkable transformation, inciting envy among them and tempting them to covet the resources of the Li family. These three old men were not to be trifled with. They were sycophants who had long coveted the resources of the Li family in the original narrative. They had relentlessly sought ways to align themselves with the Li family. And ultimately, with Su Mo's help, they succeeded, gaining protection from the Li family, which allowed their clan to flourish during that time. However, when the Li family faced peril, and their assistance was most needed, they turned their backs and sided with the rising Yihan, hastening the demise of the Li family. Today, their audacity to come to the Su family and lend support suggested that Su Yun had indeed invested heavily. How bold they were to dare to unite against the young master of the Li family. Li Batian's voice turned icier as he pondered swiftly. The four individuals before him were of equal standing, and while he could contend with three opponents of the same level, he was still hindered by another martial master and several martial kings from the Su family, posing a significant threat to Li Yihan. With the Li family's top combatants engaged in the Demon Sea, aid would not arrive in time. What to do? Anxiously, Li Batian's gaze fell on the composed Li Yihan, causing him to furrow his brow. This young man, has he been rendered speechless by fear? Leaning casually against the sofa, Li Yihan crossed his legs and regarded the three patriarchs with indifferent eyes, speaking calmly. What price has Su Yun offered? I shall pay 3 times that. No, 10 times. At this declaration, Su Yun erupted into laughter. Ha! You young scion of the Li family truly are a fool. How could my esteemed brothers be swayed by such trivial temptations? He glanced at the three patriarchs, whose hearts tightened at the prospect of being bought off. What? These old fellows are fortunate they swore an oath to the heavens beforehand, guarding against this very tactic. Coughing delicately, Su Yun feigned a cough to jolt the three from their reverie. At that moment, regret flooded their hearts. Had they known they could extort a sum from the young master of the Li family, they would not have sworn such an oath. With resigned sighs, they responded indignantly. Brother Su is indeed correct. We are brothers. How can we possibly be swayed by a mere trifling benefit? Today, your Li family shall undoubtedly suffer a great loss. Chapter 10. I'm not one to hold grudges. I repay grievances on the spot. Oh, is there truly nothing to discuss? Then I shall increase it to 20-fold. Or rather, 50-fold. You are aware of the Li family's strength. As the heir of the Li family, this sum is of little consequence to me. Li Yihan then produced the pure black card adorned with gold that Li Huayuan had given him that very morning, waving it before the three men with a sinister grin. The gilded black card shimmered under the light, resembling a mountain of gold that enticed the souls of the three family heads. Their eyes fixated upon it, their hearts aching, before they turned their gaze to Su Yun, gritting their teeth and declaring, there is nothing to discuss. We brothers have always valued integrity. Bah! Upon hearing this, Su Yihan felt a wave of disgust. Had these old fools not feared the backlash of the heavens, they would have surely betrayed him on the spot. Thankfully, his cunning had prevailed, ensuring they made their vows first. Otherwise, today would have been quite troublesome. His greedy gaze remained fixed on the black card in Li Yihuan's hand. His heart elated. The blue star black gold card. To possess a blue star black gold card signifies a fortune starting at $1 billion. And Li family's black gold card is certainly worth far more. Such a figure was beyond his wildest imaginings. The very thought of the blue star black gold card soon being in his possession caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily curl upward. Beside him, Suimo, upon seeing the card, was also transfixed, her heart seething with indignation. Oof! Why did he not reveal such a black gold card earlier? Li Yihuan surely harbors secrets from me. He claims I am his everything? How hypocritical! Though she chastised him internally, her hands rubbed together in anticipation, envisioning a future filled with wealth and grandeur alongside Brother Yifeng. Li Yihuan reclined on the sofa, observing their fleeting expressions with keen interest, then sighed, feigning regret as he spoke. Alas, what a pity! He had no intention of truly handing it over. He merely wished to witness their performances and to provoke them a little. Slowly, he retracted the card, and this simple motion left an emptiness in the hearts of those present. It is not a loss. At that moment, Su Yihan stepped forward, withdrawing his earlier greedy gaze, adopting a stance of righteous indignation as he declared gravely, I have changed my mind. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached Li Yihuan. Given that you have been tolerable over the years, let us settle this amicably. The Su family shall take a step back. We shall not claim 50% of the Li family's resources, as tearing apart our relationship would be ill-advised for all involved. However, MO's years of youth cannot be squandered in vain. Let that black gold card you displayed earlier serve as compensation. This, of course, represents our utmost concession. Otherwise, you think to present that card only to reclaim it? Not a chance. The glint of greed in Su Yihan's eyes was unmistakable, wholly fixated on the pocket of Li Yihuan. What else could be done? The words ignited Li Yihan's curiosity, and he cast a provocative glance at Su Yihan before declaring, What now? I dare say you won't be leaving the Su family's gates today. Make your move. With that, Su Yihan, along with 3 other clan leaders, surrounded Li Yihan and his companion like a net, unleashing their vital energy to trap the two firmly in the center, leaving no avenue of escape. Li Yihan observed the unfolding scene with an air of calmness, but just as he was about to speak, the voice of Li Batian resonated in his mind. Xiao Han, soon, the second elder will exert all his strength to fend off the onslaught of these 4. You must break free at the first opportunity. Do not concern yourself with me. Rest assured, even if it costs him his life, the second elder will ensure your safe passage. A sigh escaped Li Yihan's lips as he pondered how, had Li Batian not been injured in his youth, these few trifling adversaries would pose no threat, and he would not find himself ensnared in such peril. Upon hearing Li Batian's transmission, warmth surged within Li Yihan's heart, enveloping his very being. In the original narrative, while Li Batian was not the most formidable presence beside Li Yihan, his prowess ranking outside the top 10 within the Li family, he was undoubtedly the most dedicated to Li Yihan's well-being. Whenever danger loomed, he was always the first to respond, leading Li Yihan in frantic retreats from insurmountable foes, though their escapes were often frantic. As long as the second elder was present, Li Yihan had never suffered any harm. In his youth, the second elder had been a prodigious talent in martial arts. Yet he was hindered from ascending to the martial sage realm due to lingering injuries from battles against the demonic forces. These injuries had compromised his meridians, stunted his cultivation, and ultimately confined him to the martial lord level, where he was mercilessly extinguished by Yifeng. Clenching his fists and gazing at the plump visage of the second elder beside him, Li Yihan resolved, Fear not, second elder. I shall surely cure your affliction. With newfound confidence, he lifted the corners of his mouth in a smile. No worries, second elder. This time, we shall not flee. You foolish boy. Why are you speaking out loud? Upon hearing Li Yihan's declaration, Li Batian turned, his expression one of reproach, only to be met with a radiant smile resembling a galaxy of stars. for reasons unknown. This smile brought him a sense of reassurance. Ah, still wishing to escape? The four adversaries heightened their vigilance, particularly Su Yun, who feared losing the prize that was nearly within his grasp. The Su family is not a place you can simply enter and exit at will. I have heard you are a fourth-tier genius, but what of it? Today, a seventh-tier guardian stands before you. What storm can you conjure? Hand over the card obediently. You surely do not wish to be a fallen genius, do you? Su Yun, consumed by greed, fixated solely on the coveted blue star black gold card. Are you not afraid of retaliation from the Li family for your actions? Yihan inquirat. Retaliation? Su Yun skov derisivedi. I shall compel you to swear an oath before the heavenly Tao. Willingly bestowing the card upon the Su family as penance for the years of wasted youth of Su Mo. What does it matter how powerful the Li family is? The heavenly Tao retaliates. Even a martial sage must fall. I'm doing this for your own good. I hope you do not hold a grudge. I believe you would not dare defy the heavenly Tao, would you? With that, Su Yun gazed at Li Yihan with a near-manic intensity, as if he had lost his sanity. This is also his greatest reliance in daring to covet the resources of the Li family. Once he can eliminate Li Yihan's protector, the defenseless Li Yihan will be akin to fish on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. In the aftermath, the Li family, constrained by the will of heaven, will have to swallow their anger and dare not act recklessly. No wonder this old man is so arrogant. I understand now, but rest assured, I'm not one to hold grudges. Upon hearing Li Yihan's unexpected concession, Su Yun's lips curved upward slightly, his mood remarkably uplifted. After all, I have already avenged my grievances on the spot. However, upon hearing this, the previously raised corners of his mouth froze in place, and before he could react, he heard Li Yihan's voice. Slap him. At these words, Su Yun burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Still defiant, even when death is imminent? Without your Li family's martial sovereign present, what gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? With that, a terrifying, suffocating aura descended silently. Upon sensing this presence, the previously mocking expressions of Su Yun and his companions changed drastically. Who goes there? Smack! To Su Mo's astonishment, her father was struck by a shadow and sent crashing to the ground. Chapter 11. Senior, you have harmed my daughter, but you must not harm me. Su Yun fell heavily to the ground, staring at a figure cloaked in darkness before him, his eyes filled with dread. As a peak expert of the martial sovereign realm, he had not sensed the assault at all, nor had he caught a glimpse of how the attack was executed. This person was undoubtedly a martial sovereign, and likely among the most formidable. When did the Li family harbor such a master? No, the Li family's martial sovereigns had all gone to the Demon Sea. The intelligence could not be wrong. This person was certainly not from the Li family. With this realization, Su Yun felt a surge of confidence. With Su Mo's support, Su Yun shakily rose to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and, after regulating his breath, clasped his hands in greeting. Might I inquire who this esteemed senior is and what brings you to the Su family? The other three family heads were rendered immobile under the overwhelming pressure of the aura. They were not foolish and could clearly sense the terror of this individual. To easily suppress the four of them, this person was definitely a martial sovereign. The three family heads exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting fear and anger. Damn it, Su Yun. Did you not say that the Li family's martial sovereigns are absent from Blue Star today? If we had known they were here, we wouldn't have dared to wade into these murky waters. But then they frowned, noticing Su Yun's self-assured demeanor. It seemed the newcomer was not a martial sovereign of the Li family. If that is the case, then it could be handled more easily. The three of them simultaneously exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the second elder beside Li Yihan, upon seeing this person, immediately lowered his guard. He cast a surprised glance at the calm and composed Li Yihan. No wonder this young man was so fearless. He actually had this formidable figure by his side. This clever lad has even managed to keep the second elder in the dark. Though internally he complained, the tense nerves that had been taut began to relax, and his expression gradually softened. He knew the power of Ing Mo and felt reassured. Moreover, he gained a new understanding of Li Yihan. This young man, no longer acting like a sycophant, seemed to be handling matters with newfound steadiness. How dare you strike my father? What gives you such boldness? Do you know what my relationship with the Li family is? Hurry and apologize to my father. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Witnessing that shadowy figure audaciously strike Su Yun, while he submissively accepted it, ignited a surge of fury within Su Mo. How could the Su family endure such humiliation before a sycophant? It is utterly preposterous. Unable to contain her anger, Su Mo pointed at Ing Mo and unleashed a torrent of invective. Hearing her words, Su Yun was taken aback. For Su Mo was oblivious to the overwhelming aura emanating from Ing Mo, whose pressure was firmly bearing down upon the four of them. Although the newcomer was not a martial artist of the Li family, it did not imply that he lacked temper. Mo refrained from being so unruly. Bang! Just as Su Yun attempted to intervene, Ing Mo gently waved his hand, and a powerful gust surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly propelling the vociferous Su Mo away. Sumo's frail form, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashed uncontrollably against the solid wall, creating a substantial dent, and soon after, her vision darkened and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Montakia. Su Yun's eyes brimmed with sorrow, yet he felt utterly powerless, forced to witness Su Mo faint before him. His heart filled with relentless regret. Regret that his daughter would act so thoughtlessly. He slowly raised his head and spoke with deliberate clarity, his words weak yet resolute. Senior, you have struck my daughter. Please do not strike me. Yihan, what? Upon hearing this, the other three family heads instantly looked up, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an apple inside. Is this how a person speaks? Even the other members of the Su family stared wide-eyed at Su Yun, astonished that the dignified family head would resort to such actions. Su Yun proudly lifted his chin. Though his daughter may lack discernment, as a father, he certainly would not. What does it mean to be flexible? This is what it means to be flexible. Seizing the moment when the crowd was left speechless, Su Yun proceeded to articulate his analysis with confidence. Senior, I believe I understand your intentions in coming to the Su family. It is merely for wealth. That young scion of the Li family has undoubtedly promised you a handsome commission to ensure his protection within the Su family. In my opinion, there is no need for such elaborate arrangements. Let us engage in a simple transaction to resolve this matter. Currently, that young scion possesses a Li family blue star black gold card, and I promise to deliver the card to you. Subsequently, I kindly request that you depart, and let the remaining matters be of no concern to you. Regardless of the commission the young scion offers, it pales in comparison to the value of that card. Surely, such a transaction would not be refused by you? Upon concluding his proposal, Su Yun beamed with pride, utterly captivated by his own cleverness. The other three family heads and the members of the Su family gazed at Su Yun with admiration, astonished by the cunning of their family head. Did you not anticipate this, young scion of the Li family? The reinforcements you summoned will turn against you due to your own wealth, and once he departs, I shall compel you to swear anew. Though it may not match the card's worth, it is certainly preferable to going without substantial gains. Su Yun awaited Ing Mo's response, casting a mocking glance at Li Yihan, eager to witness the look of panic on his face, yet strangely, it was not as he had anticipated. Just as he pondered if he had misspoken, Ing Mo finally spoke. Well said. A deep and resonant voice emanated from the shadows, and upon hearing these words, Suen is spirit sword. How splendid. Truly, no one can resist the allure of wealth. If they could, it would merely indicate that the price was insufficient. However, the tone of Ing Mo swiftly shifted as his form gradually emerged from the darkness. The inky shadow, like flowing ink, receded from his figure, revealing a tall and graceful physique along with a countenance that was both stern and androgynous. I was nearly swayed. Few can afford to dismiss someone of such immense value. One must take note of this. Wouldn't you agree, Yihan? As the shadow completely dissipated and Su Yun beheld his visage, his pupils constricted in shock. Ing Wuzuan. Indeed, it is I, Ing Mo replied, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze betraying no sentiment. He spoke slowly, his voice echoing throughout the hall like an enchanting spell. Why is it Ing Mo? How could Li Yihan possibly have summoned him? Although Ing Mo serves as the vice president of the tribunal, isn't it rumored that he is at odds with the father of Li Yihan? How could he come to his sister? Is this a deception? 1,000 questions raced through Su Yuan's mind. Ing Wuzuan is the vice president of the tribunal, a guardian of fairness and justice for humanity, renowned for his unyielding integrity and fierce disdain for evil. Such clandestine dealings are beneath him, especially considering that what he himself is currently engaged in is far from honorable. Su Yun suddenly felt a sense of dread creeping in, his throat dry as he visibly began to panic. Yet there is one thing you may not know, Ing Mo continued, his eyes suddenly filled with a chilling intent, his gaze fixed on Su Yun like an abyss. A thunderous roar erupted in the minds of Su Yun and the other clan leaders, instilling a profound terror within them. Godfather? Su Yun's heart raced with unease. The three clan leaders behind Ing Mo, upon hearing this revelation, turned to flee. However, to their utter horror, they discovered that the shadowy aura emanating from Ing Mo ensnared them like a vortex, rendering them utterly immobile. Since you are here, none shall leave. Chapter 12. Are you a devil? A terrifying and suffocating presence erupted, emanating from Ing Mo as a thick veil of darkness enveloped all present, save for Yihan and the second master. Even the unconscious Su Mo was not spared. With an overwhelming sense of dread exerted by Ing Mo, everyone fell to their knees simultaneously, the sound of their knees colliding with the ground resonating in unison. Witnessing the submission of all around him, Su Yun felt his composure shatter. What a predicament! Why have I become the prey? No, I must find a way to explain myself. Meanwhile, the other three clan leaders were frantically concocting excuses in their minds, pondering the justifications they could offer later. Yihan, what shall we do next? Ing Mo ignored the prostrate assembly, turning his gaze toward Li Yihan, his calm eyes briefly shimmering with affection before reverting to an expressionless poker face. Though he outwardly embodies the unyielding deputy chief judge of the tribunal, safeguarding the order of humanity, he is still human and thus susceptible to personal biases. This represents a test for Li Yihan, as Li Huayuan has repeatedly asserted that Li Yihan will one day lead the Li family. If the helmsman of the Li clan is devoid of courage, it would be unacceptable, although their encounters have been sparse. He has heard unflattering remarks about the eldest son of the Li family over the years, such as being labeled a sycophant. As Li Huayuan's closest confidant, Ing Mo, from an emotional standpoint, fervently wishes for the Li family to flourish under Li Yihan's leadership. However, as the deputy chief judge of the tribunal, he rationally hopes the successor of the Li family is not a weakling. A man must possess decisiveness and a fierce spirit to adeptly steer the family towards prosperity. This is the challenge Ing Mo presents to Li Yihan, assessing whether he is fit to inherit the Li family legacy. Should he, once again, choose to evade confrontation when besieged and extorted by the four clan leaders, Ing Mo would not only endeavor to guide him by example, but would also feel a sense of disappointment. Ing Mo regarded Li Yihan with a placid demeanor, awaiting his response. Meanwhile, Su Yun, kneeling on the ground, felt a surge of hope upon hearing Ing Mo's question directed at Li Yihan. He slowly raised his head to gaze at Li Yihan, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. This sycophant, who had toiled tirelessly for the Su family, was infamous for his weakness. Entrusting him with the matter, he would likely only demand an apology from them. But if they refused, what could he possibly do? With this thought, Su Yun gradually regained his confidence, and the other three clan leaders, upon witnessing his expression, instantly comprehended the implications, their faces brightening with renewed hope. At this moment, Li Yihan observed the expectant gazes of the crowd fixed upon him, leaving him puzzled. How should he handle this? Wasn't it simple? I am one who never forgets a grievance. Dare to bully me? To the king of hell you shall go. Furthermore, these individuals are not virtuous. They have long coveted the martial resources of the Li family. As soon as the Li family falters, they will descend like ravenous wolves, disregarding the past kindness shown to them by the Li family. Let us eliminate them all, every last one of them. Li Yihan replied with resolute clarity. Yihan, my boy, I must tell you, a man must. What did you say? Seeing Li Yihan's decisive response, Ing Mo initially assumed he had chosen the path of forgiveness and was prepared to deliver a heartfelt speech he had long contemplated. However, he soon realized something was amiss. He halted, a rare flicker of astonishment crossing his typically impassive face. What did you say? Eliminate them all? Not a single one left. The individuals who had been kneeling suddenly widened their eyes in terror, staring at Yihan in disbelief. This unfolding narrative was not aligning with their expectations. Shouldn't he be humbly pleading for forgiveness only to face a merciless rejection? Why was he so quick to seek vengeance? Wait a minute. I merely asked for a trivial sum of money, and you demand my life? This simply cannot stand. The four individuals instantaneously directed their gazes towards Mo, their eyes brimming with a mixture of longing and compassion. In that fleeting moment, the once dreaded shadow, martial sovereign, transformed into their beacon of hope. Upon hearing the incredulous tone of Mo, Yihan apprehended the difficulty of the situation and lamented, "Ah, we cannot execute them? Alas, what a pity." Mo stood there, staring blankly at Yihan, who appeared genuinely regretful rather than jesting. All right. A man must possess a certain ferocity, yet it should not verge on ruthlessness. He is a member of the tribunal, not a harbinger of death. Initially, he had intended to set an example, compelling them to face the consequences and serve in the Demon Sea, thereby contributing their strength. Thus, the matter should have concluded here. After all, these were four peak martial sovereigns, the backbone of humanity, a formidable force against the demon race. The loss of even one in the Demon Sea would evoke profound sorrow, let alone four. This, indeed, cannot be executed. Given the current state of affairs, humanity forbids internal conflict. Sigh. Very well, Yihan replied, shaking his head, deeply regretting the inability to carry out such an action. Upon hearing Mo's response, the others exhaled in relief, fortunate indeed. However, Yihan's subsequent words sent shivers down their spines, raising their hearts to their throats. What about rendering them utterly incapacitated, stripping them of their martial prowess, severing their meridians, and fracturing their limbs, ensuring they spend the rest of their lives bedridden? Observing Mo's silence, Yihan realized this option was likely unfeasible as well. Alas, none of these options are viable. This is quite perplexing. At this moment, Su-Yun and the others noted the shift in Yihan's expression from initial disdain to palpable terror. Are you, young man, a devil? It is fortunate that today the Shadow Martial Sovereign has come, harboring the ideals of humanity and the order of the tribunal. Had a member of the Li family sovereign been present, they would undoubtedly have been deprived of this second option. Mo furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought. Was he too merciful, or was this young man harboring an excess of bloodlust? He had initially believed that serving in the Demon Sea was sufficiently cruel, but now it appeared it might not be harsh enough. Noticing that Yihan was about to voice another suggestion, Mo swiftly interrupted, casting a spell and taking the lead in the conversation. Enough. I have witnessed this young man's bloodlust. Under his leadership, the Li family will undoubtedly thrive. We cannot allow him to continue. Let's proceed in this manner. After all, these are four martial sovereigns, and we cannot act recklessly in public. The tribunal does not lightly condemn those above the martial sovereign rank. In the coming days, let them serve in the Demon Sea. However, as he spoke, Mo's lips curled into a smirk. He too possessed a formidable ferocity. These four sought to target the Li family, and for both personal and public reasons. He would not show them leniency. Upon hearing Mo's words, Yihan's expression transformed into one of sheer delight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, the older ginger is indeed spicier. One can manipulate the situation thus. Bravo, second master. Let's proceed. Chapter 13. The Fall of the Su Family. Yihan. How dare you do such a thing? No. Stop this at once. Your actions violate the laws of humanity. Do you understand? I implore you. Violate the laws of humanity? With a scoff, the villain mused that engaging in illicit activities was rather commonplace for someone of his ilk. As this thought crossed his mind, Yihan grinned, intensifying his assault. The anguished cries and pleas for mercy from Su-Yun and the others echoed relentlessly within the grand hall of the Su family villa. The members of the Su family were left in a state of dread, powerless to intervene as their patriarch endured torment. Suemo, who had fainted midway, was roused briefly by the cacophony, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more, petrified by the hellish scene before her. Gradually, the wails diminished, leaving only faint gasps in their wake. Observing the four family heads, now sprawled on the ground like lifeless corpses, Yihan nodded in satisfaction. Ah, what a delightful situation. It was indeed the cunning of the elder generation that orchestrated this scheme. They had ostensibly transported the four to serve in the Demon Sea under the laws of the Human Race Tribunal. Yet, in secret, they had stripped them of their martial prowess, all while maintaining a facade of normalcy. This, without a doubt, sentenced them to death. In the Demon Sea, the treatment of the Demon Suppression Army and the Serving Army was like night and day. The former basked in the admiration of humanity, enjoying abundant rewards and favorable conditions. Comprised of the brightest talents from martial arts academies, all driven by the noble aspiration of defending Blue Star against the demon race. In stark contrast, the Serving Army faced dire conditions, composed of notorious criminals tasked with the most perilous missions, resulting in a staggering mortality rate. Yihan regarded the motionless Su Yun and his companions with indifference, having already deemed them doomed. After all, those without martial cultivation would find it exceedingly difficult to survive in the Serving Army. His gaze drifted lazily to the unconscious Su Mo, curious about her reaction upon awakening to the collapse of the Su family. Regrettably, Yifeng was not present this time. Otherwise, his villain points would surely have soared. Sigh. According to the narrative, Yifeng should currently be diligently honing his skills in the mountains, encountering his master, and experiencing rapid advancement under the latter's guidance, only to later shine brilliantly in the martial examination, securing the title of champion. Moreover, the very moment he claimed victory, his master would publicly announce their mentor-disciple relationship, leaving all faculty and students in a state of shock and awe. With a flourish, he would then make a grand entrance into one of the two prestigious academies, Qingwu University. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yihan's eyes narrowed, a cold glimmer flickering within his dark gaze. His master was a figure he could not easily forget, an insidious woman, 40 years of age, the vice president of Qingwu University, and an 8th-rank martial sovereign. Publicly, she appeared dignified and upright, yet privately, she was a treacherous schemer. The two conspired together, leading to the downfall of the Li family. In the original tale, she unscrupulously allied with the demon race to obtain her desires, secretly ambushing Li Huayan, the commander, during a pivotal battle between humans and demons, resulting in his grievous injury and humanity's defeat, while she reaped her rewards. Even after the conflict, she collaborated with Yifeng to stage a tragic performance, shifting all blame onto Li Huayan, tarnishing his name as a traitor to humanity. While she was lauded by the world as a savior of the human race in its darkest hour. Since ancient times, loyalty and treachery have been as distinct as ice and fire. How could one dare to tarnish the reputation of heroic figures? The occurrence of such absurd events is indeed laughable to an extreme. This time, I shall not tolerate the recurrence of such incidents. I am determined to emerge victorious in this martial examination, crushing Yifeng's pride beneath my feet. Father figure, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Upon hearing Yihan's request, Ingmo's pupils constricted slightly, revealing his shock. Even the second master behind him gazed at him with a look of disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. How had he not noticed before? This young man is quite ruthless. After a moment of silence, Mo agreed to the request. Though it posed some challenges, it was not overly complex for him. Let us proceed. With this, the Su family is utterly finished. Goodbye for now, father figure, Yihan said, hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he stepped out of the Su family's grand entrance without looking back. He was well aware that the Su family was doomed. The tactics once employed against the Li family would now be returned in kind, and the downfall of the Su family was merely the beginning. That afternoon, the rarely heard announcements from the human race tribunal echoed throughout the streets and alleys of the capital. Extra. After a 5-year hiatus, the tribunal has issued a new proclamation. The Su family, the Tang family, the Bai family, and the Zhao family are suspected of colluding with the demon race to spread their doctrine within the Blue Star. Deputy Chief Mo will personally preside over the trial. sentencing the 4 family heads to serve in the Demon Sea military, a disgrace to the human race. In an instant, the 4 prominent families, once comparable to first-rate clans, became like rats scurrying across the street, universally condemned. Particularly the Su family, as the mastermind, saw their family assets swiftly divided, with their abundant martial resources seized by opportunistic relatives. Countless individuals trampled upon the threshold of the Su family, fearing that if they arrived late, the valuable spoils would be gone. The scene mirrored that of the Li family in the past. How tragic it was to think that a once great family could perish under such infamy. Su Mo, hiding within the Su family villa, dared not step outside. As the daughter of the Su family, she had become a target for many fervent individuals who sought to lash out at her in anger over the perceived betrayal. With a face full of despair, her complexion pale as a wilting rose, she slumped against the wall. She knew well that her father had been wronged. The Su family was innocent, yet no one believed her words. Even her homeroom teacher at the martial arts high school had promptly blocked her contact upon learning the news. Those who once respected and admired her vanished, as if they had evaporated, leaving her isolated. Everyone shunned her, fearing any association. Tears brimmed in Sumo's eyes. Her heart filled with grievance. All of this was the fault of that detestable Yihan. If he could not have her, must he destroy her instead? How ruthless he is! I shall never forgive you. Brother Yifeng, please return quickly. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, as this news spread, the sound of a notification echoed within Li Yihan's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully altered the course of events by eliminating the Su family, resulting in significant impact, and shall receive substantial system rewards. Li Yihan sat in the expansive martial arts training chamber of the Li residence, eagerly rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Let us take a moment to explore the splendid gift that Tongzi has prepared for me. Congratulations! I have received a bountiful reward, a realm enhancement card, a scroll of dragon dance spear technique, and a remarkable 10,000 villain points. What? 10,000 villain points? Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Yihan could not hide his excitement. Is Tongzi truly this generous? Adding to the previous 6,000, I now possess a total of 16,000 points. Indeed, one must stir up some commotion to reap rewards. Yifeng, brace yourself. His gaze then shifted to the realm enhancement card. As the name suggests, this card is designed to elevate one's realm. It appears that upon usage, I will ascend to the 5th tier. Li Yihan couldn't help but marvel at the thought. To participate in the martial examination with 5th tier strength? What an astonishing concept! In Blue Star, even the graduates of prestigious martial universities typically attain only the 5th tier, while those from ordinary martial universities barely reach the 4th tier. Without hesitation, he activated the card, and a radiant golden light swiftly enveloped Li Yihan, causing his aura to surge and effortlessly break through the 4th tier barrier. He reached the 5th tier. After feeling the tumultuous and robust energy within him, Li Yihan clutched the scroll of dragon dance spear technique, wearing an expression akin to that of a lovesick fool. Chapter 14. Advanced Martial Technique, Dragon Dance Spear Technique. Li Yihan gazed fervently at this martial technique, his heart brimming with anticipation. This is indeed an advanced martial technique. The martial techniques that exist in the world are categorized into 6 levels, ranging from the lowest to the highest. As for even more advanced techniques, they are but legendary tales, never witnessed by mortal eyes. However, Li Yihan knew that Tongzi's shop contained such treasures. Alas, he could not afford them. Yet, as the pinnacle of martial techniques on Blue Star, each volume is worth its weight in gold. The Li family possesses fewer than 5 such texts, let alone the other prominent families. These are truly unparalleled treasures. It is fortunate that Tongzi is so generous, casually offering such remarkable items. The rarity of each advanced technique stems from the cataclysmic power they wield once mastered. With that thought in mind, Li Yihan eagerly opened the Dragon Dance Spear technique. As he flipped through the aged pages of this ancient tome, a wave of obscure pressure assaulted him, inducing a dizzying sensation. My goodness, what an overwhelming force! Akin to the intoxicating effects of fine liquor. Gritting his teeth against the dizziness, He committed the entire technique to memory and seated himself in the center of the training room to begin his practice. The originally pristine training room was soon filled with a soft golden glow as slender golden five-clawed dragons circled around Yihan. Ding! Detected that the host's energy is insufficient. Blood energy has been automatically locked. Please replenish promptly. After only a brief period of cultivation, Yihan felt his energy surging uncontrollably, as if he were being drained dry. He immediately ceased his practice. Frowning, he focused on regulating his breath to alleviate the astonishing depletion of his energy. Having just entered the 5th tier, his energy had already surpassed 10,000 points, yet he found himself running low in such a short span of time. It is no wonder that my family, despite possessing advanced martial arts techniques, has always prohibited me from practicing or even coming into contact with them. It turns out they were not concerned about me secretly taking them as gifts for Suimo. Rather, they have my best interests at heart. Indeed, advanced martial arts are formidable. Fortunately, Brother Tongzi provided timely counsel. The higher the level of the technique, the more arduous the learning process becomes, relying not only on comprehension, but also necessitating a robust foundation of vital energy and blood. Furthermore, if one fails to notice the dangers during cultivation, they may inadvertently deplete their vital energy, leading to a withering demise. Each movement in high-level techniques significantly drains one's vital energy. Thus, it is no surprise that without at least 100,000 units of vital energy, one should refrain from recklessly engaging with advanced martial arts before reaching the 6th tier. Yet, what does it matter? With this thought, a proud smile graced Yihan's lips. Brother Tongzi's shop is never short of elixirs that replenish vital energy. From instant recovery pills to quick-acting blood revitalizers, there exists a plethora from the 1st to the 9th tier, akin to a treasure trove of medicinal wonders. These precious martial resources, exceedingly rare in the outside world, are merely found in the far corners of the system's marketplace, even sold by the pound. Fortunately, after earning over 10,000 points from that green tea individual, I can sustain my expenditure on elixirs. However, Yihan had no intention of using his villain points for purchases. He had other plans for them. He opened the system marketplace. Opening the system marketplace for the host. Loading complete. The familiar blue screen materialized once more, and Yihan swiftly navigated to the elixir sales section, his gaze settling on a pale yellow pill. He clicked to view. The returning heaven pill is a divine gift from above, capable of eliminating all hidden ailments for warriors of tier 8 and below. Price, 30,000 villain points. Yihan's eyes gleamed with fervor as he stared at the pill. He had memorized its details since he last accessed the system marketplace, not for his own need, but for Li Batian. The second master's hidden ailment has long been a source of concern for Yihan, and given the second master's kindness towards him, he is determined to cure him at all costs. No matter how grand the Li family may be, elixirs for treating hidden ailments are exceedingly rare, and despite scouring the world, he has yet to find a definitive method to restore Li Batian's health. Yet, Yihan knows that the absence of something in the world does not imply that the omnipotent Brother Tongzi lacks it. As expected, he has indeed found it. 30,000 points may not be a fortune, but he still requires half of that. Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly. He must engage in more endeavors during the martial examination. The recovery of the second master's hidden ailment would greatly benefit the Li family. In his youth, he was an unparalleled genius within the Li family, even surpassing his grandfather in strength. Had circumstances not taken a turn, the current Li family would boast 2 martial saints. Yet, as fate would have it, misfortune struck. Now, he has been trapped in a martial sect realm for decades, unable to break through. Alas, once the hidden ailment is cured, with the second master's talent, he could swiftly ascend to the martial sovereign level and even strive for martial saint. Though Yihan has achieved wealth and rapid growth through his connection with Tongzi Gu, he understands that the strength of the Li family will only bolster his confidence. With a determined smile, he muses that as long as he is present, the Li family shall undoubtedly stand tall as an indomitable lineage on the entire Blue Star. Coming back to his senses, Yihan deactivates the system's marketplace. The potions available in the market are of no use compared to what Tongzi Gu's little shop can provide. Silently, He retrieves the black gold card of Blue Star, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. To him, the money now represents merely a number. He takes out his phone and dials the largest elixir supplier in the capital. Hello, I would like to order 10 pounds of blood recovery pills. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Beep, beep, beep. Yihan's previously uplifted smile freezes in place. This script doesn't seem to unfold as it should. I must have initiated it incorrectly. I am Yihan. Deliver 10 pounds of blood recovery pills to the training room of the Li residence immediately. All right. Young Master Li, just a moment. What a coincidence. Someone foolish just attempted to order 10 pounds of blood pills as well, but I chased him off. We will deliver yours shortly. Yihan feels a twinge of rudeness in the exchange. Within less than 15 minutes, a fully equipped transport vehicle arrives at the Li residence, escorted by 4 robust 6-tier martial guards, respectfully delivering 10 pounds of blood recovery pills before Yihan. The supervisor of the elixir supplier beams with a joyful expression. This single order from young Master Li equates to his annual performance. Observing the mound of blood recovery pills, Yihan reveals a satisfied smile, burying his earlier displeasure. What does 10 pounds signify? It amounts to over 1,000 blood recovery pills, at the market price of 10 daxia coins per pill. This heap is worth over 100 million daxia coins. Meanwhile, some martial artists spend their entire lives without ever experiencing the benefits of even a single blood recovery pill, while he can use them by the pound. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of individuals differ vastly. The lavishness of wealth is universally delightful. Yihan casually hands the black gold card to the supervisor, who trembles as he receives it, cautiously completing the transaction before respectfully returning it. Thank you for your purchase. Young Master Li, should you require anything further, do not hesitate to call. Very well. After dismissing the supervisor, Yihan grabs a handful of the pills and begins to savor them. Let the world witness the power of my extravagant spending. Chapter 15. Terrifying Marksmanship. A foregone conclusion. A sleepless night ensues. In the training room, Yihan slowly opens his eyes after meditating all night. The once mountainous pile of blood recovery pills now consists of only a few scattered remnants on the floor. He rises, exhales deeply, shakes out his garments, and clenches his fists. A golden dragon, faintly visible, emerges from his arm, swirling around him. After expending over 10 million calories of blood energy, he has finally mastered the dragon-shaking spear technique. Yihan reflects silently. All martial arts techniques can be categorized into 4 proficiency levels: initiation, mastery, perfection, and completion. One evening, Yihan adeptly mastered a level of martial arts, demonstrating that while talent is significant, it is the unrestrained investment that fundamentally accelerates proficiency. The ability to effortlessly cultivate a martial technique, aside from the substantial 10-pound vitality replenishing elixir, also relied on the system's capacity to lock vitality at critical moments. Without the system's ability to secure vitality, no amount of investment would yield results for Yihan. Given the current pace, Yihan believed he could perfect the dragon's roar spear technique before the martial examination. However, the expenses involved were truly staggering. Fortunately, he came from a wealthy background, enjoying the freedom that accompanied it. Only those living in Rome could relish such privileges. Alas, with such advantageous conditions, how could one not seek to indulge? After a moment of jest, Yihan casually selected a level spear from the weapon rack, practiced the spear's movements, and approached the strength testing apparatus. He needed to ascertain the true caliber of the dragon's roar spear technique. Narrowing his eyes, a chilling aura enveloped him as he thrust the spear directly at the solidly constructed strength tester before him. With a powerful push from his feet, he twisted his hips and sunk his elbows. The ground beneath him cracked under the immense force, and the spear in his hand surged forward like a roaring dragon. Boom! A cold ray of light sliced through the air, the vitality swirling around the spear coalescing like a golden dragon racing towards the spearhead, launching forward with a tremendous force, producing a deafening sonic boom in its wake. The dragon's roar spear technique. Bang! A flash of golden light erupted. A thunderous explosion resonated within the training chamber. And under the intense impact, the silver spear in Yihan's hand instantly deformed and shattered, while the fortified strength tester before him was obliterated in a single strike. Dust instantly clouded the air, and amidst the haze, Yihan gazed at the remnants of the strength tester, now reduced to scrap. If memory served correctly, this tester could withstand the peak strength of level 5, and its destruction in one blow attested to the formidable enhancement of the martial technique. The mastery achieved such terrifying damage. If fully cultivated, a single strike could potentially reach at least the mid-level 6. He then glanced at the broken spear in his hand. Ordinary level weapons could hardly endure a full-force eruption. He needed to find a suitable weapon promptly, since he chose to utilize spear techniques in his martial arts. It was imperative to select a spear. Although the Li family was renowned for its swordsmanship, their weapon collection also included a level spear. For the time being, he would have to make do with it, awaiting the opportunity to seek a better one after the martial examination. Gathering his thoughts, he recalled the plot of the original narrative. After the martial examination, the Martial Arts University would organize an excursion for students from various schools to witness the Demon Slayer army in the Demon Sea, aimed at enlightening all students about the grave crisis humanity faced, while simultaneously motivating them to diligently cultivate and aspire to join the Demon Slayer army to contribute to the human race. It was during this experiential activity that Yihan, the author's favorite character, found himself wandering restlessly at night and unexpectedly stumbled upon the ruins of a peak martial saint. One could hardly believe it was not a deliberate arrangement by the author. One might say it was a fortuitous encounter within the martial saint's ruins. To put it bluntly, it was akin to rising in the dead of night to unearth graves and plunder tombs. Within the ruins, Yihan acquired a profound telekinetic martial arts skill, which allowed him to shine brilliantly in the freshman exchange competition at the Martial Arts University, earning him fame across the Blue Star. This was indeed a significant opportunity for him in the early stages. Most importantly, within the Sacred Warrior's ruins lay a fragment of a divine weapon, which Yihan, at that moment, failed to recognize. It was only upon his second unexpected return to this place that he discovered it. That fragment was the core of a formidable spear. Yihan, brimming with confidence, smirked. "Since I am aware of this, all these opportunities shall be mine." He opened the system panel. The panel for the host has been activated. Host, Yihan. Martial Arts Realm. Initial stage of 5th level, Vitality 20, 0, 0, 0 cards. Telekinetic Proficiency. Entry level, Villain Points, 16, 0, 0, 0. Skills, Shura's Sacred Body, Great Accomplishment. Dragon Soaring Spear Technique, Proficient. System All. Main Quest, Seize the Fate and Fortune. Eliminate all children of destiny. Become the strongest villain. Current task, Plunder Yifeng's fortune and opportunities. Eliminate Yihan. Gazing at his initial 5th level prowess and the impressive 20, 0, 0, 0 cards of vitality, Yihan revealed a satisfied smile. The maximum vitality for the initial 5th level could reach 20, 0, 0, 0 cards. And his current achievement was indeed attributable to the great accomplishment of the Shura's Sacred Body granted by the system. Checking the time, he noted that less than half a month remained until the martial examination, and he would not be attending school for the next 2 weeks. Henceforth, he would dedicate himself to perfecting the dragon soaring spear technique at home. Victory in the martial examination was already secured. With determination, Yihan picked up his phone and made a call, speaking with grandiosity. "Hello, please send me 50 pounds of vitality recovery pills." "Certainly, young Master Li." For a full fortnight, Yihan transformed the training room into his dormitory, tirelessly practicing within its confines. His sudden fervor for improvement delighted the Li family, who rejoiced at his awakening. The young master has finally awakened. Meanwhile, outside the training room, Li Batian observed silently, his face adorned with a kind smile and tears glistening in his eyes as he nodded repeatedly. "Good lad, you've truly grown up. Such diligence makes your second uncle proud." Simultaneously, in a mountainous region of the Great Xia, a streak of silvery, sword energy sliced through the sky, howling as it swept across the forest. Shortly thereafter, a massive beast resembling a mountain demon met its demise, its head severed from its body, collapsing in defeat. Upon witnessing the head of the mountain demon roll at his feet, Yifeng crushed it beneath his boot. He then threw back his head and howled, releasing the pent-up fury and grievances within him. At last, I have done it, as he beheld the fifth-level beast lying before him. Confidence surged in Yifeng's eyes like a piercing sword. Moments later, as if recalling something, he knelt on one knee before a woman shrouded in white gauze, her figure voluptuous and alluring, emerging from the dense trees. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." "Yes, rise," a cool voice responded, tinged with a hint of delight. "You have indeed not disappointed me. This time, it seems you have struck gold. In less than half a month's time, he has achieved the formidable fourth-tier strength to slay a fifth-tier beast, truly a prodigious talent. Fortunately, I took him under my wing as a disciple early on, otherwise, a multitude of mentors would have eagerly sought him out for the martial examination. With the martial examination set for tomorrow, it is essential to recuperate well, and I shall accompany you on your journey. Here, take this low-grade blood condensation pill. May it aid you in your endeavors during the examination tomorrow." Observing the low-grade pill given to him by his master, Yifeng frowned. "Low-grade? I am clearly deserving of a high-grade blood condensation pill. This is all his fault." A familiar face flashed through his mind, and he clenched his fists, a chilling aura emanating from him. "Humph, that detestable Yihan. For this martial examination, I shall ensure you kneel before me in submission." Chapter 16. Your strength emerges but wishes to depart early in the morning. The entrance of Jingwu University was already bustling with people. Today marks a significant day for the entire Great Xia's martial examination. Almost all candidates arrived accompanied by their parents, who were fervently cheering them on at the school gate. "Son, give it your all and secure a place in a second-tier martial arts university. Your father will reward you with a top-tier weapon." "Thank you, Dad." "Good daughter. Make sure you give it your best today." "Okay, Mom." As she observed the heartwarming scene of families encouraging their children, a flicker of envy crossed Sumo's eyes. She then gritted her teeth in frustration. It is all that detestable Li Yihan's fault for daring to slander the Su family. How could the Su family end up in such a dire situation? Accused of being spies for the demon clan, her father was conscripted into military service, leaving the once mighty Su family's vast enterprises without a leader, rapidly devoured by others. The considerable martial resources painstakingly accumulated from the Li family had also been inexplicably seized. If not for the solid foundation remaining and a few six-tier elders choosing to stay out of loyalty to the Su family, it is likely that their last remaining villa would have been lost. The once prominent Su family had instantly diminished by 2/3, their reputation now sullied. For the past half-month, Su Mo, the esteemed young lady of the Su family, had felt like a rat in a sewer, cowering at home and unable to venture outside, living in an unusually stifling manner, deprived of the light of day. If it were not for the importance of today's martial examination and the knowledge of Yifeng's return from his rigorous training, she might not have found the courage to step outside. The thought of soon meeting Yifeng brought a blush to Su Mo's cheeks. Surely, once Yifeng learns of this matter, he will avenge me. "Li Yihan, you better watch out." "Wow, what a stunning car." As these words were spoken, amidst the gasps of several students, a striking red sports car roared in, kicking up clouds of dust as it sped toward the school entrance, coming to a smooth halt under the envious gazes of the crowd. The scissor-like doors opened automatically, revealing long, powerful legs as a dashing figure emerged. The eldest son of the Li family. Wow, after half a month, why does young Master Li seem even more handsome? I think so too. Strange. As a seasoned admirer of beauty, how did I not notice how good-looking he was before? As Li Yihan stepped out of the car, he was greeted by a chorus of infatuated voices, and he returned their enthusiasm with warm greetings, causing a stir among the admirers. Suddenly, a harsh voice pierced through the bustling crowd at the school gate. "Li Yan, how dare you show your face before me? Given the turmoil that has befallen the Su family, do you not owe me an explanation? You shamelessly slander my family, leading us to ruin." Su Mo blocked Li Yihan's path, her cold gaze glinting with fury. Li Yihan halted his greeting, casting a disdainful glance at the haggard Su Mo, a smirk playing on his lips. Slander? A baseless accusation? How amusing. As the villain, isn't it only natural for me to throw some dirt? Besides, these are merely the same tactics you previously employed against the Li family. I'm merely replicating them. And who do you think you are to question my presence? Slander? The tribunal's report is black and white. How dare you suggest I am slandering you? His words resonated with the onlookers, who regarded Su Mo with contempt. Huh. The Su family has been reported by the tribunal for betraying humanity, and she dares to accuse young Master Li of slander? What a joke. Does she think the tribunal belongs to Li Yihan? The jeers from the crowd pierced Su Mo's heart like daggers, leaving her in a state of shock. Why did no one believe that it was Li Yihan's falsehood? Clenching her garment tightly, she trembled with indignation, just as she was overwhelmed with her grievances. A large hand landed on her shoulder, accompanied by a familiar voice. Mo, do not fear. Your strength has arrived. Upon hearing this, Su Mo froze and turned to see a figure illuminated by the light, her face brightening with joy. Brother Yihan, you finally come. Yes, rest assured. With me here, no one can bully you. Yifeng's warm smile soothed Su Mo, allowing her to lean against him, as if she had found her sanctuary. Sensing the warmth beside him, Yihan withdrew his smile, his expression turning frosty as he fixed his gaze upon Li Yihan, positioning Su Mo protectively behind him in a gallant display. How dare you take advantage of my absence to bully my sister, Su Mo? Even if you look down on me, the Su family behind her is not to be trifled with. Yihan regarded Li Yihan with unwavering confidence, his eyes flashing with fierce determination. He was no longer the same. Capable of hunting fifth-tier beasts, he had even mastered telekinesis. Achieving proficiency in telekinesis within a mere fortnight was an unprecedented feat. Now, what of Li Yihan? Even if he possessed a perfected holy body, Yihan was ready to retaliate. Upon hearing Yifeng's audacious words, Li Yihan chuckled. Oh, the Su family? Haven't you heard? The Su family has crumbled. It seems your information is rather outdated. Li Yihan observed Yihan with a mocking expression, seemingly anticipating a spectacle. Noticing the unsettling change in Li Yihan's demeanor, Yihan furrowed his brow. Having spent the past fortnight secluded in training, he was indeed unaware of the news from the outside world. Today, he had only managed to arrive at the school gate for the martial examination with his master's assistants. Thus, Yihan turned to Su Mo with a questioning gaze. Mo, what has happened to the Su family? Upon hearing Yifeng's inquiry, Su Mo seemed to have found a release for her pent-up emotions, as tears cascaded uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, allowing her to vent the grievances she had endured that day. Brother Yihan, you must stand up for our Su family. That despicable Li Yihan has the audacity to slander us, accusing our family of colluding with the demon clan. And my father has been taken by the tribunal. Such baseless accusations were entirely fabricated by Li Yihan alone. Boom. The moment Su Mo's words reached him, a thunderclap reverberated in Yifeng's mind. The calm demeanor he had maintained shattered instantly, his body instinctively retreating 2 steps, his face a portrait of astonishment. What? The Su family colluding with the demon clan? And the head of the Su family has been captured by the tribunal? If they were truly apprehended, it would indeed be a matter of grave consequence. Standing before Su Mo, gazing into her innocent eyes, Yifeng's heart raced with trepidation, unsure of how to respond, his body involuntarily retreating further. Today marked the conclusion of the martial arts examination, during which he was to be personally recognized as a disciple by Su Ningshui, the esteemed vice president of Qingwu University. He could not afford any misstep at such a critical moment, especially not one that could associate him with the traitorous Su family. This could plunge him into a maelstrom of public opinion, jeopardizing his chance to become Su Ningshui's direct disciple. How infuriating! He had once believed that becoming a direct disciple of the vice president would garner the Su family's attention and investment in his potential. Yet now, to be informed that the Su family's resources had vanished, who was he to turn to for support now? Your strength has become a liability. Chapter 17. A foolish girl should be paired with a worthless man. Yifeng's gaze towards Su Mo began to shift, the feigned concern he had previously displayed evaporating, his eyes losing their luster and growing cold. Ah, was my intention in seeking you merely to acquire resources? Initially, he had been irked by the inexplicable lack of Li family's resources, But now he was confronted with the revelation that even the Su family's resources had vanished. With the sole utilitarian value of this foolish girl extinguished, what purpose did she serve for him now? Did he truly wish to entangle himself in such a predicament? Observing the subtle changes in Yifeng's expression, Yihan's lips curled into a smirk, taking note of every inconspicuous gesture that unfolded before him. Yifeng's character was indeed, as depicted in the original narrative, an individual driven by self-interest. Each person he encountered bore a purpose, a means to an end. Whenever he met a woman capable of providing him with an advantage, he would meticulously disguise his intentions, creating serendipitous encounters to forge connections. He would engage in tender exchanges, playing the role of a caring confidant, thereby establishing a sense of reliance. Conversely, if he encountered a man, he would feign brotherly affection, expressing a camaraderie that belied his true motives, reveling in shared toasts, and even occasionally flirting with the women of his companions. In the original tale, Yifeng's acquaintances were countless, yet each was backed by resources and power. However, once their utility diminished, they were swiftly cast aside, lest he be tainted by association. Much like those impoverished brothers who, though they revered him, ultimately met with dismal fates. Initially, Yifeng persistently orchestrated chance encounters to pursue Su Mo, keenly aware of the resources that lay behind her, capable of providing a plethora of martial arts assets. Given the current predicament of the Su family, it was only a matter of time before Su Mo would be cast aside by Yifeng, and that foolish girl still harbored hopes that Yifeng would avenge her. What a delusional reverie. Yihan regarded Su Mo with a mocking expression, her eyes reflecting pity, as if she foresaw Su Mo's tragic fate and understood well the words Yifeng was about to utter. As anticipated, Yifeng gradually disengaged from Su Mo's embrace, gazing at her with indifference, before resolutely stating, "The impartiality of the judgment court is evident to all within the human realm. I believe you have misunderstood young Master Li." His words struck Su Mo's heart like a heavy hammer, causing her previously smiling lips to freeze in shock. "Huh? Shouldn't you be defending me? What was Yifeng saying?" Su Mo momentarily faltered, questioning him with trembling eyes. "Brother Yifeng, what do you mean? Why are you siding with Yihan?" Noting the inquiry, Yifeng remained unfazed. "I'm not advocating for anyone. The fairness of the judgment court is beyond my reproach." Su Mo felt deeply, her eyelashes quivering as she gazed at Yifeng with a complex expression. "What do you mean by that?" Yifeng clasped his hands behind his back, slightly raising his chin, feigning a stance of righteous indignation. "Where there is no wind, there are no waves. An empty cave does not produce sound. Does the Su family truly bear no blame?" Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Su Mo felt as though the world was spinning, a wave of pain surging within her chest. How could Yifeng doubt his own words? How could he even tarnish the reputation of the Su family? Ding! System detects emotional rift between Su Mo and Yifeng. Villain points. 3,000. Is this possible? The sudden system notification astonished Yihan. Continue. You actually don't believe my words? I doubt there exists a more impartial place than the judgment court of humanity. Yifeng stood before Su Mo, his expression unyielding, his voice resounding as if he were an incorruptible judge. Meanwhile, he was calculating his next move. After becoming a disciple, an inexplicable bond formed between master and apprentice. He could easily sense his teacher nearby, undoubtedly observing him. "I must present myself as a paragon of integrity, so my master can witness my righteous character." High above, a figure concealed like water within the clouds was Su Ningshui. True to Yifeng's suspicions, she was covertly observing, looking down with a serene visage that briefly flickered with emotion. She had heard every word Yifeng spoke. Pleased, she nodded in approval, as expected of my esteemed disciple. Possessing such admirable character, able to discern right from wrong, and loathing evil. Excellent indeed. Gradually, her form faded from the sky, as she had to make her appearance as a special examiner for the martial arts examination. At the school gate, sensing that his master had shifted her attention away, Yifeng exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Su Mo's fury had now shifted from Yihan to Yifeng. "Yifeng, I never anticipated you to be such a person." Although my family, the Su clan, has lost the majority of its resources, it is not something you can easily trample upon. Upon hearing this, Yifeng momentarily halted. What? A majority? Does it imply the Su clan still possesses a portion of its resources? No. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Yifeng swiftly altered his strategy. He could not afford to sever ties at this moment. As Su Mo was about to continue her reproach, her hand was firmly grasped by Yifeng. Looking deeply into her eyes, he earnestly declared, "You have misunderstood me. What I mean is, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the Su clan, I shall stand by your side. I will accompany you through these challenging times." Yifeng presented himself as if he were willing to confront the entire world for her, leaving Su Mo momentarily stunned. Her anger dissipating, replaced by shyness as she murmured, "Is it really true?" "Indeed, of course." Yifeng's farm seemed instantly captivated Sumov, prompting her to rush into his embrace, sobbing against his chest. "Whoa, brother Yifeng, you are truly wonderful. Just a moment ago, I thought you." Yifeng feigned a gentle pat on Sumo's head, softly responding, "How could that be, silly girl?" Yet a glimmer of cleverness flickered in his eyes. "Oomph. If it weren't for the fact that the Su clan still possesses some resources, why would I bother with you? Now, in your solitude, those resources are essentially mine." Ha ha. Observing their inexplicable reconciliation, Yihan felt a wave of exasperation. This foolish woman truly lacked sense. How could she believe Yifeng's blatant deceit? Indeed, foolish girls are fated for foolish men. Regaining her composure, she reflected on Yifeng's earlier words, which were evidently a performance for his master. And his swift change of demeanor likely aimed at the remaining resources of the Su clan. How utterly ridiculous. The onlookers, unable to stomach the scene, began to voice their disdain. How shameless. To associate with the daughter of a traitor. Do they fear divine retribution? As Yifeng noticed the crowd's growing criticism, he surveyed them with a cold snort, exuding an air of authority. "Oomph. Silence. What do you know? Who would turn against martial resources? This is called being adaptable. Moreover, once I become the direct disciple of Su Ning Shui, you will retract your petty expressions and wholeheartedly admire me." Before departing, Yifeng's gaze lingered on Li Yihan, his murderous intent unmasked. "In the martial examinations combat segment, I shall render you powerless." The heavy clouds were dispersed by the wind, and a gentle ray of morning light bathed the entrance of the Kyoto Martial High School. As the bell rang, the examinees entered the school with fervent eyes, eager to showcase their best performances in the upcoming martial examination. Chapter 18. The martial examination officially commences at the Kyoto Martial High School's playground. All third-year examinees gathered as the principal passionately addressed them from the podium, rallying their spirits. Numerous parents stood nearby, observing. Today marks a significant day for the human race's martial examination. In this era where martial arts are embraced by all, everyone sets aside their tasks to watch the examination unfold on television or in live streams. As a member of the Great Xia, it is almost customary for me to witness familiar faces or the children of friends participating in each martial arts examination, all gathering to cheer and offer encouragement. Major media outlets vie for the most advantageous positions to broadcast the event, presenting the live scenes of the martial arts examination without reservation, employing various detailed angles to capture attention and boost viewership. These candidates represent the future of humanity, poised to join the demon subjugation army against the demonic forces. Thus, observing them equates to contemplating the future of our kind. On the field, the principal fervently articulated his speech for 10 minutes, relishing this rare opportunity to shine once a year. At such times, he meticulously applies hair gel, dons formal attire, and speaks for as long as he can at the podium, basking in the glow of flashbulbs and cameras. Standing before the lectern, the principal appeared particularly spirited, exuding an air of confidence regarding this martial arts examination. What a stroke of luck! The first school has produced 2 fourth-tier candidates, a phenomenon rarely seen in a millennium. The top scorer of this year's Kyoto Martial Arts Examination undoubtedly belongs to our institution. The second school can only await their inevitable downfall. Should we cultivate a champion? Next year's educational resources will undoubtedly favor our school, widening the gap between the two institutions over time. The thought of an impending increase in educational funding brought a smile to the principal's face, a look of uncontainable glee spreading across his features. Yihan stood at the forefront of the crowd, observing the incessant chatter of the principal, idly fiddling with the hem of his clothing. Indeed, no matter the setting, the leader's speeches often feel superfluous. He sensed two pairs of eyes fixed upon him from behind, one filled with combat intent and murderous energy, while the other brimmed with resentment and fury. He could easily deduce their identities, the duo known for their cunning antics. Earlier at the school gate, Yihan had sensed an unusual change in Yi Feng since their last encounter and employed his system to scrutinize Yi's current abilities. As expected, he had reached the pinnacle of the fourth tier in martial arts, with his mental prowess attaining the entry level, and he had even mastered a martial skill of considerable rank. Truly a prodigy. Although he concealed his strength well, attempting to play the fool, Yihan saw through him effortlessly. It was inevitable. After all, he had connections. Nevertheless, Yihan couldn't help but marvel at Yi Feng's remarkable resurgence. Achieving continuous progress in such a short span, truly astonishing. Not only had he honed his mental abilities, but he also managed to grasp a skill of noteworthy caliber. The potential of these fated individuals is indeed formidable. A mere half-month's disappearance had led to such significant advancement. It is no wonder the protagonists of those exhilarating tales often vanish for a time, only to return and obliterate their adversaries. They possess an aura of destiny. With a dismissive scoff, Yihan thought to himself, but what of it? Just because you possess some skills doesn't entitle you to arrogance in front of me. I will ensure you remember that while you may have your talents, they are devoid of substance. Finally, he concluded, I wish all candidates outstanding achievements. With those words, the principal's pre-examination mobilization came to an end, and the previously scattered gazes of the candidates united, each one brimming with anticipation and vigor. The martial arts examination was about to commence. As the principal descended from the podium, a sudden tremor shook the ground, and the once flat expanse of the playground grass began to rise dramatically. The crowd turned their gazes in unison toward the source of the sound, where a grand arena emerged from the earth, its surface shedding clumps of soil. With a resounding creak, the arena solidified into view, a testing ground for combat. Behold, the arena constructed from pristine white tiles, hewn from the rare white or found in the mystical sea, specifically designed for the martial examination. This material, impervious even to the mightiest of fifth-tier strikes, promised durability for decades, as no instance of the arena being damaged during martial assessments had ever been recorded. Just as the candidates were marveling at the sight, the principal's voice echoed once more. Next, let us welcome our esteemed guest examiner, Principal Su, to the arena. As the words faded, a graceful figure descended from the heavens, her long hair dancing in the gentle breeze, her voluptuous form partially veiled by a translucent gown. The candidates widened their eyes, transfixed by her presence. This was the vice president of Tsinghua University, the legendary beauty and eighth-tier martial master, Su Ningshui. The martial examination, an annual grand event pivotal to the selection of talent among humankind, saw overwhelming participation each year, necessitating division among various martial arts schools. To ensure fairness, each institution appointed a special examiner, typically a seventh-tier instructor. The presence of an eighth-tier martial master, especially one who was also a vice president, was exceedingly rare. At that moment, the principal resembled a proud rooster, preening before the cameras, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he reveled in his institution's prestige. I wonder if that old fellow from the second school is watching. This is the stature of our first school. What can he possibly compare? On the arena, Su Ningshui removed her immaculate veil, revealing her stunning visage, prompting gasps of admiration from the audience. Despite nearing 40, she bore no marks of age. Her skin remained smooth and taut. Wow, I can't believe the examiner from the first school is the beautiful principal of Tsinghua University. She is so stunning. If I'm chosen by her, it could propel my future to great heights. The candidates felt invigorated by her arrival, their excitement renewed. In the crowd, Yifeng's eyes sparkled with fervor as fleeting thoughts of unrefined gestures crossed his mind. Goodness, I never imagined my masteress physique could be so ample, and her face so youthful. Age is merely a number. Skill is what truly matters. With a serene smile, Su Ningshui gazed upon all the candidates, her eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, exuding a unique charm typical of a mature woman. Yet internally, she grappled with feelings of nausea and disdain. She had overheard the earlier remarks. A bunch of toads dreaming of swan meat? They should take a moment to reflect in the mirror and see their own worth. Despite her inner revulsion, she maintained an elegant composure, gliding toward the central judging position of the combat arena. Upon her taking a seat, the other proctors from the institution hastily settled in, not daring to exhibit any negligence. Noticing all the examiners had gathered, Su Ningshui retracted the smile that had just emerged from her disguise, her expression transforming into one of utter neutrality. A crisp and chilling voice emanated from her rosy lips, resonating throughout the entire playground despite its modest volume. The first event of the martial examination commences. Chapter 19, A Casual Strike, the Fish is Hooked. Let us go. Upon hearing the announcement of the first event's commencement, all candidates quickly rallied their spirits, subsequently dividing into 4 groups according to their drawn numbers, each ascending to the stage from the corners. The previously vacant corners of the arena now showcased 4 robust black strength testing apparatuses. The inaugural examination was a strength test. Yihan, positioned at the end of the 4th group, gazed ahead at the serpentine line of candidates. Alas, must even the young master wait in line for an examination? It had been ages since he had queued for such a lengthy duration. He vaguely recalled the last time he stood in line was when cotton had been shoved down his throat. With idle time on his hands, Yihan began to reflect on the rules of the martial examination. He was aware that the examination encompassed 4 distinct tests. The first was the strength test, followed by the vitality test, the mental power test, and ultimately the combat test. Each subsequent test posed a greater challenge than the last, with the most exhilarating being the final combat test, a true contest of skill where real weapons and genuine blows were exchanged. Numerous candidates, who may not have shown in the earlier tests, managed to break through in the final round, capturing the attention of various martial arts universities. The most formidable of all was the mental power test, which served as an extra credit opportunity. Nearly 99% of candidates would receive a score of 0 in this test. After all, mental power represented the pinnacle of a martial artist's lifelong pursuit. Those who could grasp it by the age of 18 were undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Thus, candidates who succeeded in this category were almost always extended invitations from the top 10 martial universities on Blue Star. Bang! 880. Boom! 758. Thunderous sounds echoed as fists collided with the testing devices, marking the commencement of the strength test. Most candidates demonstrated peak second-tier levels, delivering strikes in the range of 800 to 1,000. However, a select few exceptional students at the 3rd tier managed to achieve outstanding results around 2,000. The emergence of such remarkable scores invariably elicited gasps of astonishment. Suddenly, a resounding collision akin to thunder reverberated across the arena, causing everyone to turn in unison. The proctor stammered out an unfathomable score. 5,000. What? The announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy, as disbelief washed over them. However, upon discerning the figure, astonished murmurs erupted. Was that not Yihan? Though it was known he had reached the 4th tier, his strength evidently surpassed that of an ordinary 4th tier individual. It was the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Had he truly progressed so significantly in such a brief span? As the astonished discussions enveloped him, Yihan slightly curled the corners of his mouth in a smile. Meanwhile, on the podium, the principal nodded enthusiastically, affirming, "Yes, yes. This is precisely the effect we desired. In our esteemed institution, there exists another remarkable individual. This is undoubtedly the finest form of promotion for recruitment." The moment the results were announced, reporters from various media outlets swiftly set up their cameras, zooming in to capture the highlights of the scores. The number 5,000 prominently displayed on the electronic scoreboard sent shockwaves through the live broadcast rooms, with a barrage of comments flooded in. Goodness, is this still a high school student? This strength seems almost fifth tier. How could such an extraordinary talent emerge from Kyoto number 1 high school? Surely, he must be the top scorer of this martial arts examination. So dashing. My darling, I adore you. With formidable prowess and an elegant demeanor, Yifeng swiftly garnered numerous fans in the live stream, skyrocketing to trending status, prompting many infatuated admirers to rally in support of him. At this moment, as the spotlight shone upon him, Yifeng cast a disdainful glance towards Group 4. Yihan, with your ancestral skills, what do you possess to contend against me? With a confident and commanding stride, Yifeng descended the podium. Truly, he is my brother Yifeng. I must strive harder. Observing Yifeng sitiking silhouette. Sumo silently inquired herself. Next up, Sumo 250. Haha, how utterly humiliating. I could produce more with a mere flatulence. Upon hearing the incessant jeers from the audience after her score was revealed, Sumo's fair complexion flushed crimson as she dejectedly exited the stage. It's merely a result of a few restless days. A bunch of losers. Why laugh? I have my brother Yifeng shielding me, while you all are just pathetic and possess nothing. After hearing Sumo's score, Yifeng fell into silence, regarding her with a complex expression, feigning a smile in response to her attempts at comfort. Alas, were it not for the remaining resources of the Su family, I would truly wish to sever ties with this utterly useless woman. This scene did not escape Li Yihan's notice, who nearly doubled over with laughter, a glimmer of mockery flickering in her eyes. Yifeng, do you not enjoy pretending? Then I shall indulge you, allowing you to bask in your facade for a while longer. When you believe you have left me far behind, only to be defeated by me with a single move in the final duel, I wonder what kind of expression will grace your face. Suddenly, a mischievous idea sparked in her mind. With that thought, Li Yihan broke into a devilish grin. She promptly retrieved her phone and made a call. Is a Li family media company still operational? Yes, young master. We are currently the industry leader. May I inquire why you ask? Are you seeking to publicize your martial arts examination results? Rest assured, arrangements have already been made. No need for that. After the martial arts examination, you should, Understood, young master Li. By the way, has father returned? Yes, young master. The elder is en route to the examination venue. Very well. Just as she hung up, the proctor called her name. Next, Li Yan. Upon hearing Li Yihan's name, all eyes in the auditorium turned toward him. Even the principal rose from the podium. Young Master Li, a fourth-tier practitioner and a perfected sacred body. What level of prowess can he possibly demonstrate? I certainly cannot compare to Yifeng, whose strength reaches the pinnacle of the fourth tier at 5,000. Young Master Li appears to have recently indulged in excessive medication to artificially enhance his sacred physique, rendering his realm somewhat superficial. The analysis from above holds merit, yet I remain unconvinced. Let's observe the unfolding events. Standing before the black power testing device, Li Yihan casually unleashed a punch, producing what seemed like a reasonable score. 3,850. Wow. Although many gasped in surprise, the majority responded with mockery. Even the principal, upon witnessing this score, sank into a seat with evident disappointment. It seems that this artificially inflated fourth-tier power carries an undeniable insubstantiality. Wealth cannot redeem ineptitude. The derisive voices surged like a tide, interwoven with jealousy, yet Li Yihan remained unfazed. Observing that his score paled in comparison to his own, Yifeng's pride surged, and his fighting spirit intensified. Just wait until the final battle. I shall make you regret your existence. As the only two fourth-tier competitors in this examination, they are destined to confront one another in the martial arts test. Before stepping off the stage, Li Yihan caught a glimpse of Yifeng as confident. Battle-ready gaze and couldn't he help but smirk slightly. The bait has been taken. Chapter 20. Preparations for Eruption. In a grand spectacle, the first strength test concluded, and all candidates returned to their previous positions in line. On the electronic screen, standing in the center of the playground, Yifeng led with an astounding score of 5,000. Not only did he claim first place at this examination site, but he also stood unrivaled across the entire Great Xia, a feat never before witnessed in the history of martial arts examinations. The trending topics surged, and he quickly became a focal point of societal attention. After many years, the humble families finally produced a prodigy. The decline of the affluent? A gifted youth surpasses the offspring of noble families. Discussions surrounding this phenomenon proliferated, with tensions rising between humble families and aristocratic clans. Numerous martial arts instructors from esteemed universities have begun to monitor his forthcoming performances, while the entire online community delves into uncovering every detail about him. However, it perplexed netizens that there was no trace of information about Yihan online, as if he were an internet ghost, leaving no digital footprint. This did not deter his fervent fans, who formed support teams, becoming ardent admirers. For the first time experiencing the adulation akin to that of a celestial body surrounded by stars, Yihan lifted his chin and cast a disdainful glance at Yihan, his eyes brimming with contempt. Do you see? This is merely the beginning. From now on, the world will gravitate towards me, not some pampered scion like you. Your downfall is imminent. Yihan paid no heed to Yihan's provocation. Indeed, those who lack the most often flaunt their ostentation the loudest. Soon enough, I shall demonstrate to you that the higher one ascends, the more catastrophic the fall. Seated in the position of the chief examiner, Su Ningshui gazed at Yihan with admiration. He is indeed the disciple I have chosen. With such talent, he will undoubtedly prove invaluable to me in the future. Her gaze then shifted to the second-ranked candidate. With a derisive smile, she concealed none of the coldness in her eyes. The heir of the Li family is hardly impressive. Yihan's performance, while commendable as the second highest at this examination venue, did not secure a place within the top 10 across the entire Xia, which starkly illustrates the formidable prowess of this year's candidates. This left the principal slightly disheartened, who let out a sigh, lamenting the missed opportunity to secure the top 2 positions, an aspiration that now seemed overly ambitious. Nevertheless, observing the upcoming circumstances, retaining the first position appeared to be a certainty. The next phase of the assessment commenced, the vitality test. The chief adjudicator announced loudly in the center of the arena. With a thunderous rumble, for elegantly carved pale columns slowly ascended from the corners of the stage, each adorned with a scale resembling a thermometer, the pinnacle of which marked 10,000 calories, the maximum vitality achievable at the 4th tier. Historically, no prodigy had ever attained the 5th tier before the age of 18, making the 4th tier the ultimate benchmark for this test. As the adjudicator's command resonated, the test proceeded with fervor. When the final candidate completed their evaluation, the vitality test concluded. Once again, Yihan emerged as the frontrunner with an impressive vitality of 999 calories. To the astonishment of many, Yihan, despite being at the same 4th tier, only registered a meager 6,055 calories, inviting scorn from numerous onlookers. It is worth noting that reaching 500 calories signifies entry into the 1st tier. In this era of revitalized spiritual energy, nearly all adults can achieve this, barring any physical impediments. The 2nd tier's vitality ranges from 500 to 2,000 calories. The 3rd tier spans from 2,000 to 5,000 calories, while the 4th tier lies between 5,000 and 10,000 calories. Thus, with Yihan slightly above 6,000 calories, he was undeniably at the bottom of the 4th tier, explaining the disdain from those of lesser realms. Moreover, unlike the strength test, which could be manipulated, the vitality test provides an unequivocal measurement of one's current energy levels. While there may have been suspicions of feigned weakness during the strength assessment, such deception is impossible in the vitality test. To obscure the results of the vitality meter would require extraordinary means. Do you possess such capabilities? Although your realm is higher than ours, when compared to others of the same tier, you are still significantly lacking. Those who harbored jealousy towards Yihan seem to find a source of validation in this scenario, beginning to murmur incessantly. His strength is lacking, his vitality is lacking. It is evident that his realm has been artificially inflated through the use of substances so superficial he would undoubtedly be felled by a single punch from Yihan. These rumors spread like wildfire. Upon hearing them, Yifan's previously held posture became even more proud. While Suemo eagerly anticipated a scenario where Yihan would force Li Yihan to beg for mercy in the final combat segment. As for Li Yihan, the subject of these rumors, he remained unfazed, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Yes, just so. The greater the disparity, the more valuable the gold coins that will emerge from Yihan. During the vitality test, he had intentionally calibrated his energy to yield a notably low score, aiming to instill a sense of inflated confidence in Yihan. Casting a disdainful glance at the vitality meter, which maxed out at a mere 10,000, he smirked. If I truly wish to showcase my prowess, I could easily surpass that. Next came the third component of the assessment, the mental strength test. Participation in this segment was notably sparse, with the majority opting to forego the opportunity, unwilling to risk embarrassment. Amidst the thousands of candidates, fewer than 100 remained to participate. Among this dwindling group, a significant portion approached the event with a casual attitude, hoping that fortune might favor them today. Thus, when Li Yihan ascended to the testing platform, a cacophony of derisive laughter erupted. Had anyone ever heard of enhancing one's mental prowess through medication? It was absurd. The laughter echoed, so young Master Li seeks to gamble on luck as well. Unfazed by the whispers and jibes, Li Yihan maintained a serene demeanor, undisturbed by their mockery, for he harbored his own ambitions. In truth, even if he had chosen not to participate in this mental power examination, his performance in the final martial arts assessment would have guaranteed his admission to either Qingwu or Diwu, two of the most prestigious academies, without the need to showcase any innate talent for mental prowess. However, Li Yihan's aspirations transcended those elite institutions. Having perused the original narrative, he was aware that among the multitude of martial arts universities in the Great Xia, while Qingwu and Diwu appeared to be the apex, the reality was far different. There existed an institution, albeit lesser known, whose strength eclipsed that of both renowned academies, the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. Its principal was none other than the semi-emperor of the human race, Jidong. While Jidong was widely acknowledged as the foremost warrior of humanity, few knew him in his capacity as the head of the Extreme Path Academy. Only enrolled students or the patriarchs of established noble families were privy to this knowledge. In stark contrast to other universities that boasted enrollments in the thousands, the admission criteria of this academy were exceedingly stringent, accepting merely a handful of students each year. As a result, it seldom graced the public's attention. The outside world never advertised it, often dismissing it as an ordinary school with lofty aspirations yet limited capabilities. Little did they realize that this very obscurity contributed to its enigmatic allure. The reason Li Yihan sought to take part in the mental power test was precisely because the Extreme Path Academy exclusively admitted candidates with potential for mental prowess. Moreover, the higher one's mental level, the greater the likelihood of acceptance. With fervent determination, Li Yihan was resolute in his intent to excel in this endeavor. Meanwhile, the figure of Li Huayuan gradually emerged in the sky. Phew, I managed to catch the brat's martial examination just in time. I've heard he has become unusually diligent since he stopped relying on flattery. Let us see what your father can anticipate. As the scene unfolded, Li Huayuan concealed his presence and seamlessly blended into the crowd, unbeknownst to those around him that this seemingly unremarkable man was, in fact, a martial master. His gaze was fixed on the third segment of the mental power test. Skeptical, he tilted his head. Could this lad truly possess the ability to harness mental power? Was he so effortlessly stepping onto the stage? If he were to embarrass himself, his father would surely bear the brunt of the humiliation. Though he understood that the rules of the mental power test were quite straightforward, he worried that the young rascal might falter under pressure. Frowning slightly, he recalled that the mental power assessment did not utilize fixed instruments or standard metrics for evaluation. Instead, it assessed candidates through the first skill of the entry-level mental power realm, telekinesis. Once one attained the entry-level mental power stage, they could manipulate objects at a distance. The greater the number of objects one could control, the more solid their foundation and the higher their level of skill. With a sigh, Li Huayuan felt a pang of concern that his son might bring him shame. Consequently, he found a relatively secluded spot to sit quietly, observing from afar. He believed that his concealment was flawless, unaware that his furtive demeanor had already been detected by Yihan. Ah, the old rascal has arrived? Well, that certainly emboldens the mischief. He confidently shifted his gaze forward. At the center of the arena lay 10 hefty alloy throwing knives, seemingly small, yet astonishingly heavy, each weighing over 100 kilograms. The rules were simple. To score, one must utilize telekinesis to lift or move at least one of the knives. The maximum score was 100, but controlling a single knife with telekinesis was an exceedingly daunting task. Although the number of participants was modest, the attention garnered through television and live broadcasts was no less than that of the previous two events. After all, this was a glimpse into the realm of genius. Those who could score in this segment were undoubtedly exceptional talents, nearly on the threshold of prestigious martial arts universities. Thus, when Yihan stepped up, the crowd erupted in astonishment. All the candidates left in awe. When did Yihan master telekinesis? Didn't he have it during the last mock exam? Could it be recent? This is simply monstrous. The live stream was ignited, a barrage of comments flooding in, causing his fervent supporters to go wild once more. This lad embodies invincibility. Truly a talent I have recognized. Perfect scores in the first two events, and he still has to partake in the telekinesis test. This genius is destined for our Yihan Martial Arts Academy. You upstairs should leave. Clearly, both prestigious institutions will be vying for Yihan. What business do you have here? The telekinesis test quickly reached its midpoint. Among the participants, only 2 had managed to barely control a single knife, while the others had utterly failed. As anticipated by the onlookers, most had merely attempted their luck. Next, Yihan. When the judge called his name, the arena fell into a swift silence. All eyes fixated upon him. Yihan, too, watched with intrigue, eager to discover just how many knives this extraordinary talent from the original text could manipulate. What do you think? How many knives can he control at once? 3 at most. Any more, and I'll eat dirt. I estimate about the same. Yihan, isolating himself from the surrounding clamor, stood motionless at the center of the platform, as if merging with it. He held his breath, fully concentrating on the 10 throwing knives. Suddenly, an invisible force erupted from him, the surrounding air visibly warping. Following Yihan's gaze, the distorted air surged forward, causing the once stationary knives to tremble slightly on the arena's tiled floor. The tremors grew more pronounced, their clattering sounds resonating crisply amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. 5 knives suddenly soared into the air, swiftly levitating, and although one wavered precariously, the awe of the audience drowned out all else. Five knives? My goodness, Yihan is truly extraordinary. It is said that the best record in history was merely 6 knives, yet regrettably, on that day, it was ultimately claimed by an obscure institution. What about that fellow known as Shit Eater? Hey, don't leave, I have something. Yihan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, found that manipulating 5 flying knives was already his limit. However, the incessant admiration surrounding him filled him with delight, prompting him to consider arranging the 5 knives in formation to taunt Yihan. Alas, his control over the 5th knife faltered, disrupting the formation and causing them all to clatter to the ground. Although he failed to achieve the desired display, his confidence remained unshaken. 5 knives. Yihan, do you even measure up? How many can you manage? Yihan strode past Yihan, head held high, exuding provocation. It seemed Yihan understood his insinuation. Ah, now I grasp what you were attempting earlier. So this is what you fancy. Just wait. I shall give you a performance shortly. Next up, Yihan. As it became his turn, Yihan ambled to the center with an unhurried demeanor. The crowd, rife with envy and malice, eagerly awaited his potential humiliation, ready to pounce on any misstep. Particularly, Su Mo seemed almost eager for Yihan to falter disgracefully. His father, too, craned his neck from the throng, eyes wide in anticipation of his son's forthcoming display. Amidst the gathered gazes, Yihan remained as serene as a placid lake, wholly unaffected by the scrutiny. A slight smile graced his lips as he gently lifted a finger. Clink, clink, clink. 10 flying knives seemingly summoned by an unseen force stood at attention, swiftly and uniformly rising into the air, undulating without hesitation. What? Am I seeing things? All 10 have risen. Incredible. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them, especially those who had been poised to mock, their mouths agape like eggs. Even the principal stood up, his gaze ablaze with fervor. The live stream erupted in chaos. No way. Did I just witness a record-breaking feat? How effortlessly he achieved this. Wait, isn't that the young master from the Lee family? Who knew he possessed such prowess? What good is telekinesis? In the upcoming duel, he could still easily be bested by Yihan. In the arena's center, Yihan's fingers danced fluidly, and under his command, the previously stationary knives sprang to life. Guided by the lead knife, they formed an intricate sequence in mid-air, spelling out 2 letters. Below, watching the knives change with such ease under Yihan's control, Yifeng's face turned ashen, akin to someone who had just tasted something repugnant. However, he quickly regained his composure, snorting dismissively. So what if your telekinesis surpasses mine? What are your talents? We are still in a realm where martial prowess and techniques reign supreme. The martial examination tests versatility. In every other aspect, you fall short compared to me, especially in combat. Just wait until I make you regret it, repaying all past humiliations in kind. After all, I wield a sword capable of cleaving through realms. Chapter 22. The Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. Martial Saint. Upon observing the shifting expressions of Yihan, from sunny to overcast, Yihan raised an eyebrow, relishing this demeanor and anticipating the moment of your impotent fury that would soon unfold. The splendid performance I shall stage for you is on the verge of commencing. The forthcoming contest is bound to strip you of all dignity. Meanwhile, far to the east of the great Xia, in a courtyard interwoven with bamboo groves, an uproar suddenly erupted. The dilapidated plaque at the entrance faintly revealed the words Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy. Adjacent to the academy, in a decrepit bamboo cottage, an elderly man with white hair, clad in a tank top and flamboyant shorts, reclined lazily on a wooden chair, occasionally breaking into a silly grin while engrossed in his phone. Deputy Dean. What a delightful surprise. Suddenly, the wooden gate of the bamboo enclosure swung open, hastily pushed aside by a young man clad in dark linen, startling the old man, who jolted upright and hurriedly tucked away his phone, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his serene visage. The old man casually wiped the corner of his mouth with his tank top, as if attempting to conceal something. Cough, cough. Chiyu, what brings you here in such a flurry? Is it not customary to knock before entering? Observing the calm demeanor of Li Qing, Chiyu expressed his confusion. Deputy Dean Li, were you not watching the live broadcast as well? Are you not the least bit surprised? Li Qing sat up slightly from his reclining position, adopting an expression of unforgettable astonishment, and muttered to himself, indeed, quite a surprise. This episode features remarkably long legs. Mid-sentence, Li Qing paused, suddenly turning to Chiyu with a scolding tone. Bah, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you truly believe I would indulge in such broadcasts? My lefts. Oh no, what am I even thinking? Why waste time watching those supernatural spectacles instead of honing one's mental prowess? Li Qing's abrupt admonition left Chiyu momentarily bewildered, leading him to question, did you not instruct us to watch the martial examination broadcast to identify those with mental talent? Huh? You refer to that broadcast? Li Qing coughed, quickly masking his earlier embarrassment and adopting the demeanor of a venerable elder. Upon hearing this, Chiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, he dismisses even 10 blades with such ease. Truly, Dean Li is composed. I must learn from him. To wield 10 flying blades with effortless control during the martial examination is an unheard of talent. Alas, I fear this individual may be snatched away by Qing Wu or Di Wu, thwarting his potential. It is regrettable that our academy remains excessively low-key, despite possessing the strength to surpass both institutions. Our lack of promotion leads others to perceive us as fools. Sighing at this thought, Chiyu let out a breath, while Li Qing, who had been reclining in the wooden chair, suddenly sprang to his feet, incredulity etched upon his face. What did you say? Controlling 10 blades with mental prowess during the martial examination? Flowing like water? Where's this person? Dean Li, he is at the Kyoto examination site. By heavens, I must step out for a moment. If I delay, he may be gone. Upon receiving this shocking news, Li Qing shed his earlier nonchalance, his finger sliding forward as a powerful wave of mental energy instantaneously tore open a rift in space, and he vanished from sight. The remnants of bamboo leaves, swept up by the fierce winds, danced in the air, while Chiyu stood there, murmuring to himself. With a casual gesture, he seemed to rupture the very fabric of space. Was this the prowess of Director Li, the martial saint? Ah, Director Li, you haven't changed your clothes yet. At Kyoto First High School, on the martial arts arena, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yihan slowly descended from the stage, appearing to others as a veritable monstrosity. Yet, dissenters remained. One sneeringly remarked, "P.S. perhaps those 10 daggers were forged by the Li family too? That's how he wields them with such ease. Hey, why have you gone silent? Is it because you dislike it?" Suddenly, a shifty middle-aged man emerged beside the speaker, and with his appearance, the very air around him seemed to freeze, instilling a suffocating silence that rendered the speaker mute. "Oof. Dare to slander my dear son?" Li Huaxian's gaze was fixed on Li Yihan, filled with admiration. "My son has indeed made a name for himself. His mental prowess is astonishingly potent. He has evidently inherited his father's gifts." Li Yihan's effortless control over the 10 flying daggers had left him astounded. In his recollection, though this lad possessed extraordinary martial talent, he had never shown an ounce of potential in mental prowess. Coupled with a recent drastic change in his temperament, a wave of foreboding coursed through his mind. He hastily employed the Li family's secret techniques to probe into his son's soul and body, finding no anomalies. He remained a pure scion of the Li lineage. With a sigh of relief, he dispelled his fears of possession. It appeared that Li Yihan was indeed his own flesh and blood. "My offspring is truly remarkable." Soon, the mental prowess test concluded, and no other candidate displayed any remarkable talent thereafter. Aside from Li Yihan and Yi Feng, only 5 others received scores. Although the numbers were few, the principal was particularly elated. With Li Yihan's astonishing mental gifts, he was certain that both prestigious academies would take notice. This would surely yield 2 exceptional students from the first high school. The principal envisioned immense rewards and abundant funding beckoning him, unable to restrain a cheerful grin as he sat on the podium. Next came the final test, the martial competition. The referee stood upon the arena, announcing with a powerful voice. The atmosphere below surged to a climax, as the spectators eagerly rubbed their hands in anticipation. The most thrilling segment was finally at hand. The martial examination constituted the largest portion of the scoring and was indeed the most exhilarating aspect. Candidates would showcase their martial arts skills and combat techniques on stage. Moreover, this contest would reveal the true nature of each candidate. In an era of spiritual awakening, humanity's pursuit of martial arts served to fend off external threats, whether from the ferocious beasts of Blue Star or the demon tribes invading from the sea. In battle, survival was the ultimate victory. Regardless of how impressive one's talents or cultivation levels appeared in the preceding 3 tests, if one could not engage in actual combat, it would all be for naught. Only those who could confront formidable foes without fear and unleash their mastery would grasp the true essence of martial prowess. The martial competition would unfold in 3 tiers, ascending from the lowest to the highest: the 2nd tier, the 3rd tier, and the 4th tier. The 2nd tier had the largest cohort and would commence first. Only 2 individuals remained in the 4th round, positioned at the end of the lineup. Yi Feng, standing at the rear, glanced up at the large screen, noting that Li Yihan was now tied for first place in total points. With narrowed eyes and clenched fists, he suddenly sensed a flash of white sword intent beside him, accompanied by a hint of murderous intent as he cast a sidelong glance at the seemingly indifferent figure next to him. What does it matter if you are a telekinetic genius? In this world, power reigns supreme. Soon, with a single stroke of my sword, I shall utterly obliterate your future. You shall live the rest of your life as a useless being. Chapter 23. The match begins 1 strike. Sensing Yi Feng's murderous intent, Li Yihan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and a subtle smile graced his lips. I wonder, how many rewards will I reap by crushing Yi Feng with overwhelming force? I must quickly exchange that Yuan returning pill to resolve a significant concern of mine. Only then can second master swiftly ascend to the level of martial sovereign. Noticing Li Yihan's nonchalant demeanor, Yifeng hastily retracted his killing intent, formulating a cunning plan. After departing from Wu University, I shall not encounter this prodigal son again. So I must seize this opportunity to extract a hefty sum before leaving. A smirk crept across Yifeng's face as he provocatively fixed his gaze upon Li Yihan. Li Yihan, dare you engage in another wager with me? A wager? Does this fool enjoy kneeling so much? Upon hearing Yifeng's spontaneous approach, Li Yihan turned and shot him a disdainful glance. A wager? Just like last time? Seeing Li Yihan's response, Yifeng cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Ahem! I swear by my reputation that this time it shall be entirely fair. Reputation? I suspect that will soon be lost, Li Yihan remarked, intrigued as he observed Yifeng's expression, inquiring, what shall we wager? With Li Yihan's agreement, Yifeng's excitement surged. Wonderful, this lad has taken the bait. Oof. Last time, I never anticipated that this seemingly useless young master had hidden depths. Little did I know he had achieved the saint body and possessed fourth-tier strength, which led to my downfall. However, things have changed significantly. In just half a month, my progress has been remarkable. I can now slay fifth-tier ferocious beasts and have mastered advanced martial arts techniques. Even if you have attained the saint body, what of it? I can still defeat you. Just as well, I am in need of a high-grade weapon. Fearing that Li Yihan might retract his agreement, Yifeng hastily proposed, let us wager our weapons. What do you say? Oh, weapons? Are you referring to this? Li Yihan reached out, and a silver spear materialized in his hand, its cold gleam shimmering from the shaft to the tip, exuding a regal aura that clearly indicated it was a high-grade weapon. At the moment the silver spear appeared, Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment, continually marveling. Indeed, the foolish son of a landlord casually wields a high-grade weapon. Though it is a spear, it matters not. Once I win it, I shall exchange it for a sword. Then, Yifeng produced his own weapon, a long sword that appeared exceedingly inferior, its blade riddled with rust and seemingly on the verge of shattering upon contact, likely of such poor quality that it could hardly be classified as a weapon. Yifeng Transmigrated Celili. This sword, which he had scavenged from a junkyard, was the perfect choice for his wager, a clever ruse to gain an advantage. He feigned embarrassment as he spoke. You are aware of my circumstances, and I can only wield such weapons. I never anticipated that you would employ a weapon of such caliber. It feels rather awkward to engage in this wager with you. However, since we have chosen a gamble, we must proceed accordingly. Wouldn't you agree? Yifeng gazed earnestly at Li Yihan, believing he would, as in the past, silently endure his losses. Upon hearing those words, Li Yihan shooked. Oh, are you attempting to manipulate me morally? But you know, as the antagonist, I possess no morals. What nonsense! The abacus beads have already shattered upon my face. You think to gamble with my formidable weapon using such a decrepit tool? Others who engage in this trade are aware of their preparations, yet you merely speak of your desires. Where is your dignity? Li Yihan's barrage of words caused Yifeng's expression to shift dramatically. He had anticipated a more tactful refusal from Li Yihan, never expecting such an unabashed proclamation. Yifeng was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for counterarguments. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully breached the defenses of the destined child, Yifeng, granting 1,000 villain points. Huh? The sudden delight sparked a glimmer in Li Yihan's eyes, and he was about to continue when, bang, a figure landed between them. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Mo Lu Cc wins. Sumolosis. Hearing the referee announce her defeat, Su Mo clung to Yifeng and wept pitifully. Brother Yifeng, I actually lost. Yifeng, disregarding his earlier dispute with Li Yihan, rushed to console her. It's all right, Mo, you simply lack experience. I will guide you step by step in the future. You will not lose to anyone else. Brother Yifeng is truly wonderful. Upon hearing Yifeng's comforting words, Su Mo sniffled and ceased her tears. To avoid being disgusted, Li Yihan stepped back a few paces and turned his head aside, just in time to see Su Mo's opponent leave the stage. As if recalling something amusing, he deliberately widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Can you believe it, sister?" A peak second tier actually lost to an early second tier. Was that intentional? Ha 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 ha. Li Yihan's words immediately elicited laughter from the crowd. Even the referee could not contain himself. The moment Su Mo, who had just been comforted, caught wind of the mockery, her composure faltered, and she began to cry anew. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully breached the defenses of the female lead, Su Mo, granting 500 villain points. How pleasant. Alas, only 500. Indeed, it holds little value. Yifeng shot a fierce glare at Li Yihan, then returned to comforting Su Mo, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Yet internally, he felt a wave of revulsion, were it not for the minimal resources your Su family possesses. How could someone of your peak second-tier caliber lose to an early second-tier individual be worthy of my consolation? Finally, as Yifeng managed to soothe Su Mo, the third-tier matches concluded, and it was soon his turn to take the stage. Just before entering, Yifeng seemed to recall something and addressed Su Mo. May I borrow your longsword for a moment? Certainly. Brother Yifeng, you must teach that Li Yihan a lesson. That is a certainty. Su Mo, without a moment's hesitation, handed her long sword to Yifeng, one of the few formidable weapons left in the Su family's possession. Yifeng confidently grasped the sword, relishing its weight in his hand, a faint smirk playing upon his lips. Now that this sword is in my hands, it is mine to claim. After providing comfort to this woman for so long, it is time to reap some interest. His gaze then turned cold, fixating on the grinning Li Yihan. A surge of murderous intent bubbling within him. Old grudges and new debts shall be settled together. As Yifeng and Li Yihan ascended the arena, the crowd erupted in a roar. A battle of the fourth tier. Such occurrences are rare in the history of martial exams, and when they do appear, they promise to be a spectacle of epic proportions. All media personnel had their equipment finely tuned, directing cameras towards the two combatants, lest they miss a single detail, betraying the viewers at home. The live broadcast was nearly at a boiling point, with the overwhelming majority rallying behind Yifeng. On the stage, a gentle breeze fluttered their garments as Yifeng, brimming with vigor, raised his sword high, exuding an air of superiority. One strike. What audacity Yifeng possesses. While other noble scions might be justified in their bravado, one must wonder if this young master Li can endure the onslaught. Given Li Yihan's meager skills, I find it hard to believe he can withstand this. Hush, do not disturb me. Let us watch intently. At this moment, the audience and fellow candidates alike were transfixed, fearful of missing any fragment of the unfolding drama. The contest commenced. With the judge's command, everyone held their breath. Yifeng, upon hearing the signal, swiftly initiated his movements, raising the sword above his head. Though brimming with confidence, he had learned from past experiences not to afford Li Yihan a single opportunity to strike. This time, he was prepared to deliver a decisive blow without reservation. He had acquired mastery over the advanced martial arts technique, and he proclaimed, "Kneel before me, Li Yihan. The humiliation I endured shall be repaid tenfold." A surge of white sword intent erupted from Yifeng, enveloping the entire arena in a tempest of energy. The wind, laced with sword chi, inflicted a stinging sensation upon the front row spectators, causing Li Yihan's garments to flutter ominously. The resonant hum of the sword echoed throughout the arena. This is an advanced technique? Sword intent materializing? He has mastered it to perfection. This young man's talent is quite terrifying. How astonishing that he can command such advanced techniques at the fourth tier. A few discerning individuals in the audience recognized the extraordinary nature of this maneuver, their astonishment palpable. Advanced techniques typically require at least a fifth tier for mere entry. Yet Yifeng's ability at the fourth tier speaks volumes of his unparalleled and formidable talent. Su Mo clasped her hands resolutely over her chest, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yifeng, filled with excitement. Yifeng, my brother, is truly magnificent. Such a promising youth deserves my admiration. It would be best if he were to vanquish Li Yihan on the arena. For daring to tarnish the Su family's name and publicly insult me, let him learn the consequences of inciting my wrath. Boom! The ground beneath them cracked under the tremendous force of Yifeng's leap as he soared into the air, one hand wielding the sword while the other rested behind his back, his garments billowing in the tempest like a celestial being descending from the heavens. He looked down upon Li Yihan from his elevated position, his gaze filled with cunning. Although the martial examination strictly forbade any acts of murder, exceptions could arise. In cases where a significant disparity in strength existed, an accidental injury resulting in severe harm to the opponent was generally overlooked. Moreover, his master, as the chief examiner, sat below, ensuring that fortune favored him in every aspect. What the young master of the Leaf family? What significance did a perfected sacred body hold? Should one lack skill, they could only blame themselves. Sever the heavens with a single sword. Yihan bellowed, his expression fierce as he unleashed the long sword in his grasp with unrestrained vigor, the veins on his arms bulging. Suddenly, a silver crescent appeared above the arena, carrying an overwhelming sword intent as it hurtled towards Li Yihan's position with astonishing speed. Witnessing Yi Feng's formidable assault, the onlooking candidate's pupils constricted. Was this truly the power a high school student could wield? In an instant, concern for Li Yihan filled the air. The principal, noticing the ferocity of Yi Feng's attack, feared that Li Yihan might not withstand it, and was about to intervene when he was halted by Su Ningshui beside him. Principal, please remain seated. There's a referee on the stage, is there not? A referee? That teacher on the platform is only at the 5th tier. Do you believe he can withstand such an onslaught? The principal looked at Su Ningshui with skepticism, his pupils flickering as he attempted to move, only to find himself firmly rooted to the ground by an overwhelming force of vitality. Shock etched across his face as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Su Ningshu snot sopti. She was acutely aware of Yi Feng's ulterior motives and understood the enmity he harbored against Li Han. She would not allow her disciple to endure such humiliation. She was determined that Yi Feng would have his revenge today. What did the Li family matter? As a dignified martial sovereign, even if the Li family pursued the matter, she possessed countless methods to absolve Yi Feng. Her eyes glinted with coldness, a slight smile playing on her lips. She had long held a grudge against the Li family. Her brother's failure in competing for the position of the Demon Suppression Army commander was entirely due to them. They claimed he was too bloodthirsty, suitable only for managing those in service, while the commander of the Demon Suppression Army was entrusted to someone favored by the Leaf family. How laughable! Though they were all commanders, the Fade of glory masked a reality devoid of rewards, filled only with menial and arduous tasks. What a joke! Wasn't he every martial sovereign accused of being too bloodthirsty? Her brother had merely caused the accidental deaths of a few dozen humans. How could one devoid of such ferocity hope to vanquish the demon race? Now, using the life of the Li family's sole heir as collateral was quite satisfactory. On the arena, Li Yihan remained motionless, leading the crowd to assume he was stunned by Yi Feng's assault. Under their watchful gazes, he casually extended his hand to feel the pressure brought forth by Yi Feng, shaking his head in disdain as he spoke. If this is the extent of your power, I must say I'm greatly disappointed. How arrogant. Yi Feng gazed confidently at the magnificent sword intent. It was his current trump card, containing a total of 49 attacks, each capable of easily annihilating a being at the initial stage of the 4th tier. Combined, this strike was sufficient to obliterate those at the 5th tier. You are doomed. Even with a perfected sacred body, you cannot escape, I assure you. As the sword energy was about to strike, some timid individuals even closed their eyes in fear. However, Li Yihan slowly extended his right hand and gently clenched his fist. With a thud, he stomped his foot, unleashing a tremendous surge of vital energy that caused the entire arena to tremble violently. A visible shockwave radiated from him, halting the fierce sword energy in its tracks, rendering it completely motionless. What? Just by relying on his vital energy, he has managed to withstand Yi Feng's sword attack? This aura. Something is amiss. It is. In fact, at the 5th tier, the crowd seemed unable to believe their eyes, gasping in astonishment. Oh, this young man is quite the hidden gem. Having reached the 5th tier, Li Huan, who had initially prepared to intervene, sat back down, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Truly, he is his progeny. In the air, Yi Feng's face turned ashen, resembling a ghost as he witnessed this scene, particularly upon sensing Li Yihan's aura. He exclaimed in disbelief, How? How is this possible? 5th tier? Just the other day, he was only at the 4th tier. How could he advance so swiftly? Realizing that his full-force attack, capable of slaying a 5th tier opponent, could not even disturb Li Yihan's vital energy, he instinctively took 2 steps back. Li Yihan looked at him with a mocking smile. Anonspire, Imanatinga Shirinyoha, slowly materialized in his hand. He thrust it toward Yihan, who was still suspended in the air. With a thunderous roar, a golden dragon surged forth from the spear, creating fissures in the very fabric of space. The overwhelming pressure descended upon the arena, causing even the audience seated far away to sense this unfathomable power. The Dragon-Slaying Spear. Chapter 25. Is your backing stronger than mine? What is that? Such a formidable martial aura must surpass the tier. Was he merely pretending before? Is young Master Li's talent truly more terrifying than Yifeng's? Amidst the crowd's astonishment, a massive golden dragon's head materialized from the spear's tip, shattering the hard tiles of the arena under its immense force. The golden dragon roared forth, effortlessly crushing Yifeng's imposing silver sword energy, advancing without any hindrance toward him. No, it's impossible. How could you possibly master a martial skill that exceeds the tier? Yifeng holit in rage, seemingly unable to accept that his sword energy could be so easily obliterated, let alone that Li Yihan could command a skill superior to his own. Ding! Congratulations to the host for instilling doubt in Yifeng's heart, earning 5,000 villain points. The golden dragon loomed larger in his vision. A palpable sense of crisis surged from within, causing his hairs to stand on end, yet he found himself paralyzed under the oppressive aura. Just as Yihan was about to be consumed by the golden dragon, a clear voice broke through, infused with a rich, vital energy. The formidable dragon shattered effortlessly at the sound. Enough! As the words fell, a voluptuous figure stepped in front of the dazed Yihan. Seeing Su Ningshui intervene, Li Yihan was not surprised. He knew this old woman would be unable to restrain herself, violating the rules to protect Yihan. Observing her effortlessly neutralizing his lethal strike without even raising a hand, Li Yihan furrowed his brow. Though this technique can indeed vanquish a 6th-tier opponent, the chasm between me and a martial sovereign is still unfathomably vast. I must hasten my ascension. Li Yihan, what audacity you possess to dare employ lethal force during the martial examination. Were it not for my intervention, calamity would surely have ensued. Su Ningshui gazed down at Li Yihan, the overwhelming pressure allowing him to experience firsthand the might of a martial sovereign. Oh, was there an attempt on his life? Li Yihan remained unfazed, responding with an air of calm. Still attempting to wriggle out of accountability? I could very well declare your results null and void. Faced with Su Ningshui's aggressive inquiry, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Li Yihan's eyes. Null and void? Pray tell, esteemed examiner Su, which rule have I contravened? Feeling the offense in Li Yihan's tone, a wildfire of anger ignited within Su Ningshui, her temper flaring. Still so obstinate? To dare unleash lethal force during the martial examination, surely that violates some rule. Were it not for my presence, a grievous error would have occurred today. Lethal force? At these words, Li Yihan chuckled derisively, a mocking tone lacing his response. Are you implying that Yifeng's earth-shattering strike moments ago was not an attempt on my life? I did not witness you taking such drastic measures then. This remark instantly sparked fervent discussion among the other candidates and onlookers. Ah, indeed, it seemed that Yifeng's attack bore no mercy either. Why did we not see Examiner Su step in to administer justice? Had it not been for young Master Li's formidable prowess, he might have perished beneath that sword strike. Indeed, to defy me? To incite the crowd? Upon hearing these words, Su Ningshui's heart brimmed with murderous intent. It was evident that the Li family was of the same despicable ilk. Your concealed strength was merely a prelude to this deadly strike, was it not? Su Ningshui's gaze turned frigid, devoid of any compassion. In response, Li Yihan clasped his hands behind his back, his previous nonchalance replaced by a serious demeanor as he spoke with an accusatory tone, unabashedly. Which rule of the martial examination forbids me from concealing my true strength? Or do you suggest that I conceal my prowess solely to eliminate Yihan? What immense potential does Yihan possess that necessitates such underhanded tactics on my part? Is his strength superior to mine? His talent more pronounced? His background more illustrious? It seems he possesses none of these. If one's skills are lacking, who can they blame? As for whether Yihan held back, I cannot say. However, I certainly did not. Even without your meddling, Yihan would undoubtedly remain unscathed. Detected that the host has broken Yihan's mental defenses. Villain points awarded. 3,000. Li Yihan lifted his chin defiantly, his words causing Yihan to pause, and Suning Shui to tremble uncontrollably. Then, without reservation, she unleashed the full force of her martial sovereign aura, a magnificent wave of vitality enveloping the entire Kyoto No. One high school, rendering all beneath it unable to lift their heads. Suning Shui spoke in fury, wholly devoid of the demeanor expected of an examiner, resembling more a woman fiercely defending her pride. Do you comprehend the price of inciting a martial sovereign's wrath? Is this the caliber of the Li family? Sensing the unmasked intent to kill, Li Yihan remained unperturbed, merely suspended in midair, his disdain unmistakable. My Li family is not lacking in martial sovereigns. Yet none are as ill-mannered as you. Is it so easy to provoke anger, old woman? Upon hearing this remark, Suning Shui's heart, previously filled with explosive fury, was instantaneously ignited, unleashing a murderous intent that was unabated as she sought to confront Li Yihan. No one dares to call her an old woman. To slander a martial sovereign, I can bring you to justice directly. The principal, upon sensing Suning Shui's murderous intent, swiftly took to the air, positioning himself between the two, creating a barrier. You must not, Principal Su. This is an exemplary student from our school, and moreover, a descendant of the Li family. Such actions are unacceptable. Seeing the principal standing in the middle, Suning Shui narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke imperiously. To slander a martial sovereign, and moreover, to resort to underhanded tactics in the arena. As a judge, I shall act with utmost fairness, regardless of who it is. Students, do you agree? Suning Shui looked down at the crowd beneath the platform, seemingly seeking their support. Unfortunately, her impassioned speech did not garner the consensus she had hoped for, leaving her momentarily taken aback. The candidates were not blind. Just moments ago, Yifeng's sword was imbued with a murderous intent that was no less formidable than this shot. You did not intervene then? Now that Li Yihan's shot has been restrained, you react like this? Aware of the circumstances, the principal stammered. Martial arts are unpredictable. This is, after all, a martial examination. Suning Shui's icy gaze fixed upon the principal, her expression betraying no concealment of threat. If you dare to speak carelessly, do you believe I will cancel all the scores from your examination center in the name of the martial sovereign? This statement struck a nerve with the principal, rendering him speechless. Noticing the principal's reluctance to speak further, a deep and mocking voice resonated through the air. Oh, in the name of the martial sovereign? What audacity! I clearly witnessed your little maneuver to suppress the principal just now. Furthermore, you old hag, do you think you can bully the Li family with no one to stand against you? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Li Yihan couldn't help but smile. Here comes trouble. Yihan, what does it matter if you have backing? Is your support more formidable than mine? Chapter 26. I can apologize. Who dares to speak so brazenly? Upon hearing someone once again refer to her as an old woman, Suning Shui's expression shifted dramatically, her tone filled with fury. It is I, Li Yihan. Shedding his previously languid demeanor, stepped out from the crowd, slowly ascending the platform to stand beside Li Yihan. This person looks strikingly familiar. I believe I've seen him on television. You truly lack insight. This is the Chief Justice of the court. Oh, the head of the Li family has arrived now. This should be entertaining. Seeing Li Huayuan's unusually serious expression caught Li Yihan off guard. Before he could gather his thoughts, Li Huayuan patted his shoulder gently and whispered, "Do not fear, my son, your father is here. The Li family fears no threat, not even from a martial sage, let alone this half-baked martial sovereign." He then gazed indifferently at Suning Shui hovering above, unleashing the full force of his martial sovereign aura. A tempest of vitality surged forth, causing Su Ningshui and Yi Feng to sway precariously in the air. Su Ningshui, whose strength was already inferior, turned an ashen shade. Yet her pride prevented her from bowing her head. Just as she attempted to regain her composure, she heard Li Huayuan's calm voice. "Come down. You're truly unaccustomed to looking up at others." As these words fell, the gravity of the arena intensified suddenly, akin to the pull of a black hole, causing the two figures suspended in the air to falter and plummet to the ground. Su Ningshui's pupils trembled, astonished that Li Huayuan's prowess had reached such heights. She continuously circulated her vital energy, striving to stabilize her descent and prevent a humiliating fall. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had no means of resistance, crashing heavily onto the stage in a most undignified manner. Landing on the arena, Su Ningshui's expression was as frigid as ice, and she inquired with an unyielding tone, "What does the head of the Li family mean by this? Are you intervening in the martial examination? Do remember, I am the examiner for this event." With a casual wave of his hand, Li Huayuan reverted to his nonchalant demeanor, revealing none of the gravitas expected of the head of the adjudication court. Observing his seemingly humble attitude, Su Ningshui lifted her chin, her innate pride surging forth. "This is my domain. Do you dare to oppose me? It seems you merely wish to bolster your son. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong moment. In other circumstances, I might fear the Li family, but today is different. I am a specially invited examiner. Everything is under my control. Given that, why don't you simply leave? Should you delay the martial examination, you will undoubtedly face severe penalties." Su Ningshui reprimanded fiercely, as Yi Feng rose from the ground, exuding a demeanor of petty triumph as he regarded Li Yihan with disdain. "What if your father is here? What does it matter if he is powerful? What use is a grand family? He is still easily subdued by my master. People should know when to bow their heads." Su Ningshui's insults did not sway Li Huayuan in the slightest. He shed his casual demeanor, his expression turning serious as he gazed at her. "You are correct, Examiner Su. The martial examination is one of the most significant events for the human race. No one may violate the rules." These words only served to amplify Su Ningshui's confidence, instilling her with an inexplicable sense of assurance. The atmosphere became exceptionally solemn, as all present were moved by this discourse, mistakenly believing that Li Huayuan was on the verge of capitulation. Only Li Yihan watched them with a mocking demeanor. As the crowd anticipated Li Huayuan's submission, he abruptly shifted his tone, his voice icy and devoid of courtesy. "However, as the head of the adjudication court, it is my unwavering duty to uphold fairness and order for humanity. The martial examination is a crucial aspect that necessitates impartiality. In such a pivotal examination, what if I suspect that you, as an examiner, are colluding?" Li Huayuan's piercing gaze fixed on Su Ningshui, his eyes devoid of any emotion. His words threw Su Ningshui into disarray, prompting her to hastily clarify, "Why you mustn't speak nonsense. How could I possibly collude during the martial examination?" Although she attempted to explain, her countenance visibly betrayed her growing panic. "Oh, is that so? Then why did you not intervene during the strike from contestant Yi Feng, yet felt compelled to act against Li Yihan?" Someone questioned. "Indeed, why did we not witness Examiner Su's intervention earlier? Had that sword landed, anyone else would have perished. Had it not been for young Master Li's ability to retaliate." Clearly, young Master Li's attack was restrained. Those around initially believed that Li Huayuan was merely attempting to advocate for his son. However, after hearing his words, they began to perceive the wisdom within them. Subsequently, discussions erupted and public opinion unexpectedly shifted. Li Yihan observed Li Huayuan's retreating figure, her eyes glimmering with warmth. This seemingly unreliable father appeared to possess depth and substance, contrary to the portrayal in the original narrative, revealing himself to be a man of warmth and flesh. Su Ningshui felt an unusual sense of panic within her. She had never anticipated that Li Huayuan would express himself from such a perspective. Suddenly, her eyes shifted, and she asserted with a serious tone, as the examiner, "I maintain a sense of propriety. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that Li Yihan is capable of handling the situation. while Yifeng lacks the ability to withstand Li Yihan's strike. Upon hearing Su Ningshui's rebuttal, Li Huayuan was not surprised and retorted with a cold snort, preposterous. In the preceding assessments, Yifeng was far ahead. Under the overwhelming force of Yifeng's strike, do you truly believe that Li Yihan, with comparatively weaker results, could evade it entirely? As the examiner, even if a candidate conceals their capabilities, in light of such a significant disparity, why did you not intervene? Li Huayuan's barrage of words struck Su Ningshui like cannon fire, heightening her anxiety as she hurriedly explained, I did intervene. Did I not prevent it? Faced with her explanation, Li Huayuan remained unyielding, adopting a more serious demeanor. As the examiner, you must understand that one cannot act capriciously. Should you intervene and prevent not just a strike, but a candidate's hope of entering the martial arts university, what then? At the moment, my son had not yet revealed his true strength. Yifeng's attack could have cost him his life. Why did you not act? Or should we inquire about the situation from the principal? Li Huayuan turned to the bewildered principal, amusement shining in his eyes. He had observed Su Ningshui's subtle actions earlier, choosing not to expose them. As the topic shifted to the principal, Su Ningshui, fearing the principal might speak erroneously, hastily interjected, her expression betraying her anxiety. She understood that if anyone corroborated the events, she might be immediately implicated in a martial examination's cheating scandal, especially since the individual before her was the head of the tribunal. No need for others to speak. I can apologize. Let it be considered a misjudgment on my part as the examiner. Upon hearing Su Ningshui's humble admission, the audience, previously engrossed in the spectacle, suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation. Was there indeed a cheating incident? Would she not hasten to apologize? As her master bowed her head, Yifeng's anger surged. Just wait. Chapter 27. Is this how one apologizes? Kneel. Su Ningshui approached Li Yihan, and though she intended to apologize, she maintained an air of arrogance, showing no genuine contrition. With a cold gaze fixed upon Li Yihan, she narrowed her eyes and lifted her chin, speaking haughtily. It was indeed a mistake on my part as the examiner. Let this serve as my apology. Su Ningshui's proud demeanor incited an uproar among the onlookers. Was this truly an apology? It hardly resembled one. To have a martial master stoop to this level is quite commendable. Wouldn't you agree? What more do you expect? Su Ningshui's piercing gaze remained fixed on Li Yihan, with no attempt to conceal her disdain. Apologize? I dare to apologize. Do you dare to accept it? Do not presume that, with your father's backing, you can act with impunity, thinking you can overturn the world. Once you enter the martial arts university, I possess countless methods to deal with you, leveraging my influence. Be content. Merely conversing with you is already my greatest grace. Su Ningshui was certain that Li Yihan would not dare to say much more and was about to turn away when she heard his disdainful voice. Is this your attitude toward an apology? How can you claim to be a teacher? An apology must have the semblance of an apology. Kneel. Su Ningshui's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his words. Do you even realize what you are saying? Even Li Huaishuan, beside her, was taken aback. Yet he soon smirked. As expected of my offspring, you have spirit. The crowd erupted in uproar at Li Yihan's words. What? Is Li Yihan out of his mind? Asking a martial arts master to kneel and apologize? Yifeng couldn't contain his laughter upon hearing this. Indeed, a fool. Given a bit of color, they think they can open a dye shop, truly believing my master is easy to bully. Angering my master, what if you're the young master of the Li family? Yifeng's eyes curved slightly, as if he could already envision the scene of Li Yihan being taught a lesson by his master. Kneel. Apologize. In the face of Su Ningshui's near threat, Li Yihan showed no fear. Dare to provoke me? Am I so easily trifled with? This old woman would eventually pose a significant threat to the Li family, so offending her now poses no concern. There is no need to spare her feelings. After all, Li Yihan was eager to eliminate her swiftly. His audacity in addressing Su Ningshui so bluntly stemmed largely from his father's support. The moment Li Huaishuan appeared beside him, he whispered a resolute reassurance. Do not fear. Should the heavens fall, your father will bear the weight. This was Li Yihan's confidence. Very well. You actually dared to speak to a martial arts master in such a manner. Is this how the Li patriarch educates his son? Su Ningshui narrowed her eyes, an aura of frost radiating from her. She reproached Li Huaishuan without reservation, her words dripping with the implication that the Li family lacked decorum. In response, Li Huaishuan also retracted his casual smile, his expression turning serious as he regarded Su Ningshui, his dark eyes resembling an abyss capable of consuming all. You are correct. Upon hearing this, Su Ningshui mistakenly thought Li Huaishuan was siding with her. Her smile faltered and froze in place. If you're to apologize, it must be done properly. Set an example and kneel. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped Su Ningshui, her pupils constricting as she realized resistance was futile, her shoulders suddenly feeling the weight of a colossal mountain. With a resounding thud, she crashed to the ground, the force creating 2 deep craters in the arena floor. You! Su Ningshui raised her head in astonishment and fury, never imagining that the Li father and son would show her such disrespect. The moment she knelt, the entire venue fell into stunned silence. She really knelt? Yihan was equally astonished, slowly taking 2 steps back, fearing he might be caught in the fallout. Li Huan gazed down upon Su Ningshui with an expression that was sharp and merciless, akin to that of a judge presiding over a trial. At that moment, Su Ningshui swallowed hard, her previous arrogance completely evaporated, replaced by an inexplicable fear. She sensed the subtle yet palpable threat of death lurking beneath Li Huayuan's demeanor. She had no doubt that refusing to apologize could result in her immediate annihilation. Although both were martial sovereigns, Li Huayuan, as a pinnacle martial sovereign on the verge of semi-saint status, could easily extinguish her life, being merely newly inducted into the realm. Realizing this, Su Ningshui panicked. The examiner, sincerely apologize. It was indeed a misjudgment. Please forgive me. She cast aside all pretenses, looking at Li Yihan earnestly, her demeanor transformed entirely. Li Yihan regarded her with a mocking glint in his eyes and nodded slightly. Ding! Detected public humiliation of Master Yifeng, villain points. 5,000. Upon hearing Su Ningshui's apology, Li Huayuan retracted his overwhelming presence and, in an instant, broke into a smile. He patted Li Yihan on the shoulder and spoke cheerfully. Since the misunderstanding is resolved, I shall take my leave. You all continue, pay no mind to me. He descended from the stage with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. Su Ningshui, however, quickly stood up, her face darkened as she feigned calmness while returning to the podium, her heart already sensing Li Yihan to a dire fate. Very well, how dare you insult me so? Just wait. Do you truly believe you will always have protection? Just wait until we visit the Demon Sea before enrollment. I shall see how I deal with you. My brother is a military commander. As the 2 prominent figures stepped down, the referee finally regained his composure and announced, Li Yihan wins. Li Yihan waved his hand casually, as if victory were a mundane occurrence for him. Yifeng clenched his fists, his piercing eyes fixed on his retreating figure. Just you wait. This grudge will be repaid tenfold. The martial examination concludes. First place, Li Yihan. Second place, Yifeng, with the results announced. The viewers of the live broadcast erupted in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had witnessed. At the most critical moment of the duel between Li Yihan and Yifeng, the signal to all streaming rooms had inexplicably dropped, leaving them in darkness. Once the signal resumed, the announcement of Li Yihan as the champion sent shockwaves through the audience, leading many who despised injustice to erupt in outrage, while Yifeng's fans were left heartbroken. There must be foul play. How could the young master of the Li family secure first place? It's so corrupt. The talents from humble origins ultimately succumb to wealth and power. The viewers, filled with indignation, expressed their frustrations, suspecting foul play due to the unsatisfactory outcome. Meanwhile, Su Ningshui, seated as the chief examiner, elegantly adjusted her hair and stood, shedding her earlier disarray, exuding the charm of a mature woman once more. As a special examiner for the Martial Arts University, she was also tasked with promoting the institution. Moreover, an even more significant announcement was at hand. She smiled warmly at the cameras, her voice smooth and persuasive as it flowed from her lips. We welcome all capable candidates to apply to Tsinghua University. The beautiful mentors await your arrival. Su Ningshui's words sparked a tremendous response in the live broadcast room. Subsequently, she smiled and spoke again. Finally, I officially announced that I shall take Yifeng as my direct disciple. Yifeng has also been pre-admitted to Qingwu University. Chapter 28. The Eighth Order expert arrives to snatch a disciple. Declined. What? Yifeng is indeed fortunate. It was puzzling that he did not choose the first place Yihan. This only deepened my belief in the hidden agenda. Indeed, the news of Su Ningshui declaring Yifeng as her disciple instantly ignited the live stream. And those who had suspected foul play seemed to find more concrete evidence. Not taking the first place, but choosing the second, it is evident that President Su believes the first place is tainted. In the audience, Su Imo gazed at Yifeng with hearts in her eyes, infatuated. No wonder my handsome brother Yifeng is so amazing, being taken as a disciple by the vice president of Qingwu. Yifeng picked up his phone and saw a wave of support flooding the live stream, and pride swelled within him, allowing him to forget the earlier humiliation inflicted by Yihan. He looked at Yihan with the confidence of a victorious rooster. So what if you won the competition? I still enroll before you. Moreover, I am the direct disciple of an 8th Order martial sovereign. After you enroll, you can only seek out some 7th Order mentors. What does it matter if you are an 8th Order? You will never become a direct disciple. This is the chasm that separates us. However, Yifeng found it strange that Yihan remained as calm as still water, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. Moreover, the audience's and candidates' reactions were entirely unexpected. They were witnesses to the entire event, unlike the netizens who had taken things out of context. They vociferously criticized him, their taunts ringing out. Damn, a direct disciple? No wonder President Su sheltered Yifeng just now. Now it all makes sense. Refund Geneva. This old woman seems to be unsavory. Yifeng's expression soured. He never anticipated that the crowd would not cheer for him, but instead denounce him vehemently. He had thought he would be held in higher regard. Yet now he was the target of scorn? Truly infuriating. You are all just jealous. He attributed all blame to Yihan. It's all your fault. Damned Yihan. What are you all cursing about? You are simply envious that my brother Yifeng was chosen by the martial sovereign. Sumo's sharp voice rang out unexpectedly, continuously defending Yifeng. Damn, I almost forgot about this traitorous girl from the human race. Brothers, let us scold her together. Su Mo ignited the crowd's fury. Those who already felt it was unjust found a release for their frustrations, spitting vitriol at her. As the situation spiraled out of control, Su Ningshui let out a cold snort, a powerful aura surging forth. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent as she narrowed her eyes and scanned the audience, speaking coldly. Any further disturbances will result in the cancellation of examination results. The moment those words were uttered, silence enveloped the room. Each candidate feared the cancellation of their results, silently closing their mouths. Although they harbored anger, they dared not voice it. Li Huayuan observed Li Yihan's carefree demeanor and, filled with confusion, inquired, "My child, do you not feel a sense of embarrassment? Even those of lesser caliber are being sought after. Have you identified any esteemed mentors? Allow me to pave the way for you. Rest assured, anyone will surpass that mediocre individual on stage." His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the venue. Upon hearing this, Su Ningshui's expression darkened once more. Witnessing his master being subjected to such scorn, Yifeng stepped forward, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Some individuals exploit their familial influence to act with impunity. They are but cowards. True strength is derived from one's own efforts and the admiration of others. Yifeng glared at Li Yihan, his words softening Su Ningshui's countenance, who silently admired her disciple. As Yifeng concluded his statement, a deep, resonant voice emanated from the heavens, the aura of an 8th-stage martial sovereign unmistakable. Li Yihan, I wish to take you as my disciple. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice to behold an elderly man clad in a crimson robe, suspended in mid-air, emanating an aura of authority. Keen observers quickly recognized him as Vice-Chancellor Yang Yun of the imperial capital. The audience erupted into a frenzy. It was truly astonishing that Chancellor Yang had traveled so far to accept a disciple. Young Master Li is indeed fortunate. Before they could continue their astonishment, another voice followed closely. I too wish to take you as my disciple. A graceful figure clad in azure appeared, her delicate form illuminated above them. I, the top mentor of Qingwu University, also wish to accept you as my personal disciple. A towering figure then emerged, casting an imposing presence. What? The Chancellor of the Human Race Martial University has come to accept disciples as well. What remarkable lineage does young Master Li possess? The appearance of several 8-stage powerhouses left the crowd in awe. Even the online viewers in the live stream momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation, their comments rapidly shifting in tone. So many martial sovereigns vying to take him as a disciple. Young Master Li must possess extraordinary capabilities. Of course, being sought after by martial sovereigns personally is no trivial matter. Did we just miss some thrilling segment? In the air above the playground, the martial sovereigns gazed intently at Yihan, each secretly competing to present their best offers, fearful that he might not choose them. Their actions incited envy among the other candidates present, who marveled at the fortune of young Master Li. Meanwhile, Yifeng nearly ground his teeth in frustration. His earlier righteous mockery now felt like a resounding slap to his own face. Su Ningshui's expression turned ashen. She too had not anticipated such a multitude of martial sovereigns arriving to vie for a disciple. In the center of the playground, the focus of all eyes, Yihan remained remarkably composed, entirely unfazed by the offers from the martial sovereigns. Though they were indeed formidable, they were not sufficient. He sought more than what they could provide. Calmly, he gazed into the sky and spoke with quiet conviction. I appreciate the goodwill of the three esteemed individuals, but I must decline. Yihan's refusal instantly stirred a tumult, leaving even Li Huayuan momentarily stunned, turning to him with a look of bewilderment. The three figures in the air changed their expressions dramatically upon hearing his refusal, with the Chancellor of the Human Race Martial University speaking bluntly, "Oomph. What an imposing demeanor. Does he truly believe himself to be unparalleled?" Although the other two remained silent, their expressions were dark and foreboding. Yihan clasped his hands together, but refrained from speaking. It seems Yihan has become rather arrogant. Has he not yet received the approval of the martial sovereign to take on disciples? Does he dare to aspire to be accepted by the martial saint? Surely, this must be a delusion. Who does he think he is? Observing that Yihan did not acquiesce to the martial sovereign, those who already harbored jealousy were quick to strike. Finally, they had caught up. Just as the three martial sovereigns were preparing to depart, their expressions suddenly shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, they gazed in disbelief toward a particular direction. There, an elderly gentleman clad in a white tank top casually unveiled a corner of space, appearing with an air of nonchalance. In an instant, everyone was taken aback by the chilling aura that emanated from him. This presence was that of the martial saint. Chapter 29. The Martial Saint's Arrival. Ye Feng's Infamy. Upon seeing this figure, Yihan couldn't help but smirk slightly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He had feared the martial saint would not arrive. Given his remarkable talents, it would have been unreasonable for the martial saint to stay away. Yihan, I perceive that you possess an extraordinary physique, 1 in a million. Would you care to enroll in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy and become my disciple? Li Qing's voice resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the playground as he descended toward the crowd below. The audience erupted in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the elderly gentleman in the white tank top and floral shorts. Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy? What sort of dubious institution is that? Have you ever seen a martial saint associated with a mere fly-by-night academy? It seems that the previous record holder in mental prowess was indeed admitted to this academy. Even the three martial sovereigns found themselves momentarily petrified in midair. They had never anticipated that a martial saint would emerge to compete with them for a disciple, especially one as esteemed as Li Qing, a top-tier martial saint. You have arrived too early. This child is not fated to be yours. Li Qing waved dismissively at the three martial sovereigns who had come before him. Since the saint wishes to take on a disciple, we shall not intrude. Aware of their inability to compete, the three bowed and swiftly disappeared like shooting stars. Li Qing gradually descended before Yihan, his aura now subdued, his eyes as tranquil as a placid lake. Had it not been for the terrifying energy he had exuded moments earlier, Who would have imagined that this seemingly casual old man was, in fact, a formidable martial saint? He smiled warmly at Li Yihan, completely devoid of the arrogance displayed by the three who sought disciples earlier. So what say you? Are you interested? Li Qing inquired once more, as if concerned that Li Yihan had not comprehended his earlier words, his gaze fixed intently upon him. The more he observed this young man, the more he found himself enamored, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Although he had been on his way, as a martial saint, he was acutely aware of all the battles and events that transpired here, and he had taken note of everything in detail. This promising candidate, with both strength and character, was particularly appealing to him, especially since he could clearly sense the young man's innate talent and mental prowess. He had resolved to cultivate him diligently. Well, what do you say? Seeing that Li Yihan remained silent, Li Qing pressed on. The crowd was taken aback. They had initially thought the martial saint was merely speaking on a whim. Yet, it now appeared as though he was earnestly beseeching Li Yihan to become his disciple. Yifeng gritted his teeth, his brows furrowing ominously. In an instant, he felt disillusioned with his martial arts master, realizing that he had unwittingly aligned himself with one of the least distinguished among the martial artists. In comparison to Li Yihan, he felt as though the chasm between them had widened significantly. Why was fortune so favorably inclined towards him? He was merely a wealthy idler, yet the world seemed to conspire in his favor. Did my humble background warrant such indignities? Cursed fate, was your sense of justice so profoundly skewed? Yifeng clenched his fists, his heart seething with unquenchable rage. Ding, detecting Yifeng's growing resentment, villain points awarded. 5,000. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Yihan felt a surge of elation, swiftly agreeing to Li Qing's proposal, realizing that remaining silent would be deemed impolite. His earlier composed demeanor had been a deliberate performance intended for Yifeng, aimed at igniting jealousy to elicit more contribution points. To his astonishment, it worked, and quite effectively at that. Looking into Li Qing's fervent gaze, Li Yihan grinned and readily acquiesced. Excellent. Li Qing beamed with delight at Li Yihan's agreement. But his expression soon shifted as he slyly raised his hand, pinching his fingers together in a conspiratorial manner. With a shifty demeanor, it was evident he was after something. Understanding the implication, Li Qing chuckled. You little rascal. He leisurely extracted a vermilion pill from his pocket. Since you've agreed, consider this a token of our meeting. Upon seeing the pill in Li Qing's hand, Li Yihan was momentarily taken aback. The concentration pill. This was indeed a rare and valuable item, significantly beneficial for enhancing mental cultivation. Such treasures were scarcely available in the market, often fetching exorbitant prices, even at Brother Tongzi's small shop, where it would command at least 100,000 points. Originally, he had hoped to prompt Li Qing for a mere gesture, stirring envy in Yifeng to gain more contribution points, but now it seemed this was exceedingly generous. Li Yihan hastily declined, his voice exaggeratedly audible to all present. Oh dear, this is the concentration pill. I truly cannot accept such a precious gift. Despite his words, he made no move to refuse, and just as his protest faded, the system chimed in, prompting him to smirk. Villain points awarded. 2,000. What? The concentration pill? Such a rare treasure, given so casually as a mere greeting? I too desire a martial saint master. In another corner, Yifeng bowed his head, gripping his garment tightly, his entire being trembling with indignation. Why did he receive such favors upon becoming a disciple, while all he possessed was a meager blood essence pill? Why the stark disparity? Was the treatment of individuals so grossly unequal? His resentful gaze drifted towards Su Ningshui, inwardly cursing her pettiness. Detecting Yifeng's emotional defense shattered. Villain points awarded. For 1,000. This is the address of our academy. Li Qing had just finished his introduction when Li Huayuan seized the opportunity to approach. With a courteous bow, he greeted Senior. Li Qing placed his hands behind his back, resembling a friendly neighbor, and nodded amiably. Is this your son? Quite remarkable. The Li family is truly blessed. Young man, we look forward to your future endeavors. With a gentle pat on Li Yihan's shoulder, he hummed a tune and strolled leisurely, casually lifting a corner of space on the arena, vanishing without a trace. After Li Qing departed, Suning Shui let out a cold snort, casting a fierce glance at Li Yihan before flying away without looking back. Yifeng also left in a hasty manner, dragging Su Mo with him. Observing this, Li Huaishuan mumbled a reminder to Li Yihan. Son, be cautious when encountering that old woman in the future. She is inherently narrow-minded and has now reached menopause. Understood, Li Yihan replied, narrowing his eyes slightly as a chill flickered across his gaze. Dare to hold a grudge against me? This woman must be dealt with swiftly. With the departure of several prominent figures, the principal finally let out a sigh of relief and excitedly announced the results of this examination, thus concluding the martial arts assessment. Once the examination ended, an avalanche of scandals regarding Yifeng emerged online, as if orchestrated by an unseen hand. At the Su residence, one who had anticipated garnering a loyal fanbase was instead met with devastation upon checking their phone. Their newly registered social media account had also been thrust into the trending topics, bombarded with criticism. The headlines struck like a sword, shattering the already fragile heart of the day. Relying on soft power? A recount of the dark past of the so-called prodigies and the traitor's daughter. Li Yihan, you are truly damned. Very well, your end is near. Yifeng's gaze turned icy as he stared at the news displayed on his phone, venting his fury. He knew the content was true. However, one thing perplexed him greatly. How did Li Yihan possess such intricate knowledge? It was as if she had read a novel, fully aware of every detail, even the specific postures involved. He turned his cold gaze towards the tearful Su Mo. Could there be a spy among them? At the Li residence. Ding. Detected that the host has caused Yifeng's emotional breakdown, earning 1,000 villain points. Ding. Detected that the host has led Yifeng to weep uncontrollably, earning 1,000 villain points. Li Yihan reclined on the sofa, delighting in the continuous sound of notifications from the system, chuckling to himself throughout the night. Chapter 30, Second Master, Ascend to Grandeur. The following morning, the chirping of insects resonated in the grassy courtyard of the Li residence. Li Yihan stretched lazily and rose from his bed. The constant notifications from the system had afforded him a restful night, while it seemed Yifeng had not slept a wink. With this thought, Li Yihan eagerly anticipated reviewing the fruits of his labor. System, open the panel. The panel has been opened for the host. Host, Li Yihan. Martial arts realm. Early stage of 5th level. Vital energy 20,000. Mental power level. Entry level. Villain points 566,000. Skills. Asura sacred body. Great accomplishment. Dragon soaring gunplay. Perfection. Should the system shop be opened? Main objective. Plunder the fated luck. Eliminate all fated children. And become the strongest villain. Current task. Plunder Yifeng's fortune and opportunities and eliminate him. Current progress. 11. 560,000 villain points. Gazing at the astonishing figure, Li Yihan's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly shaking off the drowsiness and invigorated. Indeed, Yifeng was a veritable cash cow. After a night of calling out, he had indeed provided some rewards. Not only can the second master's hidden ailment be resolved, but I can also indulge myself at Tongzi Ji's convenience store. Alas, there's a tinge of regret. The rewards consist solely of points, devoid of any tangible items. It seems that one must inflict both physical and psychological harm on Yifeng or seize opportunities to earn rewards. Subsequently, Li Yihan noticed that the task panel displayed progress at the very end. Currently, it only shows progress, with no indication that Yifeng's fortune has reached a critical threshold, suggesting that while his luck has been significantly diminished, it is still far from the point of death. This is my wealth-attracting child. How could he be so easily defeated? You must persevere. Reining in her thoughts, Li Yihan recalled the matter at hand. She opened the system marketplace. Ding. The host has successfully exchanged for the revitalizing elixir. Deducted 30,000 villain points. Remaining villain points, 536,000. As she held the pristine revitalizing elixir, Li Yihan felt a sense of autonomy over her fate. This was the first significant change she could effect since arriving in this world. Clutching the elixir, she gently pushed open the heavy door to the training room and eagerly made her way to Li Batian's bedroom. Upon arriving at the door, She heard a cough reminiscent of a bellows emanating from within. Standing outside the bedroom, her heart swelled with mixed emotions. Alas, the second master's health was deteriorating. Without hesitation, she knocked on the door. "Cough, who is it?" "It's me, Yihan." "Oh, Xiaohan, coming quickly." Li Batian, clad in simple garments, sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, beads of cold sweat trickling from his forehead. Upon seeing Li Yihan enter, he immediately feigned composure and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Second Master?" "Hee, nothing much. I just wanted to see you, Second Master." Li Yihan replied with a silly grin. "Ha ha ha, splendid. It's quite rare to have Xiaohan visit my room. It truly brings me joy. You are such a clever little rascal." Hearing the strained tone in Li Batian's voice, Li Yihan chose not to reveal the truth and quietly approached the bedside, gazing earnestly at him. "Second Master, I appreciate your previous care. Please accept this. I shall not disappoint you this time." "Ha ha! Our Xiaohan has grown up, understanding the importance of gifting the Second Master. Then you shall accept it." What is this?" Li Batian's jovial tone abruptly halted upon seeing what Li Yihan presented. His expression transformed with excitement as he looked at the item, causing his body to tremble slightly. The object he had sought for decades suddenly lay before him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Seizing the moment of Li Batian's daze, Li Yihan gently closed the door behind her. Leaning against it, she enunciated each word with conviction. "Second Master, use it without worry. This time, there is no need to flee. We shall conquer all." "Ha ha!" Outside the door, Li Yihan's laughter faded into the distance, leaving behind the elderly figure within, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, who smiled and murmured, "Then I shall heed your words, Xiaohan." That day, a surge of terrifying energy, breaking through to the martial sovereign level, erupted from the Li residence, sweeping across the entire capital, astonishing all of Kyoto. Terrifying. The Li family has produced another martial sovereign. The Li family is truly formidable. Whispers of intrigue spread like wildfire, rendering the Li family's reputation more unassailable than ever. Sensing the breakthrough aura of the Second Master, the weight that had long burdened Li Yihan's heart finally lifted. He then accessed the system's convenience store, preparing to outline his plans. As he gazed at the array of enticing offerings within the system's marketplace, his expression grew increasingly steely. His foremost priority was to enhance his martial prowess. During the martial examination, the spear he had poised to unleash was effortlessly extinguished by Su Ningshui, starkly highlighting the disparity in their realms. A good saddle must be matched with a fine steed. Elevating his strength was fundamental. After perusing the system's marketplace for a considerable time, Li Yihan finally emerged with a sense of resolution. He had expended the entirety of his remaining 530,000 villain points to procure 3 items. The first was the Asura Divine Body fragment. Despite being but a fragment, it cost him a staggering 300,000 villain points, for he knew of a place where the remaining portions could be completed. The second item, Shura Body Combat Technique, was a method that allowed for combat beyond one's realm and was exclusively meant for the Shura Sacred Body. Li Yihan exchanged 200,000 villain points for it. This technique was extraordinary, capable of amplifying one's vitality manifold, a rarity throughout the entire Blue Star. The final acquisition was an abundant supply of body refining stones. While these stones could be purchased in reality, the sheer quantity Li Yihan required was monumental. In a short span, few could gather such a vast number, and even with wealth, one would need to place orders. To amass them swiftly, only the convenience store run by the system's overseer offered unlimited supplies. Thus, he placed his order without hesitation. Such a vast quantity of refining stones would suffice to cultivate the Shura Sacred Body to perfection. Only a perfected Shura Sacred Body could unleash the full potential of the Shura Divine Combat Technique. Li Yihan's urgency was not without reason. He recalled that at the end of the first semester at the academy, an intercollegiate martial exchange competition would be held across the Blue Star. Within this competition lay an extraordinary opportunity that could catapult Yihan to greatness. He must seize this chance with unyielding strength. This would be his moment to shine on the global stage. However, as a newcomer, merely approaching the required realm would not suffice. One must possess formidable martial techniques and an overwhelming strength to stand out. while the Extreme Path Martial Academy focused heavily on the study of mental power skills. The path of martial arts encompassed far more. To secure a coveted spot, one must distinguish themselves. Yihan surveyed the towering pile of blue body refining stones before him and smiled. Yet, prior to this, he also sought the martial sage's relics from the Demon Sea. Subsequently, he grasped the given by Li Qing and swallowed it whole. Chapter 31. Zhao Lingxi Thomas, have you heard? A prodigious talent in mental power emerged from the Great Xia during this martial examination, able to manipulate 10 flying blades. In a lavish training chamber within a palatial residence of the beautiful nation, a white man pushed open the heavy stone door. He addressed a figure before him, robust and exuding a terrifying aura. The man named Thomas sat cross-legged on the ground, his bare torso radiating formidable energy. As he opened his eyes, a powerful presence erupted forth, his golden-hued gaze reminiscent of twinkling stars, ever shifting. His expression was impassive, and his tone exuded arrogance. "So what?" the Caucasian inquired with astonishment. "Are you not afraid of any threats to yourself? After all, the victor of this global martial arts university exchange competition will have the opportunity to observe the body of the martial emperor." Thomas slowly rose, casually strolling toward the Caucasian, his powerful muscles as solid as rock. He disdainfully remarked, "Those endowed with formidable psychic powers possess a fatal flaw in their physicality. The path of martial arts is governed by the corporeal form. All else is mere diversion. What does it matter if one wields strong psychic abilities? With a single punch, I can obliterate them." The Caucasian fell silent, recognizing Thomas as the unparalleled genius of the Massachusetts Martial Arts University, who had terrifyingly reached the 6th tier at merely the 2nd-year level. He was but a step away from attaining the perfection of the angelic sacred body. As the greatest asset of the United States in dominating global martial arts universities, their claim to the first place was indisputable. The sole reason was the chance to observe the body of the martial emperor. Ever since that martial emperor perished centuries ago, no being of his caliber had emerged among humanity. The path to becoming a martial emperor seemed severed. Currently, the strongest was a half-emperor, specifically that individual from the Great Xia. The preserved body of the martial emperor in the celestial realm now represented humanity's hope to take that crucial step forward. Especially for those who cultivate physical strength, a single observation could save decades of arduous detours. However, as the celestial realm only opened its doors once every 10 years, it was not accessible at all times. The timing of this global martial arts exchange coincided perfectly with the opening of the celestial realm, thus guaranteeing the first-place nation the privilege of visitation. Contemplating this, Thomas gazed out of the window, his eyes brimming with confidence. The first place could only belong to his nation. In the capital, a sense of completion enveloped him. Yihan collapsed onto the floor, exhilarated as he gazed at the ceiling, a smile unable to be contained on his lips. The once pristine training room was now in disarray, with numerous spots emitting black smoke, as if it had endured a cataclysmic battle. In just a month, he had perfected the cultivation of the sure sacred body. His martial arts realm had also reached the initial 6th tier. This speed was unprecedented. With the resources provided by his brother, Yihan had maximized his martial arts talent. As a prodigy, he not only possessed unparalleled innate gifts, but also dedicated efforts 1,000-fold. Even more astonishingly, he had mastered the Shura combat body technique. Though he had merely achieved mastery, it allowed him to amplify his physical strength 5-fold. Now, with the terrifying enhancement capabilities of the Shura combat body technique, he could hold his own against a mid-6th tier martial sovereign based solely on physical prowess. Brother Yihan, in a moment of distraction, a melodious voice floated in from outside the training room. As Yihan turned to rise, a playful, fair visage appeared before him. Those bright, deep eyes were fixed upon him, playfully blinking. As he stood aside, he finally recognized the visitor, a girl who seemed to have stepped straight out of a comic book. Sporting a high ponytail, her tall, slender figure, especially her strikingly long legs, was captivating. Zhao Lingxi? Upon discerning the visitor, Yihan was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Lingxi, what brings you here?" Zhao Lingxi chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, her hands clasped behind her back as she joyfully replied, "Wow. Yihan Gij finally deigns to call me sister." However, upon hearing Li Yihan's query regarding her presence, she pouted, brimming with playful complaints. Ah, truly, the distinguished often forget. As Li Yihan reflected, realization dawned upon him. This was indeed the matter at hand. Prior to his seclusion, Zhao Lingxi had reached out via phone, primarily to inquire whether he had truly ceased to harbor feelings for Su Mo. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Zhao Lingxi was overjoyed and cautiously asked if he could accompany her to the enrollment at Qingwu. Li Yihan had readily acquiesced, and with tomorrow marking the enrollment date, she had likely come to remind him, apprehensive that he might forget. Gazing at Zhao Lingxi, a maelstrom of emotions surged within him. She was the singular admirer of Li Yihan in the original narrative. Aware of his affection for Su Mo, she had refrained from overtly expressing her feelings, yet had quietly invested much in him. Particularly, after learning of his demise at the hands of Yifeng, she had incited the Zhao family to rebel, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by Yifeng. The latter, coveting Zhao Lingxi's beauty, sought to coerce her into betrayal for the sake of survival. Zhao Lingxi, unwavering in her resolve, chose death over submission, ultimately resulting in her self-detonation. The Zhao family's resources fell effortlessly into Yifeng's grasp. Contemplating this tragic fate, Li Yihan's eyes narrowed, a chill enveloping him. Zhao Lingxi possessed the bearing of an empress, her innate talent astonishingly formidable, rivaling that of Yifeng. Yet, due to Li Yihan's prior negligence, calamity had befallen her. He vowed silently. This time, none who were kind to him would be forsaken. Observing the beaming Zhao Lingxi, a flicker of tenderness crossed Li Yihan's gaze as he affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Of course, I am aware. Rest assured, I shall not forget such an important matter." This gesture left Zhao Lingxi both flustered and exhilarated, her cheeks flushed as she shyly protested, "Just knowing is enough. Why touch my head?" Despite her words of complaint, her heart blossomed with joy. "Well, I shall take my leave then. See you tomorrow, Yihan Gij." Without waiting for Li Yihan to see her off, Zhao Lingxi skipped away from the training room, her spirit buoyant as if she had just savored honey. As Li Yihan watched her retreating figure, a smile graced his lips. Tomorrow marked the day of enrollment at the Martial Arts University. Zhao Lingxi, with her exceptional martial prowess, had undoubtedly secured her place at Qingwu. After escorting her to school, he too would set forth towards the distant Jianian Martial Arts Academy. The Zhao family, akin to the Li family, was a distinguished lineage, historically allied with the Lis. With Zhao Lao, like his grandfather, a pinnacle martial saint, perpetually guarding the Demon Sea. In the original tale, after the Li family was defamed by Yifeng, it was only the Zhao family that stood in defiance, yet they were effortlessly vanquished by the martial emperor Yifeng. Clenching his fists, Li Yihan vowed, "I shall remember all of this. The kindness of the Zhao family, the goodness of Zhao Lingxi. I will not let it go to waste." Chapter 32. At the gates of Qingwu, a pair of fools. At the entrance of Qingwu University, usually bustling with activity, the scene now resembled a crowded spectacle. A throng of onlookers, peering curiously and clutching their smartphones, had gathered. While there were not many current students present, each one attracted envious glances from the crowd. As one of the most renowned institutions in the Great Xia, the university's gates would annually teem with visitors eager to witness the brilliance of the human elite. Qingwu University admits only a little over 1,000 students each year, and those who excel from the hundreds of thousands of candidates are undeniably prodigies from various regions. Brother Yefeng, I wish to explore the campus of Qingwu University with you. Of course, that sounds wonderful. Two figures, Yefeng and Su Mo, strolled side by side toward the university gates. Upon seeing the multitude gathered at the entrance, along with numerous cameras and live streamers, Yefeng instantly adopted a different demeanor. He gently released Su Mo's hand, squared his shoulders, and strutted forward with an air of confidence, purposefully maintaining a distance from Su Mo. As if to cultivate a persona of singlehood, he reveled in the admiration and flashing lights from the crowd, as well as the attention of beautiful onlookers. As Yefeng and Su Mo approached the gates, A security guard in uniform extended his foot to block their path. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he took a deep drag and declared, "Halt. Unauthorized personnel cannot enter." How short-sighted. Yihan frowned slightly at the audacity of the guard to obstruct him. Yet he refrained from losing his temper. Instead, he produced an unmistakably prominent admission letter from Tsinghua University, proudly stating, "I am a student of this institution." Upon seeing the admission letter, the guard relented. "Oh, you may enter." Yihan, having tucked away his letter, regarded the guard with an air of superiority. "Isn't that amusing? Who dares to impede me? Let us go," he said, preparing to step inside with Suemo. However, the guard raised his hand once more, this time placing it between the two. Yihan regarded him with suspicion, while Suemo appeared momentarily taken aback. "Please present your admission letter." I don't have one." No admission letter, no entry. As the guard denied her access, Suemo panicked. Quickly shifting her approach, she adopted an unusually gentle demeanor and pouted, "Grandpa, I'm just accompanying my boyfriend to report for enrollment. Could you please make an exception?" Upon witnessing the guard lower his hand, Suemo felt her charms had worked. "That one tea do. You should head back now." The guard's voice suddenly grew louder, and he turned to urge Yihan, "You should go in now." The sight of Sumo's pouting quickly drew attention from others, who mocked, Someone thinks they can charm their way in?" Feeling humiliated by her failed attempt and the ensuing ridicule, Sumo's face flushed with anger, and she pointed an accusing finger at the guard, rebuking, "How dare a lowly gatekeeper obstruct me? Do you even know who I am?" Yihan furrowed his brow. "Why can't I bring someone in?" The guard, seemingly unfazed by Suemo's vitriol, calmly responded, "School policy requires an admission letter. Just look at the crowd outside. If everyone could enter, why would they be standing here? Tsinghua is not a place that anyone can simply stroll into. Only the truly gifted are permitted within. I, your esteemed elder, am renowned as the threshold of genius." The gatekeeper, filled with bravado, pointed at himself while exhaling clouds of smoke. Observing the attention they were gradually attracting, Yihan felt a pang of anxiety. If a direct approach would not suffice, then a more subtle strategy was in order. He leaned closer to the gatekeeper and whispered in his ear, "Esteemed sir, I implore your leniency. To be candid, I possess certain connections within this institution. I am the disciple of Vice Principal Suning Shui, Yihan." Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper tilted his head, regarding him with suspicion. "What? Yihan?" He removed the cigarette from his mouth, his murky eyes narrowing as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Yihan. Sensing the effect of his words, Yihan raised his chin with a sense of pride and replied, "Indeed, it is I. By heavens, you are the one associated with that traitorous daughter of the Su family? So you are the infamous traitor." The gatekeeper's voice suddenly escalated, his words laced with contempt for both individuals, ensuring that all nearby could hear. "I knew there was something familiar about that face. It truly lacks shame. And you aspire to enter the school? Dream on." As whispers erupted around them, Yifan's face flushed with embarrassment, akin to consuming something foul, while Suemo trembled with fury. How can they still remember this after a month? Wasn't it said that the internet has no memory? Just as Yihan pondered his next move, a familiar voice, dripping with mockery, cut through the air. Well, why aren't you going inside?" Upon hearing this voice, Yihan swiftly turned to see a striking pair standing behind them, Li Yihan and Zhao Lingxi. Li Yihan regarded Yihan with a teasing glint in his eye, while Yifan's gaze wandered over Zhao Lingxi, filled with desire, as he beheld her long, fair legs. He inwardly mused, "This woman is quite the catch." With a derisive laugh, he cast a scornful glance at Li Yihan, grateful for the unexpected presence of such a stunning beauty. In any case, without an admission letter, you cannot enter. Tsinghua is not a place that someone of your caliber can simply waltz into. I shall take this lovely lady on a leisurely tour of the campus. And with my charm, winning her over will be a mere formality." Originally irate, Sumo's expression darkened as she realized that the woman beside Li Yihan possessed a beauty that far surpassed her own. Enraged, she spat, "Li Yihan, you truly are a scoundrel. It hasn't been long since you last courted me, and now you've found yourself a vixen?" Smack! As Sumo's words hung in the air, she felt a sudden sting at the corner of her mouth, freezing in place. She looked to see Zhao Lingxi retracting her hand, her expression icy, resembling a regal ice queen, starkly contrasting with her earlier demeanor. With a chilling tone, she admonished, "Should I hear you speak of my brother, Yihan, in such a manner again, it won't merely be your words that suffer." Yihan observed the unfolding drama with amusement. Despite Zhao Lingxi's playful charm in his presence, she was, in truth, the formidable princess of the Zhao family, capable of commanding respect in the capital, an enchanting yet icy beauty. Su Mo covered her mouth and suddenly burst into tears, feeling wronged as she directed her grievances towards Yifeng. "Brother Yifeng, this woman actually dared to strike me. Avenge me." Yifeng, his expression contorted with embarrassment, glared at the two, incredulous that someone would dare to assault another in his presence. "My friend, could you please offer an explanation?" he inquired, frowning. Yet Zhao Lingxi, entwined with Yihan, disregarded Yifeng's words and continued forward. The feeling of being ignored only fueled Yifeng's ire, but upon noticing the gatekeeper still standing there, a smirk crept upon his lips. "Oof. So adept at feigning innocence. When they fail to enter the school gate later, they will have to seek my assistance." As Yihan and Zhao Lingxi approached the school gate, the scene Yifeng had envisioned did not unfold. Instead, the gatekeeper graciously stepped aside, bowing respectfully and saying, "Please, hurry along." The differential treatment displayed by the gatekeeper incensed Yifeng, who pointed at him and bellowed, "Why does he get to enter? Don't you even check if he has an admission notice? You are blatantly abusing your power, allowing anyone to enter. I will lodge a complaint against you." The gatekeeper tilted his head, regarding Yifeng as if he were a simpleton. "Have you lost your mind? Do you not know who young Master Li is? He is renowned for securing first place in a martial arts examination. He is entirely qualified to enter Qingwu. It is merely a pity that others have chosen not to attend. And as for the girl you're so concerned about," he said, gesturing toward the tearful Su Mo, "do you think I am unaware of her? She is a traitor from the Su family. Why should she be allowed entry? Because she scored only a little over 200 points on her martial arts exam. She should be attending the vocational academy across the street instead. Are you out of your mind? You wish to report me?" The gatekeeper's confrontational tone left Yifeng feeling embarrassed, while Su Mo's face turned crimson from the humiliation. The crowd of onlookers erupted into laughter, their jeers unmistakable. "Ah, what a pair of fools." Chapter 33. Departure to the Extreme Path Academy. Ding! Detected fluctuations in Yifeng's heart. Villain points 2000. The sudden system notification brought joy to Yihan, who looked at Yifeng, who was desperately wishing for a hole to hide in. "This little lamb is truly delightful. He can generate coins for me wherever he goes." With a chuckle, Yihan proceeded into the Qingwu campus with Zhao Lingxi. Feeling nearly overwhelmed by the scornful stares of the crowd, Yifeng, unable to withstand the pressure, hurriedly stepped through the school gate and called out to Su Mo from behind the railing. Mo, since you cannot enter, I shall go ahead first." Upon hearing this, Su Mo abruptly lifted her head, disbelief etched across her face. What? You're just going to leave me behind?" Surrounded by disdainful glances, she felt a chill in her heart, having placed her hopes on Yifeng. Feigning concern, Yifeng replied, "Rest assured, I will definitely avenge that slap you received. I cannot go to your school. You must go on your own." With that, he turned his back and strode into the campus. "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up, don't block others from checking in." Under the old man's bellowing, Su Mo was unceremoniously driven away, her eyes tinged with red, tears brimming at the edges. As she fixated on Yifeng's retreating figure, a tinge of disappointment lingering in her heart. On the tree-lined avenue of Qingwu University, Yifeng cast a sinister gaze upon the two chattering figures, particularly fixated on Yihan's silhouette. A tempest of indignation brewed within him. What if you have a martial Saint Master? What can a mere second-rate university compare to ours? The resources, skills, instruction, and prowess of Qingwu are leagues above yours. The martial arts of universities are no longer child's play. Just wait for the exchange selection competition a month from now. I shall mercilessly trample upon you. However, it's possible that your academy may not even have the opportunity to participate. If this were to reach Yihan's ears, it would likely elicit a hearty laugh. In every edition of the Great Xia Exchange Selection Competition, it has consistently been the disciples of the Extreme Path Academy who seized the first place, leaving Qingwu and Diwu to contend for the second. Yet, due to the Extreme Path Academy's disdain for self-promotion, and both institutions striving to uphold their prestige, this information remains largely unknown. Each time the Great Xia claims victory, it merely leads the world to believe that it is the students of Qing and Di who are exceptional. However, Yifeng was oblivious to this reality. With a lascivious gaze, he continuously surveyed Zhao Lingxi's long, graceful legs, drool trickling from his lips. He chuckled to himself. If I can steal one woman from you, I can certainly take a second. Thank you for presenting me with such a delightful treasure. I shall not be polite. I wonder if this woman is a contrast to that Su family harlot? For the entire morning, Yihan and Zhao Lingxi wandered through the campus, while Yifeng stealthily trailed them. Eventually, with a growling stomach, he watched the two dine in the cafeteria. After their meal, under Zhao Lingxi's reluctant gaze, Yihan departed from Qingwu. Finally, he has gone. Now it's my turn to shine. Once Yihan left, Yifeng swiftly approached the solitary Zhao Lingxi. Having deliberately applied hair gel and adjusted his collar beforehand, he blocked her path, feigning gallantry. Good day, miss. Although our previous encounter was brief, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yifeng. Do you know why I address you in this manner? Because this way, I can hold you dear. Yifeng, convinced of his charm, gazed at Zhao Lingxi with confidence. In the past, it was this light-hearted banter that had easily won over Su Mo. Now, he believed this woman would soon succumb as well. However, much to Yifeng's surprise, his ostentatious flirtation garnered no response from Zhao Lingxi. She merely ignored him and walked past. Taken aback by her dismissal, Yifeng was momentarily stunned, but his wounded pride ignited a surge of anger, prompting him to forcibly obstruct her path. Stop! I'm speaking to you, he exclaimed, reaching out to grab her fair, delicate arm. Get lost. A voice, devoid of warmth and accompanied by a chilling breeze, swept past him, leaving Yifeng with a sharp pain in his face, followed by a disorienting spin. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground, staring wide-eyed at Zhao Lingxi. This woman is actually at the 5th tier? As passers-by looked at the defeated Yichun, they mockingly remarked, Goodness, that lad is audacious, daring to provoke even the princess of the Zhao family. How on earth did he gain admission to our school? With such meager abilities, he dares to approach her? The Zhao family princess secured the second highest score in the martial arts examination. It seems we have yet another toad dreaming of eating a swan. Zhao Lingxi, her expression devoid of emotion, regarded Yifeng with indifference, her murderous intent unmasked. Should you dare to appear before me again, I shall render you incapacitated. Upon hearing this, Yifeng swallowed hard and nodded in stunned acknowledgement. It was only after Zhao Lingxi departed that he rose, squinting slightly as he gazed at her retreating figure. Just wait, you insufferable woman. The day will come when you beg for mercy beneath my conquest. To vent his pent-up fury, he picked up his phone and made a call. Hello, Su Mo. Come out quickly. I have a brother who wishes to meet you. Oh, and bring me some of your family's blood essence pills. None left? Then think of another solution. Aren't you the one in charge of the Su family's resources now? I desperately need them for my cultivation. This morning was indeed my fault. I promise to apologize properly tonight and take you out for some street barbecue. After hanging up, Yifeng's expression softened somewhat. Thankfully, that foolish woman is willing to help. In a brief span of a month, he had stealthily transferred half of the Su family's martial resources into his possession under various pretexts. This experience imparted two important lessons. A dying camel is indeed larger than a horse, and a fool can never possess great wealth. Now, the blood essence resources he held surpassed anything he had previously encountered, albeit these were items others deemed worthless following the Su family's recent misfortunes. Yet for a child from a poor family, these were treasures. He needed to make the most of them and devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. He was determined to trample Yihan underfoot and assert dominance over Zhao Lingxi. With that, Yifeng turned and walked in the opposite direction. Outside the school gate, Yihan strolled leisurely, fiddling with a bamboo key in his hand. As he rounded a corner, he casually slipped into a secluded alley. The Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy was situated in a uniquely designated space, inaccessible by ordinary means of transportation, symbolizing the academy's profound heritage. The method of reporting for new students was through the bamboo key he now held. Each new student received a bamboo piece, and only by shattering this key could they be transported into the academy. This served as both the admission notice and the academy's initial test for newcomers. The moment the key was crushed, the timer would commence. The quicker one arrived at the academy, the better their score would be. Gazing at the elegantly simple bamboo key in his hand, Yihan smirked. With a crack, the bamboo shattered. A portal, composed of shimmering light, materialized before him, and the fierce winds beyond sent his hair billowing. Here I come. With his hands in his pockets, he stepped lightly inside, his figure vanishing beyond the luminous threshold. Chapitre 34, Illusory Technique. As Yihan entered the portal, far away in a small bamboo courtyard, Yihan opened his eyes and casually remarked, "He has arrived. How long do you think it will take him?" At this moment, Qiyu stood respectfully beside Yihan. Despite his junior's remarkable talent and mental power, experience suggested that it would take at least 30 minutes to navigate through the illusion and locate the academy. Although Qiyu was well aware of Yihan's astonishing aptitude, he wagered that it would take no less than half an hour. After all, during his own martial examination, he had excelled in mental prowess, controlling 6 flying blades. Even then, it took him nearly an hour to find the academy's location, ultimately outpacing the second-place competitor by a full hour, a point of pride for him. "Let's wait and see," he thought. Upon hearing this, Yihan simply smiled and leisurely swayed in his chair. Crack! 2 minutes later, a sound of space fracturing resonated, followed by Yihan's puzzled voice from outside the bamboo grove. "Is this the Extreme Dao Academy? It's truly hard to find. I almost lost my way. What a unique design." Observing the ancient courtyard with its white bricks and gray tiles, Yihan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Within the bamboo enclosure beside the small fence, Qiyu was taken aback upon hearing the voice. It felt as if he were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Upon seeing Yihan in person, he was momentarily frozen in place. What? How could it be so soon? Meanwhile, Yihan reclined comfortably on his bamboo chair, unfazed by Yihan's rapid arrival. His confidence in the time it would take stemmed from a clear understanding of Yihan's mental prowess. A month ago, during the tournament, he had sensed Yihan reaching the pinnacle of the second stage. If all went as expected, he would likely enter the third stage, the small success realm, within a year. Thus, the mental illusion linked to the bamboo key was not a formidable challenge for him. With a cheerful smile, he rose leisurely and pushed open the fence. However, upon sensing Yihan's mental fluctuations, he too was taken aback. What? How could it be so soon? Has he already reached the small success realm? "Greetings, master." Yihan politely greeted Yihan upon seeing him. Cough, cough. "Well, you've finally arrived," Yihan responded. And Qiyu eagerly began his self-introduction. "Hello, junior brother. My name is Qiyu, the oldest student currently at the academy, and I am also a teaching assistant." Seeing Yihan clasp his hands in greeting, Qiyu replied, "No need for formality. Once you enter the academy, we are all family. You found the academy's location so quickly. I assume your mental power has already entered the threshold?" "Not just the threshold," Yihan replied. "To reach such a level on mere entry-level skills speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent. Just at the small success realm." "Small success realm?" Qiyu stared at Yihan, astonished, as if he were gazing at a marvel. The implication was that he had not only met the graduation criteria upon enrollment, but had also matched his own level of mental prowess. Qiyu stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother Qi, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. He is simply not one for much movement." "Come, follow me," Yihan said, hands clasped behind his back, leading the way towards the bamboo forest outside. Seeing this, Yihan followed closely behind, and the two walked along the verdant path of the bamboo grove. The transition from the threshold to the pinnacle of the minor cultivation stage may seem like a simple step, yet some may find it insurmountable throughout their entire lives. To my astonishment, you achieved it in merely a month. Your innate talent is indeed extraordinary. It must be the effect of the concentration pill gifted by the master. Yihan flattered, and Yihan chuckled softly before continuing. "You are now eligible for graduation. What? I've only been here for 2 minutes. And you're telling me I can graduate? Yihan was bewildered. Even driving schools require at least 20 days. With your achievement of the 6th stage of martial arts and minor cultivation of mental energy, you have far surpassed the graduation requirements. Facing the 7th stage now, you would hardly be outmatched. Suddenly, Li Qing halted, turning to gaze at Yihan with an expression as calm as a still pond, as if he could see through everything. However, it is still insufficient. Are you aware of the crisis facing humanity? The abruptness of the question left Yihan momentarily stunned. Yet he nodded. The conflict between humanity and the demonic race has persisted for thousands of years. Your emergence seems to illuminate a glimmer of hope for humanity. Surely you believe in the vision of my esteemed brother, Yihan murmured internally. Achieving such a level of mental cultivation at such a young age makes you the first I have ever encountered. Do you know who the dean of our academy is? The half-emperor of humanity from the Far East. Li Qing appeared unfazed by Yihan's knowledge of this information and continued. Do you know where he is now? Yihan shook his head, admitting ignorance. Although he had perused the original text, the whereabouts of this enigmatic half-emperor were shrouded in mystery. He had appeared only a handful of times in the book, and his daily activities remained unknown. He is on the outer battlefield, sealing the Demon Emperor. This revelation took Yihan by surprise, genuinely unexpected. He was aware that the outer battlefield was a realm beyond the Demon Sea, a space amidst the stars. Behind the outer battlefield lies the Starlight Avenue leading to the Cosmic Sea. Suddenly, Li Qing burst into laughter, visibly delighted. I thought I was merely taking on a promising apprentice, but it seems I may benefit from your brilliance as well. Look at this. He extended his hand, and an ancient, yellowed parchment appeared as if conjured from thin air, its exterior suggesting it had existed for countless years. This technique is called the illusionary thought technique. It fell from beyond the outer battlefield, and, in terms of rank, may be far superior. It is also the only reliance the current dean possesses to contain the Demon Emperor. However, he cannot hold out much longer. Once the Demon Emperor awakens, humanity will once again engage in a comprehensive war with the demonic race. This time, without the martial emperor, humanity is bound to falter. However, if you master this technique, you can assist the dean in prolonging the seal, granting humanity at least another century's reprieve. Yet, the requirements for practicing the illusionary thought technique are exceedingly stringent. One must reach the 3rd realm of mental energy before the age of 20. The last individual to achieve this was none other than the esteemed dean. Yihan gazed fervently at the parchment. An advanced mental cultivation technique? Such a treasure would surely command no less than 800,000 points at my esteemed brother's shop, not to mention its availability in reality. And yet, it has been bestowed upon me so effortlessly. Seemingly having discerned Yihan's thoughts, Li Qing let out a soft chuckle. The mental cultivation technique is far more intricate than the martial arts methodologies of the same rank. To reach the threshold of proficiency within a year, one must possess extraordinary talent. The graduation criterion at our esteemed academy is mastery of the illusionary technique. Do not underestimate this. Achieving proficiency will undoubtedly assist the dean, for even he has not yet attained perfection. By the way, your current prowess shall serve as our academy's representative in a martial arts exchange competition. There is but one stipulation. You must secure first place. Chapter 35. Unyielding? Bring on. After listening to Li Qing's lengthy discourse, Yihan finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. Participation in the exchange competition was imperative, and he feared that Li Qing would skirt the subject, compelling him to diligently practice the illusionary technique. To his surprise, it was brought up voluntarily. After all, this was a fortuitous opportunity to seize the advantage from Duan Yafeng. How could he let slip away? Subsequently, gazing at the tome of the illusionary technique, Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly, given the formidable power encapsulated within this technique. If he could attain mastery, controlling an initial stage martial sovereign would surely be within his grasp. A bold scheme began to take shape in his mind. Henceforth, rigorous training was imperative. With Brother Tongzi's all-encompassing convenience store, what was there to fear? Very well, Yihan readily agreed. Such a significant burden upon your shoulders. Do you not feel the slightest weight of it? Li Qing inquired, raising an eyebrow. Not at all, Li Yihan replied with a faint smile, secretly musing. In the original narrative, the demon emperor was ultimately slain by Yi Feng, who then embarked on his journey to the cosmic sea for cultivation. What I ist. Yi Feng was destined to be vanquished by me. Thus, it was only fitting that I be the one to eliminate this demon emperor. Seeing Li Yihan's earnest demeanor, Li Qing set aside his serious expression, transforming back into a jovial elder, cheerfully heading towards his bamboo courtyard. In the dormitory, seek out Qi Yu for arrangements. Rest assured, our academy is sparsely populated, and being an independently established space, the accommodations are undoubtedly superior to those of other universities. Today is a day of rest. Tomorrow, we shall proceed to the Demon Sea for the Martial Arts University's new student enrollment ceremony. Beneath the verdant bamboo grove, Qi Yu led Li Yihan towards a secluded bamboo courtyard. As the door creaked open, a refreshing aroma of bamboo wafted forth. The courtyard was modest, featuring a winding path of gravel leading to a quaint bamboo pavilion, constructed from slightly weathered yellow bamboo, exuding an elegant simplicity. The distant chirping of cicadas echoed through the air, lending an ethereal quality to the serene surroundings. Brushing off the dust from his hands, Qi Yu spoke, Yihan, henceforth, this shall be your dormitory. The blue tile building over there is our classroom. All right, senior brother Qi. There is no need for such formality. In terms of strength, you need not address me as senior brother. Given my age, simply calling me brother will suffice, Qi Yu replied courteously. He had initially believed himself to be the foremost among the academy's mentors, being the eldest disciple, were it not for his desire to remain in the academy to teach. His prowess would have allowed him to graduate and secure a position at any martial arts university of his choosing. However, the level of mental prowess displayed by Li Yihan truly took him by surprise. Initially, he felt a sense of pride, but upon casual inquiry, he discovered that Li Yihan's martial arts realm was also at the 6th stage, and he had even perfected the holy body. This configuration was enough to make any dog shake its head in disbelief. He simply could not fathom how one individual could be so extraordinarily gifted. If it came down to a comparison, he would undoubtedly find himself at the mercy of Li Yihan. He was grateful to Brother Yu for that. Without further ado, as Li Yihan prepared to step into the courtyard, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Turning around, he saw dozens of students clad in light blue uniforms approaching briskly, each wearing a spirited expression, with the leader displaying a defiant demeanor. Noticing that they were heading directly towards him, Qi Yu furrowed his brow. Wang Meng, what brings you here? The group consisted of several second-year students who, despite their arrogance and self-proclaimed genius, had never engaged in any outrageous acts. However, it was indeed the first time he had witnessed such a gathering, which piqued his curiosity. Wang Meng, flanked by his cohort of students, quickly reached Qi Yu's side and declared loudly, Senior Qi, we find this unfair. What unfairness? Qi Yu asked, momentarily taken aback. Don't play dumb, Senior Qi. We all saw it. How can a mere freshman occupy an independent bamboo courtyard? What gives him a right? All of us second years share rooms. While independent bamboo courtyards are reserved for third years or those who have reached graduation standards. This blatant favoritism is detrimental to the fairness of our academy. As Wang Meng's voice echoed, his fellow students rallied in agreement, voicing their protests. Exactly. How can this be justified? What gives him the right? Wang Meng continued. I've also heard that he will represent our academy in the Great Summer Exchange competition. Was this predetermined? What qualifications does a mere rookie, fresh off his martial arts examination, have to represent us? Do they share a family connection with the vice president? Wang Meng's gaze towards Qi Yu was filled with defiance. Upon hearing this, Qi Yu shook his head and turned his attention to Li Yihan, preparing to explain. But he noticed Li Yihan raising an eyebrow, seemingly eager for a challenge. An idea suddenly struck Qi Yu. Although these students considered themselves geniuses, they appeared to have never faced any setbacks. He spoke with a grave tone. Our academy has always valued fairness. Since you have all raised your concerns, I shall not keep anything from you. I stand here as a witness. Whoever can defeat Li Yihan will be granted an independent bamboo courtyard, along with the corresponding qualification. Yu cast a teasing glance at Wang Meng and the others, secretly eager to witness Li Yihan's prowess. Wang Meng's pupils flickered with excitement as he exclaimed, "Really? Defeat him? Don't accuse me of bullying. I fear I might accidentally kill him." Upon hearing Yu's declaration, the crowd erupted in joy, completely disregarding Li Yihan's capabilities and oblivious to Yu's intent to observe. Geniuses? Huh, we certainly do not lack for them here. Li Yihan wore a grin that was both charming and predatory as he regarded the group. After a month of seclusion, I decided to test the perfected state of my Shura sacred body. However, one person alone may not suffice. Thus, under the watchful eyes of many, Li Yihan flashed a polite smile and said, "Why not all of you come at me together?" What? Such audacity! Li Yihan's seemingly courteous remark instantly ignited the ire of Wang Meng and his companions. Those who attended the Extreme Tao Academy were all prodigious talents, formidable in their own right. Among the second-year students, nearly all had reached the threshold of mastery in mental prowess, and their martial arts levels stood at the 5th tier. Unlike high school, Martial Arts University taught the art of real combat and skills. So what if you topped the martial arts examination? To those entering their second year, the martial exam appeared trivial. Everyone present was a top scorer from various provinces, brimming with pride. Witnessing a fresh student just out of the martial exam display such arrogance naturally sparked a flicker of indignation in their eyes. Even if you were a genius, this would reveal the vast chasm that exists among talents. Wang Meng was the first to speak, clearly agitated. "Very well, senior brother Qi. Don't hold us back. Let us see if we can't beat him to a pulp." Chapter 36. Annihilating the Senior, Setting Sail into the Demon Sea. The fervor of Wang Meng and his group caused a hint of concern to flicker in Yu's gaze. Seeing Yu's cautious demeanor, Wang Meng squinted, mistakenly believing Yu feared they might injure Li Yihan, which only fueled his arrogance further. Yet, Yu did not seem inclined to urge them to go easy. Instead, he tentatively inquired, "You haven't been on any missions lately, have you?" Wang Meng confidently replied, "No, senior brother Qi. After we deal with him, we'll be heading out for the exchange competition." "Oh, that's good to hear. Rest assured, I won't interfere." With a sigh of relief, he cast a reassuring glance at Li Yihan. Observing Li Yihan's playful demeanor, Yu felt a tinge of curiosity. Although he could easily handle this group of second-year students, it would still require at least 10 minutes, particularly with the leader, Wang Meng, who had reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, a relatively challenging opponent. How long would Li Yihan need? Let us begin. With that, Li Yihan charged forward like a cannonball, exuding an aura of fierce momentum. Despite his rapid speed, he did not release any martial energy, seemingly relying solely on his physical strength. Upon witnessing this, Wang Meng sneered, filled with disdain. Indeed, just a fresh graduate from the martial exam, relying solely on brute force. True combat involves the integration of vitality, mental power, and skill. Let me show you the strength of a university student. Wang Meng unleashed a surge of robust vitality, raising his hand to intercept the swiftly approaching Li Yihan, concentrating his mental energy into a gentle grasp. Buzz! The air between them visibly distorted, as though submerged in the depths of the ocean. Immense pressure compressing inward like a wall. Wang Meng slightly curled his lips in a smirk. Finished. The mastery of mental energy at the threshold level could inflict significant damage from a distance, rendering ordinary martial artists unable to approach. This is precisely why martial artists possessing mental energy are considered superior at the same level of mastery. As Wang Meng believed the ordeal had come to an end, a sudden stiffness seized the corners of his mouth, and his pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be possible? He witnessed Li Yihan advancing as if traversing an uninhabited realm, effortlessly breaking through Wang Meng's mental confinement. Then, raising his fist, he struck fiercely at Wang Meng's abdomen. The punch, accompanied by a sharp sound, was executed with such velocity and force that Wang Meng, caught off guard, was struck, his abdomen caving in as he instantly spat out blood, his expression twisted in agony. Ah, splat! After the muffled impact, Wang Meng's body flew back like a kite with severed strings, crashing through the dense bamboo grove and leaving a trail over 100 meters long before finally stopping. A single punch? The other sophomore students, witnessing Wang Meng's eyes roll back as he fell unconscious, were instantly astounded. This was Wang Meng, the top student of their sophomore class. Taken down by a single blow, a wave of fear spread through their hearts. Before they could process the situation, they heard Li Yihan's voice. "All right, and you lot." Turning, they beheld Li Yihan's devilish grin, which shattered their composure, prompting them to scream, "Don't come any closer. Is this how you get in with mental power? You are clearly a humanoid beast. Brother Chiyu, aren't you going to intervene?" Upon hearing his name called, Chiyu innocently shrugged. "Didn't you all tell me not to interfere? I asked earlier, and you mentioned that everything was fine for the past 2 weeks." In a mere 2.5 minutes, everyone was sprawled on the ground, each face contorted in pain, clutching their legs or arms, their eyes vacant and devoid of any fighting spirit. Although Li Yihan had not struck heavily, the injuries sustained would incapacitate them for at least half a month. The individuals lying on the ground gazed up at the dense bamboo grove above, suddenly comprehending the implication of Chiyu's earlier words. Their eyes brightened with clarity. They realized that the inquiry about their absence for the past half-month had been foretelling this outcome. Had they known, they would have responded affirmatively. Standing beside the bamboo fence, Chiyu was astonished as he observed the entire scene, his gaze fixated on Li Yihan, unable to articulate his thoughts. Without employing any martial skills or techniques, Li Yihan had solely relied on his physical prowess to overwhelmingly dominate a group of individuals at the 4th and 5th levels, and all within such a brief span. Could this be the embodiment of a perfected sacred body? Moreover, judging by Li Yihan's seemingly effortless demeanor, it appeared he had not even exerted a third of his strength. Chiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. In the upcoming Global Martial Arts Exchange competition, the champion team would have the opportunity to observe the body of the martial emperor. However, the Starry Sky domain could only accommodate a select few each time it opened, prompting each team to strive for victory to send their most exceptional martial arts students for this invaluable experience. Originally, the Great Xia had been determined to claim the championship. Yet, in the past year, whispers of a peak existence with an angelic sacred body from the beautiful country had circulated, sweeping through the entire Western martial arts universities without encountering any rivals. While the talents from the Great Xia Martial Arts University were formidable, none could guarantee a complete defense against him, not even Chiyu himself. Yet, gazing at Li Yihan's innocent visage, Chiyu seemed to grasp why Li Qing had allowed Li Yihan to participate. With him in the fray, there was hope. Not only was the Great Xia destined to claim the first position, but the competitors were likely to face dire consequences. With a clap of his hands, Li Yihan smiled amiably at Chiyu, who swallowed hard, completely unable to reconcile the gentle demeanor with the earlier brutish behavior. The following morning, the cicadas sang amid the lush bamboo groves, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the bamboo, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows on the white walls of the Extreme Path Academy. At the entrance of the academy, Li Qing stood on the steps, clad in a long blue robe, his hair neatly arranged. Gone was the carefree demeanor of his previous attire. He appeared remarkably spirited. He counted the number of students, finding exactly 9. This cohort consisted of the finest talents from various provinces, each once brimming with pride and arrogance. However, upon hearing about the extraordinary feat accomplished by a newcomer the day before, they had all quickly subdued their haughty attitudes. Among the group, glances were furtively cast towards the last student, Li Yihan, their eyes tinged with caution. This seemingly harmless individual bore an air of latent violence. They had all heard of the incident from the previous day, where he single-handedly incapacitated the second-year seniors, who were still bedridden as a result. The human race does not possess the luxury of time to nurture martial talents. Thus, only first and second-year students remain on campus, while third-year students undergo graduation assessments in the Demon Sea, where mere survival equates to graduation. In this world, governed by strength, all hold deep respect for the powerful. To topple second-year students upon entry into the academy undoubtedly signifies one's status as a formidable figure. Li Yihan remained unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes. His mind was solely occupied with one thought: how to wreak havoc upon Yifeng. After 2 days apart, a sense of longing consumed him. He had gone a full 48 hours without accruing any villain points. Rubbing his hands together, he perked up at the sound of Li Qing's voice. Let us depart. A surge of energy coursed through him. The demon sea, here I come. Chapter 37. Extreme Path, the premier academy of humanity. At the entrance of the Extreme Path Academy, Li Qing strolled leisurely at the front, leading the group into the depths of the bamboo forest. After a 10-minute walk along a narrow path between the bamboo, they arrived at a spacious clearing. Rarely visited, the air was thick with the essence of bamboo, yet faintly tinged with a metallic scent of blood. In the center of the clearing stood a towering stone monument, its surroundings perpetually tearing and healing in a cyclical manner, signaling its extraordinary nature. This was a spatial teleportation array. The spatial teleportation array is exceedingly complex, requiring a martial saint with mastery over spatial forces to forge, making it exceedingly rare. To discover one hidden within the academy was unexpected. Li Qing approached the monument, casually patting the teleportation stone before turning to face the students. I understand that many of you, upon arriving at Extreme Path, cannot help but harbor a sense of arrogance. You deem yourselves geniuses, believing your martial examination results easily qualify you for admission to the esteemed Qing Emperor's universities, yet you find yourselves lured here by various means to this lesser-known academy. Li Qing spoke in a relaxed tone, but then shifted his tone, his expression turning serious, shedding the earlier nonchalance entirely. Allow me to express that this is utterly preposterous. What do those two academies signify? It is no exaggeration to declare that our Extreme Dao Martial Academy can rightfully be regarded as the foremost institution in the Great Xia and even throughout the entire Blue Star. You may wonder why the human experts and various factions have never heard of our academy alumni. I shall elucidate that for you. The renown of the Extreme Dao does not reside within the Blue Star, but rather in the Demon Sea. Our Extreme Dao Martial Academy is the closest institution to the Demon Sea, serving as the final bastion for humanity. Standing in this place, we have the people we protect at our backs and the adversaries we contend with before us. Every student who graduates from the Extreme Dao Academy dedicates themselves to the Demon Sea. Afterward, Li Qing softened his demeanor and surveyed the crowd. Those of the Extreme Dao are destined to be the heroes of humanity, albeit in obscurity. Of course, you may choose to withdraw now with your achievements. You could immediately enroll in any university of your preference. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the bamboo leaves from the ground, swirling them into the air. No one took a step back. They steadfastly gazed at Li Qing, and though they remained silent, their determination was unmistakable. They understood that humanity had no retreat. Although they had been deceived in various ways to arrive here, they were not cowards. Witnessing this, Li Qing nodded in satisfaction. The Demon Sea harbors the profound legacy of the Extreme Dao spanning millennia, and the Demon Sea shall become your new home. Come, now I shall lead you back home. Li Qing's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with remarkable strength, reverberating through the hearts of all present. Once everyone stood upon the teleportation array, Li Qing gently snapped his fingers. With a brilliant flash, a vast chasm tore open beneath their feet, engulfing them in darkness. The sensation of weightlessness followed, and after a moment of disorienting vertigo, Yihan found herself firmly on solid ground. Above her was an inky blackness, thick clouds of darkness enveloping the entire sky, while beneath her feet lay a soft, black earth, faint wisps of smoke lingering in the air. As her eyes adjusted and she lifted her gaze, the immense structure before her left everyone in awe. Even having read the original text and imagined the grandeur of this colossal edifice, standing before the human central domain city for the first time was still a source of quiet astonishment. A magnificent, towering azure city wall loomed before them, resembling a mountain, with a height of over 1,000 meters and a length extending for thousands of miles. The surface of the azure wall bore signs of wear, with enormous claw marks and sword scars that testified to its long history of warfare. Standing before a massive, imposing red city gate, they felt the weight of their own insignificance. Is this truly the Demon Sea? Noticing their astonished expressions, Li Qing slightly curled his lips in a smile. Newcomers, welcome to the human central domain city, he announced, then quietly murmured, too bad there's no signal to watch the live broadcast. Creaking sounds echoed as Li Qing's words faded, and the city gate gradually creaked open. He led Li Yihan and the others through the gate, revealing a vast square bustling with people. The square was filled to capacity, with various formations donned in distinct colors, seemingly comprised of students from different martial arts universities. Observing the crowded assembly, it appeared that every academy had arrived. The moment the individuals from the Extreme Tao Academy appeared, they instantly captivated the attention of all present. What sort of academy is this, with merely 9 students? It seems destined for failure by next year. Amidst astonished gazes, a man clad in a green military uniform strode briskly before Li Qing. His expression was grave, and his movements were sharp and assertive, revealing a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. He stood tall and imposing before Li Qing, raising his right hand in a salute. "Teacher, welcome home. Ah, young Juan. I never imagined you would rise to the rank of Major General," Li Qing remarked with a smile, playfully teasing the man before him. "What? Major General Yang is actually a graduate of this academy? How come I've never heard of this before?" "Sure." Under the scrutinizing gaze of the faculty and students from other institutions, Major General Yang led the smallest contingent from the Extreme Path Academy towards the very center of the plaza. To everyone's astonishment, they positioned themselves at the forefront, overshadowing the teams from Qingwu and Diwu. Instantly, murmurs of discontent arose as voices quietly expressed their dissatisfaction. They arrived the latest, yet they stand at the front? How can that be? With their scant numbers, they'll surely collapse next year, especially among the ranks of Qingwu. Yi Feng, noticing Li Yihan standing ahead of him, was filled with indignation. Why should this insignificant college stand in front of us? What a disgrace! Seeing the surrounding individuals whispering, yet none daring to voice their thoughts aloud. Yi Feng sneered, "A bunch of cowards. It's time for me to speak up. Watch me set an example." He was determined to show everyone that he, Yi Feng, was unafraid to challenge injustice and defy authority. Suddenly, he emerged from the orderly ranks of Qingwu, his voice booming with authority. Why does this insignificant college take precedence over Qingwu and Diwu? What merit do they possess? Is this not likely to leave us Qingdi students feeling discontent? With that, Yi Feng proudly directed his gaze toward Zhao Lingxi, as if to say, "Do you see this? I possess a charisma unmatched by others. I dare to voice what they fear to utter." As Yi Feng's words echoed, the teachers leading the 2 competing academies furrowed their brows in disbelief. Where did this audacious fool come from? Did you not hear the dissent from those behind the scenes? No one from our 2 academies has expressed dissatisfaction. Who among the students of Qingwu or Diwu would dare to label the Extreme Path Academy as an insignificant institution? Had he not noticed the final line in the enrollment manual of Qingwu and Diwu? It clearly stated that students must remember, the esteemed Qingdi academies are not the foremost institution of Daxia. The true leading academy is the Extreme Path Academy, an internal message not meant for external circulation. Zhao Lingxi, standing in the ranks, wore an impassive expression, as if she were listening to a fool barking. Meanwhile, other Qingdi students stared wide-eyed at Yi Feng, who resembled a clown in his antics. Had he not read the enrollment manual? However, the words of Yi Feng ignited a spark among the students from other academies. Well said. Truly, the people of Qingwu possess courage. Finally, someone has voiced our sentiments. Encouraged by the wave of support, Yi Feng straightened his back. He resembled a god of war, proudly lifting his chin and confidently gazing at Li Yihan. "Watch how I shall crush you step by step." The students and faculty of Qingwu University buried their heads in shame, their faces flushed. Li Yihan looked at Yi Feng with a mocking expression, anticipating his imminent humiliation. Seeing the overwhelming skepticism, Major General Yang let out a cold laugh, his tone devoid of emotion, causing the temperature around him to plummet. Why should they be esteemed? Merely because the Extreme Tao Academy is considered the foremost institution of the human race. Upon hearing these words, the instigators fell silent, bewildered. The premier institution of the human race? What audacity! Neither Qingwu nor the imperial capital dare to claim such a title. How could this academy be deemed the best? Yi Feng's confidence surged, and his disdain was unmistakable. What a joke! I suspect you take pride in graduating from this school. which is why you sing its praises. I can understand your affection for your alma mater, but everyone knows about Qingwu and the imperial capital. All institutions admit students based on scores. We'll give you the right to rank it first. Fabricating such claims will not work with me. As Yifeng spoke, a sense of pride welled up within him. Unyielding and unabashed, the faculty and students of Qingwu lowered their heads further, wishing to disappear underground. Zhao Lingxi also looked down, but not out of embarrassment. She had been caught stealing glances at Li Yihan and, feeling shy, averted her gaze. The other students, hearing Yifeng's remarks, began to echo their agreement. Indeed, how can it be the foremost academy of the human race? What does it have? A small number of students. An academy with the least number of humans? Ha ha ha. The expansive square erupted in a frenzy, the ridicule intensifying towards the outskirts. They are merely a second-rate institution. Why should they rise above the rest? It would be far better for everyone to stand quietly in the back. The tide of derision washed over them, yet Yang Jun remained unperturbed. Almost every cohort of students visiting the Sea of Magic questioned the status of the Extreme Tao Academy. Previously, such challenges primarily came from other lesser institutions. But this time it was the students of Qingwu who took the initiative. Did this fool not read the enrollment handbook? The last line of the Qingwu Imperial Martial Enrollment Handbook is crystal clear, observing the students' escalating emotions. Yang Jun understood that the most direct response to derision was to shatter it with force. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, respect is derived solely from power. Noticing the fervor of the Extreme Tao Academy students, Yang Jun smirked, knowing that the show was about to unfold. He approached Yifeng, his imposing figure radiating a formidable aura, causing Yifeng to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Yang Jun loomed over Yifeng and coldly declared, "I hear there are doubts among you. Allow me to present an opportunity for you to prove yourselves. Defeat the students of the Extreme Tao Academy, and you shall earn your place among them." The students from the Extreme Tao Academy were already seething with anger at Yifeng's arrogance, each of them eager to confront him. "Let's take him down," they shouted. However, a hand stopped them. Li Yihan, with an excited expression, interjected, "Allow me to handle this. You all take a break. My little lamb shall be reaped only by me." The others were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Li Yihan with genuine admiration and respect blooming from within. Not only was his prowess formidable, but this fellow truly acted when it mattered. Initially, they had presumed Li Yihan to be a brash bully, relying on his strength to intimidate others, particularly when he had confronted a sophomore upon entering the academy. However, it now appeared they had misjudged him. Exchanging glances, they ultimately focused on a lean yet rugged individual named Lulu, who spoke with a resolute voice from now on. "You shall be our leader." As Yang Jun mentioned the possibility of challenging the individuals from the Extreme Path Academy, it seemed they were also preparing for a confrontation. Yifeng thought to himself that he had finally found a way in. What could Li Yihan possibly do, no matter how formidable he was? If he could rally support from the other academies, he would undoubtedly be crushed beneath their collective might. Yifeng had grown wiser. After their previous encounters, he was acutely aware that he was not yet a match for Li Yihan. After all, Li Yihan had already reached the 5th tier a month ago. Though he had also ascended to the 5th tier after assimilating a wealth of resources from the Su family, he prudently decided against a one-on-one challenge, knowing the united front would guarantee victory. In combat, sheer brute force alone would not suffice. Intellect was equally crucial. Suddenly, Yifeng looked at Yang Jun with a serious expression, his voice resonating. "Young Master Yang just stated that the Extreme Path Academy is the foremost institution. Thus, we must not underestimate them. How about we unite all our academies?" Yang Jun frowned at the audacity of Yifeng's proposition. While conflicts had always existed among them, it was rare to encounter such shameless demands. He hesitated, fearful that a failure could tarnish his academy's reputation. Glancing towards Li Qing, who calmly gestured dismissively, Yang Jun felt reassured and prepared to acquiesce when a voice emerged from the Extreme Path Academy. "Are you suggesting that 75 academies joined forces against just one? How brazen." Li Yihan approached Yifeng leisurely, his hands tucked into his pockets. Seeing Li Yihan finally step forward, Yifeng could hardly conceal his delight. You seem to have misunderstood. We would never have thousands of people bullying just 9 of you. My proposal is that each academy sends forth a single champion. Although it may seem inequitable, you pride yourselves on being the top academy, so you must possess some confidence, no? Yihan regarded Yihan with an air of assurance, certain that Yihan's arrogant disposition would compel him to acquiesce to this unreasonable demand. Should you dare accept, 75 individuals could easily subdue your mere 9. Yihan arched an eyebrow. 75 against 9? Upon hearing Yihan's hesitance, Yihan mistakenly believed him to be intimidated and prepared to mock him, anticipating the very reaction he desired. Should he dare agree, they would make a spectacle of him. Should he refuse, their derision would be merciless. Oh, to challenge me? You seem rather unprepared, Yihan feigned regretfully. If you feel burdened, then perhaps we should abandon this idea. I never imagined the so-called foremost academy of humanity would be so lackluster. 9 against 75 does indeed seem a bit daunting. Very well. I shall face all 75 of you alone. Upon hearing these words, an uproar ensued, and as they gazed at Yihan, who wore a beaming smile, it seemed that everyone believed they had misheard. What? Yang Jun's face contorted in disbelief as he furrowed his brows, clearly disapproving of Yihan's audacious stance. The sheer arrogance of Yihan elicited a chuckle from Yihan. Ha ha, what a fool. I had thought better of you. With such bravado, do you truly believe you can sustain it? Yihan's haughty tone ignited strong dissent among the representatives of other academies. Even those from the imperial capital were not inclined to acquiesce. Is he getting too bold? How audacious! Such grandiose claims. Words in the military carry weight. The martial artists of the imperial capital shall answer the challenge. The human race martial academy will respond. Qingwu Yifeng, I accept the challenge. Yifeng, with a cunning glint in his eyes, thought to himself, this time I shall surely bring about your downfall. Chapter 39. A resounding defeat for all. Yifeng surrenders. As all the representatives of the academies aligned themselves, Yang Jun waved his hand decisively. Clear the center. With a rumble, the other students swiftly retreated, creating an expansive arena for combat. In the very heart of the square, Yihan stood defiantly, hands clasped behind his back, with his garments billowing, exuding an aura of singular might. Meanwhile, Yifeng, squinting, positioned himself at the forefront and scoffed. Indeed, the pretense is remarkable, even at the brink of disaster. He persists in his charade. The 8 students from the Extreme Path Academy also withdrew to the side, observing the spectacle, scorned by those from other academies. Are they truly not going to assist? Watching their comrade get beaten without lifting a finger, Lulu chuckled lightly, offering no reply. Getting beaten? That is out of the question. Are you not aware of how formidable our friend is? Since you have the audacity, we shall not hold back. Yifeng twisted his neck, casting a disdainful glance at Yihan, perceiving him as a man destined to languish in bed for the rest of his days. Remember this in your next life. Do not be so arrogant. With a tremendous surge of energy, Yifeng unleashed his formidable presence, the early stages of the 5th level erupting forth. Beside him, a student from the Imperial Capital Martial Academy similarly emanated the early 5th level aura. Goodness, this Qingwu genius is indeed extraordinary, achieving the 5th level right upon enrollment. A sense of pride welled within the instructors of both institutions. This was the undeniable strength of their esteemed academies. As they observed Yihan standing alone, they smirked. Historically, there would always be contention, but such contests were typically team-based, where the Extreme Path Academy consistently held the upper hand due to the vast disparity in collective strength. However, to challenge so many single-handedly, that was an audacious overestimation of one's capabilities. This was an opportunity for both academy students to shine and to impart some lessons. Witnessing the explosive auras of the 2 leading figures, the 70-plus students behind them unleashed their full might without reservation. In an instant, a tremendous surge of vitality erupted, the crimson energy cascading like a tidal wave, shaking the very ground of the square. It was a spectacle to behold. The weakest among them were at least at the 4th level, and such a simultaneous eruption was a rare occurrence. Heavens! Will those from the Extreme Path Academy survive this onslaught? Witnessing such a formidable momentum, Lu and the others swallowed hard, beginning to harbor doubts. Would their elder brother prevail? Yihan, facing the surging vitality, remained composed, hands behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility as he marveled continuously. The Yifeng truly deserves to be the favored child of the original creator. Not only is he the strongest among that group, but in just a month's absence, he has astonishingly attained the 5th tier of power. One cannot help but admire him. Yihan dismissed the others entirely, for there was no gold to be gained from their defeat. Speaking of which, the higher Yifeng's level, the greater the potential bounty of gold, one would presume. Standing in contemplation, Yihan's indifferent demeanor provoked Yifeng, who derisively declared, "Do not be deceived by his arrogant facade. He is at most at the peak of the 5th tier. But fear not. With over 70 of us, our collective vigor can easily overwhelm him." Yifeng's words instantly reassured everyone, relieving their anxiety and igniting their fighting spirit. Observing Yihan, one might think he was something extraordinary. Although the peak of the 5th tier is indeed formidable, it pales in comparison to over 70 individuals in the 4th and 5th tiers. It is well known that warriors below the 6th tier can only rely on their own vitality in combat. Only upon reaching the 6th tier can they harness the power of the heavens and earth. What significance does the peak of the 5th tier hold? Vitality will inevitably wane. Yifeng's words acted as a potent stimulant, deeply embedding confidence within the hearts of the crowd. Charge! Forward! The individuals in the rear could no longer contain their suppressed fervor and shouted out. At that moment, a radiant smile graced Yifeng's face as he beheld the throng charging towards him. Unfazed, Yihan calmly brandished his spear, nonchalantly twirling it. His figure shot forth like a bullet, vanishing in an instant. Seeking death, Yifeng rejoiced inwardly at Yihan's advance, but his previously jubilant expression abruptly froze. He heard someone nearby exclaim in astonishment, "What? He is 6th tier? That brat Qing Wu deceived us?" Yihan suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura. His 6th tier vitality pressed down like a mountain upon their hearts, causing even bystanders to feel a pang of trepidation. In an instant, he alone suppressed the combined vitality of over 70 individuals. More terrifying was the Asura aura radiating from him. A complete, menacing golden Asura visage suddenly materialized behind him, the scent of blood and bone permeating the air, and as the Asura opened its eyes, all students below the 3rd tier collapsed in paralysis. Saintly body perfected? A student from the imperial capital gasped, but before he could utter another word, he was knocked unconscious with a blunt strike. Yihan moved through the crowd like a wolf among sheep, encountering no obstacles. Numbers seemed merely a statistic. 1, 2, 35. Like a tiger descending the mountain, Yihan swung his spear, each strike rendering an opponent unconscious. With no hesitation, each move lethal. Wow, how ferocious! Yihan's astonishing prowess left the thousands of observing students in shock, rendering the once arrogant instructors from 2 academies utterly speechless. As the 74th individual fell to the ground, rendered unconscious by a blow, only Yifeng remained on the field. His eyes were wide with terror as he gazed at Yihan, as if he were staring at a demon. No, it was impossible. How could his progress in just 1 month be so remarkable? By what right? Ding detected that Yifeng harbors fear towards the host. Villain points. 8,000. Yihan flicked the barrel of his weapon, a mocking glint in his eyes as he advanced menacingly towards Yifeng. Realizing the situation, Yifeng attempted to put on a brave face, feigning defiance. "Do not presume that you bang." Yifeng's words were abruptly cut off as the cold, unforgiving weapon struck his arm, eliciting a pained shriek. "You bastard!" Bang! Another strike landed on his back, causing his flesh to quiver and ripple in response. Yihan resembled a ruthless deity, with each word Yifeng uttered. He received a punishing blow. Detected that Yifeng experiences heightened fear towards the host. Villain points. 10,000. Yifeng, battered and bruised, stood in the center of the square. While those who had previously been knocked out had long since regained consciousness, their eyes filled with horror as they regarded Yihan. Is this truly a demon? Yihan's expression was one of indifference as he regarded Yifeng, yet internally he was elated. How delightful! This little lamb has unwittingly bestowed upon me a plethora of points. Thank you, my friend. At that moment, Yihan was consumed by dread towards Yihan. Yet the bitterness in his heart deepened. How dare he humiliate me so brazenly? Just wait. I concede. Seeing that Yihan intended to strike him once more, Yihan raised his hand to shield his face, panic evident in his voice. Is this how you admit defeat? Very well. Yihan shook his head in resignation. He had hoped to accumulate more points. What a pity. Disheartened, he turned to leave, feeling like a defeated man. Yihan concedes to the host for the first time. Villain points, 10,000. Yifan's luck, 5. My goodness, this fellow is truly remarkable. Fortunately, we had him concede first. Who was it that suggested isolating him? Lulu and the others swallowed hard in unison, silently grateful. Thank goodness. Chapter 40. Dare to bully my disciple? Face your doom, Yihan. The crowd erupted in excitement, unable to believe their eyes as they watched Yihan's retreating figure. One individual, without employing any martial arts skills, had effortlessly toppled a staggering 75 people using merely a staff. Although there was a suppression of realms, they were all freshly graduated students of martial arts. This was undeniably a beacon of hope for humanity, a prodigy of the human race. The previously arrogant and mocking voices had vanished, replaced by gazes of profound respect. Someone shouted, and soon others echoed in agreement. What a remarkable prodigy of humanity. Yang Jun was exceptionally exhilarated. He seemed to perceive in Yihan the hope for humanity's eradication of the demon race. Meanwhile, more than 70 individuals, supported by their respective academies, sheepishly returned to their teams. Only Yihan limped towards the Qingbei team, completely alone, with no one to welcome him. They buried their heads in shame, their faces flushed, unable to lift their gazes. So many people are attacking a single individual, believing they could seize the opportunity to reclaim their dignity. Yet they have failed miserably. Astonishingly, the one who initiated this request is none other than a fool from his own academy. Yifan's countenance darkened, the pain in his legs rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. That damn Yihan struck him precisely at his injured spots, akin to mercilessly kicking a crippled leg. Just as Yifeng attempted to move cautiously, a tall figure obstructed his path. Yang Jun, with an expression of solemnity, regarded him with indifference. He had encountered numerous clowns, but few as grotesque as this one. Yang Jun vividly recalled Yifeng's haughty demeanor from moments prior. Now, it was imperative that he repay the affront tenfold. As Yang Jun approached Yifeng, the audience fell into an abrupt silence, with Yihan watching the two with keen interest, seemingly anticipating something. Boom! Yang Jun suddenly emanated a formidable aura, his rich energy stirring a tempest that caused the unsteady Yifeng to stagger. Dazed, he stared at Yang Jun, seemingly oblivious to the implications of this display. Just as he contemplated a retort, he sensed an overwhelming murderous intent and opted for silence. Yang Jun coldly scrutinized Yifeng, who was barely managing to hold his ground, devoid of any trace of emotion in his gaze. He spoke each word with gravitas, his voice resonating like thunder across the square, awakening those who had previously been disheartened. Young man, did you not inquire why the Extreme Path Academy holds the title of the foremost academy among the human race? Do you comprehend the reasoning now? A multitude cannot best a single individual. Allow me to declare that you are nothing but a collective of ineptitude, particularly you from Qingwu. His resonant voice reverberated throughout the square, piercing the ears of everyone present, akin to a blade carving into Yifeng's heart. The assembly comprised new students from various martial arts academies, aside from a few underperforming vocational academies. Nearly all first-year students from the Great Xiao were gathered here. Now let me elucidate why. Once the domain city beneath our feet can no longer withstand the onslaught, the Extreme Path Academy stands as humanity's final bastion. Why, you ask? It is because every graduate of the Extreme Path selflessly dedicates themselves to the abyss of demons. And why? It is also due to the fact that the semi-emperor of humanity, Jidong, is the president of the Extreme Path Academy. Yang Jun's words surged like tidal waves, each syllable imbued with an oppressive force. The crowd found it difficult to breathe, and those who understood fell into an awed silence. Yifeng stood at the forefront, solitary in the face of Yang Jun's overwhelming presence, akin to a lone boat adrift amidst the colossal waves of the deep sea, feeling utterly helpless. Lastly, let me inform you, the Extreme Path Academy does not gauge merit by mere scores. Those who can enter are deemed worthy. They do not regard the Qingwu Emperor's martial arts with any seriousness. Your failure to gain entry is solely due to your lack of talent. Ding! Detected Yifeng's feelings of humiliation. Villain points 5,000. Yihan was momentarily stunned. Can one profit even from watching? Yang Jun's words struck like a hammer, awakening the crowd and leaving others from different academies speechless. Meanwhile, within the Extreme Path Academy, Lu and the others were moved to tears upon hearing Yang Jun's declarations. So, our academy is truly magnificent. Li Qing mused, observing Yang Jun with admiration. Yang Jun resembled a child who, after years away from home, fervently defends his hometown upon hearing disparaging remarks. The audience regarded him with solemnity, yet not including Li Yihan, who, with a mischievous glint in his eye, fixated on Yifeng, urging him to continue and further breach their defenses. Squinting at the dazed Yifeng, Yang Jun spoke with fervent conviction. Let me make this abundantly clear. I admire your reckless bravery. Among the prestigious institutions of Qingbei, you stand alone in this seemingly unjust rebellion. Yet, you are oblivious to the handbook. Had you merely flipped to the last page, you would not have committed such a foolish act. The practical exercise in the Demon C carries academic credits for all colleges. A student of Qingwu should not exhibit such recklessness. Hence, Qingwu will revoke your credits. Upon hearing this, all Qingwu students turned their gaze towards Yifeng, their eyes betraying unmasked disdain. One idiot, failing to consult the enrollment handbook. He has brought shame upon us and now jeopardizes our credits. Ding detected a decrease in Yifeng's prestige. Villain points 10,000. 1 rapid cultivation card awarded. Splendid. Li Yihan was particularly elated, having unexpectedly received a cultivation card. The surrounding students were taken aback by Yang Jun's remarks, realizing the formidable reputation of the Extreme Path Academy. Freshly initiated, they felt a pang of regret for not choosing it. Others, however, scoffed in understanding, dismissing the notion as absurd, considering our scores would never grant us admission. Under the influence of Yang Jun's words, the murmurs in the square gradually faded. Yifeng stood despondently at the center, resembling a lost dog. At that moment, a familiar, icy voice laced with a hint of righteous anger echoed from the outskirts of the square. Upon hearing that voice, Yifeng jolted, as if he had found solace. Enough! Is it permissible to bully my disciples simply because I'm a moment late? How audacious! Suning Shui, clad in white gauze, gracefully descended from afar, her expression cold and unyielding. Having been absent for merely a brief moment, she was astounded to witness such blatant bullying of her disciple. Such audacity to dare confront Qingwu. They shall face the consequences. The instructor leading this group is equally inept, allowing such indignities without defense. Suning Shui alighted beside Yifeng, restoring a semblance of confidence to his previously dazed demeanor. Major Yang, how brazen of you to publicly harm our Qingwu students. Even if you were unaware of his status as my disciple, do you not regard us with any respect? Yang Jun regarded Suning Shui with indifference, dismissing her threats. Vice President Su, you jest, he retorted, emphasizing the title with particular weight, inciting Suning Shui's ire. I, a proud Qingwu student, inferior to none? How could I be so beaten? Surely, it must be an act of many against the few. Who is responsible for this? Suning Shui surveyed the vicinity, her gaze sharp as a hawk's, transforming when it landed upon Li Yihan's mocking countenance. Was it you, Li Yihan? Suning Shui confronted him, her demeanor imposing. The previous humiliation at the martial examination still lingered in her heart, and now, seeing your playful demeanor, she felt a surge of anger. It must be you. It is indeed me, Li Yihan nonchalantly confessed. Could it really be him? Suning Shui's heart leaped with joy. An opportunity for revenge had presented itself, and this was entirely of your own making. Such audacity. Prepare to face the consequences. Without further ado, she erupted with a powerful aura and charged towards Yihan, a smirk gracing her lips. One decisive strike would incapacitate him. Revenge must be swift and precise. Chapter 41. The demon-slaying army mobilizes to detain Su Ningshui. Success. As the corner of Su Ningshui's mouth lifted, her fist imbued with the power of a martial master was about to strike Li Yihan when a thin, gnarled hand suddenly appeared before her, expanding in her vision. Attempting to evade was futile. With a resounding clap, Su Ningshui was sent flying like a cannonball, hurtling towards Yihan, who swiftly dodged with a sharp intake of breath. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed, and a crater slowly formed amidst the blue bricks. Su Ningshui's pupils trembled as she beheld the hand's owner, Li Qing, who had materialized beside Li Yihan. Cursing herself for her impatience, she had forgotten the old man was present. After straightening her attire, she regained her composure and held her head high. After all, it was her disciple who had been injured in public. She had every right to defend herself. Even a martial saint could not bully others without consequence. Reason must prevail. However, Li Qing's effortless dismissal of Su Ningshui left the students from other academies in shock, their eyes nearly popping out. What? A single slap sent a martial master flying. Is this a martial saint? This must be the profound depth of the Extreme Path Academy, where the leading teachers are martial saints. No wonder it is hailed as the foremost academy. Nonsense. I heard he is merely the vice president, and there are few teachers available to lead. Li Qing waved his hand with a grin, casually taking a seat without the slightest air of superiority befitting a martial saint. In the great Xia, martial saints often shrouded themselves in mystery, with only high-ranking martial artists having the chance to behold their true forms. Thus, when a living martial saint appeared in the square, it instantly captivated the students' attention. In the center of the square, Yang Jun wore a grim expression. How dare they attack his junior right before him? Had it not been for teacher Li Qing's presence, that exceptionally gifted young disciple might have met a dire fate. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke coldly. To dare lay lethal hands on a genius of the human race? Such audacity. Su Ningshui, unfazed, chuckled lightly in response. To harm my disciple, as a master, I must teach him a lesson. She dismissed Yang Jun's threat and turned back to intimidate Li Yihan. However, upon seeing an unusual expression on his face, seemingly tinged with mockery, a frown creased Su Ningshui's brow. Something felt amiss. Had Yang Jun just referred to him as a genius of the human race? What did that imply? Before she could ponder further, Yang Jun swiftly produced a red banner from his hand. Upon seeing the banner, Su Ningshui's pupils constricted. Vice Principal Su Ningshui, publicly attacking a genius of the human race, suspected to be a spy of the demon race. The 7th Regiment of the Demon Subduing Army. He my command. Capture Su Ningshui. The resounding response echoed from all directions. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled as over 1,000 soldiers clad in black armor surged toward the square, resembling a colossal black dragon that swiftly encircled Su Ningshui. An overwhelming aura of intimidation, laced with a chilling coldness, enveloped the scene. The weakest among them were 6th-rank martial generals. The other students, witnessing such a formidable display, dared not breathe, fearing they might be inadvertently implicated. What? Summoning reinforcements at the slightest provocation? Upon seeing that General Yang had truly called upon the demon-subduing army, Su Ningshui visibly panicked, but quickly regained her composure. What does Major Yang intend? Is this an abuse of power? Is it not merely a lesson for the troublemakers who harm my disciple? He has been beaten to such a state, and yet I am forbidden from retaliating? Furthermore, to accuse me of being a spy? What a grave accusation. My clan is not to be trifled with. Yang Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, and it seemed the demon-subduing army behind him was poised to act at any moment. So many have assaulted your disciple. You might as well allow your esteemed pupil to explain the circumstances. Yihan, speak up loudly. Today, you have your master's backing. Seeing Su Ningshui's formidable demeanor, Yifan's confidence soared, thinking that his master would surely avenge him. Regardless of the circumstances, it was Li Yihan who had inflicted this upon him, and that detestable Li Yihan would undoubtedly face repercussions. Yihan feigned a pitiful demeanor, choking back emotion. Master, it is as follows. Upon hearing Yifeng's account, Su Ningshui's previously confident expression began to fade. Beads of sweat formed at her temples, and a look of alarm flashed in her eyes. Is what you say true? Su Ningshui glared at Yifeng with a steely countenance. Seeing her seriousness, Yifeng assumed he had not conveyed his plight adequately, and continued, "Yes, master." Everyone else was knocked unconscious with a single blow, but when it came to me, Yihan continuously humiliated me. He kept assaulting my injured leg. At that moment, Su Ningshui's mind felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow, buzzing with disbelief. She could not process Yifeng's subsequent words. Over 70 individuals assaulted one, and he was left in such a state. Such extraordinary talent. No wonder Yang Jun placed such importance on him. He is a true prodigy of the human race. Su Ningshui swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was most unfortunate. She had never anticipated that in a mere moment of tardiness, such an astonishing event would unfold. Her presence had immediately sparked a clamor to condemn the newly crowned prodigy. This made it exceedingly difficult to refute the accusation of being a spy. Her righteousness would be lost in the explanation. Damn you, Yihan. How could it be you again? How could you have grown to such an extent in just a month? This is infuriating. Su Ningshui felt a surge of regret, lamenting that she had not firmly dealt with Li Qing and incapacitated him then. What explanation could there be now? Yang Jun's cold voice interrupted her thoughts. Su Ningshui had barely begun to explain when two powerful martial sovereigns appeared behind her, restraining her. She did not struggle. Any resistance now would only cement the suspicions of her being a spy. Before being taken away, Su Ningshui cast a venomous glance at Li Yihan, her heart heavy with murderous intent. Yifeng, I had yet to finish speaking. How could my master be apprehended so suddenly? She had promised to take me to a wonderful place tonight. How shall I go without her? As Su Ningshui was led away by the demon's subduing army, the once boisterous square fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Even Vice Principal Qin Wu was seized without a word. The demon's subduing army truly exemplified tyranny. Once everyone had quieted, Yang Jun gradually began to speak. Next, I shall provide a brief introduction to the Demon Sea. I trust this is your first visit to the Demon Sea. Familiarizing yourselves with it is an essential lesson as you enter the academy, and I shall be your instructor. Thousands of years ago, when spiritual energy revived, all species on Blue stars seemed to gain superhuman abilities, growing ever stronger. The human race began to cultivate martial arts with the awakening of their bloodline, while fierce beasts gradually transformed into ferocious creatures. Initially, conflicts between humans and beasts were rampant. Yet humanity, relying on its wisdom, managed to conquer the ferocious beasts. Just as humanity celebrated its victory, the Demon Sea materialized in the sky above Blue, star like a chasm, unleashing the demon race that began to assault the realm. Thus commenced the struggle between humans and demons, under the resistance of our illustrious ancestors. The martial emperor of humanity sealed the demon emperor, but fell in the depths of the cosmos, leading to humanity establishing its own citadels within the Demon Sea. The very ground upon which we stand is the first major city of humanity within the Demon Sea, Zhongyu City. In the Demon Sea, humanity has three cities, Shiyu, Zhongyu, and Dongyu. The Great Xia solely guards Zhongyu City, while the Western nations jointly defend Shiyu City, and the Little Sun and Beautiful Nation jointly protect Dongyu City. This arrangement reflects the profound heritage of our Great Xia. Of the 20 martial saints across Blue Star, Great Xia boasts a remarkable 10. Each of you should take pride in being born in Great Xia. As Yang Jun concluded, a resounding wave of applause erupted. A homage to history and a source of national pride for the first-time visitors to the Demon Sea. Next, we shall visit the barracks of the 7th Regiment of the Demon Subduing Army, where everyone will be stationed for the night. Chapter 42. The Mastery of Illusions, Commencing Reaping. In the deep of night, a silvery moonlight poured through the heavy dark clouds, casting its glow upon the inky earth. Under the moonlight, thousands of military tents sprouted like spring bamboo outside Zhongyu City, appearing as mere flecks upon the vast castle walls. Although situated at the foot of Zhongyu City, this area was far removed from the battlefield, primarily established to allow these newly enrolled martial arts students to experience military life and acclimate to the environment of the Demon Sea. In truth, most students considered this step merely a formality, devoid of any real hardship, yet they felt powerless to alter their circumstances. Within an unassuming tent, the sounds of snoring filled the air as 4 single beds, all occupied, were crammed into the confined space. Once everyone had succumbed to slumber, Yihan, lying on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He sat up, surveyed the room to confirm that everyone was indeed asleep, and then, limping slightly, stealthily climbed out of the tent. After casting furtive glances, he stealthily ventured outside the military camp under the moonlight, unaware that his seemingly flawless actions had been detected by a pair of penetrating eyes lurking in the shadows. Yihan, concealed in the darkness, slightly curled his lips in a smirk. The little fish had finally made a move, and he quietly followed, suppressing his presence. In the original narrative, Su Ningxue did not bring Yihan to the martial sage ruins out of a desire to bestow upon him an opportunity. Rather, it was solely because she could not enter alone. Although these martial sage ruins were in close proximity to Zhongyu City, they were cleverly hidden and had remained unnoticed until Su Ningxue stumbled upon them by sheer chance. Initially filled with enthusiasm to enter, she was thwarted at the threshold upon discovering that the ruins only granted access to males. Immediately, Su Ningxue thought of her brother, Su Shan, a military commander and an 8th-tier martial sovereign. However, the thought of such a powerful figure recognizing her intentions and competing for treasures made her reconsider. After much contemplation, she devised a plan to take on disciples. She would bestow the lesser treasures upon naive apprentices as gifts, while she herself would enjoy their admiration and, by rightful means, seize the majority of the opportunities. This plan was nothing short of perfect. Thus, Yihan became her disciple, unaware that he had merely acquired insignificant scraps. Yihan felt immensely grateful, believing he had struck a great bargain. Even the telekinetic technique that later propelled him to fame in the exchange competition was the least favorable choice that Su Ningxue had selected. Yet, through sheer talent, Yihan carved out a name for himself. The essence of the martial sage within the ruins was also taken by Su Ningxue, and when Yihan needed this item to advance to the martial sage level, she, in her mid-8th tier, refused to part with it, causing a rift between master and disciple. Reflecting on this, Yihan revealed half of his face in the darkness and scoffed softly. They will inevitably turn against each other. Let me stoke the flames. However, before proceeding, he needed to utilize a certain card. From his system backpack, Yihan retrieved a golden card. Skill Completion Acceleration card. Can rapidly cultivate any skill to a perfected state. He clicked to use it. Target skill, Illusory Thought Technique. With a whoosh, the card transformed into shimmering light, enveloping him in a golden aura. As the golden energy absorbed and dissipated, Yihan felt his mastery of the illusory thought technique skyrocketing, swiftly reaching perfection. He gently closed his eyes. An expansive, boundless, illusory world materialized in his mind, as if it could manifest before him with a mere thought. This was the culmination of the illusory thought technique. The ability to traverse between the realms of illusion and reality, ensnaring others within, akin to a prison. No wonder it could seal the Demon Emperor. With the strength of a semi-emperor of the human race, one could effortlessly conjure a fictitious world to banish the Demon Emperor. Although Yihan had attained mastery of the technique, his current level was still lacking compared to the extreme east. However, ensnaring a novice martial sovereign like Su Ningxue should be well within his capabilities. A cool breeze brushed against his cheek, prompting a slight smile. Now, it was time for him to reap his rewards. Several kilometers outside the military camp, a limping figure appeared desolate under the shroud of the dark night, ultimately halting before a massive rock formation. Yihan lifted his gaze towards the barren mountain, murmuring, "This must be the place Master spoke of. But where is she? She should have communicated with me beforehand. She must have emerged from the demon-subduing army." Just as Yihan scanned the surroundings in search of her, a faint, ethereal voice drifted down from above the rocks. "Ahem, your master is here." Upon hearing the voice, Yifeng's heart surged with joy. He looked up to see Su Ningxue, her hair disheveled, seated atop the boulder, her vitality seemingly in turmoil. "Master, are you all right?" he inquired with concern. Su Ningxue, feigning calmness, waved her hand dismissively, replying, "I am fine." Yet a flicker of apprehension passed through her eyes, her resentment towards Li Yihan deepening. She had witnessed the methods of the demon-subduing army. Had it not been for her elder brother's intervention, she might have suffered greatly. But then she smiled brightly, her fair face radiant in the moonlight. "It matters not. Once we unlock this martial saint's relic and obtain its treasures, it will all have been worth it." With a sudden leap, Su Ningxue descended from the mountaintop. Standing before Yifeng, she gracefully gestured toward the mountain before them, and with a powerful surge of energy erupting from her sleeve, she shattered the formidable rock, creating a thunderous explosion. The resounding crash revealed a verdant bronze door behind the fragmented stone. Leading Yifeng to the door, Su Ningxue signaled him. With a determined breath, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to form. Before it could fall, he pressed it firmly against the center of the bronze door. As the blood seeped into the crevice, the door began to tremble and slowly opened. As the door swung ajar, Su Ningxue's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she stepped forward, entering the bronze door eagerly. Yifeng, not wanting to miss any opportunity, followed closely behind. The moment they crossed the threshold, a faint voice echoed from afar, reverberating through the mountain. "Illusions of the world, descend." A layer of invisible membrane appeared before the bronze door, unnoticed by either of them. As they passed through the unseen barrier, their bodies rippled through the air. With a resounding thud, the bronze door closed behind them. And Su Ningxue could hardly contain her triumphant glee. "Ha ha! Marvelous! We are finally inside. Now, all the treasures within the martial saint's relic belong to me." Behind her, Yifeng's wide eyes sparkled with excitement as he absorbed the mysterious surroundings. "Is this the fortune I am destined to encounter?" he pondered. "Li Yihan, the tide shall turn. After gaining this fortune, I shall repay the humiliations you inflicted upon me tenfold." Unbeknownst to them, at the barren rock formation before the bronze door in the Demon Sea, their figures stood as if frozen, motionless and unaware. Chapter 43. "Very well, you go and remove her garments." Behind the bronze door, a dimly lit and narrow passageway was flanked by flickering wall torches. A chilling, spectral wind swept outward, causing the flames to dance erratically, casting shadows that revealed two figures, one following closely behind the other. Soon, the pair emerged into a vast chamber, the interior of the mountain seemingly hollowed out, expansive and cavernous. Indeed, they had not come to the wrong place. Su Ningxue exclaimed in excitement, her eyes alight with the sight of towering piles of martial arts manuals and extraordinary weapons of rank and above. These treasures shimmered with a golden glow, illuminating the entire space with a brilliance akin to gold. In an instant, she dashed forward, thinking wealth at last. Meanwhile, Yifeng stood transfixed, as if in a trance. He had never beheld such an abundance of vitality elixirs in his life, stacked to the height of several buildings, their rich aroma invigorating his spirit. Like a ravenous wolf, he lunged forward, heedless of the pain in his legs. Both individuals stood before the vast array of resources, fervently filling their prepared spatial rings, each unwilling to lag behind the other. In the midst of her enthusiastic gathering, Su Ningxue suddenly looked up, as if recalling something. She set aside the manual she had just grasped and ventured deeper into the chamber. Could it be that there is so much within the martial saint's relic? Why does it feel somewhat surreal? After walking several hundred meters through a continuous display of weapons, manuals, and vitality elixirs, an overwhelming sense of doubt began to plague her. What kind of opulence is this? Could there truly be this many martial resources? Even the combined wealth of all martial saints on Blue Star would likely not amount to this. With a perplexed expression, Su Ningxue continued forward, weaving through layers of treasures, until she finally uncovered a distinct item in the depths, a coveted object of her dreams. A sphere, faintly glowing with a misty white light, transparent and imbued with a warm, soothing essence. Upon laying eyes on this gem, she exhaled in relief. Her previous doubts about the authenticity of the martial saint's relic dissipated. The existence of this item confirmed the reality of the relic. The source of the martial saint, Su Ningshui gazed fervently at the source before her, gently cradling it in her hands, quietly absorbing the power of the martial saint it emanated. In Blue Star, mere cultivation would not suffice to attain the rank of martial saint. To ascend from the 8th to the 9th rank and achieve this lofty status, one must harness the essence of the martial saint. The 8th rank represents the pinnacle of human martial cultivation. To shatter this ceiling, one must draw upon the forces of the world as essence, and this was the source of the martial saint. Currently, there are only 20 martial saints among humanity on Blue Star, each endowed with vigorous vitality and longevity, their combat prowess unmatched. She dared not entertain covetous thoughts. Yet, there were always some selfish martial saints who, aware of their impending demise, refused to pass on their source. This fear was one such case. Though few in number, they existed. Historically, those martial saints who mysteriously vanished often did so after establishing relics within the sea of demons to conceal their essence. They justified their actions under the guise of wanting to depart in completeness. Yet to her, they appeared as cowards, clinging to power without purpose. Better that it be given to her. At this moment, having obtained the essence of the martial saint, it is evident that the path to becoming a martial saint has been unveiled. Once I reach the pinnacle of martial venerable, I shall undoubtedly ascend to sainthood. Ha ha ha! The entire space reverberated with Su Ningshui's triumphant laughter. Just as she prepared to stow away the essence, a voice, aged and frail, pierced through the air, causing her to tremble. Even in death, I am disturbed by these uncouth tomb raiders. The sudden utterance startled Su Ningshui. She had never anticipated the presence of others within this relic. Previously, she had detected the site and found it sealed, making it seemingly impossible for anyone else to enter. A chill surged up her spine, causing her hair to stand on end. As she slowly turned around, her pupils dilated upon seeing the source of the voice. Before her stood a translucent, emaciated elder, his disheveled hair framing a face that bore a mocking glint in his eyes, tainted with a hint of lewdness. What terrified Su Ningshui further was the unmistakable aura of a martial saint emanating from him. This martial saint was still alive? How could that be? I did not intend to disturb you, senior. I shall take my leave at once. The fear compelled Su Ningshui to instinctively retreat, but as she turned to flee, the elder raised a hand and gently pinched the air. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere solidified like stone, sealing off the entire space and trapping Su Ningshui in place. Wish to depart? Did I grant you permission? The elder floated before Su Ningshui, his face alarmingly close as he inhaled her scent, his gaze fixated on the enchanting figure concealed beneath her sheer garment, his expression grotesquely lecherous. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Such a pristine and voluptuous woman engaging in such unscrupulous deeds? With the elder encroaching so closely, Su Ningshui felt a mix of horror and revulsion. Suppressing her breath, she spoke calmly. I was unaware of your presence, esteemed senior. I am Su Ningshui of the Su clan. I implore you to show mercy and let me go. The elder lifted his head, his murky eyes boring into her. Su clan? What a trivial family, one I have never heard of. Show you mercy? And what about that little mouse outside? The elder beckoned with a finger, causing Yihan, who was frantically scouring the vicinity hundreds of meters away, to stumble. Why do I feel a sense of foreboding? Before Yihan could react, an immense force suddenly assailed him, and with a whoosh, he vanished from his spot, his spatial ring clattering to the ground. Deep within the cave, Yifan's weightless form soared through the air. Thud! After colliding with the hard rock wall, Yihan, dazed, regained his senses and beheld the lecherous elder and the motionless Su Ningshui. Confusion etched across his face. Why are there others here? Master, is this your friend? Before Yihan could finish, the elder erupted with a terrifying killing intent, as if gazed upon by the abyss. Paralyzed with fear, Yihan stood frozen, his eyes wide with terror, and even Su Ningshui's complexion turned pale. Wait, is this elder truly intent on killing them? Observing Yifan's panic. The elder spoke with a twisted interest, his voice dry. Young man, do you wish to live? Upon hearing this, Yihan felt as though he had found a lifeline, fervently nodding his head. Since you desire to live, answer me a few questions. Yifeng's head bobbed as vigorously as a chick pecking at grains. What is your relationship with this person? She is my master. Is your master good to you? Upon hearing this, Yifeng began to ponder. Although Su Ningshui was rather frugal, she had stood up for him on 2 occasions, which he had to admit was commendable. Yifeng straightened his back and proudly declared, wanting to touch the heart of this senior with sincerity. My master treats me very well. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Su Ningshui felt a warmth in her heart. Gazing at him with tender eyes, this lad has a bit of conscience. The old man's eyes sparkled with excitement upon receiving the reply. Very well. Go and remove her clothes. What? Chapter 44 Master, you wouldn't want to lose this life, would you? What? Yifeng felt as though struck by lightning at the old man's words, and Su Ningshui's pupils dilated in shock. What did you say? The old man squinted slightly. A terrifying murderous intent resurfacing, his cold gaze fixed on Yifeng, speaking in an undeniable tone. I will only say this once. If you do not comply, then you shall all perish. Fear surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Yifeng's heart as he looked at Su Ningshui, who was immobilized. Yifeng swallowed hard. Though frightened, the fervor in his eyes only intensified. A wave of excitement inexplicably surged in his mind. Master, this is not what I wish to do. Su Ningshui's voluptuous form struggled in vain, firmly bound in place. Her trembling body quaked with anxiety, her expression visibly flustered. Master, I'm sorry. Yifeng, don't come any closer. Master, you wouldn't want to lose this life, would you? I am compelled to do this. As Yifeng undid the first layer of her sheer white garment, tears welled in the corners of Su Ningshui's eyes, and she cried out in anguish. Yifeng, didn't you say your master treats you well? Is this how you repay me? Su Ningshui's words did not halt Yifeng's actions. Instead, they propelled him to act with greater dexterity. With one hand, he skillfully unfastened the last button at her back. Suddenly, a pair of ample curves sprang forth, strikingly white and eye-catching. It is precisely because she has treated me well that I am doing this. I am saving you, master. Do not worry, I will be quick. In a swift motion, he discarded his trousers. At the mountainside, before the bronze door, Yihan slowly emerged from the cave, approaching the 2 who stood motionless like statues. Feeling a bit dizzy, he rubbed his head and remarked, utilizing the illusion technique to create a mirage to control an 8th-tier martial master, even in its early stages, nearly depleted his mental energy. Had he not timely exchanged for a few mental energy recovery pills at Tongzi Ji's convenience store, he might have failed. Fortunately, he succeeded, a smile curling at the corners of Li Yihan's mouth. However, according to his current level of mental energy, though he could not fully unleash the complete power of the illusion technique, illusory world, he could nonetheless construct it according to his general ideas. Li Yihan crafted an extraordinarily simple illusion for the 2, one where the master and disciple would inevitably sever their bond, harboring mutual resentment. It appeared that his plan was nearly complete. As he approached the pair, eager to revel in their enmity, he was momentarily taken aback. What? He stared in bewilderment at their starkly contrasting expressions, a question forming in his mind. Why did Yifeng wear a look of utter satisfaction and enjoyment, while Su Ningshui appeared to be in agonizing distress, her brows tightly knitted? This was perplexing. Shouldn't they both be suffering? Why did Yifeng's face radiate such brightness? Curious, Li Yihan furrowed his brow and delved into the illusionary realm with his thoughts, exclaiming a traditional phrase in disbelief. Goodness, can such unfiltered scenes be witnessed? Upon witnessing the chaotic display within, Li Yihan couldn't help but commend the spectacle. However, this wasn't quite what he intended. He soon noticed an old, lecherous spirit lurking beside the 2 athletes, and squinting, he realized that he currently lacked the ability to manipulate the individuals within this illusion. The unfolding drama seemed to be influenced by the martial sage from the original ruins, likely tied to his peculiar tastes. In a flash of realization, Yifeng exhaled deeply, his body trembling slightly as he completed his sprint. The observing old man, upon seeing Yifeng finish, wiped the lewd expression from his face and gazed at him with mock seriousness. Why have you sullied your master? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Yifeng adjusted his pants and turned to the old man with confusion. Didn't you instruct me to do so? The old man raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What did I ask you to do that? I merely told you to remove your clothing. The remainder of your actions for a duration of 2.5 minutes was entirely your own doing. Faced with the old man's denial, Yifeng seethed with indignation as he felt Su Ningshui's resentful gaze upon him. Yet he dared not voice his grievances aloud, resigning himself to swallow his anger. You behind him, Su Ningshui, with tears streaming down her face and a vacant expression, gazed up into the cavern above, filled with regret. What a remarkable disciple I've taken. Regardless, I followed your instructions. Can the senior now spare us both? Yifeng looked at the old man, his face pleading. Spare you two? Absolutely not. I still have half an hour left. At the current pace, you can perform 10 more times. I have yet to see enough. Not a single instance can be omitted. Otherwise, I shall deal with you both. The old spirit chuckled, while Su Ningshui, upon hearing this, descended into despair, her voice rising in a frantic plea. Yifeng, if you still consider yourself my disciple, don't do this. He'll kill us. No, master. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear lack of firewood. I will certainly save you. Get lost. After 10 excruciating performances, Yifeng, panting heavily, looked at the old man, while Su Ningshui lay on the ground, her legs unable to close, resembling a puppet at the mercy of its puppeteer. The old spirit gazed at Yifeng in astonishment. Impressive. You managed to complete 10 rounds in just half the time. Congratulations, you've successfully survived. Upon hearing the news, Yifeng's previously furrowed brows relaxed, and he joyfully relayed the message to Su Ningshui, who lay on the ground. Master, did you hear? We have successfully survived. Get lost. The old man retorted, glancing at the elated Yifeng as if recalling something, and teasingly remarked, while you are in such high spirits, let me share another piece of good news. In truth, had you not heeded my words, you would not have perished. This was merely an illusion. The conditions I presented were purely a personal quirk. However, I must admit, young man, you have exceeded my expectations. The old soul burst into laughter, his form gradually fading away until he vanished completely. What? An illusion? Only Yifeng, standing in a daze, and Su Ningshui, trembling with rage on the ground, remained. At this moment, Yihan also exited the illusion. The time in this dream world was nearing its end, and the two were about to awaken, ready to resume their tasks. Having perused the original text, Yihan was aware of the locations of several critical treasures. Thus, even if he had lingered to watch the spectacle, it mattered not. He skillfully collected the majority of the valuable items, including remnants of divine weapons and the essence of a martial sage, departing with a sprightly gait. As he passed by the two, he cast a mocking glance at Yifeng, foreboding, someone is about to face dire consequences. Moments later, a surge of murderous intent, thick and potent, erupted from within the mountain, akin to a tsunami, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. Even from several kilometers away, Yihan could sense Su Ningshui's overwhelming bloodlust. Chapter 45. Why not call me father? Master, please forgive me. It was merely an illusion. I did not intend for this to happen. I only wished for our survival. At the cave entrance, Yifeng knelt on the ground, hands prostrated, repeatedly pounding his head against the hard earth in desperate supplication. Su Ningshui's gaze was as sharp as a blade, devoid of emotion as she looked down at Yifeng. The murderous aura emanating from her sent shivers through him, and her voice, cold and devoid of inflection, pierced the air. You possess quite the audacity. I was also left with no choice, master, although it was an illusion. The sensations were so vivid that I dare not recall them. It felt utterly real. It must be said, this disciple was the fastest he had ever encountered. Observing Yifeng's earnest attitude of contrition, Su Ningshui spoke with indifference. This matter shall remain between us, otherwise. Yes. Before Su Ningshui could finish her sentence, Yifeng's head bobbed up and down like a chick pecking a grain. The sight of Yifeng nodding again reminded Su Ningshui of his earlier treacherous demeanor, eliciting a wave of nausea within her. She turned away, dismissing him with a look of disdain, striding haughtily toward the ruins. Watching Su Ningshui's graceful movements, Yifeng's expression darkened with displeasure. What pretense of purity? Wasn't it just moments ago that I risked myself to save you? yet you remain ungrateful? Truly, a woman oblivious to her own fortune. Unbeknownst to Su Ningshui, Yifeng's thoughts were far from her own. She was in a rather good mood, anticipating the acquisition of the martial sage's essence, which would pave the way to the martial sage, thus alleviating the unpleasant memories of recent events. However, as she stepped through the bronze door, she suddenly halted, her face awash with disbelief. The interior was modest, resembling a small cavern, with a clear view of the bottom, a stark contrast to the previous illusion. Su Ningshui stood at the entrance of the ruins, her eyes trembling, her clenched fists revealing bulging veins. As her gaze swept across the emptiness within, it became apparent that the weapons that should have adorned the racks had been removed, and the scriptures were strewn haphazardly, with only a few remaining on the shelves. The position of the martial sage's essence was also devoid of any presence. Most crucially, 2 lines of large characters were etched into the deep rock wall, echoing like an incantation before her eyes. Not bad for a marquee, isn't it? Quite impressive, I must say. The only drawback is that your disciple is too swift. Upon reading the second line, Yifeng's pupils constricted sharply, his fists clenched tightly. What the hell do you understand? While others accomplish it once, I can achieve it 7 times. That is efficiency. With a thought, Su Ningshui shattered the rock wall, her fury erupting as she roared, "Damn it! Who is it?" Suddenly, she unleashed a terrifying surge of vitality, causing the entire ruin to collapse under her wrath, engulfed in rubble. Ding detected a rift in the relationship between Yifeng and his master, earning a reward of 10,000 villain points. Detected Yifeng's confusion regarding himself, earning a reward of 6,000 villain points. Detected the host plundering Yifeng's fortune, earning a reward of 20,000 villain points. Yifeng's fortune is at 5. Current task progress is at 3. Upon reaching 15, a top-tier martial sage experience card will be awarded. Upon returning to the military camp, Yihan lay on her bed, her heart brimming with joy as she listened to the system's continuous notifications. Not only had she acquired the essence of the martial sage from the ruins, but she had also gained a top-tier martial sage experience card. This was a pivotal stage for enhancing her strength, and every resource was invaluable. If memory served her correctly during the exchange competition, the demon race had infiltrated the human ranks to provoke war, sending spies to assassinate the human prodigies. Though the assassination attempt failed, 8 demon sages had converged upon the domain city, resulting in an epic battle. In that conflict, the Leaf family, as the main force, suffered significant losses, with several martial venerables perishing, including her grandfather, martial sage Li Xingtun, who was gravely injured during the siege by 3 demon sages. This led to the gradual decline of the Li family, providing an opportunity for Yifeng to flourish. The arrival of the top-tier martial sage experience card was fortuitous. With it, Yihan felt emboldened to ensure the Li family's victory in this campaign. She then took out the warm, ethereal essence of the martial sage, reflecting on her substantial gains. Not only had she amassed a wealth of martial resources, but she had also secured the essence of the martial sage. With this essence in hand, the Leaf family could potentially have dual martial sages. It was time for her somewhat irresponsible father to advance to martial sage. The thought of Li Huaxian's frivolous demeanor brought a smile to Li Yihan's face. The stronger the Li family became, the more secure she felt. The following day, after the summary, all the students in the square proceeded to return to Blue Star via the large teleportation array of the Demon Sea. Meanwhile, Li Yihan and her companions followed Li Qing back to the rear courtyard of the Extreme Dao Academy through their designated teleportation array. Upon arriving at the academy, Li Yihan wasted no time in preparing to depart. Li Qing did not inquire further. According to his capabilities, Li Yihan had already reached a level suitable for graduation. His sole task now was to master the art of illusory thought techniques. The cultivation of mental power should not be rigid. It requires a gradual and relaxed approach. After some contemplation, Li Qing calculated that, given his talent, Li Yihan would likely achieve mastery within a year. In Kyoto, at the Li residence, Li Yihan pushed open the heavy door and began to search for his father. He knew that Li Huayan, barring emergencies, would typically be found at Blue Star. The tribunal's duty is to maintain the order within the human race. Recently, it had been less busy, only venturing into the demon sea when absolutely necessary. Father, he called out, "What are you doing, son? Only 2 days into school, and you already miss your old man?" Li Huayuan emerged from the training room with a mischievous grin, having sensed Li Yihan's arrival as soon as he reached Kyoto. "Let us get to the point. What level of martial sovereign are you at now?" Li Yihan's unprecedented inquiry about his father's realm instantly piqued Li Huayuan's interest. Such a splendid opportunity to boast had presented itself. He could not resist showcasing his prowess. "Ahem," Li Huayuan said, placing his hands behind his back and adopting a serious demeanor. "I began my studies at the tender age of 3. Get to the point. 8th stage perfected." Li Huayuan chuckled proudly, but then sighed. "If only I had the martial saint's essence, I would have already attained that rank. All those old geezers hoarding the good stuff. In 8 generations, my Li family has only one martial saint essence. If only someone could provide me another, calling him father would not be too much to ask." His implication was clear. Whoever could bestow upon him the martial saint essence would earn the title of father. Otherwise, I shall await my father's inheritance. Li Huayuan rolled his eyes. "Why not just call me father?" Li Yihan produced a luminous orb from his spatial ring. The previously chatty Li Huayuan froze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he grasped Li Yihan's hand in disbelief. "What is this?" Chapter 46, Star Extinguishing Technique, Asura Divine Body. The martial saint essence. Li Huayuan's voice trembled as it reverberated through the room. His dark eyes fixated on the object in Li Yihan's hand, his breath quickening. "Where did you acquire this?" As he reached out to touch it, a warm essence emanated from his fingertips, causing his entire being to resonate with fervor. Outside the central domain city, within a martial saint's relic, Li Yihan proudly declared, "Wow, your luck is truly exceptional. Well then, I shan't be polite." Li Huayuan's excitement was palpable, his mouth watering at the prospect. As he reached out to seize it, Li Yihan deftly evaded him, raising his head to reveal a cheeky grin. One could not deny that this mischievous demeanor was a mirror of his own. "Huh?" Li Huayuan tilted his head, puzzled. "Isn't this meant for me? Look at you. So eager. Have you forgotten what you just said?" Li Huayuan glanced at the martial saint essence, then back at Li Yihan's smug expression. Raising an eyebrow, he cleared his throat and began to hum with a playful smile. "Little Han, always asking from you, yet never uttering a word of gratitude." The whimsical voice of Li Huayuan resonates in my ears, causing Li Yihan to smile with crescent-shaped eyes. This melody was worth it. Holding the essence of martial saints in his hands, Li Huayuan cast a lingering glance at Li Yihan, and with rare seriousness declared, "Thank you, my son. But remember this." He patted his chest. "Your father is indeed your father. Even if the heavens were to collapse, your father will always stand above you." His words deepened Li Yihan's smile. As long as the Li family remains intact, that is sufficient. The commotion of breaking through to martial saint is too conspicuous. He must seek a concealed location. With the essence of martial saints in hand, Li Huayuan transformed into a streak of white light and vanished into the sky. Subsequently, Li Yihan retracted his smile and delved into contemplation. His father's recent breakthrough to martial saint, following the invasion of the demon clan during the exchange competition, has temporarily alleviated the pressure on the Li family amidst the looming crisis. What lies ahead is a more extensive plan. He is well aware of the locations of the remaining relics of martial saints in the Demon Sea. In the original narrative, Yifeng ascended to the rank of martial emperor and, before departing from Blue Star, reclaimed all the scattered essences. However, the number of martial saints on Blue Star did not increase, as Yifeng did not distribute the essences to those martial lords in need of breakthroughs, but rather refined them in secrecy. This is nothing short of a squander of resources. Yifeng may currently be oblivious to these relics of martial saints, but he is acutely aware. After all, this also constitutes an opportunity for Yifeng, which he must seize. He began to contemplate how, after the exchange competition, he would need to elevate second uncle to the rank of martial saint. Relying on the system, he is not bound to follow the traditional cultivation path of Blue Star. With the assistance of the small shop run by Brother Tongzi and the villain points, he can grow indefinitely. The speed of his advancement hinges on how swiftly he can exploit the child of destiny. However, the others in the Leaf family cannot afford such luxuries. They must adhere to the existing cultivation framework, progressing steadily step by step. The ambition of Yihan extends far beyond merely having multiple martial saints in the Leaf family. His aspirations are grand. Raising his head, Yihan gazed out the window, his profound eyes attempting to pierce the darkness that spanned the horizon. He understood that the Demon Sea is merely a springboard within the vast expanse of the cosmic ocean. Beyond Blue Star, there exist numerous formidable races, some capable of extinguishing stars with a mere gesture. To traverse the realms beyond the starry skies, becoming a martial emperor is merely the beginning. His journey is far from over, and his foundation lies within his family. His ultimate plan is to forge the Leaf family into the most powerful clan in the entire cosmic sea. Returning to the present, Yihan entered the training room and casually settled into a spot. In half a month, the global martial arts exchange competition will commence. Although his current strength is sufficient to claim the championship, it is not enough. A significant event will transpire during the competition, compelling his participation. He must accelerate his growth to navigate the impending crises with ease. Observing the 60,000 villain points displayed on the system panel, Yihan couldn't help but marvel. To be frank, Yifeng is indeed quite fortunate. He opened the system shop. After flipping through several pages, Yihan finally discovered a mysterious green plant nestled in the corner of the marketplace. Without hesitation, he expended half of his points to acquire it. The item was labeled as the Star-Destroying Level Enlightenment Tree. Upon utilizing it, a designated area would be established, within which any martial art could be deduced with a success rate of 100%, limited to the Star-Destroying realm and below. Previously, Yihan had taken note of this item while visiting the store of Tongzigu, prompting him to spend a staggering 200,000 points on a fragment of the Asura divine body. Now, having attained the pinnacle of the holy body, he understood that to transcend into the martial emperor realm, he must possess a divine body. The term martial emperor was merely a designation on Blue Star. In the vast cosmos, it was referred to as the Star-Destroying realm. Yihan retrieved the fragment of the Asura divine body from the system space and promptly placed the Star-Destroying Level Enlightenment Tree before him. A fragrance that touched the soul wafted throughout the entire training room, enriching the spiritual energy within. He pondered whether Tongzigu would disapprove of his extravagant spending. Originally worth over 1 million points, he had procured the divine body technique for merely 500,000. He began his studies, replacing his previous technique. For an entire night, Yihan sat cross-legged in the training room, the spiritual energy swirling and his blood surging. Just as the last leaf of the enlightenment tree was about to fall, a fierce aura reminiscent of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses engulfed the room, a crimson energy encircling his body. The once golden hue of the holy body gradually succumbed to a shade of crimson until the entirety of the gold was overtaken, transforming the fearsome Asura behind him into a visage of deep red. With a sigh of relief, Yihan slowly rose, throwing a casual punch forward, hinting at the power to shatter space. Although his divine body was at the proficient level and his martial realm still insufficient, he genuinely embodied the essence of the Star-Destroying realm, and he now possessed an aura akin to that of a martial emperor. Next came the matter of ascending to a higher realm. He opened the system marketplace, gazing at his remaining 300,000 points, and set his sights on the 6th-stage realm enhancement card. The 6th-stage realm enhancement card is available for 300,000 points. Upon use, it can elevate a 6th-stage cultivation to the 7th stage. This was a newly unlocked page in the marketplace, featuring enhancement cards for various realms, each with vastly differing prices. Upon the appearance of this interface, Yihan realized that his cultivation path diverged significantly from others. The final item displayed was a Star-Destroying Realm enhancement card, with a price that was astronomical. The subsequent pages remained hidden, likely to be unlocked only after reaching the Star-Destroying Realm. Do you wish to use the 6th-stage enhancement card? He chose to use it. Yihan contemplated in the pristine training room. His physical form and realm had reached their current limits. As for mental power, He did not intend to utilize items from the system marketplace due to budget constraints. He could not afford to address every aspect comprehensively. This was something he would have to achieve through his own efforts. He anticipated that during the time he observed the martial emperor's body, he would have an opportunity to communicate with the martial emperor's soul, which would suffice. Chapter 47. Departure for the Global Martial Arts University Exchange Competition. Time swiftly passed. And half a month later, a shocking piece of news spread across martial arts academies worldwide, leaving many in disbelief. Astonishingly, Thomas from Massachusetts Martial Arts University had achieved perfection in the Saint body and ascended to the 7th tier. Upon the emergence of this announcement, schools and students preparing for the martial arts competition were instantly thrown into turmoil. Could this still be humanity? Graduating from university, yet already at the 7th tier? How terrifying. My goodness, does this mean that the great Xia will have no chance of witnessing the martial emperor's physique? Alas, such a prodigious talent cannot be restrained. Initially thought to be mere rumor, the confirmation from Massachusetts Martial Arts University sent shockwaves through martial arts institutions across various nations. Could it be that the first place truly belonged to the United States? Within a grand circular palace at Massachusetts Martial Arts University, a thunderous crash echoed as Thomas effortlessly shattered the massive 7th-tier power testing device with a single punch. Exhaling deeply, he emanated an astonishing aura, his robust vitality visibly swirling around him, while a 6-winged angel, shimmering with golden light, faintly materialized behind him. He appeared as though possessed by an angel, radiating an overwhelming presence. Was this the power of the perfected angelic saint body? Remarkable indeed. At that moment, a fair-haired, blue-eyed man entered, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. This time, the championship was undoubtedly destined for our United States. Great Xia was sure to lose. This was inevitable. Thomas slowly turned, his formidable vitality cascading with his movement, as he looked down imperiously at the white man who had spoken, exuding an air of authority without any trace of anger. Jack, this time I shall pierce through all of Great Xia and even the entire globe. Meanwhile, martial arts universities across Great Xia were engulfed in chaos, with many institutions beginning to fret over their prospects in the upcoming competition. Even Chi Yu from the Extreme Path Academy felt a sense of urgency, pacing anxiously in the Bamboo Grove courtyard. With such a level of prowess displayed, he could not guarantee that Yihan would secure victory. Observing Li Qing, who remained leisurely reclined in her chair, exuding calmness, Chi Yu finally could not hold back. Director Li, are you not worried about not securing first place? Worried? Li Qing leisurely opened her eyes, her tone nonchalant. What is there to worry about? The Extreme Path Academy winning first place is an outcome that has never encountered any unexpected turn in any competition. She then sat up, regarding Chi Yu with admiration and nodding appreciatively. However, I must say, you are increasingly resembling a faculty member of the Academy. The day before the competition commenced, Li Yihan returned to the Extreme Path Academy with a bright smile, having significantly enhanced his strength in just half a month. During this time, he had refined the broken weapon from the martial saint relic into a spear, providing himself with a formidable weapon. The golden spear, while not the pinnacle of weaponry, was undoubtedly a substantial artifact, capable of withstanding 10 consecutive uses of the dragon-slaying spear technique without shattering. Now, at the 7th tier, he was confident that even some 8th-tier martial artists would not pose a challenge to him. If Suning Shuei were present now, he would possess the capability to vanquish her. This thought caused Li Yihan's eyes to narrow slightly. A gentleman seeks vengeance. The sooner, the better. He must find an opportunity to eliminate her. In the central domain city, at the square, dark and heavy clouds swirled ominously overhead, while a cold wind swept across the expansive area, where 8 figures stood, exuding an air of desolation. These were the 8 contestants representing the Great Xia in the competition. Aside from Li Yihan, all were students of Qingwu Academy, with only 3 being freshmen. Standing beside Li Yihan was Zhao Lingxi, whose eyes sparkled like crescent moons, filled with vivacity. Observing the harmonious pairing of the two, an irked voice called out, Zhao Lingxi, we attend the same school. Surely, you should stand beside me. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Yihan smirked, while Zhao Lingxi paid no heed, as if the words were but a breeze, continuing to chat merrily with Yihan. Feeling once again ignored, Yifeng's temper flared slightly. This woman was utterly impervious to his advances. He had been attempting to engage her for half a month without receiving even a glance in return. Determined, Yifeng prepared to incite public opinion, sarcastically stirring the sentiments of two second-year seniors from Qingwu Academy nearby. These seniors were known for their domineering nature and would surely disapprove of such disregard for group cohesion. We, as students of Qingwu, should walk together when outside. Only then can we demonstrate our unity, he proclaimed. What is it to entangle oneself with students from other academies? Wouldn't you agree, seniors? Yifeng scoffed inwardly, thinking that if they chose to ignore him, they would soon become the target of collective disdain. However, upon hearing his words, neither Yihan nor Zhao Lingxi reacted, while the two seniors from Qingwu frowned in disapproval. Initially, they were already annoyed by Yifeng's audacity to join the delegation, leveraging Vice Principal Su's blatant favoritism despite his insufficient abilities. Now, he had the audacity to provoke someone from the Extreme Path Academy? Did he not hear about the illustrious achievements of that individual? Yihan's confrontation with several second-year seniors from the Extreme Path Academy had already spread throughout the second-year cohort in all martial arts universities in the Great Xia. It was said that when someone visited Wang Meng, they were shocked to find him bedridden, completely wrapped in bandages. Wang Meng had been the top scorer of their martial arts examination. How could he have been beaten to such a state? Upon investigation, it was revealed that the perpetrator was none other than that freshman, the young master of the Li family. Moreover, they were also aware of the incident at the Demon Sea freshman camp, where a single individual had toppled over 70 newcomers. Who would dare to offend such a formidable figure? Were they out of their minds? They disregarded Yifeng's remarks, continuing to speak among themselves. The Great Xia is a unified entity without distinctions between academies. I believe how one stands is of no concern to anyone. Wouldn't you agree? I concur completely, replied the other. Watching them carry on with their conversation, Yifeng was taken aback. What did this mean? Weren't they the ones who strutted around with arrogance at school? Why had they suddenly become so timid here? As he observed Yihan engaged in light-hearted banter, his eyes brimmed with resentment. It is entirely Yihan's fault for causing such embarrassment during the freshman camp. This debt will surely be repaid in due time. Recently, Sumo's remaining resources have nearly been drained by him, and it is imperative to find a benefactor soon, for one cannot simply consume without producing. Efforts must be made. Observing Zhao Lingxi's long legs, Yifeng silently resolved to capture her attention during this competition. They shall experience the allure of his full charm. At that moment, a dignified man clad in military attire approached with a solemn expression. It was Yang Jun. The Global Martial Arts University exchange competition was of utmost importance to humanity, and each representative team was accompanied by a demon-slaying squad for protection. Accompanying Yang Jun was an elderly gentleman in a long green robe, the current principal of the Imperial Capital School, Wei Nanyun, a consummate 8th-tier martial master. He also served as the captain of the Great Xia representative team. With his head of white hair, he exuded a vigorous spirit. Despite suppressing his aura, those present still felt the pressure he emanated. After surveying the assembly to ensure everyone was present, Wei Nanyun spoke with great energy. Let us depart for East Domain City. The Global Martial Arts University exchange competition awaits. Chapter 48. He says I am Yihan's girlfriend? Is this East Domain City? The style is utterly distinct from that of Central Domain City. Before the immense spatial teleportation array, the Great Xia martial arts representative team engaged in animated discussions, marveling at the scene before them. Towering structures in a Western architectural style rose majestically, adorned with exquisite reliefs, and the glass facades between each level were remarkably beautiful, making it hard to fathom such modern architecture could exist in the Demon Sea. Interspersed between the lofty buildings were quaint courtyards, showcasing a unique local style. The juxtaposition of these two entirely different architectural forms created a striking visual impact. As they traversed the streets of East Domain City, Zhao Lingxi gazed about with wide, curious eyes filled with wonder. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the martial arts competition venue in East Domain City. This arena, resembling a bowl, was already packed with people as elite representatives from martial arts universities around the globe gathered for the event. When Yihan and his companions entered through the passageway, all eyes were upon them. The great Xia representative team had arrived. However, soon the expressions of some spectators morphed into mocking amusement. It is well known that Great Xia had achieved 10 consecutive championships, and their streak was expected to be shattered today thanks to a prodigious talent from the beautiful nation, who had attained the holy body perfection by the age of 20 and stepped into the 7th tier. Rumor had it that he alone could dismantle the entire Great Xia representative team. Upon entering the circular passageway, the team split. Principal Wei and Major Yang proceeded toward the podium, while Yihan and his companions headed toward the resting area designated for the Great Xia representatives. Suddenly, a diminutive figure with a lewd expression and accompanied by several individuals clad in warrior attire obstructed their path. The small man squinted, his conspicuous mustache accentuating his heavy accent as he spoke arrogantly. "Are you the ones responsible for the Great Xia representative team?" His gaze was particularly fixated on Zhao Lingxi's fair, long legs filled with ulterior motives. "And who might you be?" Upon noticing the arrival of international guests, Yifeng stepped forward with enthusiasm to greet them. "Greetings. I am Yamamoto Kazuta, representing the Nihon team. You, at the forefront, must be the captain of the Daxia team?" Upon hearing Yamamoto's inquiry, Yifeng instinctively straightened his posture. There had been no prior decision on who would assume the role of captain. He had anticipated some competition for the title, but was surprised to find none. Thus he had volunteered himself. With pride, he declared, "Indeed, I am the captain, Yifeng." Yamamoto Kazuta raised an eyebrow at Yifeng's response and contemptuously remarked, "Forgive my candor, Captain Yi, but your abilities seem rather lacking. If this is the caliber of your leadership, then your team is, quite frankly, not impressive at all." His unabashed mockery elicited laughter from the samurai-clad figures behind him. Feeling the sting of humiliation, Yifeng's expression turned icy, yet he dared not respond in anger. The presence of these individuals exuded an aura far superior to his own, and most importantly, he recognized Yamamoto Kazuta's name. He was the only martial sage of Nihon, the pampered son of the renowned Yamamoto Gon. It was known that the martial sage was exceedingly indulgent toward his son, and Yamamoto Kazuta's reputation in Nihon was notoriously poor. He was a bully who operated with impunity, shielded by his father's powerful influence. Fully aware of the formidable background of his adversary, Yifeng hesitated to act recklessly despite the provocation, instead opting for a slightly firmer tone. "Lord Yamamoto, you yist. Our Daxia is indeed quite formidable." Yamamoto Kazuta, dismissive of Yifeng's humility, turned his gaze past him, fixating lecherously on the last member of their team, Zhao Lingxi. "How about this? If you allow your beautiful companion to spend a night with us, I might consider going easy on you during our match. You are the captain, after all. I presume you have some authority in this matter." Faced with such an outrageous demand, Yifeng initially furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before an idea struck him. "Lord Yamamoto, that might not be appropriate. She has a boyfriend, specifically the young man beside her." "That tall, slender fellow?" Yamamoto Kazuta inquired, directing his attention towards Yihan, which caused Yifeng to smirk inwardly. "Humph. Since I cannot inflict harm upon you, I shall cause you some trouble instead. We are in Dongyu City, after all, within the very stronghold of the Yamamoto family. Even the arrogant scion of the Li family cannot dominate the local power. Let us see how you fare." "Step aside." Yamamoto Kazuta pushed Yifeng aside with force and swaggered toward Yihan. The other Daxia team members, witnessing Yifeng's apparent cowardice, muttered curses under their breath, preparing to intervene, but were halted by Yihan's voice. "Let him come." The others turned to her in confusion, noticing the slight smirk on her face, a look of malicious delight. "It seems that trouble has found its way to me. This Yamamoto Kazuta is the son of the very spy who issued a warning to the Demon Clan during this global martial arts university exchange competition. Upon learning of the impending awakening of the Demon Emperor seal within a year, Yamamoto Kishi felt a profound sense of crisis. Consequently, he led his family to defect. intending to collaborate with the demonic forces at the upcoming Global Martial Arts University exchange competition to hunt down the human prodigies, thereby demonstrating their resolve. His son, Gu, was likely already aware of this news, which explained his audacious demeanor. Yamamoto Ichiro, accompanied by several warriors exuding arrogance, approached Yihan, gazing up at him with disdain. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'll let me have your girlfriend tonight. I assure you, I will provide ample compensation. Otherwise," Zhao Lingxi felt her face flush crimson upon hearing Yamamoto's words, her heart racing with excitement. What? He referred to me as Yihan's girlfriend? And it seems Yihan hasn't clarified this? Could it be? Seeing Zhao Lingxi's blushing countenance, Yamamoto Ishin assumed his words had made an impact. He urged Yihan, "Get lost. Your girlfriend is practically desperate. Let me, the man of the daylight rainbow, take good care of her." Yamamoto leered at Zhao Lingxi with lustful intent, causing her discomfort, and just as she contemplated confronting him in anger, she heard Yihan's gentle voice. "Lingxi, close your eyes." Upon hearing Yihan's soothing tone, Zhao Lingxi, her cheeks flushed, slowly shut her eyes. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as if a face collided with a hard stone pavement. Following that, Yamamoto Ishin's voice, nearly hoarse, erupted, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is?" Chapter 49. Thomas, is it a little train? Zhao Lingxi opened her eyes to see Yamamoto Ishin, bloodied and supported by his warriors, pointing at Yihan and cursing. Yifeng, witnessing Yihan's strike Yamamoto Ishin, felt a surge of joy. After all, they were on Yamamoto's territory. How foolish to dare assault the prince. He would be lucky to escape with his life. Yihan regarded Yamamoto Ishin with indifference, his tone dripping with disdain. "It doesn't matter who your father is. Do you know who I am?" Yamamoto was momentarily taken aback by Yihan's retort. Could this young man possess significant influence? Hesitantly, he inquired, "Who are you to speak like that?" "I am your father." "Baka." Yihan's reply sent Yamamoto Ishin into a fury, his eyes blazing with rage at Yihan's mocking expression, fists clenched tightly. After several deep breaths, he forced himself to suppress his volatile emotions. Yamamoto Ishin cast a sinister glance at the seemingly frivolous Yihan, vowing to remember this grudge. Had it not been for his father's repeated warnings to avoid trouble before the operation commenced to prevent exposure, he would have already dealt with Yihan. Just wait a little longer. Once the competition concludes and the operation begins, I shall make you wish for death, watching your girlfriend submit beneath me live. Very well. I shall remember this grudge. With that, Yamamoto Ishin, flanked by his warriors, strode away without a backward glance. Wait, is he leaving just like that? Is he not the local tyrant? Is that all? Yifeng, stunned by the humiliation of Yamamoto Ikeda, turned on his heel and walked away, bewildered. This narrative defies logic. Could it be that these individuals are mere paper tigers? Curse it. Had I known, I would not have been so courteous earlier. I should have acted more brazenly. Once again, I fell for that wretched Yihan's deceit. Not far off, two burly Caucasians observed the scene, their white flag prominently displaying the emblem of the United States team. "Boss, according to the photographs in the intelligence report, that individual seems to be a master from the Great Xia with exceptional telekinetic prowess," Jack remarked in a deep, resonant voice to Thomas, who stood with his arms crossed. "Quite intriguing. Though decisive in action, he is no match for me." "Too weak," Thomas replied with an air of arrogance, leaning against the wall with his eyes slightly closed, emanating an overwhelming aura. "I shall provoke him. Just don't go too far, Jack." "Rest assured, boss," Jack said with a smirk, striding confidently toward the Great Xia team, his demeanor exuding a sense of trouble. "Oh, another one? Perfect timing. Let us see my performance." Noticing the hostile approach, Yifeng felt a surge of confidence. It appeared these individuals were bullies who feared the strong. With a resolute attitude and a touch of insult, they would surely scurry away. This time, I must not let Yihan take the spotlight. I must showcase my charm, especially to Zhao Lingxi. With a determined expression, Yifeng extended his hand to block Jack's path. Jack tilted his head slightly, a hint of confusion in his gaze as he questioned, "What do you want?" "What the hell are you doing?" Yifeng replied solemnly. "If you wish to provoke the Great Xia, you must first seek my consent." taken aback by Yi Feng's obstruction. Jack furrowed his brow and instinctively asked, "Who are you?" "I am your father." "Go to hell, you fool." In an instant, Jack unleashed a formidable aura of mid-sixth tier strength, causing Yi Feng's pupils to constrict. Is he really that strong? Before Yi Feng could react, Jack's massive hand slammed him against the wall with a resounding thud. Bang! Yi Feng's head became lodged in the wall, his body thrashing outside, utterly bewildered. This is not how the script is supposed to unfold. I should have been the one to insult him, then deliver a slap before departing in triumph. Why did Yihan insult someone and suffer no consequences while I am left in such a dire situation? Why? Damn Yihan. How is it that fortune favors you so? Detected an increase in resentment towards the host. Villain points. 3,000 Is there a reward for me being beaten? Jack glanced disdainfully at Yi Feng, clapped his hands, and innocently addressed the other members of the Great Xia team. He provoked me first. You all witnessed it. Upon hearing this, the previously icy-faced seniors nodded in agreement, their expressions softening slightly. Indeed, it is true. Yi Feng's own arrogance led to this predicament. And we are in the wrong this time. Seeing no dissent, Jack made his way directly to Li Yihan's position. You must be Li Yihan, correct? Yes, and you are. Jack crossed his arms defiantly, his voice imbued with arrogance. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is the message I bring. What message? This time, the champion of the Global Martial Arts University Exchange Competition will undoubtedly be our beautiful nation. Oh, and your Great Xia representative team shall be shattered by our leader alone. Who is your leader? Thomas. Jack regarded Li Yihan with a mocking gaze, an involuntary swell of pride rising within him. The expressions of the other seniors shifted dramatically upon hearing Thomas's name. His reputation had recently swept across the globe, known far and wide as the greatest prodigy in the history of Blue Star. How audacious of him to provoke Li Yihan directly. Jack looked at Li Yihan with disdain, expecting to see astonishment in his eyes. Instead, he was taken aback to find Li Yihan unfazed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Is Thomas a little train? Zhao Lingxi chuckled softly upon hearing this, internally marveling at how endearing Yihan was, before explaining, no, he is a person. Oh, then I don't know him. You don't know him? Jack snorted dismissively at Li Yihan's response. What are you pretending for? You must be scared upon hearing that name. However, observing the calmness in Li Yihan's eyes, he furrowed his brow in confusion. It seemed this boy was not lying. He truly did not recognize Thomas. You will know him soon enough when I take you down. Jack felt as if his provocations landed on soft cotton, leaving him feeling impotent. Remember this. He then turned on his heel, angrily striding toward the rest area of his beautiful nation. Upon returning, he loudly complained, Boss, that kid is too arrogant, completely disregarding you. Thomas sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, he did not even lift his eyelids, speaking in a calm tone. I heard he challenged over 70 freshmen upon enrollment. He does have some reason for arrogance. However, they are merely low-ranking martial artists of the 4th and 5th tiers. There is nothing to boast about when faced with me. One punch is all it takes. Woohoo Boss is mighty. Chapter 50. The Martial Arts Exchange Competition begins. The formidable, beautiful nation. Li Yihan and the others walked toward the rest area, with Yi Feng trailing behind, a look of resentment on his face, clearly unconvinced. As the group settled into their seats, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the podium, colorful smoke ascending into the air, bursting forth and painting the entire stadium in resplendent hues. Accompanied by the exhilarating music, a robust figure strode confidently toward the center of the podium. The previously boisterous venue fell silent the moment he appeared. Li Yihan recognized him as the Lord of East Domain City, the martial sage of the beautiful nation, Stephen, who was among the elite within the martial sages. Standing at the center of the stage like a towering mountain, he exuded an overwhelming presence. After surveying the crowd with his profound gaze, he let out a hearty laugh and spoke in a voice as deep as thunder. The Global Martial Arts University Exchange Competition officially begins. Amidst the fervent applause and exuberant cheers, Stephen strode confidently back to the center of the podium. where a slightly stooped figure with a somber expression sat to his right. None other than the sole martial sage of the Sun Rainbow, Yamamoto Akira. A glance at the podium revealed that every representative from the martial arts universities present was a martial master. The lineup of such formidable warriors instilled a sense of security in countless onlookers, epitomizing the profound heritage of humanity. As soon as Stephen took his seat, a soldier clad in armor hurriedly approached him from behind, leaning in to whisper something into his ear. Upon hearing the words, Stephen's countenance shifted dramatically, prompting him to rise hastily. Noticing Stephen's intent to depart, Yamamoto Akira inquired with urgency, "What troubles you, Stephen-kun?" Stephen's expression darkened, his aura exuding an intimidating presence that could unsettle anyone. He spoke gravely, "The demon clan seems to have gone mad, mobilizing 7 demon sages to besiege the central domain city. I must go lend my support." "What?" Yamamoto Akira feigned astonishment, rising immediately. However, Stephen's large hand pressed it back down. "No, the martial arts exchange competition is equally significant. A martial sage must remain to safeguard this place. After I leave, I entrust everything here to you, including the safety of these future elite of humanity." Hearing this, Yamamoto Akira nodded solemnly, replying, "Rest assured, leave it to me. With me here, there will be no mishaps." Stephen, reassured by Yamamoto Akira's resolute words, felt a burden lift from his shoulders. After exchanging a few final instructions, he departed in haste. As Stephen's figure disappeared, Yamamoto Akira smirked slightly, casting a cunning glance around the area. "With me here, no one will escape." "Huh? The pride of humanity? Let them perish." At this moment, the competition arena buzzed with excitement, oblivious to the calamity that was stealthily approaching. Every participating student radiated anticipation and dreams of achieving remarkable results. Yet, unbeknownst to Yamamoto Akira, his sinister demeanor was clearly observed by someone in the resting area, Yihan, whose eyes were calm, yet betrayed a glimmer of murderous intent. Those who betray humanity must perish. The first match, the team from the Republic of Korea versus the team from the beautiful nation. With the referee's announcement, the first contest commenced. On one side of the arena, the 7 competitors from the Republic of Korea ascended the stage with grim expressions, having never imagined their ill fortune in drawing the championship favorites right away. However, upon noticing that the beautiful nation had only sent 6 participants, their gloom lifted instantly. Thomas had not taken the field. The members of the Republic of Korea erupted into boisterous laughter. The leader, clad in black, pointed at the 6 opponents and jeered, "Ha! You dare to be so overconfident? We are not to be underestimated. Prepare for a downfall, Semida." In response to the provocation from the Republic of Korea, the team from the beautiful nation remained unperturbed. Only Jack, stretching his neck, muttered to himself, "Does a bunch of pickled cabbage need their leader to intervene? Still, let's be cautious, folks." Although the Korean team isn't strong, they often play dirty during matches. The competition had begun. As a referee's voice fell, Jack narrowed his eyes, unleashing the formidable aura of a 6th-level martial general. With a powerful push off the ground, he surged forward like a golden bullet, charging towards the team from the Stick Nation. The other nations watching the spectacle were momentarily taken aback by Jack's presence. What? Besides Thomas, the beautiful nation has such a figure? With one at the 6th level and another at the 7th, victory is surely destined for the beautiful nation. On the VIP platform, the representative of the beautiful nation couldn't help but smirk, casting disdainful glances at Wei Nanyan. Though Wei Nanyan maintained a stoic expression, he sighed inwardly. Alas, he had heard of the prowess of that young man from the Extreme Path Academy, but with his own strength only at the 6th level. Being able to stand against Thomas was already commendable. Now, with another 6th-level warrior, the Great Xia had no one capable of resisting. This time, it seems they're doomed. Jack, moving at high speed, smiled broadly upon hearing the praises from the audience. What a joke! If it weren't for the sudden emergence of Thomas, he would indeed be the top contender from the beautiful nation's martial arts university. Like a fierce tiger invading a flock of sheep, the Stick Nation, with its highest strength at merely the mid-5th level, stood no chance against Jack's ferocious assault. Boom! We surrender. In less than a minute, the Stick Nation capitulated, a result that astonished everyone. One man had pierced through an entire team. The strength of the beautiful nation was truly overwhelming. Standing in the center of the arena, Jack noticed Yihan in the audience, her eyes brimming with provocation. Meanwhile, Yifeng, witnessing Jack's power, clenched his fists tightly. Why is everyone so strong? Shouldn't I be the protagonist here? Damn it, I must grow stronger. Ding. Detected that Yifeng's self-esteem has been severely impacted. Villain points 8,000. Is there a reward for this? The self-esteem of this ATM seems quite robust. Shouldn't I put on a show before him today? Observing Yifeng's trembling feasts. Li Yihan, who had initially focused on the post-match exchanges, suddenly devised a plan. Today, I shall outshine you. Next, the Great Xia representative team was set to face the Sun Rainbow representative team. With the referee's announcement, Yamamoto Ikeda, grinning widely, led the 6 samurai-clad members of the Sun Rainbow team onto the stage. Excellent, this timing is perfect. I had thought I would have to wait until the action commenced to seek revenge, but the opportunity has presented itself right before me. That one called Li Yihan, right? How dare you show me disrespect just now? Prepare to be thoroughly defeated by our Great Sun Rainbow team. On the arena side, the 7 members of the Great Xia team ascended the stage in sequence. Yifeng led the way, flanked by his senior brothers Qing Wu and Di Wu in the middle, while Zhao Lingxi and Li Yihan followed at the end, leaving only one senior from Di Wu on the bench to cheer them on. Both teams were poised and ready. With the referee's command, the match commenced. Chapter 51. The Phantom World's new technique, moon reading. As the referee concluded, the Sun Rainbow team unleashed their full might. Yamamoto Ikeda roared, his peak 5th level aura erupting, as the warriors behind him showcased their mid-5th level strength. He narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly drew the black katana from his waist, pointing the blade towards the representatives of the Great Xia. Iato slash. Whoosh. Yamamoto Ikeda merged with his sword, transforming into a silver blur that charged forward with breathtaking speed. Prepare to meet your demise. Yamamoto Ikeda sneered, for this technique was the secret weapon of his family. Despite being at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, it could slay a 6th-tier warrior. Though Li Yihan had just made his move without revealing his aura, Yamamoto surmised that he was at most of the 6th tier. There was no way he could withstand this strike. His intention was clear, to eliminate Li Yihan with this deadly blow, avenging the humiliation he had just suffered. Just as Yamamoto Ikeda's katana was about to slice through Li Yihan, a peculiar sound, reminiscent of a bell tolling, echoed from afar yet resounded abruptly in his ears. The illusory realm descends. Whoosh! Upon hearing this sound, Yamamoto Ikeda was momentarily stunned, then lost consciousness. What was happening? Confusion spread among the spectators. The katana that had been poised to strike Li Yihan suddenly froze in mid-air, with Yamamoto Ikeda maintaining a grimace, akin to a statue caught in the act of swinging his blade. The rest of the Nihon team remained motionless, creating a bizarre spectacle that left the audience bewildered. Why has everyone stopped moving? Even the other members of the Great Xia team were significantly surprised, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Jack from the beautiful nation's resting area was particularly astounded, furrowing his brow in analysis. It must be that kid's doing. It appears he possesses some remarkable telekinetic ability. At that moment, Thomas, rarely opening his eyes, scrutinized the scene on stage, then spoke with a tone of disdain. A mere parlor trick. Those with great telekinetic strength often possess fragile physiques. If one can merely force their spirit to hold for a second, a single punch would easily shatter his corporeal form. Truly impressive, our leader. Meanwhile, on the podium, a pair of dark, brooding eyes fixated on Li Yihan, filled with astonishment. Not because his son was immobilized, but due to witnessing the technique displayed on stage. Is that an illusory technique? Seeing Li Yihan employ such a skill stirred tumultuous waves within Yamamoto Kai's heart. He recognized it as a renowned technique from the Far East, one that nearly every martial sage from that region had practiced. However, due to the exceedingly stringent requirements for telekinetic talent, no one outside of the Far East had successfully mastered it. Who would have thought that someone had indeed grasped it now? Yamamoto Kai understood that the Demon Emperor had been subdued by this very technique from the Far East, And now, as the Demon Emperor was about to break free from his seal, it was clear that a single individual's illusion was insufficient to maintain such a seal for long. But now, a fierce murderous intent flickered in Yamamoto Kai's eyes as he regarded the tall figure on stage. Within, the death knell for him had already sounded. He could not allow this individual to grow any further. He must not be allowed to live. He resolved to be the first to eliminate him. On the arena, the group of motionless Nihon team members was swiftly discarded by several members of the Great Xia team, as if they were mere refuse. They lay on the ground like human mannequins, yet each wore an expression of terror, as if ensnared by a nightmarish grip. Though the nature of this remarkable martial technique remains a mystery to many, it is universally acknowledged to be the signature move of Yihan, eliciting admiration and reverence from onlookers. This young gentleman has a penchant for violent combat, almost overshadowing the fact that he is a prodigy with a perfect score in martial arts examinations. Except for one individual, Yifeng, with eyes filled with envy, fixated on the spirited figure of Yihan. Cursed be it, why is he superior in every aspect? Ought to be the one basking in the limelight as the genius. Ding detected overwhelming jealousy from Yifeng. Villain point awarded. 5,000. Excellent, excellent. I must showcase my prowess further. The Daxia team emerges victorious. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, Yihan descended from the arena alongside his companions. As they passed by the statuesque members of the Rihong team, their eyes simultaneously opened, trembling with fear. Particularly Yamamoto Kazuki. At that moment, his complexion was pale and his gaze vacant. Upon catching sight of Yihan, his pupils constricted as if he had encountered a demon. Instinctively, he recoiled a few steps, gasping for breath, as if he had experienced something unspeakably horrific. Although merely a minute had elapsed in the real world, he had endured a full 24 hours within the illusionary realm. During this harrowing duration, he found himself bound to a wooden cross in a blood-red world. Beneath a blood moon, before him stood a throng of shadowy figures clad in black robes, with Yihan among them, brandishing a dagger and casting an eerie gaze upon him. Just as Yamamoto Kazuki questioned why he was not in the midst of the tournament, the figure closest to him abruptly plunged the dagger into his body, a searing pain piercing through him, compelling a heart-wrenching scream. Before the first assailant could withdraw the dagger, a second figure thrust another dagger into him. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. A relentless line of figures took turns stabbing him with daggers for a full 24 hours, the resulting blood pooling into a river that stained the ground crimson. Consequently, the mere sight of Yihan's face now instilled dread within him. You, damned Daxia wretch, remember this, for I shall not forget. With a heart full of resentment, Yamamoto Kazuki vowed to seize Yihan when his father revolted, ensuring he experiences the agony of being bound and repeatedly stabbed. And as for his girlfriend, he would humiliate her before his very eyes. Observing the dejected retreat of Yamamoto Kazuki, Yihan nodded in satisfaction. Before employing the illusionary technique, he pondered whether he could infuse his own thoughts into this illusory world. Previously, when attempting to use it against someone of higher rank, it had proven ineffective, but against those of inferior standing, it should not be overly complex. Thus, he endeavored to integrate a technique from a world-renowned anime titled Naruto, specifically the move known as Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyumi. It appeared to yield promising results. Affains milagrosa liians lips, and so forth. This technique shall be named Illusionary World, Moon Reading. Soon, the first round of competition concluded. In the subsequent rounds, the Daxia team and the beautiful nation decisively vanquished all other participating teams, advancing to the finals, especially the team from the United States, which has surged in with an invincible aura. In the final match, Thomas alone entered the arena and, with just 2 punches, defeated the entire peak-level team from Maple Leaf Country. His imperial demeanor astonished the entire audience. Although the Great Xia team, under Yihan's illusionary techniques, also robustly advanced to the finals, everyone still believed that the Great Xia team was destined to lose this time. Chapter 52, A Forceful Counterattack, a punch that sends you flying. The vast arena fell into a pin-drop silence, with all spectators holding their breath as they focused on the stage. The square platform was enveloped in a sudden drop in temperature, and even from the stands, one could feel the atmospheric pressure on the stage plummet to freezing levels. Thomas stood at the forefront of the United States team, his tall stature accentuated by his flowing golden hair and bulging muscular arms, exuding the powerful presence of a majestic lion. His cold, golden eyes appeared indifferent and merciless, as if the members of Great Xia before him were mere dying prey. Beside him, Jack looked at Yihan with a mocking expression, raising his chin and incessantly flapping his lips. "Hey kid, aren't you quite the show-off? Do you not know who my boss is? Soon enough, when you're knocked to the ground by a single punch, you'll understand, and you'll remain overshadowed by him for the rest of your life." "Ha ha, Jack, you should waste your breath on that bumpkin." In stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of the representatives from the United States, the atmosphere around the Great Xia team was unusually oppressive. Aside from Yihan, every face was grave, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The image of Thomas annihilating the Maple Leaf team with a single punch lingered in their minds, casting him as an insurmountable mountain before them. The senior brothers cautiously observed the opponents, contemplating how to maintain their dignity in defeat. Even Zhao Lingxi's fair face flickered with concern as she grasped the implication of that blonde individual's words. Did he really intend to strike at Brother Yihan? Oomph. You'll have to pass over me first. Meanwhile, Yifeng secretly rejoiced, thinking it was splendid that their target was Yihan. After all, he had been so arrogant that he deserved such attention. Even though they were opponents, the thought of someone avenging the previous insults brought him uncontainable joy. Yihan stood on the platform, as calm as still water, paying little heed to Jack's provocations. He understood that the true spectacle would only commence after this match concluded. Nonchalantly, he replied, "Let us speed things up. We have matters to attend to." Seeing that Yihan dismissed him entirely, Jack narrowed his eyes, a surge of anger rising within him. Even Thomas was momentarily taken aback. Was he so audacious as to act so nonchalantly before him? He coldly remarked, "Very well. The one from Great Xia, you have captured my attention. Yihan, is it? Your arrogance will come at a cost. I will give it my all to reveal to you the chasm that exists between individuals." Upon hearing this, Jack felt a surge of delight and looked at Yihan with a pitiful expression, loudly taunting. "Ha, kid, you're doomed. My boss will go all out this time. There is no escape for you." The originally tense expressions of the senior brothers turned even paler upon hearing those words. They knew Yihan was strong, but he was undoubtedly outmatched before that formidable opponent. Only concerned with how to lose gracefully, the match commenced. At the sound of the referee's signal, all eyes were instantly drawn to Thomas. He was enveloped in a resplendent golden aura, radiating a terrifying presence that swept through the arena like a tempest, making him impossible to ignore. The representatives of the beautiful nation had retreated to the edge of the stage, hands on their hips, gazing at Thomas with utmost respect, ready to witness his solo performance. As Thomas stepped forward, the golden light behind him gradually coalesced into a solemn and majestic six-winged angelic apparition. The angel stood poised with a sword, hovering behind him. With each roar from Thomas, the six-winged angel seemed to come to life, its ethereal form slowly attaching to Thomas's body like armor. Boom! The moment Thomas was fully enveloped by the angel, the explosive energy of his initial seventh-tier blood essence erupted without restraint, akin to a war god descending, igniting the entire venue into a frenzy. Heavens! Is this the true visage of the perfected angelic body? It is utterly terrifying. Coupled with Thomas's inherent power, he could very well rival those at the peak of the seventh tier. The Great Xia team was truly in dire straits. Jack and others in the rear were grinning from ear to ear, as if they could already see the championship trophy beckoning to them. Conversely, the members of the Great Xia team were pale, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura exuded by Thomas. They could not muster a single thought of resistance, forcing themselves to brace for the impending strike from Thomas. In the next moment, Thomas made his move. Boom! The hard tiles beneath his feet were effortlessly crushed as he transformed into a beam of golden light, charging towards Yihan. The six-winged angelic apparition swirling beside him in a lifelike manner. Yihan stood still, and Thomas assumed he was preparing to unleash a psychic technique. With a disdainful sneer, he uttered, "Give up. Your psychic powers are ineffective against me. Let me show you how your prideful abilities will be shattered." Just as everyone anticipated Yihan would employ his psychic technique, he bent slightly and, with a whoosh, transformed into an afterimage, hurtling towards Thomas. Gasps erupted from the audience. He was foregoing his signature psychic powers to confront Thomas directly? Was he out of his mind? He wished to clash with him head-on. Upon seeing Yihan barreling towards him, Thomas was momentarily taken aback, then smirked, muttering under his breath about the folly of his opponent. The audience instinctively shielded their eyes, already envisioning the scene of Yihan being sent flying. "Brother Yihan," Zhao Lingxi's bright eyes fixated on Yihan's retreating figure, filled with concern. Suddenly, a crimson visage of Asura began to materialize behind Yihan. Witnessing this, Thomas's disdain deepened, and he taunted, "Red, do remember that the perfected sacred body is golden. Prepare to meet your end." With a powerful punch, Thomas unleashed a surge of terrifying energy as his arm muscles bulged like a dragon. Yihan, expressionless, retaliated with a punch of his own, his knuckles imbued with a fierce crimson rage. With a thunderous crash, two figures collided at high speed, their fists meeting with an explosive force that reverberated through the ears of all present, akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb. A series of sharp cracks echoed, resembling the sound of space fracturing. Before the spectators' astonished eyes, a formidable circular shockwave erupted from the center of the two, instantly unleashing a tremendous surge. A fierce gale swept across the arena, causing the garments of both teams to flutter wildly. Such intensity! The individual from the Great Xia team must have been obliterated. One would think. In the midst of the audience's astonished gazes, an unexpected scene unfolded. A figure was sent flying backward like a cannonball, and, as the dust settled, it became clear that it was none other than Thomas, the captain of the beautiful country team. What? Thomas was knocked back by a single punch? Gasps filled the air as disbelief washed over the crowd. How could the esteemed angelic saint body, a paragon of the seventh-tier martial sovereign, be sent flying by a mere punch? As Thomas arced through the air, the angelic apparition that enveloped him began to shatter, the final crack piercing through his chest with a resounding snap as his entire armor disintegrated. Thud! He fell heavily onto the grass outside the ring, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thomas lay there, eyes shut tight, a trickle of blood oozing from his lips, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. A profound silence enveloped the arena, disbelief hanging in the air as the spectators struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them. Even the martial sovereigns seated in the high stands were momentarily taken aback, especially Wei Nantian, whose eyes widened in shock. That kid from the Li family, so formidable? Yang Jun, also on the platform, appeared unfazed by Yihan's formidable prowess. After all, being recognized by teacher Li Qing meant he was truly exceptional. Yet, he was astonished to see that in just half a month, Yihan had evidently grown even stronger. This boy seemed utterly extraordinary. Meanwhile, a plump figure hidden among the audience beamed with delight, watching Yihan on the stage with a look of pride, nodding repeatedly. On the platform, Jack from the beautiful country team was left dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground as he trembled, stammering, "How is this possible? One punch to defeat our leader." The other team members, no longer exuding their previous nonchalance, were now filled with trepidation, their eyes reflecting the valiant figure in the center of the ring, quaking with fear. As they observed Yihan approaching, they instinctively recoiled, realizing they had reached the edge of the ring. Jack swallowed hard, abandoning his earlier bravado, and hastily declared, "We surrender." A person capable of defeating Thomas with a single blow incited no inclination for resistance within him whatsoever. Fantastic! Brother Yihan is incredible. The Great Xia team erupted in jubilant cheers upon hearing the beautiful country team's surrender. Below, Yamamoto Akaida's face turned ashen as he watched the scene unfold. He never expected this young man to possess such hidden strength. Yet a sly smile crept onto his lips, his eyes glinting with cunning. But so what? Though formidable in strength, it remains incapable of stirring even the slightest tempest. The more capable you are, the more delight I derive from the thought that such an extraordinary genius will soon kneel before me, begging for mercy. This notion fills me with exhilaration. A chime detected a fracture in Yi Feng's invincible state of mind. Villain points, 6,000. A chime detected. The garbled sounds of the system echoed incessantly in Li Yihan's ears, leading him to suspect that the system was malfunctioning. Turning his gaze, he realized it was Yi Feng who was in disarray. At that moment, Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly, bowing his head as he trembled incessantly. Li Yihan's commanding victory for the Great Xia representative team did not elate him. Rather, it intensified his jealousy. His eyes reddened bloodshot, as a cacophony of disbelief roared within him. Why? What right does he have? Why is Li Yihan so exceptionally strong in every aspect? Why is the heavenly path so unjust? It should be I who stands as the protagonist of this world. Why, indeed? Yi Feng's heart howled in despair. Li Yihan's strength had surpassed his wildest imaginings, evoking a profound sense of powerlessness. Suddenly, an ancient, obscure voice surfaced, faint yet discernible in his ears. Do you wish to grow stronger? Who is it? Upon hearing this voice, Yi Feng abruptly lifted his head, scanning the surroundings, yet finding nothing amiss. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Do you wish to grow stronger? Hearing the voice again sent a jolt through Yi Feng's heart. This was no hallucination. He bellowed within, yes. I want to grow stronger. I wish to be stronger than anyone else. The voice returned, seemingly oblivious to Yi Feng's fervent response, continuing to repeat. Do you wish to grow stronger? Yi Feng could not hear his own reply, but the intermittent sound, reminiscent of a faulty old radio, lingered in his ears, prompting a sigh. Could it truly be that he was hallucinating? I hereby declare the champion of this global martial arts university exchange competition is the Great Xia representative team. Hooray! As the referee announced the final results, the arena erupted into a frenzy, cheers surging like a tidal wave. The Great Xia representative team had triumphed over their opponents in a most formidable display, claiming the coveted crown, all thanks to that one individual, Li Yihan. All eyes were fixed upon him. Such talent, at such a young age, heralded the future hope of humanity. Li Yihan, Li Yihan, Li Yihan. A chime, a chime, a chime. The audience collectively chanted Li Yihan's name, the atmosphere reaching a fevered pitch as he reveled in the adulation, while simultaneously hearing the system's incessant notifications. This feeling is sublime. On the podium, Yamamoto, gone, slowly rose, accepting the championship trophy handed to him by a nearby soldier. And with all eyes upon him, he gracefully approached the Great Xia representative team. Everyone gazed at the gleaming trophy in Yamamoto Gon's hands with a mix of longing and envy. Receiving this trophy also signified the opportunity to witness the martial emperor's form in the realm of stars. This was an opportunity that everyone had longed for. Thomas has awakened, and with Jack's support, he gazes intensely at the trophy, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, devoid of the arrogance he once bore. Only Yamamoto Akida observes the jubilant representatives of the Great Xia on stage with a mocking glimmer in his eyes. He understands that this splendid moment is on the verge of conclusion, soon to be replaced by an abyss of despair. Yamamoto, with his stooped figure, approaches Li Yihan, presenting the trophy, which they then raise above their heads together. Congratulations to the Great Xia team. Congratulations indeed. At this moment, the atmosphere reaches a thrilling crescendo. Yamamoto, eyeing the impassive Li Yihan, nods in admiration. Truly, he is a paragon of humanity, maintaining composure in such a grand spectacle, his heart as tranquil as still water. Moreover, possessing such prowess at a young age and mastering the art of illusion, his future is boundless, promising great potential. Yet, he soon lets out a sinister chuckle and sighs. Alas, you have no future. The murmur, though soft, is heard by those nearest to him. Before others can grasp the meaning behind Yamamoto's words, a chilling aura descends upon them. Suddenly, a tumultuous surge of demonic energy envelopes the area above the martial arts arena in Donyu City. A shroud of darkness akin to a curtain descending upon the ground below. This presence? The demon saint? Impossible! How could the demon race infiltrate the domain city? On the podium, the martial masters, the first to sense the demon saint's aura, rise simultaneously, exclaiming in disbelief. As a corner of the shroud is lifted, the black mist coalesces into a towering figure. In an instant, the air above the arena becomes suffocatingly still. Chapter 54. Humiliation. The betrayal of the martial saint? Second Master. Save us. The demon saint hovering in the air looks down upon the crowd below. He is imposing, entirely shrouded in black. With a pair of crimson horns atop his head and black, fleshy wings at his back, resembling neither man nor beast. Particularly grotesque is his face, with its sharp features and repulsive appearance. Suspended in the air, his black cloak billows in the wind, surrounded by swirling tendrils of destructive energy, merely standing there. His violent and chilling presence assaults the senses, leaving the onlookers breathless. The demon saint has actually arrived? Help! The audience below erupts into chaos, while the martial masters at the podium, regaining their composure, are filled with righteous fury. How dare a mere demon saint show off in the territory of humanity? Do they believe our kind is made of soft persimmons? Audacious. To come to the domain city of humanity is a death wish. Whoosh! A robust martial master suddenly positions himself before the demon saint, clad in a flowing white robe. His powerful aura countering some of the oppressive force emanating from the demon saint, instantly alleviating the pressure on those below. He is none other than the president of the Massachusetts Martial Arts University. He glares furiously at the demon saint, exclaiming loudly, "Do you truly believe humanity is so weak? Since you have come, do not think of leaving." The demon saint remains silent, regarding the president with a disdainful gaze from his cold, blood-red eyes. Then, a sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, creating an exceedingly eerie sight. At this moment, Yamamoto Kishi had unknowingly departed from the arena, soaring into the air towards the president of the Massachusetts Martial Arts University. Upon his arrival, the president's confidence visibly surged, and he mockingly proclaimed in a loud voice, "You damned demon never anticipated choosing the wrong day, did you? Today marks our human martial arts elite ceremony." With a martial sage, Yamamoto Kishi stands alongside numerous martial lords of our kind. Your presence here is akin to walking into a trap. The president's words elicited a collective sigh of relief from the audience below. With the martial sage and so many martial lords present, it was believed that the demon saint would be unable to stir any trouble. Surely, he would meet his demise today. Is that so? The demon saint replied for the first time, his voice raspy and grating, akin to the sound of boiling water. Hearing his words, the president of the Massachusetts Martial Arts University scoffed in disdain. "Ha! Do you think that with just yourself, you can create any upheaval? Prepare yourself." However, the president's words were abruptly cut off as he felt a sudden chill in his chest. Lowering his gaze, he was confronted with the horrifying sight of a gnarled, elderly hand piercing through his once robust torso. His vibrant, pulsating heart was now ensnared within the dry palm. "You," he stammered, disbelief washing over him as he turned around, his quivering lips barely able to utter a word. Behind him, Yamamoto Kishi wore a sinister smile, his expression exuding malice. With a violent squeeze, Yamamoto crushed the beating heart, and a torrent of crimson liquid erupted forth. Observing this, the demon saint languidly flicked his finger, and the blood that gushed from the shattered heart flowed towards his fingertips, which he then licked with satisfaction. As the president's consciousness began to fade, he faintly heard the furious roars of other martial lords from his kin. "Yamamoto Kishi, what are you doing?" Yamamoto nonchalantly brushed the blood from his robe, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "This is merely the first. Today, none shall escape." Suddenly, Yamamoto's aura erupted, a tempest swirling around him as his formidable presence intertwined with the demon saint's chilling essence, enveloping the entirety of Eastern Domain City like an inescapable net. It pressed down upon everyone's hearts like the weight of 100,000 mountains, momentarily stifling even the martial lord upon the podium. Witnessing the president of the Massachusetts Martial Arts University being slain by the martial sage, panic gripped the crowd, and they erupted into frantic cries. "Heavens, help us! Run! There is a traitor among us!" In a state of utter disarray, everyone attempted to flee, but found themselves paralyzed. Escape? Today, not a single human can evade. Come fort. Minions! The raspy voice of the demon saint echoed once more as he waved his robust arms, summoning innumerable winged demons from the swirling vortexes in the sky. Faced with the overwhelming horde of demons, despair engulfed everyone present. Even the representatives of the Great Xia team were ensnared by profound terror, their eyes fixated on the unfolding scene in the air, unable to believe that the martial sage of humanity would conspire with the demon saint. Yihan stood calmly in place, his gaze fixed upon them, the murderous intent in his eyes growing heavier. With a slight parting of his thin lips, his voice rose like a tide. Colluding with the demon race deserves 1,000 deaths. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto can scoff disdainfully. There is an ancient saying in the Great Xia: those who understand the times are the true heroes. With the demon emperor on the verge of resurrection, what is there left to resist? He then turned his murky eyes towards Yihan on the arena, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, you, my boy, possess a commendable courage that I admire. Alas, since you can wield illusionary techniques, your fate is sealed. With that, Yamamoto can lightly swept his hand towards Yihan, and the space was instantly torn apart, a magnificent silver crescent hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. Just as Yihan prepared to utilize the supreme martial saint experience card that he had long held in his grasp, suddenly, a plump figure clad in a Taoist robe intercepted the colossal crescent. The familiar silhouette caused Yihan to pause in astonishment, joy flooding his heart. Second Master, what brings you here? With all his might, Second Master unleashed the aura of a mid-tier martial venerable, barely managing to hold back the descending crescent moon. Gritting his teeth, Batian admonished, "Foolish boy, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and run. I will hold them off for you." Run? No one is escaping today. Yamamoto conschneert, casually unleashing another terrifying crescent towards Batian. Quickly go. Batian's pupils constricted as he urged Yihan loudly. Just as Second Master's figure seemed poised to be engulfed by the two massive crescent slashes, Yihan laughed confidently. Second Master, you seem to have forgotten what I said. Remember, we no longer need to run. Ding! Using Supreme Martial Saint Experience card. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of a Supreme Martial Saint descended upon the scene. Yamamoto was taken aback, astonished by this presence. After Stephen's departure, how could there still be another martial saint in the Eastern Domain City? Who could it be? Chapter 55. The Duty of Humanity, the Obstruction of the Demon Saint. Wonderful. A martial saint has come to our rescue. The audience, sensing this formidable aura, erupted in cheers, as if they had found a lifeline. Crack! The two massive crescents that were about to engulf Batian were instantly crushed to dust, vanishing into the air. Thank you, Senior, for your timely intervention. Relieved, Batian turned to express his gratitude, only to freeze in place. Witnessing his slashes dismantled with such ease sent a shock through Yamamoto, who furrowed his brow and muttered angrily, "No matter who comes today, they shall die." Instinctively, he looked up to seek the source of the presence, but the sky was empty save for a mass of dark clouds. Just as confusion set in, he caught sight of Yihan on the arena. At that moment, he was enveloped in a flickering crimson flame, the fire swaying wildly in the tempestuous wind, resembling a harbinger of chaos. Sensing the aura of that scarlet flame, Yamamoto gasped in disbelief. Is that the power of the source? It was you who struck just now. In an instant, everyone followed the direction of Yamamoto's astonished gaze. There stood Yihan, hands clasped behind his back, enveloped in a crimson flame that danced around him as he advanced step by step. In midair, the demonic sage's sharp features registered an unprecedented seriousness. Yihan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Yamamoto, his voice low yet chilling, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. Yamamoto, a traitor to humanity, must be punished. His tone was resolute, akin to a blade of judgment, calmly pronouncing the fate that awaited Yamamoto. The flickering crimson flames around him intensified with his words. "See, Yihan, you." Batian was momentarily taken aback by Yihan's transformation, then shook his head with a smile. The surprises this young man had brought to the Second Master were indeed numerous. The assembly of martial masters at the podium was stunned. Isn't that the boy from the Li family? How could he be a martial sage? They were puzzled. The aura was an abrupt eruption, Did he employ a secret technique? Even Yang Jun and Wei Nantian regarded the scene with disbelief. The profound martial sage aura led them to initially believe a venerable elder from the Daxia had arrived. To their astonishment, it was Li Yihan. They exchanged glances filled with questions, soon replaced by elation. Regardless of the secret technique, its extraordinary magnitude had at least given them a fighting chance. Among the crowd, the most despondent was Yi Feng, whose eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. Is this truly his real strength? Does Li Yihan possess some sort of chi? What on earth is happening? Yamamoto's murky gaze scanned below, relieved to find no other martial sages present, solely the aura exuding from Li Yihan. He chuckled derisively, restoring his mocking demeanor, and responded with palpable disdain. You think you can kill me? It seems you've resorted to a secret technique. Do you really believe yourself to be a true martial artist? Boom! Before Yamamoto could finish his taunt, a golden spear's shadow abruptly materialized, its tip vivid and lifelike, akin to a dragon soaring through the air. Thud! His pupils constricted. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, Yamamoto felt a sudden numbness in his left shoulder as he glanced down in horror. The left side of his body below the shoulder was entirely missing, a massive, bloodied void gushing forth crimson fluid. The crowd erupted in astonished approval as they witnessed Li Yihan obliterate Yamamoto's left arm with a single thrust. Well done. Finish off that shameless traitor. Suspended in the air, Yamamoto's face turned ashen as he glared at Li Yihan, his voice hoarse and strained. Very well. You have successfully provoked me. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light enveloped Yamamoto, the essence of a martial sage. In a mere breath, his previously hollow left side was swiftly surrounded by golden energy, and a complete left hand materialized. This was the terror of a martial sage, able to regenerate even after suffering such devastating injury. Witnessing this, the audience below was left in a state of fear, their voices trembling, while Li Yihan remained unperturbed, his expression unwavering. Yamamoto Kishi shook his newly grown arms, staring at Li Yihan with a merciless gaze. How dare you make me waste the essence of the martial saint? Eager to meet your demise, I shall send you on your way. Witness what it truly means to be a martial saint. His laughter echoed ominously as his hunched figure was suddenly enveloped by a radiant source of martial saint energy. With a thunderous roar, a golden light expanded, gradually coalescing into a colossal humanoid form. In an instant, a towering golden giant, hundreds of meters tall, loomed over the arena, casting an oppressive shadow akin to Mount Tai. A fierce wind, laden with a terrifying aura, swept through, instilling fear in the hearts of all spectators. It's over. This old rascal Yamamoto is actually summoning the golden body of the martial saint. Quick, stop him. Provide cover for the other spectators to retreat. The martial venerates, fully aware of the dreadfulness of the enormous martial saint manifestation, reacted swiftly, unleashing their energy in preparation to intervene. Before the immense golden figure of Yamamoto, Li Yihan remained steadfast, narrowing his eyes slightly. The golden body of the martial saint is derived from the essence of the martial saint, attainable only when one has perfected their sacred body through rigorous training. Once activated, it grants an unfathomable increase in combat prowess, an emblem of the martial saint's power. The further one ventures along the path of martial saint essence, the larger the manifestation of the golden body becomes. Observing the valiant heads of various martial arts academies rushing forth to obstruct the threat, a myriad of emotions surged within everyone. They understood the overwhelming strength of the martial saint, yet they charged forward without hesitation, for it was their duty to protect the prodigies of humanity. Have you forgotten that this saint is present? A sinister voice mocked. Boom! Just as the martial venerates took to the air, a chilling black flame barred their path, severing their route to aid. Damn it! The emergence of the demon saint took them by surprise. Yamamoto's betrayal had caused them to overlook an even more troublesome adversary. With a casual wave of his hand, the demon saint summoned a swarm of demons that seemed to respond to a battle cry, descending upon them in an instant. The crowd below erupted into chaos at the sight of the grotesque, winged demons charging forth. though they were the elite of their respective martial arts universities. Most had been sheltered and had never faced the brutal realities of the battlefield. 7th Legion of the Demon Subjugation Army, heed my command. Eliminate the demon kin and cover the retreat of the academies. Yes. East Domain Army, provide cover. Yes. The Demon Subjugation Army, step forward. Seasoned warriors who had faced the demon kin before. Their emergence was merely a continuation of their daily battle, subduing demons and protecting humanity, a duty they embraced without reservation. Chapter 56. Yihan's decisive strike against the traitor, the fall of the martial saint. Amidst the tumult of battle on the arena, the Demon Suppression Army's soldiers shielded the students from the stands, while numerous human prodigies, including Thomas, joined the fray. His pride forbade him from becoming a coward. On the stage, as Yihan gazed upon the towering golden figure of the martial sage Yamamoto Akira, he could not suppress a chuckle. The height of the martial sage was a testament to his strength, yet Yihan remarked with derision, "You are quite short." Yamamoto Akira, incensed by Yihan's contempt, bristled with rage. He despised being called short, as if his stature had been measured by others. "Foolishness! You shall perish." The colossal golden giant lifted its foot, aiming to crush Yihan. Unfazed by the impending doom, Yihan stood alone on the vast stage, while his companions, including Yi and Zhao Lingxi, had already engaged in fierce combat against the demons. Gripping his golden spear tightly, Yihan fixed his piercing gaze upon the enormous foot descending towards him. With a seemingly casual thrust, he unleashed a mighty strike. Boom! The delicate jab suddenly ruptured the very fabric of space, revealing a long, crimson dragon that materialized behind him, coiling majestically upon the arena, its head roaring defiantly toward the heavens. As Yihan coldly articulated the name of his technique, Flying Dragon, shaking the heavens. The great dragon soared skyward, its gaping maw aimed at Yamamoto Akira's formidable golden form. The collision generated a blinding radiance that captivated the audience, prompting whispers of astonishment. What is this? In an instant, the scarlet dragon engulfed Yamamoto Akira's martial body, penetrating without obstruction. This earth-shattering strike pierced through the massive golden form, leaving him in disbelief as he stared at Yihan, his brow twitching. Just moments ago, he had sensed the taste of death. Had he not narrowly evaded a fatal blow, he might have perished beneath that strike. Yamamoto Akira attempted to restore his martial body using his inherent power, only to find it suppressed by a malevolent, crimson aura that incessantly consumed him. "How can this be?" he exclaimed. "You must be using some secret technique. But how could it harm my essence?" Observing Yihan's impassive demeanor, Yamamoto instinctively took a step back. Generally, only inherent power could suppress inherent power, a concept that utterly shattered his understanding. Yihan, standing resolute against the wind, his eyes glinting coldly, parted his lips to deliver a chilling proclamation. "I warned you. Today, you shall meet your end." Yamamoto Akira's rage surged at Yihan's audacity. "You insolent brat, I acknowledge the power behind that last strike. However, do not presume that I am unaware. Such techniques are beyond your capacity." Unfazed by Yamamoto's doubts, Yihan remained expressionless, as a menacing visage of a crimson Asura gradually emerged behind him, reminiscent of a harbinger of doom, terrifying in its countenance. The moment the crimson Asura opened its eyes, a suffocating aura of death ensnared Yamamoto Akira, overwhelming him with an acute sense of impending peril. Yihan nonchalantly thrust forward with a lance, and with a swift whoosh, the elusive azure dragon reemerges, striking terror into Yamamoto Kishi's heart. A chill runs down his spine, and he feels death surging towards him like an unstoppable tide. In a frenzied panic, Yamamoto Kishi shouts desperately, "Stop! Let us collaborate to slay that wretched creature." I acknowledge that my previous notions were somewhat naive, but I can amend my ways. After all, I am a martial saint of the human race. They still need me. I am willing to fight for humanity. However, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Yihan, Yamamoto Kishi begins to plead in a state of utter desperation. Yet, his words do not halt Yihan's actions. With an indifferent tone, Yihan retorts, "Collaborate? Without you, That demon saint shall not escape today. Humanity has no need for a traitor like you. Therefore, perish. Finding no mercy, Yamamoto Kishi turns to flee, unleashing an overwhelming surge of primal energy that transforms him into a golden comet racing towards the horizon. Hey, father, wait for me. Yamamoto, Yihan, witnessing his father's panicked retreat, stand aghast. He could never have imagined that his omnipotent martial saint father would succumb to fear. Yet escape is futile. Yihan hurls his lance like a javelin in the direction of Yamamoto Kishi's flight. With a thunderous roar, the spinning lance tears through the fabric of space, morphing into a crimson dragon that pursues Yamamoto Kishi with astonishing velocity. The air ripples with an intense shockwave, shaking the entirety of Dongyu City. The golden comet that is Yamamoto Kishi is struck squarely in the chest by the lance, and the immense energy punctures his battered martial saint physique. Yamamoto Kishi looks down in disbelief at his hollow chest, his expression mirroring that of the principal of Massachusetts Martial Arts University, who had just met his demise at his hands. Utter despair. Beams of light emanate from the wound, as if sensing the countdown of his life. In a frenzy, Yamamoto Kishi screams, "No!" Boom! His solid form explodes like a bomb, a massive fireball illuminating half of Dongyu City and reflecting the astonished faces of all witnesses. The traitorous martial Saint Yamamoto Kishi has fallen. As the smoke dissipates, a swirling essence of martial saint energy hovers in the air, gently collected by a bony hand. No one dares to dispute the spectacle they have just witnessed. Yihan's triumph over Yamamoto Kishi. Thomas, engulfed in profound shock, realizes that this is indeed Yihan's true strength. He had once believed that the day of his vengeance would come, but now it seems like a mere fantasy. Meanwhile, Yifeng is driven to madness. The pressure Yihan had previously exerted felt like mere impotence, as he had thought that with his own talents, he would inevitably surpass him. Yet now, Yihan stands as an insurmountable mountain, pinning him down with an inescapable weight. "No, I refuse to accept this. Do you wish to grow stronger?" The ancient, eerie voice resurfaces, its resonance deepening. "I want to become stronger. What's the point of asking that?" Yifeng roared inwardly. Yet this time, the response was not the incessant question he had grown weary of, but rather a definitive answer. "Come find me." Chapter 57. No, it is you who shall perish. Above the skies of Dongyu City, an array of martial arts techniques illuminated the night, their explosive brilliance intertwining to create a formidable spectacle, forming a vacuum of chaos. Dozens of robust martial sovereigns stood in defiance, facing the lone figure of the demon saint, engaged in a relentless battle. However, it was less of a struggle and more of a one-sided farce, with the demon saint toying with its adversaries. Gazing at the tattered assembly of martial sovereigns across from it, the demon saint wore a mocking grin, its long black cloak unblemished, billowing majestically in the tempestuous winds. Despite the numbers arrayed against it, the demon saint refrained from exerting its full might, effortlessly maneuvering among the martial sovereigns, akin to a cat playing with mice, inflicting grievous wounds with casual strikes. The overwhelming disparity between an 8th tier and a 9th tier combatant was akin to a chasm, rendering the martial sovereigns utterly helpless against the whims of their tormentor. Boom! Just as the raucous demon saint continued its cruel game, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the entirety of Dongyu City, accompanied by a fierce gale that swept through the area. The thunderous sound drew the attention of all present above, prompting a simultaneous turn of their heads. The demon saint, caught in its jest, looked on with faint amusement, muttering to itself, "It seems they have been dealt with." However, its words trailed off as it beheld the scene of Yamamoto's demise, its mocking expression frozen in disbelief. The sight of Yihan capturing the essence of the martial saint caused the demon saint's eyes to narrow slightly. A sharp, hissing sound escaped its lips. Truly pathetic, unable to eliminate even a mere novice who has resorted to secret arts. Although Yamamoto was a martial saint, his strength was among the weakest. A tier below the demon saint, which had always looked down upon this feeble and treacherous human martial sovereign, intending merely to exploit him. Yet, To have him so easily dispatched only served to cement the demon saint's perception of his worthlessness. As it surveyed Li Yihan's distant figure, a chill radiated from its being. Initially, the demon saint had envisioned utilizing a treacherous lackey to facilitate the downfall of an entire human domain, only to discover that this lackey had failed in his task and met his end. Although Yamamoto was but a sycophant, he was at least a sycophant of the demon race. The audacity of the humans to slay him before its eyes was intolerable to the demon clan. With its cold, elongated gaze fixed upon the vibrant Dongyu city below, the demon saint inhaled the fragrant scent of fresh human blood wafting through the air. The thought of soon feasting upon these humans made its blue, barbed tongue flicker in anticipation. Had it not been for Yamamoto clandestinely disabling the city's defenses, the demon race would have found it nearly impossible to infiltrate human territories. This incursion had split the demon forces into two factions. The main army remained in the central domain city to exert pressure and attract fire, while the most crucial element of this operation was the liaison with the human traders to conquer Dongyu City. To maintain a low profile, only one demon saint was dispatched to assault Dongyu City. Originally, it was believed that with both internal and external assistance, and without the obstruction of other martial saints, the Eastern Region city would inevitably fall into their grasp. However, an unforeseen human possessing a secret technique emerged along the way. Its augmentation was astonishingly formidable. The demon saint, with a capricious demeanor, gazed at the figure gradually approaching him, letting out a cold snort. Nevertheless, having entered the Eastern Region city, retreat was not an option. Under its leadership, this city would surely be seized by the demon clan, achieving the first victory. With a resounding roar, its aura finally burst forth, the towering figure unleashing an overwhelming demonic energy that instantaneously repelled all surrounding martial masters. The terrifying black aura enveloped it, exuding a menacing presence. The crowd below, celebrating the demise of the traitor, felt the oppressive demonic energy and fell into a state of panic once more. Faced with the surging power, some martial masters floating in midair struggled to maintain their balance, while Yihan remained composed. The crimson aura radiating from him effortlessly tearing through the pressure exerted by the demon saint. Suspended before the demon saint, his eyes glimmered with unmasked killing intent. The demon saint mockingly regarded Yihan, crossing his robust arms over his chest. Jesting to eliminate a secondary martial saint with a secret technique indeed demonstrates some prowess. Yet, it is not substantial. I have no intention of prolonging this farce. Once you are eliminated, this entire city will transform into a paradise for the demon clan. With this, the demon saint provocatively observed Yihan, taunting, logically, your secret technique's time must be nearing its end. Or shall I wait a little longer? The martial masters beside them turned pale at the demon saint's words, growing anxious. Do not converse with that beast. Let us slay him together. In the face of the demon saint's audacious provocation, Yihan remained expressionless. Time for the secret technique. Indeed, he was aware that the Supreme Martial Saint Experience card had a time limitation. Yet, it provided a full day's duration. Casually glancing at the countdown in the system prompt, he noted, time remaining for Supreme Martial Saint Experience card, 23:55. He had dispatched Yamamoto Akira in under a minute and showcased his prowess in 4. Reflecting upon this, Yihan shook his head. No, although time was ample, it must not be squandered. Observing Yihan suddenly furrow his brow, the mockery in the demon saint's eyes deepened. Continuing to taunt, it appears your time is indeed running short. No matter, I am in no rush. You may take your time. As the demon saint incessantly babbled like a water gun, this barrage of words reminded Yihan of someone, causing a flicker of emotion to finally emerge in his otherwise serene gaze. He had been contemplating how this turmoil should ultimately unfold before the world. From the moment he utilized the Supreme Martial Saint Experience card to resolve the encounters with Yamamoto Akira and the demon saint, he intended to fabricate a scenario of a martial saint saving the day through the illusory realm, thereby altering the memories of all present. Although his mental prowess had not reached completion post-experience card usage, fabricating a believable truth with his current capabilities was not a daunting task. This illustrates the might of the illusory techniques. Yihan was reluctant to prematurely unveil all his cards in this world. However, one question has lingered in my mind. Who shall emerge as the savior in this fantastical realm? There's been no candidate thus far. Observing the incessant ramblings of the demon sage, Yihan finally discerned whom to choose. It was decided it would be you. This performance must unfold in such a manner. With this thought, Yihan slightly raised the corners of her mouth, her face finally adorned with a spirited smile. Yet, this sensation filled the demon sage with an ominous premonition, causing it to narrow its eyes. How can one smile when death is imminent? Yihan replied with a confident grin. No, it is you who shall perish. Such audacity. Is it truly you? The realm of illusion descends. Chapter 58, Discovering Clues. The furious Zhongyu City. Meanwhile, outside Zhongyu City, thousands of miles away, 7 imposing black tornadoes, radiating immense pressure, loomed before the grand city gates. Resembling chains descending from the inky clouds above, effectively sealing off Zhongyu City. The formidable red gates, embedded within the thick walls, remained tightly shut. Standing atop the gates were 4 figures, their garments billowing in the wind, their diminutive forms appearing fragile against the towering tornadoes. These were the 4 martial saints of the human race, gathered in unison. At the forefront of the city walls stood an elderly man, sprightly despite his white hair. Known as Li Xingtian, the esteemed martial saint hailed as the anchor of the human race. Clad in a dark robe, he faced the 7 demon saints' arrival with unwavering composure and exclaimed, "What are these foul creatures doing loitering at the gates? If they wish to fight, they should do so directly. Knowing they cannot enter the city, why do they merely stand there?" As he continued his tirade, Li Qing approached from behind, muttering, "Are we to fight, or shall we return to watch the live broadcast?" Li Qing appeared equally disinterested. Li Shantan, who had been searching for conversation, inquired, "By the way, how is that young lad of mine faring at your academy? I heard you've entrusted him with the illusionary techniques. Can he truly grasp them?" It seems he was not particularly fond of martial pursuits before. Upon hearing this, Li Qing tilted her head, regarding him with puzzlement. "Are you truly his grandfather? You are unaware of Li Yihan's extraordinary talent? I am preoccupied daily. Do elaborate." Li raised his chin, hands clasped behind his back, eagerly anticipating further praise from Li Qing. "He hardly resembles your biological grandson. Such talent, TSK, is more akin to my own Li Qing." She replied with a cheeky grin. "Bah, the Li family harbors no shameful men such as you. If they were all like you, the Li surname would be extinguished. Umph. I take pleasure in this. Such joy is beyond your comprehension. Bah, umph." The two exchanged banter, neither willing to yield to the other. Finally, an elderly man with a kind demeanor and a head of white hair could no longer contain himself and intervened. "Oh dear, what time is it? And you two are still bickering?" Old Zhao fell silent. Simultaneously, they both retorted, and Li Qing teased, "Don't think I'm unaware that your daughter seems to fancy that young lad from the Li family. Umph. That depends on whether that young lad from the Li family can prove himself, lest he find himself wallowing in disgrace again." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenyue instantly retorted, his face filled with indignation. The others continued to jest and laugh, while a burly man standing nearby, blowing cold air, remained unable to interject. This was Stephen, who had hurried from the Eastern Domain City. He observed the 3 jovial individuals before him, and then glanced at the demon saint across from him, feeling quite perplexed. With the presence of these 3, was additional support truly necessary? It seemed absurd. He scrutinized the lively trio. Their formidable presence appeared more than sufficient to contend with 10 demon saints. Although a martial saint is the most powerful realm beneath the martial emperor, there are still distinctions among them. Upon attaining the source of the martial saint, one must cultivate the source path to a certain extent based on their own abilities. In simpler terms, martial saints can be classified into 3 tiers: junior, senior, and top tier. A source path under 1,000 meters is considered junior, while one exceeding that is deemed senior. As for the top tier, each possesses a source path surpassing 5,000 meters. In other words, their martial saint forms are colossal entities. each exceeding 5,000 meters. Although Stephen is a senior martial saint, he has recently entered this realm and has only just begun to tread the source path, which is still under 2,000 meters. In contrast, the three martial saints from the Great Xia have already traversed several thousand meters along the source path. How could he possibly be the one to assist these esteemed figures? It felt utterly absurd. Seemingly noticing Stephen's sense of alienation, Li Shengtian approached with a playful demeanor, patting him on the shoulder and speaking earnestly. Little Stephen, it brings us great joy that you could come to the Central Domain City. But why the sudden impulse? Li Shengtian's words momentarily stunned Stephen. Huh? Wasn't it the Central Domain City that requested assistance? That is why I came. What nonsense is this? With me here, is support really necessary? Li Shengtian patted his own chest, as if to imply that with him around, all was trivial. Wait, weren't you the ones who notified the Eastern Domain Demon Navy that 7 demon saints were besieging the city and that support was needed from the Eastern Domain City? Stephen continued, I thought the top-tier demon saints of the Demon Sea had mobilized, which is why I rushed over. Upon hearing this, Li Shengtian was still puzzled when Zhao Jinyue spoke up. Who informed you? No one from the Central Domain City called for assistance. One top-tier demon cub accompanied by a few fledgling demon cubs could be easily dealt with by Old Li alone. You, as the lord of the Eastern Domain City, have nothing to do but wander aimlessly? This was indeed strange. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed through Stephen's mind, and he understood the situation with disbelief. Oh no, this is bad. His sudden exclamation startled the other three, who turned to him with bewildered expressions. What is it? We've been deceived. There is a traitor in the Eastern Domain City, Stephen said gravely, seemingly instilling a sense of urgency in the trio. What's going on? Speak clearly, Li Shengtian frowned, gazing intently at Stephen. Stephen hastily began to explain to them. I was originally at the martial arts exchange competition when I suddenly received. What? Upon hearing Stephen's analysis, the others sensed something was amiss. They immediately attempted to contact the guards of the Eastern Domain City, only to discover that communication had been severed, and no one was responding. They instantly comprehended the reason why the 7 demon saints remained stationed across from them, reluctant to launch an assault. It also elucidated their previous confusion regarding the audacity of the lower-ranked demon saints to create chaos in the Central Domain City. Previously unnoticed, Stephen's words suddenly made everything fall into place. There are traitors among the human race. The one from Eastern Domain City, Yamamoto-gon, is highly suspicious. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Shengtian dashed towards the outskirts of Central Domain City. The top-tier demon saint observed them with a theatrical gaze, its hoarse voice resonating. Only now do you realize? It is already too late, ha ha ha. I presume your Eastern Domain City has already been annihilated. Initially, we intended to dispatch 5 top-tier demon saints, but the traitorous human among us advised that it would incite excessive anxiety in you. It appears that was indeed correct. Since you have discovered our intentions, we shall withdraw. With that, it effortlessly sliced through the air, creating 7 spatial rifts, preparing to lead the demon kin away. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. Cursed the enraged warriors. Damn the demon race. Perish. Boom. 3 colossal golden giants, towering over 5,000 meters, emerged simultaneously, charging forth from Central Domain City to shatter the spatial rifts leading to their escape. Their mountain-like fists, imbued with terrifying power, crashed toward the 7 demon saints. Chapter 59. The Demise of the Demon Saints, the 10,000-meter golden form. Eastern Domain City, once a vibrant and bustling metropolis. It now lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Time seemed to be suspended by an unseen force, rendering the entire city akin to a still painting. With all living beings frozen in place, resembling lifeless sculptures, an indescribable sense of strangeness and oppression permeated the air. The esteemed warriors suspended in the sky were equally immobilized in this moment, trapped within a seemingly halted expanse. Only Yihan was able to move freely, his figure standing out conspicuously in the silent city. Is this the effect of the martial saint realm utilizing illusory worlds? Yihan murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping across Eastern Domain City, absorbing the entirety of the scene. although he had anticipated the might of the martial saint realm's illusory worlds. Witnessing such a grand spectacle firsthand left him profoundly awestruck. The towering demon saint before him appeared as a frozen statue, its face etched with terror and despair. Yihan extended his hand, effortlessly grasping its neck, while a faintly glowing visage of the Asura loomed behind him, radiating a subtle crimson light, as if poised to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. Yihan narrowed his eyes, preparing to twist the demon saint's neck when suddenly, "Get lost!" The demon saint, previously paralyzed with fear, abruptly opened its eyes wide, bellowing as it swiftly retreated. Has it escaped? This unexpected turn of events caused Yihan to furrow his brow. It seemed that while wielding the martial saint experience card conferred immense power, fully controlling a being of such caliber would require an enhancement of his mental prowess. The demon saint across from him heaved heavily, panting laboriously. Gazing at Yihan, its eyes brimmed with wariness and dread, shedding any remnants of previous disdain and arrogance. It recognized that it had narrowly evaded death at the hands of Yihan's strike. Had it not been for the sheer force of will compelling him to awaken from the realm of illusions, his spirit might have already been scattered to the winds. What kind of technique is this? Why have I never encountered it before? The demon saint mused inwardly, setting aside his initial contempt and beginning to regard this human with the seriousness he warranted. I underestimated you. The voice of the demon saint was low and raspy, rife with fury and indignation. Yet you have thoroughly provoked my wrath. Perish, you insignificant insect. Experience the consequences of offending a high-ranking demon saint. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, tendrils of black demonic energy swirled around him, his aura erupting with such ferocity that it seemed poised to devour the very heavens and earth. A black blade, conjured from dark energy, materialized in his grasp, its frigid surface enshrouded in a tempest of malevolent power, utterly indestructible. With a whoosh, it transformed into a streak of meteoric light, hurtling towards Yihan with lethal speed. Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly, his golden spear erupting like a dragon from the sea, thrusting forth with unyielding ferocity to collide with the demon saint's dark blade. A colossal boom reverberated through the air as a tempest of crimson and ebony energies surged forth, the sky itself shifting in hue, while a terrifying wave of energy threatened to raze the entire Eastern Domain city to the ground. Crack! Crack! Beneath this overwhelming force, Yihan's golden spear was brutally shattered. Observing this, a sinister grin crept across the demon saint's face. Insect, meet your demise. Unfazed, Yihan's aura remained tempestuous, though his spear lay in ruins. The fragments seemed to be drawn together by some mysterious force, coalescing into a 1,000-meter-long scarlet dragon that surged forth from the remnants of the shattered weapon, charging directly at the demon saint. The demon saint's pupils constricted in terror. There was no time to evade as the fearsome dragon collided with him. A cataclysmic explosion echoed across the skies of the Eastern Domain, a cloud of smoke and debris billowing forth. As the haze began to clear, the disheveled figure of the demon saint gradually emerged, panting heavily yet visibly exhilarated. There is something to this. However, bereft of a weapon, you are now at my mercy. Oh, is that so? Yihan replied, a disdainful smile curling his lips as he waved his hand. A colossal, scarlet visage of Asura slowly materialized behind him, and as the Asura opened its eyes, an ancient, esoteric pressure descended upon the realm, instilling dread in all who felt its weight. Upon sensing this terrifying aura, the previously mocking expression of the demon saint turned as pale as a sheet. What is this? Why does it possess such overwhelming pressure? The demon saint screamed in terror, acutely aware of the peril that loomed overhead. No, I must seek assistance. This human is too peculiar. I must temporarily withdraw from this terrifying domain. The demon saint began to retreat slowly, attempting to escape this harrowing atmosphere. Yihan raised an eyebrow with a hint of a smirk. You wish to depart? Do you think you can? Though the demon saint had lost his former arrogance, he still radiated defiance. I can see that your techniques are cunning. But if you think to stop me, a mere practitioner of secret arts who has reached the saint realm cannot impede my escape. As soon as the words left his lips, the demon saint transformed into a swirling mass of darkness, fleeing towards the outskirts of the domain city. Just as he was desperately trying to escape, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind him. The demon saint turned disdainfully, but upon witnessing the scene behind him, his tone suddenly escalated, filled with terror as he shrieked, "Impossible! Did you not employ a secret technique? How could there be such an enormous martial body?" Reflected in the terrified pupils of the demon saint was a colossal figure towering 10,000 meters high. This giant extended its arms, as immense as rivers, seemingly intending to encompass the entire universe within its grasp. Furthermore, this giant was unlike any martial body of the human race that the demon saint had encountered before. Not only was it colossal in stature, but it also radiated a fiery crimson flame, exuding an overwhelming pressure that soared to the heavens. To the demon saint's utter shock, this martial body was red. It is well known that the martial bodies of the human race's martial saints are golden, symbolizing the sacred body. Only the legendary divine body would manifest in red. Could it be that the demon saint, in a state of utter dismay, sought to retreat at great speed, only to discover that escape was futile? The immense golden body descended upon it like the palm of the Buddha, pressing down with relentless force. No! Accompanied by a desperate cry, the diminutive demon saint was effortlessly crushed by the massive hand of Yihan, dissipating into dust. With the demise of the demon saint, the colossal golden body then transformed back into Yihan's form. He exhaled deeply and soared toward the direction where the demon saint had perished, murmuring to himself, "Only the martial body of a top-tier martial saint can fully unleash the powers of the Asura divine body. Regrettably, this can only be accomplished using a trial card. Without the essence of a martial saint, neither the sacred body nor the divine body can be condensed." Yihan shook his head, contemplating his subsequent plans. He arrived at the spot where the demon saint had been crushed, observing that the flesh and blood had entirely disintegrated into dust, leaving behind only a pure black orb of light flickering before him. This was the essence of the demon saint, a force inherently opposed to that of the martial saints, a unique power belonging to the demon race. Ordinarily, humans should possess an innate aversion and fear toward the essence of the demon race. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yihan felt no such trepidation. Rather, he experienced an inexplicable attraction toward this entity. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to absorb this source of power. Chapter 60. Yifeng's escape from the illusory realm? Is there a chance? After claiming the essence of the demon saint, Yihan cast a profound gaze over the individuals frozen in place. Under the influence of the illusory realm, time seemed to stand still, and all were enveloped in a profound silence. Their consciousness was forcibly drawn into an imagined Eastern Domain city, where the dramatic betrayal of Yamamoto and the invasion of the demon saint unfolded. Amid this calamity, the once despondent human race found hope in the form of a savior, Heroine, who descended like a celestial being, radiating righteousness. He pointed his sword toward the heavens, single-handedly combating two saints. His sword light slashing through the air like a dragon, beheading foes with such gallant grace that it left all in awe. Crack! After shattering the neck of the last demon, Yihan let out a gentle sigh, a hint of reluctance etched upon his face. Was he truly about to relinquish this power? It was indeed an experience to cherish. How he wished he could pause this moment. He murmured to himself, his fingers gently grazing the martial saint experience card, preparing to deactivate it. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an anomaly. His illusory world power was being disrupted by someone attempting to break free. Who could it be? A jolt of alarm surged through Yihan's mind as his gaze sharpened, swiftly locking onto the figure staggering down the street like a soulless husk. To his astonishment, it was Yifeng. What was happening? How could someone of a lower realm escape the illusory world? This was an unprecedented situation. A torrent of questions flooded Yihan's mind, and with a sense of intrigue, he quickly followed. Two figures traversed the imposing city gates, Yihan trailing closely behind the stumbling silhouette as they ventured across the vast wilderness outside the domain city. Where was he headed? It seemed as though he were under someone else's control. Though Yifeng's steps were unsteady, his pace was remarkably swift, as if drawn by an unseen force, leaving Yihan in a state of perplexity. Eventually, Yifeng's figure came to a halt on an ordinary hillside in the boundless expanse, standing still as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. Could it merely be a coincidence? Suspended in the air, Yihan pondered, when a faint yet discernible spatial force emanated from below. It appeared that there was indeed something amiss. With a furrowed brow, Yihan realized that one would hardly perceive the fluctuations of spatial power in this area without meticulous attention. On the hillside, a biting cold wind howled past, rousing Yifeng from his daze. "Where am I?" Yifeng surveyed the desolation around him, his expression one of utter confusion. "Do you not desire to grow stronger? Then step inside." The ancient and enigmatic voice echoed in his ears once more, this time imbued with an undeniable solidity. Step inside? He had long believed the voice in his ears to be a mere figment of his imagination, yet the recent utterance felt astonishingly real, as if spoken right beside him. As the words faded, a luminous circular portal slowly materialized before Yifeng. Upon witnessing this, Yifeng hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Taking a gamble, he thought, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. He extended his trembling hand to touch the portal, inhaled deeply, and boldly plunged into it. Observing his entry, Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly, then concealed his presence, following him without a moment's hesitation. Ding! The instant he entered the portal, the effects of the illusory world dissipated. At this moment, the Eastern Domain city had returned to its lively and bustling state. In the streets and alleys, people's faces radiated with joy and relief, having survived a calamity. Boom! Boom! Several overwhelming and terrifying martial saint auras tore through the fabric of space, descending from above. The once menacing figures momentarily froze in astonishment at the scene before them. Why does this differ from our expectations? They mused. Wasn't it said that the demonic forces had invaded the Domain City? Observing that the Eastern Domain City was devoid of the anticipated carnage, Li Xingtian and his companions felt a wave of confusion wash over them. They had decisively defeated 7 demon saints, slaying 3 on the spot, and had rushed here to save the Eastern Domain City. Now it seemed there was no need for their intervention. Could it be that the demons' plans had gone awry? With a sense of bewilderment, Stephen arrived first at the arena, gazing at the intact structures and facilities, secretly relieved that all was well. As he prepared to inquire further, he overheard the animated discussions among the esteemed martial arts principals. How fortunate! Had it not been for the arrival of the Li clan's martial sage, we would likely have met our demise. Indeed, it is regrettable that we did not have the chance to express our gratitude before he vanished. Suspended in midair, Li Shengtian slowly descended, pondering the conversations around him with a hint of confusion. The Li clan's martial sage? Why was he unaware of any other martial sages bearing the surname Li? Where did this come from? Li Shengtian muttered in perplexity, just as Wei Nantian, a fellow martial arts student from his cohort, approached and jovially patted him on the shoulder. Though their strengths had diverged since their school days, their camaraderie remained strong, a rare friendship forged during their student years. "Old Li, you truly are a master of concealment," Wei Nantian exclaimed with a chuckle. Li Xingtian slightly tilted his head, his brow furrowed in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning behind the words. "TCH, still playing coy. If it weren't for your presence today, we would have faced a great calamity." "What are you talking about?" "My son, Li Huayuan." Upon hearing Wei Nantian's words, Li Shengtian's eyes widened in disbelief. "He saved you." Wei Nantian paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, playfully pointing at him while jesting with others. Look, Old Li still loves to put on airs. He was like this in school, and he hasn't changed a bit with age. What on earth is happening?" "Ina idin kave, Li Huayuan, site di meditation, suden lisnizd." Rubbing his nose, he muttered to himself, "Bah, who is talking ill of me behind my back?" He then nonchalantly touched his nose and examined his own strength. In just half a month, he had not only successfully absorbed the primordial energy, but had also extended his own primordial path over 1,000 meters. Feeling the vigorous power and surging vitality within him, he couldn't help but smile in pride. "Indeed, I possess extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, Yihan traversed through layers of spatial ripples and finally arrived in a chaotic realm. Surveying his surroundings, he found the space suffused with a cerulean glow, an endless expanse of chaos. A chilling wind blew towards him, causing him to frown slightly. It seemed there was a transcendent force here, quickening his heartbeat involuntarily. In his line of sight, Yihan moved forward with determination, as if drawn by an unseen force. Opportunity? It seems I am destined for this. Yihan smirked, continuing to follow closely. The ancient and mysterious voice echoed incessantly in Yifan's ears, growing louder and nearer, as if whispering directly to him. Guided by the sound, a silver glimmer appeared in the distance, and as he drew closer, the object grew larger in his vision. Finally, when he discerned it clearly, he was astonished to find an unexpected sight before him. An old, dilapidated silver spaceship? Chapter 61, Extraterrestrial Beings. Source Power Cultivation? A spaceship? Is this a scene from a television drama? Yihan gazed in astonishment at the object before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. This object resembled the kind of contraption seen on television, prompting him to ponder the current era. How could there still be spaceships in a time that revered sheer strength, where the pinnacle of power was embodied in flesh and blood, capable of soaring through the clouds? Who would still use a spaceship? Wasn't this a relic long since rendered obsolete? Come inside, a voice echoed in his mind, urging him to enter, while Yihan remained puzzled. With a slight furrow of his brow, he ultimately decided to abandon his reservations. Since he had already arrived at this juncture, he might as well venture inside to uncover whatever strange beings awaited him. Resolutely, he stepped into the spaceship's entrance, his figure vanishing into the expansive azure void. In the distance, concealed in midair, Yihan squinted slightly. From afar, he spotted the silver spaceship, its unique water droplet shape immediately revealing that it was not a creation of Blue Star, but rather a likely visitor from beyond the stars. Yihan organized his thoughts. In the original narrative, there indeed existed an outsider who had been gravely wounded and had slept in the Demon Sea for several centuries. The owner of this spaceship appeared to refer to themselves as the Star Master, a figure from the Galactic Alliance beyond the cosmic expanse, who had been grievously injured while fleeing from those seeking retribution for their numerous misdeeds. In a state of panic, they had inadvertently stumbled into the Demon Sea, ultimately falling into this realm, where they activated a barrier and succumbed to slumber to recuperate. This Star Master had originally possessed an astonishing strength, reaching the 5th stage of the Star Destruction realm. However, this individual was notorious for their greed and lechery, being a well-known trafficker of souls within the Galactic Alliance. They delighted in discovering gifted individuals from the farthest corners of the Alliance, feigning to take them as apprentices, only to cultivate them to a certain level of power before selling them off as combat slaves to prominent families within the Galactic Alliance. In the grand cities of the Alliance, they had become infamous, thus acquiring numerous enemies. Moreover, according to the development of the original storyline, upon awakening, the Star Master's strength had not returned to its zenith. Seeking to leverage their previous connections to acquire top-tier resources, they utilized a talent detection device to unearth potential candidates, quickly identifying the extraordinary genius Yihan from Blue Star. Overjoyed, the Star Master recognized the rarity of such talent and sought to take him as an apprentice, intending to mold him into a Star Destruction level combat slave for substantial profit. Yihan, however, saw through the Star Master's intentions, but chose not to expose them, tempted by the exceptional martial resources offered to him, leading to a mutual exploitation. The Star Master spent considerable time with Yihan on Blue Star, and after enduring various tribulations together, the initially feigned bond of teacher and student gradually transformed into a genuine connection. Consequently, the Star Master resolved to retire from their former life, dedicating themselves to cultivating Yihan, hoping to establish a reliable ally. When the Star Master confessed their previous intentions, Yihan, already aware of the underlying motives, felt compelled to accept this mentor, recognizing the immense assistance they would provide. Ideally, the bond between the two could have continued in this understated manner. However, a significant turning point occurred upon Yifan's arrival at the Galactic Alliance. He was taken aback upon seeing the enormous bounty placed upon the Star Master in the Galactic City, a figure that was impossible to decline. Thus, Yifeng's mind began to wander down a treacherous path, seizing the opportunity while the Star Master was once again recuperating in slumber. Yifeng executed a surprise attack to eliminate him. As he faced the brink of death, the Star Master opened his perplexed eyes, refusing to close them. Yet, Yifeng felt no remorse, muttering a curse of deserved fate before handing over the Star Master's lifeless body to the enforcers of the Galactic City-State, subsequently reaping a substantial bounty of resources. This allowed Yifeng to establish a firm foothold within the Galactic Alliance. Yihan furrowed his brow. According to the timeline, the 8 demon emperors were due to awaken only after Yifeng's encounter, suggesting there was still ample time. To her astonishment, this meeting occurred far sooner than anticipated. Was it due to her presence? Or was it a sign that the demon emperors were on the verge of awakening? Regardless, she resolved to follow and observe. Yihan meticulously concealed her aura, relieved that she had not deactivated her Martial Saint experience card. With her current prowess as a top-tier Martial Saint, even a Star Master who had not fully regained his peak strength would not be able to detect her. With a hum, Yihan silently infiltrated, her entire being devoid of any presence, causing not even the slightest ripple. Upon entering the spacecraft, the cold lights illuminated a narrow silver corridor approximately 20 meters deep. The walls were clad in metal, and on either side were uniformly shaped doors, appearing eerily empty and desolate. Progressing along the silver passageway, Yihan continued her exploration, unconcerned about being discovered. Her perception at the minor level of thought power was exceptionally keen. She could sense her surroundings even before others could, and most importantly, she understood that the Star Master's current state was only partially restored, not yet reaching the Star Annihilation realm, which emboldened her to advance without hesitation. Passing through several doors without encountering anything unusual, she finally halted before the innermost door. A frail yet ancient voice emanated from within, dripping with disdain. Your cultivation system is utterly flawed. Huh, what blood energy body refining technique is that? Only a wretched race like yours would resort to such methods. On the other side of the door, Yihan listened intently as the voice continued, its proud declarations laced with contempt. Behind the door, Yifeng stood before a peculiar bald elder seated upon a metallic throne, his tightly fitted silver battle attire revealing muscles that bulged like twisted vines, while most astonishingly, his skin was blue. This revelation left Yifeng utterly stunned. He had never encountered a human with blue skin before. Momentarily overwhelmed, he could only absorb the words being spoken, ultimately concluding that this individual might belong to an extraterrestrial race. Finally, regaining his composure, Yifeng spoke slowly. Elder, you mentioned that our system is flawed. What cultivation method do you employ? At this inquiry, the Star Master raised his proud head, seemingly awaiting Yifeng to pose this very question. He rose and approached Yifeng, his towering figure exuding an air of intimidation. You employ mere inferior body refining techniques, cultivating your own blood energy. In the presence of those endowed with superior bloodlines, the blood energy levels you take pride in could be effortlessly achieved from birth. True strength lies in the pursuit of source power. Of course, you are incapable of this at present. To refine source power, one must attain the Star Annihilation realm, which corresponds to the level you refer to as Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor? Star Annihilation realm? Upon hearing these words, Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly. He was aware that the Martial Emperor represented a realm beyond the Martial Sage, yet this was the first time he had encountered such alternative nomenclature. Observing Yifeng's momentary daze, the Star Master raised the corners of his mouth in a subtle smile. Since you have arrived here, I shall bestow upon you some fortuitous opportunities. This is the source energy we cultivate. You may attempt to absorb it. With that, the Star Master waved his hand, and a vibrant blue mist suddenly filled the entire spacecraft, saturating the atmosphere. Chapter 62. The Star-Destroying Realm's Master takes a disciple Yifeng. With such an abundance of energy, one could easily elevate a pig to the 9th tier. He exclaimed, is this truly source energy? Upon the emergence of this ethereal energy, Yihan, hidden behind the door, was rendered speechless, feeling the surging spiritual essence contained within the source energy, its purity remarkably high. Goodness, how wealthy is this old man? As Yifeng found himself enveloped by the azure mist, a wild gleam flickered in his eyes. He had never before experienced such an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. In comparison, the blood essence pills he had previously absorbed seemed akin to inferior oil. For a moment, he was rendered silent, gazing greedily at the swirling energy. Do you not wish to grow stronger? This is merely a gift to welcome you. The Star Master, witnessing the generosity of his offering, saw Yifeng discard any pretense. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture to absorb the energy. In an instant, a torrent of immense energy surged towards him, as if he were an engine running at full throttle, creating a vortex at his center, continuously siphoning the abundant source energy. As the source energy within the spacecraft dwindled under his relentless consumption, the Star Master narrowed his eyes, nodding appreciatively. Truly, this was the promising talent he had chosen. His absorption rate was astonishing, rivaling that of some elite prodigies. However, given his current strength, he would likely not be able to absorb much. This was also the reason for the Star Master's generosity. The value of such source energy was immense, and he merely intended to demonstrate his formidable prowess. Convinced that Yifeng would not be able to absorb a significant amount. In truth, Yifeng, seated in meditation, felt a curious perplexity. He was acutely aware of the energy continuously flowing towards him, yet he wondered why the quantity he absorbed remained minimal. It felt as though someone were competing with him for the absorption, creating a sense of leakage. Despite this thought, he dared not slacken his focus, knowing that such an opportunity was nearly unparalleled in a century and must be cherished. Meanwhile, just a door away, Yihan was overjoyed. Sitting with his back against the door, he felt the vast source energy surging into his body, surreptitiously siphoning off what rightfully belonged to Yifeng. Competing for cultivation energy? With his Asura divine body alone, he could easily dominate, let alone now possessing the strength of a martial sage through the experience card. The source energy transformed into beams of light, continuously flowing into his being. Although it could not match the direct effects of a realm enhancement card, Yihan could distinctly feel his own cultivation level skyrocketing. The efficacy was unparalleled compared to the blood essence pills. Indeed, this was the power of source energy. Meanwhile, the Star Master, observing Yifeng diligently meditating and absorbing energy, began to sense that something was amiss. As the source energy within the spaceship dwindled to less than half, Yifeng showed no signs of ceasing his absorption, which caused him a twinge of heartache. However, upon reflection, this only underscored Yifeng's remarkable talent. Such a rate of absorption was indeed rare, even within the confines of Galactic City. To discover such a potential in this desolate place was truly fortuitous. He acknowledged that his initial decision to take a gamble on Yifeng had paid off, and it was clear that he would reap substantial rewards. Yet as time passed, his expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, as the last drop of source energy hovered in the air before merging into Yifeng's body, the once vast reservoir of energy within the spaceship was utterly depleted. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply as he reveled in the surge of vitality coursing through him. Just as he was about to share his joyous news, he noticed the Star Master's furrowed brow, leaving him perplexed. Wasn't this opportunity meant for him? Why did the Star Master appear so despondent? Upon seeing Yifeng awaken, the Star Master cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Internally, he cursed, "Damn, this brat actually drained all my energy." The entirety of the spaceship's source energy, amassed over years of striving across the star realms, has vanished just like that. Despite the pang of loss, he feigned a tone of generosity as he spoke. "Very well, it seems your talent has exceeded my expectations. I did not misjudge you." Hearing such praise, Yifeng felt a swell of pride. Such a statement was, of course, warranted. He was indeed a prodigious talent, and having absorbed this source energy, he had now entered the early stages of the 8th tier. The speed of his advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Alas, it was regrettable that although the source energy appeared abundant, the actual amount absorbed was rather meager. Yifeng rose to his feet and, with a fist salute, expressed his gratitude to the Star Master. "Thank you, esteemed elder," for bestowing upon me this opportunity. Your kindness shall be etched in my memory for a lifetime." After speaking, he turned to leave, only to hear the Star Master's anxious voice call out, "Wait. I sense a connection between us. Would you consider becoming my disciple?" With his hands clasped behind his back, the Star Master hastily addressed Yifeng as he watched him depart. Such a fortunate offer. Yifeng hesitated, stopping in his tracks. The prospect of being accepted as a disciple by such a formidable figure filled him with astonishment and elation. Who would refuse the mentorship of such a strong individual? Truly, this was a rare kindness. Disciple Yifeng pays his respects to Master. Yifeng swiftly turned and knelt, bowing profoundly. "Very well, from this moment forth, you're the official disciple of the Star Master." "Rise," the Star Master said, narrowing his eyes slightly and nodding in acknowledgement. Internally, he scoffed, thinking, "You've drained all my source energy and still wish to depart?" "Not a chance." He then casually inquired, having absorbed so much source energy. "I presume your progress has been substantial?" "That is indeed the case," Yifeng replied proudly, raising his voice. "I have now entered the early stages of the 8th tier. 8th tier? The Star Master seemed taken aback by Yifeng's rapid advancement, prompting Yifeng to feel even prouder. He lifted his chin, brimming with confidence. "Did you not anticipate my prowess?" The Star Master remained silent for an extended period, rooted in place, furrowing his brow as he fixated on Yifeng. He fell into a moment of contemplation. Hadn't I specifically calibrated the genius detector? It should awaken only those with potential exceeding the H level. Although this individual hasn't yet reached the level of a Royal Sea talent, he is certainly nearing it. That speed I just witnessed was akin to a turbocharger, utterly formidable. After absorbing so many source energy resources, you tell me, has he really advanced from the 5th to the 8th rank? Or is he still at the initial stage? With the abundance of source energy I possess, I could have nourished a pig to the 9th rank. Is it possible that the detector is malfunctioning? Or has the energy I stored over the years dissipated significantly? The Star Master pondered deeply, unable to discern the reason. Meanwhile, Yifeng assumed that the Star Master was astonished by him, his expression swelling with pride. Clenching his fists, he drifted into a daydream. "Yihan, you are doomed. At this moment, I could crush you with a single hand." Incredible, truly impressive. Behind the door, Yihan felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. Is this, then, the 9th rank? Chapter 63. This old man, does he have designs on me? The 9th rank Yihan closed his eyes, attuning himself to his original realm. He distinctly sensed that even without utilizing the Martial Saint experience card, his strength was undeniably at the 9th rank. However, lacking the source power meant that reaching this level was not entirely unexpected. There are numerous paths leading to the Annihilation Realm, yet on Blue Star, the path traversed is that of source inheritance. Yihan aspired to pursue a more potent route, integrating with the source only after attaining the 9th rank, thereby directly ascending to the Annihilation Realm. Initially, he intended to gradually realize this path through the promotion card of the, but he hadn't anticipated encountering such a fortuitous opportunity to advance prematurely. Yihan reveled in his secret joy. Ding! Detected that the host has seized a vast fortune of opportunities from Yifeng, villain value 50. 000. The sudden notification from the system filled Yihan with even greater elation. This was the first time he had seen such a bountiful score on the settlement bill, reflecting the severity of Yifeng's losses. Inside the room, the Star Master finally regained his composure after a prolonged silence. He recognized the current situation. Regardless of the circumstances, Yifeng had already become his disciple. Although the matter of source energy pained him, he would regard it as a principal investment. Moreover, Yifeng, at first glance, indeed exhibited commendable talent. The lack of desired results should be attributed to some issues concerning the source energy. It mattered little. After all, he intended to sell this young man in the future, and any excess would be returned. Then, recalling certain matters, his expression shifted to one of lewd anticipation. However, before that, he must first collect some interest. The Star Master gazed at Yifeng, lascivious glints flickering in his eyes. "Do you wish to learn more formidable techniques?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng was overwhelmed with excitement. Of course, master. Yifeng's response caused a subtle smirk to play upon the Star Master's lips, his gaze shimmering with an indescribable fervor. It is commendable to possess ambition. However, as you are aware, every endeavor necessitates a reciprocal exchange of interests. I, too, harbor a modest request. I have slumbered for centuries, deprived of certain pleasures. Would you be willing to assist me? Upon hearing the celestial sovereign's words and observing his countenance, Yifeng was taken aback. This old man seems peculiar. Could it be that he harbors intentions towards me? Just as Yifeng contemplated his course of action, the celestial sovereign's voice echoed again. Are you seeking a woman for indulgence? Fortunately, upon hearing this, Yifeng, who was engaged in mental preparation, exhaled in relief. It was not that kind of request. Thus there was no need for disrobing. Immediately, a vision of a voluptuous and flawless figure surfaced in Yifeng's mind. It is decided then. After licking his lips, he readily acquiesced. There shall be no issue. Upon hearing Yifeng's affirmative response, the celestial sovereign's demeanor transformed into one of elation, hurriedly inquiring, "You're not deceiving me, are you?" "Naturally, master. How long will it take?" "No more than 10 days. I shall present her before you." "Excellent, excellent." The celestial sovereign repeated his exclamations of delight, expressing his joy. "This disciple has proven worthy of my investment. It is only fitting that he has begun to reflect some value after consuming so much of my essence. After centuries of slumber, he is indeed eager." Yihan, who had been eavesdropping behind the door, silently lamented. This old man truly mirrors his portrayal in the original text. He remains indiscriminate in his desires. "Let be settled then. I shall not retain you further. Make haste. When you return with her, I shall impart a technique of stellar obliteration." "Very well, master. I shall certainly return." As the celestial sovereign began to urge him to depart, Yifeng did not linger, bowing in farewell. Before leaving, the celestial sovereign handed him an object resembling a spaceship key, instructing him that following this key would lead him back to this place. Outside, Yihan also made a swift exit. On an unnamed hillside within the Demon Sea, Yifeng stood atop the slope, feeling the vastness of the wind and the surge of his own vitality. His gaze was piercing as he looked ahead, laughing boisterously. "Ha ha! Did you expect this, Yihan? Even if you managed to defeat the 7th-tier Thomas, what of it? I am now in existence beyond your reach." Just as Yifeng relished his triumph, an impatient voice sounded in his ear. "Do not dawdle. Hurry along." "Very well, very well." Hearing the voice, Yifeng quickly nodded, then made his way back towards the direction he had come from, to Donyu City. With the entire traitorous clan uprooted, the city regained its former orderliness. A figure clad in a dark robe sat aimlessly upon the city wall, lost in thought. It was Li Xingtian, who had comprehended the unfolding events. Aside from hearing that his son, Heroine, had ascended to martial saint, slaying 2 saints, he also learned that his grandson, Yihan, had forcefully defeated the so-called number 1 talent of Blue Star in the martial arts exchange competition, leading the great Xia team to victory. What is happening? Is our ancestral grave exuding smoke? Could it be that the Li family is destined for greatness? As Li Xingtian pondered, a familiar figure caught his eye. At the entrance of Donyu City, Yihan stealthily blended into the crowd. At that moment, he had already dispensed with the martial sage experience card. Yet he still possessed formidable strength at the 9th tier, albeit without the essence of the martial sage to perceive it. After confirming that no one had detected his anomaly, he prepared to return to the Great Xia representative team to assess the spoils of this encounter. Suddenly, a lean and powerful hand pressed upon his shoulder. The unexpected gesture startled Yihan, who turned to see a beaming face before him. "Grandfather?" Upon recognizing the familiar figure, Yihan exclaimed. Li Xingtian looked at him with a broad smile, scrutinizing him closely. "Well done. I heard you defeated that lad from the beautiful country?" "Uh-huh. You've brought honor to the old Li family." Those golden-haired fellows certainly needed a reckoning. It was evident that Li Xingtian was exceptionally pleased. He then inquired, "Have you seen your father?" "No, I haven't seen him at all." "Strange, I couldn't find him either. Ordinarily, there should be some residual aura left after he departed. Yet there is not a trace to be found. Could it be that he has surpassed me?" "Impossible," Li Xingtian muttered to himself, furrowing his brow. He then continued. There is another peculiar matter. Do you know how your father obtained the essence of the martial sage? He ascended without a sound. Yes, I know. Oh, you do? Splendid. Pray tell me, for I have inquired for ages and received no answers. I gave it to him, Li Yihan stated casually. You gave it to him? Nonsense. Li Xingtian looked at Li Yihan in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief. However, seeing Li Yihan's serene and earnest expression, he ceased his exclamations and pressed further. Where did you acquire it? Li Xingtian had been pondering how Li Huayuan had inexplicably broken through to become a martial sage. With Li Yihan's revelation, everything became clear. After a lengthy pause, Li Xingtian finally grasped the situation. He learned that the essence of the martial sage had been obtained by Li Yihan from a relic. Coupled with Li Yihan's recent transformative changes and the healing of Li Baishan's hidden ailment, myriad thoughts flooded Li Shengtian's mind. Had the seemingly impossible become possible? Was it conceivable that Xiaohan had taken a powerful master from beyond the realms? Only in this light did everything fall into place. Li Shengtian's brow furrowed deeply, a sense of concern washing over him. As a top-tier powerhouse of a human race, the existence of extraterrestrial masters was no secret to them. The path of martial arts is an endless ascent. There will always be those who stand at great heights. While the human race of Blue Star finds itself momentarily stymied at the bottleneck of the martial sage, encountering a wise mentor is undoubtedly a fortuitous event. Yet, Li Xingtian had also heard of certain extraterrestrial masters who, under the guise of taking disciples, engaged in deceitful practices, ultimately selling those apprentices for profit. Such nefarious deeds instilled a sense of worry within Li Shengtian. With narrowed eyes, sharp as a blade, he looked at Li Yihan and solemnly declared, Xiaohan, your grandfather understands that you may encounter some extraordinary opportunities. However, I must remind you to remain vigilant towards others, no matter how kind they may seem. Complete trust is unwise. Only family will offer you unwavering support. Remember, the old Li family stands as your greatest pillar of strength. Should you face any grievances, do not hesitate to confide in your family. Though they may not be adversaries, I will still exhaust every effort to seek justice for you. Upon hearing Li Shengtian's words, Li Yihan felt a tumult of emotions within her. Turning to the elder who cared for her, she broke into a smile. Do not worry, Grandpa. This time, I shall be the strongest shield for the Li family. Ah, this child is indeed teachable. Observing Li Yihan's sincerity, Li Shengtian patted her shoulder with a sense of reassurance. Now that you have chosen the path of martial arts, devote yourself to your training. Do not bring shame upon our clan. As he prepared to leave, a seemingly significant thought crossed his mind. He vaguely recalled Li Huayuan swearing in his presence, filled with righteous indignation, that whoever bestowed upon him the essence of the martial saint would be recognized as his father. Could it be Li Shengtian Ninkirat Gautiosli? Has he called him father? Oh no, Li Yihan waved her hand dismissively, denying it outright. That is good. Seeing her vehement denial, Li Shengtian nodded. But then he realized, I don't believe I ever asked what he is called. This cannot stand. I must speak with your father, he declared. Moreover, the demon race daring to set their sights on the eastern domain must face retribution. They shall pay dearly for their audacity, since your father has already broken through. Arrangements must be made for him to work in the demon sea. With a whoosh, Li Shengtian vanished from sight. Observing this, Li Yihan continued to saunter towards the direction of the Great Xia representative team. In the waiting area of the Great Xia team, the representatives had gathered, preparing to depart for Blue Star. Yifeng had already returned, seated on a bench, transformed into a figure radiating confidence, a stark contrast to his former timid self. As Li Yihan leisurely walked back to the team, Yifeng squinted slightly. Leaning back against the chair with his legs crossed, he disdainfully remarked, some individuals, believing they led everyone to victory, grow arrogant and disregard the discipline of the team. The other senior students stared at Yifeng as if he were a fool. It was clear to all that Li Yihan not only led the Great Xia team to a resounding victory, but also bravely fought against the demons when they appeared. Meanwhile, Yifeng had merely coasted through the competition, vanishing when the demons arrived, only to reappear once they had departed. One might mistakenly think he was one of them. The crowd rolled their eyes at Yihan, ignoring his comments. Feeling overlooked, he let out a cold chuckle, rubbing his nose to ease his embarrassment. Oomph. No matter. Let you prance around for a couple more days. Once you return a blue star, standing atop the pedestal of admiration, I shall personally kick you into the abyss. Experience the taste of failure. When you witness my prowess at the 8th level, I wonder if despair will engulf you. Yifeng's contemplative expression was fully captured by Yihan, who slightly raised the corners of her mouth, relishing the boy's demeanor. The prouder you become, the more gold coins you shall unleash. At that moment, Wei Nantian and Yang Jun joined the group, showering Yihan with praise upon his return. As if recalling something significant, Wei Nantian announced to everyone, as champions of this global martial arts exchange competition, we shall soon travel to the Starry Land to observe the martial emperor's physique. The opening of the Starry Land is scheduled for 10 days from now. Therefore, we shall temporarily reside at Tsinghua University for these 10 days and will part ways only after the observation concludes. Wonderful. The clear and joyful voice belonged to Zhao Lingxi, who was particularly thrilled at the prospect of spending these 10 days with her beloved Yihan. Subsequently, Wei Nantian, as if remembering something else, continued, by the way, I must add that there's only one optimal location for observing the martial emperor's physique. According to past conventions, it is determined by an internal competition for the top position. However, based on this performance, I believe it is evident that Yihan deserves the prime spot. I trust there will be no objections to this. Upon hearing this, the others chuckled, waving their hands in respectful acknowledgement of Yihan. Naturally, Brotherly has already reached the 7th level. Who among the younger generation could rival him? Indeed, just as Wei Nantian was about to finalize the decision, a confident voice interrupted him. Yihan. Wonderful. I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to settle the score with you, and here it is. 10 days. To ensure absolute certainty, I must visit my master beforehand to solidify my techniques and, incidentally, coax that old woman out. What objections could you possibly have? Noticing Yifeng's interruption, Wei Nantian frowned, recalling the boy's somewhat familiar face. He believed Yifeng's abilities were insufficient, having only entered the representative team through connections. I believe everything must adhere to the proper protocols. Hence, I shall issue a challenge. Grupe protocols. Your entry into this team was hardly conventional. Wei Nantian's eyes widened in surprise, ready to counter Yifeng's words, when he heard Yihan's excited voice. All right, let us go with his proposal. Yifeng's heart soared with joy upon hearing Yihan's agreement. To his astonishment, this fool truly accepted? You might still think I am at the 5th level, not realizing that I am no longer the weakling I once was. Now I can effortlessly shatter you with a single punch. Chapter 65, The Origin of the Martial Emperor, directing towards the path of annihilation of stars. The other seniors shook their heads at Yifeng's arrogance. Alas, such a stubborn fool. Since we cannot persuade him gently, let him face the consequences. The subtle mockery in their expressions was not lost on Yifeng, who smirked, finding amusement in their reactions. Yes. What I wish to see is precisely this expression from you. The greater the contrast, the more astounding your shock will be. When I triumph over Yihan, the expressions of utter admiration on your faces will be precisely the effect I desire. To feign ignorance while concealing one's strength, a concept I have only ever encountered in literature. Now it is my turn. I must ensure that the insufferable Yihan learns a fundamental truth. The higher one is exalted, the more painful the fall. Ha ha! Let us proceed. Ignoring the self-satisfaction bubbling within Yifeng, Yihan took the lead toward the teleportation array, with Zhao Lingxi obediently following suit. As they approached the magnificent azure-hued teleportation array, Yihan exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, we are returning. There are still more pressing matters awaiting his attention. After enduring the jolts of spatial transmission, the group once again inhaled the familiar air of Blue Star. Upon arriving in the capital, Yihan chose not to accompany the others to Tsinghua University, intending instead to return home and reconvene 10 days hence for their journey to the Starry Realm. During their farewell, his senior companions reiterated their admiration for Yihan, while Zhao Lingxi's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Alas! I had hoped for a romantic escapade with Brother Yihan on campus, but it has been dashed in the Li residence, having just emerged from a bath. Li Yihan reclined upon his expansive bed, appearing lost in thought while actually reflecting on his gains. Opening the system interface, he gazed at nearly 1,000,000 villain points, a thrill of delight surging within him. He had not anticipated that a mere exchange competition would yield such an impressive bounty of points. This was indeed beyond his expectations. That insufferable pride of Yihan's is truly a valuable asset, quite commendable. He then assessed his needs, realizing that what he sought most was the essence of origin, notably absent from the inventory of Brother Tongzi's shop. The essence of origin is, in essence, a form of life force. With a gentle grasp, Li Yihan summoned forth a swirling mass enveloped in ethereal mist, pulsating with the vitality of existence. This was the martial saint's essence originally belonging to Yamamoto, and having already ascended to the 9th tier, this essence would serve him no further purpose. Thus he resolved to bestow it upon second master, enabling him to swiftly attain the rank of martial saint. However, the essence he required was not that of a martial saint. He yearned for the essence of the martial emperor contained within the body of the martial emperor in the starry realm, specifically the essence of the star extinguishing realm. Li Yihan was aware that within the corporeal form of the martial emperor in the starry realm lay the essence of the star extinguishing realm. This had remained a secret until now, known only from the original text, wherein Yihan, upon reaching the star extinguishing realm and preparing to depart Blue Star, discovered the essence along with a fragment of the soul left for posterity within the martial emperor's body. The martial emperor intended for his essence and will to be inherited by worthy descendants of Blue Star, thus allowing for the emergence of an additional powerhouse of the star extinguishing realm. However, Yihan, adhering to the principle that discovery entitles one to claim, rightfully refined the martial emperor's essence for himself. Although the conditions set by the martial emperor for future generations appeared stringent, they posed little challenge for Li Yihan. To obtain the martial emperor's essence, there were two stipulations. The first required one to be a paragon of the human race who had achieved perfection in the sacred body. As a practitioner of the Asura divine body, he had already met this criterion. The second condition necessitated that one's mental prowess reach at least a minor completion stage, as only at this level could one communicate with the fragment of the martial emperor's soul. It is indeed a rarity to find a prodigy capable of achieving two remarkable feats simultaneously. However, such individuals do exist. Yet, no one has ever had the opportunity to witness the embodiment of the martial emperor under conditions of dual attainment. The enigma surrounding the essence of the martial emperor remains unknown even to Yihan of the past. This is precisely why the essence of the martial emperor has endured through the ages. Once he successfully acquires this essence, he will ascend to the realm of stellar annihilation without enduring the tribulation of lightning, thus embarking on the path he has meticulously plotted from the very beginning. Securing the essence of the martial emperor is paramount. He believes that once he achieves this, subduing the demon emperor will be a mere formality. As he is aware, the demon emperor, despite being in the realm of stellar annihilation, is but at the first tier of that realm. Otherwise, he would not be ensnared by the extreme east, merely a step away from that level. With a long sigh of relief, Li Yihan feels that he has effectively laid the groundwork for the journey ahead. It is now time to elevate his strength step by step. The first order of business is to acquire a new martial art technique. He keenly senses that his current technique, the dragon shaking the heavens spear art, has become inadequate for achieving absolute lethality. It is high time to enhance his ultimate weapon. He opens the system marketplace, and upon surveying the plethora of options, he directly navigates to the section for martial arts techniques suitable for the stellar annihilation realm. Eager to make his selection, this update in the system marketplace corresponds with his ascension to the 9th tier. As he gazes at the newly available items, he is pleasantly surprised, realizing that the system continuously updates its offerings in accordance with his growing prowess. Such attentiveness is truly commendable, as it streamlines his decision-making process, allowing him to efficiently choose what best suits his needs. Amidst the dazzling array of new techniques, Li Yihan sits cross-legged on his bed, commencing his selection. In the outside world, the news of Li Yihan leading the Great Xia team to a resounding victory in the exchange competition spreads like wildfire throughout the realm of martial arts. Initially, Many had predicted that the great Xia team would face insurmountable challenges in the global martial arts exchange competition, yet against all odds, they triumphed, decisively defeating the representative team from the beautiful nation and preserving their winning streak. All thanks to that one man. In an instant, Yihan's name reverberates through every martial arts university, elevating him to the status of an idol among the younger generation. How could that sycophant have come this far? No, I refuse to believe it. At the Capital Martial Arts Vocational Academy, Su Mo is taken aback while scrolling through her phone, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. For reasons unknown, a flicker of regret stirs within her. As she wrestles with her thoughts, her phone vibrates incessantly, revealing a message from Yihan. I have a brother who wishes to meet you. Let us have a chat. Upon reading this, Su Mo lets out a resigned sigh. Here we go again. What nonsense, calling him a brother. It's just that lightning coin of his. Moreover, due to Yihan, her family's dwindling resources have been nearly exhausted. She is now on the brink of being unable to sustain her basic cultivation needs. Typically, when Yihan reaches out, it is to request resources. Yet now, her own resources are nearly depleted. There is hardly enough left to share. Yihan, ever the opportunist, only takes without giving back. After all this time, there has been no sign of progress. He has been left far behind by Yihan, and she cannot help but feel regret for her previous blindness. As the thought crossed Su Mo's mind, a wave of nausea surged within her. Just as she contemplated reasons to decline, her phone vibrated once more. A shocking message captured her attention. I have reached the 8th rank. What? A smile instantly graced her face, and she swiftly dismissed her earlier regrets, feeling grateful that she had not misjudged him after all. How foolish of me to even consider remorse. My brother Yihan is indeed extraordinary. Was Yihan compared to him? Without hesitation, Su Mo leaped from her dormitory bed, hastily applying her makeup and selecting a seductive, sheer purple gown, preparing beautifully for the impending rendezvous. Meanwhile, news of equal astonishment echoed through Tsinghua University. What? Yihan intends to challenge Lu Rufeng, the top contender of the Jingwu Heavenly Rankings? Isn't he merely at the 5th rank? Has the global martial arts competition inflated his ego? Lu Rufeng, the reigning champion, is a mid-level 6th rank master. Why does a mere novice have to issue such a challenge? Indeed, it is said that Lu Rufeng has already accepted, and the duel is set for tomorrow morning. Chapter 66. Yihan ascends with authority the impatient Suning Shui. The following day, at Tsinghua University's martial arts arena, the atmosphere was electric. With voices rising to a fever pitch, students flooded the venue, creating a throng that left no room for even a drop of water to seep through. Numerous spectators from other institutions had also come to witness the spectacle. Countless eyes were fixed upon the slender figure in the arena, showering him with cheers. Lu Rufeng, the foremost martial artist of Tsinghua University, nearing graduation, had recently broken through to mid-6th rank, garnering considerable attention. Although he may not possess the same extraordinary flair as Thomas from the United States, he is nonetheless formidable. The students of Tsinghua believed that had Lu Rufeng not been in seclusion during the global martial arts exchange, he would have undoubtedly made a name for himself in the competition, bringing glory to Tsinghua instead of allowing Extreme Thought Academy to overshadow them. Hearing of his impending duel, throngs gathered to witness the event. To see Lu Rufeng in action at this level would compensate for the disappointment of not having witnessed his prowess during the exchange. Go, Brother Lu, show no mercy. The cheers reverberated throughout the arena. On the platform, Lu Rufeng donned white robes, sword in hand, arms crossed over his chest. His eyes were slightly closed, the breeze lifting his garments, giving him an enigmatic presence. Opposite him stood the exhilarated Yihan, his eyes shimmering with mischief, unable to contain his inner excitement. Ah, such geniuses always put on a fade. Yihan was the same. My path to fame shall commence by defeating the top contender of Tsinghua. After vanquishing you today, I shall trample Yihan underfoot. As the referee's voice rang out, the match commenced. With a resounding thud, Yihan surged forward, akin to a cannonball, swiftly appearing before Lu Rufeng. Upon sensing the tidal wave of vitality emanating from Yihan, Lu Ruffing's previously composed expression transformed into one of shock and disbelief. What is this aura? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This aura is 8th rank? Oof. Now you know. It is too late." With a sinister grin, Yihan drew back his bow and clenched his fist, unleashing a fierce gust of wind as he struck mercilessly towards Lu Ruffing. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Ruffing's pupils constricted, and in a flurry of panic, he unsheathed the sword hidden within his garments to defend himself. With a resounding crash, the silver sword shattered under the overwhelming force, sending Lu Ruffing hurtling through the air uncontrollably. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood before losing consciousness. His pristine white robes instantly stained crimson. Senior brother. Several figures in white swiftly encircled him, their expressions darkening as they assessed his condition before carrying him away. When Yihan delivered that devastating blow, propelling Lu Ruffing out of the arena, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, which was soon shattered by an eruption of astonished gasps. Did I just witness that? Senior brother Lu lost? Was he really defeated in a single blow? Yihan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the astonished faces around him, reveling in the incredulity reflected in their eyes. Is this what it feels like to be revered? I find the sensation utterly delightful. Li Yihan, so you once lived beneath such gazes? No wonder you were so arrogant. Just right, for you shall now dwell eternally in my shadow. All the grievances I endured will be repaid tenfold. Yihan wins. The referee stammered, barely able to believe the outcome unfolding before him. That day, the leaderboard of Tsinghua University witnessed a seismic shift as the newly updated rankings ignited fervor across various circles, particularly concerning the prowess of the top contender. Yifeng, with his initial strength at the 8th tier, boldly ascended to the pinnacle, effortlessly overshadowing the second place, who was at the 6th tier. Goodness, this is astonishing. That new student, the so-called soft Rice King Yihan, has actually reached the 8th tier. 8th tier? Could it be a mistake? No, it's genuine. The university's leaderboard has been officially released. Is that so? Let me see. Oh my goodness. It's true. Have you heard? In a few days, Yihan will contest the position to observe the martial emperor's body against Li Yihan from Genian Academy. What? If that is the case, then Li Yihan is surely doomed. Isn't that splendid? It means Tsinghua will be the foremost academy. In no time, the news of Yifeng's overwhelming defeat of the top contender swept through Tsinghua, leaving everyone in utter shock. Within the campus, upon learning this news, Zhao Lingxi was taken aback, rushing out of the school gates, hastening towards the Li residence. At Tsinghua University, in the vice principal's office, Suning Shui sat at her desk. Donned in a flowing white gown, her expression darkened. She regarded Yihan with evident displeasure, her heart brimming with annoyance. How could it be that her disciple had reached her level in such a short time? This should be a cause for celebration. Yet the problem lay in the fact that Yihan's ascension to the 8th tier had no bearing on her own accomplishments. It failed to showcase her prowess as a distinguished mentor. Aside from providing him with a blood condensation pill, she had yet to impart a single lesson to him. Their connection was merely nominal, lacking any genuine sentiment. Moreover, he had stirred a significant debacle, grievously injuring Lu Ruffing, who was reportedly left with 7 meridians. Even if healed, he would lose his qualifications to cultivate. Speak, what is the matter? How did you attain the 8th tier? After a moment of silence, Suning Shui's icy voice broke through the stillness. It is like this, master, I encountered. Seeing Yifeng's respectful demeanor, Suning Shui regained a semblance of her dignity. Oomph, this disciple is not entirely an ingrate. So it is, you encounter a relic? This boy truly possesses remarkable fortune. However, Suning Shui's expression soon soured again, as she stood up and reproached Yihan with righteous indignation. Knowing there was a relic, why did you not take me along? You must remember, I specifically brought you to the martial sage's relic last time. Oh, last time? How can you even mention that? I understand your intentions perfectly. Upon hearing Suning Shui mention the previous relic, Yihan felt nothing but disdain, though he masked it well. He feigned a defensive stance, saying, "What are you talking about? Master, wasn't the demon clan invading at that time? There was no opportunity. I have already recorded the coordinates. I was just about to find a time to take you. Hearing this, Su Ningshui visibly brightened, exclaiming, Really? Naturally, whenever we wish to go, we shall go. Yifeng nodded in agreement, indicating there would be no issues. There is no time like the present. Let us depart now. Now? Surely you jest, master. The procedures to the Demon Sea are not so simple. Moreover, I must observe the martial emperor's physique in 9 days. Can't we postpone? Postpone? With me around, what procedures do we need for the Demon Sea? Let us go. Witnessing Su Ningshui's impatience, Yifeng smirked slyly, pretending to relent. Very well. Chapter 67. Everything is within grasp. The layout begins. In a hidden cave within the Demon Sea, a brilliant golden light flickered and vanished in the blink of an eye. A figure stumbled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The standing figure brushed off his hands, muttering in confusion, Son, your strength seems rather lacking. While it appears you could handle the mountain brat without issue, do you truly believe you can defeat another demon sage? I certainly do not. The two individuals in the cave were none other than Li Yihan's father and grandfather. Li Huan, rolling on the ground, slowly rose, devoid of any aura befitting the head of the human tribunal. He dusted off his robes, casting an incredulous glance at the elderly man before him, who appeared youthful despite his gray hair. Old man, at your age, why still bully others? Who spread the rumors that I defeated those two brats? I was barely out of seclusion when you caught me for a beating. Who understands? Li Huayuan regarded Li Xingtian, who wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, and a wave of fear surged within him as he swallowed hard. Suddenly recalling the times he was dominated by 7 wolves in his youth, Li Xingtian did not respond directly. Instead, with hands clasped behind his back, he approached slowly, feigning shock. Oh, was it truly not you? But everyone witnessed it. I assure you it was not. Li Huayuan replied, exasperated. Seeing this, a smirk crept on Li Xingtian's lips as he retorted, Still lying? You claim it was not you. Everyone saw, and yet you persist in your denial? The anguished cries of Li Huayuan echoed incessantly within the cave. Li Xingtian became increasingly fervent in his strikes, wielding a golden whip that resembled a belt with remarkable authority. A glint of cunning flashed across his expression. I am well aware that you lack the strength to defeat 2 9th-tier opponents. I merely seek to vent my frustrations under the pretense of a duel. As he lashed the whip, a perplexing thought nagged at him. Who could it be? Could it be from the capital, the Li residence? Suddenly, a rapid knocking resonated at the entrance, followed by an anxious voice, melodious as a wind chime. Brother Yihan, are you there? It's urgent. Outside the sturdy gates of the estate, Zhao Lingxi stood, her slender figure knocking frantically, her urgency palpable. With a creak, a handsome face emerged from within, revealing deep, lake-like eyes that caused Zhao Lingxi's heart to race. The owner of those captivating eyes was Li Yihan, clad in a black robe, just roused from slumber by the incessant knocking. What is the matter, Lingxi? Noticing Li Yihan's sleepy demeanor, Zhao Lingxi promptly expressed her concern. Brother Yihan, you mustn't sleep. There's a grave situation. Yifeng, for reasons unknown, has unexpectedly reached the 8th tier. Just moments ago, he severely injured Lu Rufeng with ruthless intent. Zhao Lingxi's crimson lips moved rapidly, her anxiety evident, while Li Yihan leaned against the door, listening intently. No wonder Yifeng had acted so strangely yesterday, vying for a position to observe the contest for the martial emperor's physique. It was all premeditated. How despicable. He chooses to evade participation when it's time to combat the demonic tribe, yet leaps forth to claim a position based on strength. Truly shameless. Therefore, Brother Yihan, I must warn you, do not partake in the duel he has scheduled with you in a few days. Do not fall for his trickery. Your efforts are visible to all, and the prime position is undoubtedly yours. Having finally expressed her concerns, Zhao Lingxi exhaled deeply, gazing breathlessly at Li Yihan. She anticipated a flicker of shock or confusion on his face, yet he remained as tranquil as a still lake. Just as her curiosity piqued, Li Yihan smiled lightly, ruffling Zhao Lingxi's hair with a contented expression. Is this the reason you ventured all this way, dear Lingxi? Is this not significant enough? An 8th-tier warrior, no less. That is the martial sovereign. Despite knowing her brother's formidable strength, She believed he could not possibly contend with a martial sovereign. No matter, come in and sit. Observing Zhao Lingxi's puffed cheeks, Li Yihan smiled gently, patting her shoulder as he ushered her into the living room. Are you not anxious? Zhao Lingxi inquired. Noticing his calm demeanor, Li Yihan turned, revealing a confident, radiant smile. Do you believe in me? Without a doubt. Of all the people in this world, I trust you the most, Brother Yihan. Upon hearing Zhao Lingxi's words, Li Yihan squinted and smiled. Let's wait and see. Suddenly, a series of ringing sounds pierced the air. Li Yihan rummaged through his black plush pajama pockets and answered the incessantly ringing phone. A muffled voice emerged from the receiver. Report to young Master Li. My subordinates have observed Su Ningshui and Yifeng leaving Qingwu University simultaneously, heading towards the teleportation array to the Demon Sea. Understood, Li Yihan replied, disconnecting the call with a slight smirk. As anticipated, witnessing Yifeng's surge in power had indeed unsettled that old woman, prompting her to hastily insist that Yifeng take her along. The eagerness to act as a conduit for her frustrations was quite remarkable. He then affectionately ruffled Zhao Lingxi's hair, beaming like the sun. Do not worry about me. Everything is proceeding according to my plan. All right, Brother Yihan, since you are aware, I shall take my leave now. But please do ensure your safety. Of course. After Zhao Lingxi's repeated admonitions, she reluctantly departed. Once she was gone, Li Yihan transformed, concealing his previous gentle smile. He conjured a transparent mask from thin air. The myriad of masks, an item he procured from the system's store at a considerable cost of points. After spending an entire day perusing the system all, he had exhausted nearly 1,000,000 villain points, acquiring only 2 items. The first, the Myriad Shadows technique. A martial arts skill of the Star Extinguishing Realm, had drained an astonishing 90,000 points. Li Yihan was exceedingly pleased with this technique. Mastery would grant him the ability to manipulate the shadows of all objects, extinguishing everything in existence, a hallmark of the Star Extinguishing level. From this realm onward, martial arts transcended mere physicality, embracing various elements. It is this power that enabled the mighty to annihilate planets. The second item was the mask he now held, an essential tool for his future endeavors. Gazing at the ethereal mask emitting a haze, Li Yihan smiled subtly. As a villain, there are times when one cannot afford to reveal their true identity. In such moments, a tool for fabricating a new persona becomes indispensable. The myriad of masks allows the wearer to mimic the essence of anyone they have encountered, indistinguishable from the real person, even from a martial sage standing before them. Chapter 68. The Traitor, the Illuminated Carousel of Events. Li Yihan stowed away the myriad of masks and stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating the tranquil water feature in the courtyard outside. Presently, Yifeng was known to be at the 8th tier, as was Su Ningshui. With all conditions now met, it was time to prepare a grand gift for Yifeng. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed again. Remember to record video evidence of Yifeng and Su Ningshui entering the Demon Sea separately. Rest assured, young Master Li, everything is being prepared. Excellent. After hanging up, a faint smile graced Li Yihan's lips. The charges of treachery and murdering 1S master. Let us see, Yifeng, if you can withstand them. Subsequently, Li Yihan changed her attire and, clutching the privileged Demon Sea passage permit bestowed by the Li family, stepped beyond the gates of the Li residence. The forthcoming spectacle was one I could not afford to miss. The Demon Sea, located outside the eastern domain city. The soft black sand crunched beneath their feet, creating a symphony of sounds. 2 figures traversed the vast, boundless wilderness beneath a canopy of inky, heavy clouds, while the ground yielded to their steps with its fine, soft grains. As a biting, frigid wind swept towards them, Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly. To prevent the human race from being ensnared or seduced by the demon tribe while wandering outside the domain city, the conditions for venturing independently into the Demon Sea were exceedingly stringent. In previous instances, they had exploited certain loopholes. However, the complexity of leaving the human domain city alone was considerable. Fortunately, this time, the guarantee provided by Su Ningshui, the vice president of Qingwu University, rendered this undertaking remarkably less troublesome. How much longer? Su Ningshui's cool voice echoed behind him, tinged with an impatient urgency. We're almost there, master. Silence enveloped them once more. A smirk of disdain crept across Yi Feng's face. This old woman certainly possessed an impatient temperament. Her eagerness to deliver assistance was indeed unavoidable. Were it not for the need to conceal their presence to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, they could have reached their destination with the swiftness afforded by their current prowess. Though this area was not the front lines, its proximity to the demon territory rendered any overt display of power perilous, as it could easily draw the demon's attention. Amidst the thick, inky clouds, a languid figure floated, stretching leisurely. "Oh dear, these two are terribly slow," Yihan remarked, observing the two below with a hint of exasperation, while extending her elegantly defined fingers. With a gentle lift of her hand, a droplet of ink materialized at her fingertip. She flicked it casually, transforming the ink droplet into a raindrop that silently descended, vanishing seamlessly into Su Ningshue's shadow. Transforming all things into shadows. Having completed this act, Yihan smirked, her form dissolving once again into the depths of the inky clouds. At long last, atop an unremarkable hill, Yi Feng halted, excitement bubbling within him. "Master, we have arrived." Su Ningxue replied, her tone unusually emphatic. Finally, they had reached their destination. Her gaze burned with fervor as her thoughts flitted restlessly. The potential within this relic, capable of elevating Yi Feng from the 5th to the 8th tier, was unprecedented on Blue Star. It was highly likely a remnant left by a powerful being from beyond the realms. Within, they might uncover the essence of the martial sage, granting her the path to become one herself. The mere thought quickened Su Ningshue's breath. After a previous failure, surely this time luck would be on their side. Standing atop the hill, Yi Feng gently pressed the spaceship key given by the Star Master, and as he pressed the button, a surge of enigmatic spatial energy enveloped them, wrapping them in an invisible net. With a crisp chime, their forms vanished instantaneously, leaving behind a profound silence and emptiness. Meanwhile, Yihan exhaled a sigh of relief amidst the clouds. "Phew, I'm glad I managed to follow them." Within an endless expanse of azure space, Xiao Ningxue was astounded by the scene before her. She had never witnessed anything like it at any relic on Blue Star. This must be the work of an extraterrestrial powerhouse. The azure glow was undoubtedly a spatial protective shield. The knowledge regarding these otherworldly beings had been imparted to her by her father, the martial Saint Sujin Shan, by mere chance. Such information would remain forever elusive to ordinary individuals, yet it was no secret among the martial saints. She anticipated a significant windfall from this discovery. Casting a cold glance at Yi Feng's countenance, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. She believed that this unsophisticated, impoverished boy, unfamiliar with the wider world, surely had no knowledge of these alien powerhouses. All she needed to do was feign indifference, and she could claim those precious treasures for herself. With this thought, she urged Yi Feng forward, and their pace quickened. Unbeknownst to her, in the shadow cast by the blue light behind her, a pair of profound eyes suddenly snapped open, devoid of any emotion, perfectly blending into Su Ningshue's silhouette. As they stood before the silver droplet-shaped spacecraft, Su Ningshue's astonishment was beyond description. She had never encountered anything so uniquely designed. The door of the spacecraft seemed to sense their presence and opened automatically. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ningshue nudged Yi Feng aside and stepped through the threshold first. Her heart brimmed with joy as she envisioned mountains of resources and techniques. However, upon beholding the scene ahead, she froze in place. The smile that once graced her lips faltered, her eyes narrowed and trembled. Instinctively, she took a step back, only to collide with the solid chest of Yi Feng, who had blocked her retreat. "What? How could there be someone in the relic?" she questioned, bewildered as she turned to face him. Yi Feng remained expressionless, offering no response. Su Ningshue's gaze returned to the imposing figure before her, a bald man clad in silver battle attire. His blue skin and towering stature emanating a chilling aura that instilled a profound sense of impending doom. A sinister smile revealed his upper teeth, his gaze burning with insatiable desire, as if he regarded her as prey. In that moment, Su Ningshue's instinct screamed for her to flee. Yet, she was horrified to find herself immobilized, bound by an overwhelming pressure. Good work. Step back, the towering figure commanded. Yes, master, Yifeng replied, bowing respectfully. Yifeng, you. What does this mean? Su Ning Shui exclaimed in disbelief, her voice trembling. Just then, she was interrupted by an impatient voice. Come here, darling. Get away. Su Ning Shui screamed in a frenzy, attempting to struggle, but was swiftly ensnared by the formidable figure. With a ripping sound, her delicate white veil was violently torn away, revealing her alabaster skin. In her desperate gaze, she saw Yifeng silently closing the spacecraft door behind him as he stepped outside. Inside the spacecraft, a pristine light danced once more, the rhythm of the celestial waves echoing in harmonious cadence, imbued with the essence of spring. Chapter 69. The Weeping Desolation. The Slayer of Masters. Yifeng leaned against the ship's body, his gaze distant and unfocused. He had anticipated a flicker of guilt upon luring Su Ning Shui to this place, yet discovered a complete absence of remorse within himself. He lifted his head, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, this world is merely a realm of mutual exchange of interests. I have traded Su Ning Shui's corporeal form for my own future and prospects. This transaction is undeniably advantageous. Ha ha ha. Stop. No. Leaning against the spaceship, Yifeng felt the violent tremors and the intermittent sounds of hurried gasps. He sighed, his eyes drawn to the azure expanse above, envy swirling within them, a hint of bitterness tugging at the corners of his mouth. The Star Master not only possesses longevity, but also unparalleled vigor. It is truly enviable. Outside the ruins, Yihan, concealed within the clouds, was suddenly jolted awake by a wave of intense dizziness. He sensed the shadow he had planted in Su Ning Shui trembling violently. What on earth? Why is it shaking so much? I must investigate. With that thought, he enveloped himself in the shadow, merging seamlessly into the ground below, leaving behind only a dark disk where he once stood. In the next moment, Yihan's vision materialized within the spaceship. The blinding chaos before him invigorated his senses. Su Ning Shui's shadow danced wildly upon the cold walls, oscillating with such force that Yihan felt as though he might be dislodged from his hiding place. The vibrant scene prompted continuous exclamations of admiration. Goodness, this old man has such stamina. No wonder he has not faltered in millennia. This time, I believe that old woman is in trouble. Before him, Su Ning Shui, battered by the immense impact, appeared dazed and disoriented. Her body felt as though it was in a perpetual rise and fall, devoid of strength. Only the relentless strobe of lights flashed wildly. The Star Master bore a fearsome expression, his muscular veins bulging as he exerted every ounce of energy he could muster. After what felt like an eternity, the ship finally ceased its tumultuous motion. Observing this, Yifeng slowly rose and pushed open the door, his gaze sweeping across the room. He immediately spotted Su Ning Shui, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless body, her tattered clothing failing to conceal the remnants of her vitality. Yet, upon witnessing her pitiable state, there was no trace of compassion in Yifeng's eyes. Instead, he looked toward the Star Master with excitement. Master, my technique, before Yifeng could finish his sentence. The Star Master raised a hand, interrupting him. Clad in his battle attire, he seated himself upon the mechanical throne, surveying Yifeng with an expression of insatiable desire. Well done. This time you have pleased your master. It is a pity, however, that the women of your blue star are far too frail. They cannot endure much before succumbing. So is there anyone else? The Star Master's gaze blazed with intensity, clearly unsatisfied. This old man still desires more? Is he insatiable? Yifeng felt a twinge of speechlessness at the remark, yet a youthful face surfaced in his mind. The woman who had called him Kun Gu with such fervor. Yes, master. Very well, bring her to me. The Star Master's voice carried an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. And what of my technique? Rest assured. Once more, bring another. Yes, you. The Star Master gazed at him earnestly. However, Yifeng's heart was already seething with rage. This deceitful old dog dared to trick me. Feeling duped, Yifeng experienced a surge of anger within, yet he dared not express it, only silently acquiescing. Nevertheless, his resentment continued to escalate. Observing Su Ning Shui's limp and powerless form, He inwardly cursed. It is all the fault of that damned old woman. Is this not sufficient? At that moment, Su Ningshui stirred, laboriously raising her head, her disheveled hair obscuring her face as she gazed at the Star Master, feebly uttering, "Can I be spared now?" The Star Master did not regard her, but turned his attention to Yihan. "This person you brought her. I have always used the same woman only once. How to deal with her is up to your discretion. It matters not to me." Upon hearing the Star Master's words, Su Ningshui turned to Yihan, her eyes brimming with desperation, seemingly pleading for mercy. Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. "Since she has discovered my secret, she cannot be allowed to return alive." Upon hearing this, Su Ningshui visibly panicked, a fleeting glimmer of despair crossing her eyes as she summoned her courage to exclaim, "No, Yifeng, you cannot do this. Such actions will incur the wrath of the heavenly path. No, spare me." Regardless of Su Ningshui's desperate resistance, it did nothing to deter Yi Feng's advancing steps toward her. "Very well, then you shall handle this matter yourself. I am weary, take her outside." "Do not sully my ship," the Star Master said, slightly closing his eyes and gesturing for them to depart. "Yes." Yifeng grasped Su Ningshui by her long hair, dragging her body toward the ship's exit. "Do not," she cried, her pleas proving futile against the backdrop of the vast abyss. In a remote alcove beneath a rocky outcrop, Su Ningshui knelt humbly before Yifeng, fervently pleading, "Yifeng, I swear I will not speak of this. For the sake of our master-disciple bond, please spare my life." Su Ningshui's cultivation had been completely sealed by the Star Master, and for Yifeng, ending her life would be as simple as slaying a pig. She could only submit in her desperation. Yifeng's expression remained impassive as he regarded her with cold, unyielding eyes, his tone laced with disdain. "Master, you may be mistaken. My current master is the Star Master. And as for you, I indeed believe you would keep this matter silent." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Su Ningshui's eyes. "Yes, yes." She hastily nodded, but her moment of relief was swiftly extinguished as Yifeng's tone shifted, plunging her back into despair. "However, I place greater trust in a silent corpse." "Ha ha!" Just as Su Ningshui attempted to raise her head to vow, her pupils suddenly constricted. "You!" With a swift and merciless motion, Yifeng plunged his hand into his own chest, blood gushing forth as he withdrew it, splattering the ground. As his vision blurred, he cast a grotesque stare at her, blood splattering across his face in an eerie spectacle. "Rest in peace." Cackling with madness, Yifeng casually created a pit in the ground and discarded Su Ningshui's lifeless body into it, observing her tattered form lying within the hole. Yifeng spoke with indifference. "I have indeed found you a fitting sanctuary. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your failure to properly serve my master." Having uttered these words, Yifeng turned away without a backward glance. Only the mournful wail of the wind and the desolation of the night remained by the edge of the pit. Chapter 70, Yihan. "I beg you, spare me." As Yifeng vanished over the horizon of the wilderness, a figure emerged from the inky clouds above. All that had transpired moments ago was meticulously recorded by Yihan, hidden within the clouds. He perused the masterpiece captured on his recording device, nodding in satisfaction. The nearly perfect angle of the scene caused an involuntary smile to grace his lips. It was indeed a splendid performance. Then, Yihan gazed down at the corpse in the pit, his eyes narrowing slightly. A cold chuckle escaped him. "Do you think you can deceive me? The true spectacle has only just begun." Instead of departing, Yihan donned a myriad of masks, seemingly awaiting something. After a considerable time, the fingers of the corpse in the pit twitched slightly. With a sudden gasp, the once lifeless body opened its eyes, sitting upright and gasping for air. Su Ningshui surveyed her surroundings, relieved to find no one present, and gradually stood up. She reached for the fatal wound that Yifeng had pierced through her chest. It had healed, with only tattered clothing and dried blood as evidence that it was not a mere dream. She felt no surprise, lowering her head as her gaze continued to extend. The jade pendant that once adorned her neck, pristine and intact, was now shattered. As she beheld the broken jade, a chill and icy resolve began to manifest in Su Ningshui's eyes, a murderous intent radiating from her very being. She clutched the shattered pendant tightly. It was fortunate that it was the life-saving talisman crafted by her father, Su Jinshan. Without it, she would surely have met her demise. The thought of her previously exalted self being subjected to such humiliation sent Su Ningshui into a frenzy, and she roared to the heavens. "Damn you, Yifeng! I will ensure that you have no place to rest in death." The echoes of her wrath mingled with the howling winds, resonating across the frigid wilderness. Just as Su Ningshui prepared to depart after her outburst, an unexpected voice rang out. "Oh, Master, are you speaking of me?" A familiar voice, interwoven with the lament of the wind, emerged from behind, causing Su Ningshui to instinctively recoil. She whirled around to find Yifeng grinning at her, his eyes brimming with mockery. "You beast! You haven't tea left yet? Excellent. Prepare to meet your end." Boom! The aura of a first-stage martial sovereign erupted from Su Ningshui, her murderous intent surging like a tornado. Having faced death once, the shackles that bound her were no more, allowing her to unleash her full power without restraint. "This time, I shall ensure your demise. What if you were at the 8th stage? Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of an experienced martial sovereign." Su Ningshui showed no restraint in her fury. With a flash, she surged forward like a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Yifeng at breakneck speed. Her velocity surpassed the limits of the naked eye, leaving behind a series of afterimages that interwove in the air, accompanied by a piercing sound that sent chills through the heart. Su Ningshui bellowed, a long sword glimmering coldly materializing in her grasp. With a mighty thrust, she plunged the sword forward, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that swirled like a celestial dragon, fiercely hurtling toward Yihan. Yet, to her astonishment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Yifeng gazed at her with a playful grin, the disdain in his eyes unabashedly evident. This only fueled her fury, and she lunged forward without reservation, screaming, "Die!" The clear, melodious ring of the sword echoed in her ears. Su Ningshui's pupils constricted. Disbelief etched across her face as she witnessed Yifeng effortlessly catch her seemingly unstoppable strike with a mere finger. Then, with a swift flick and a surge of strength, the icy blade shattered instantly. In a flash of panic, Su Ningshui barely registered the large hand that seized her cheek, propelling her violently toward the ground. The force of her face colliding with the earth was cataclysmic, sending spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward, shaking the very ground beneath her. "Ah!" Su Ningshui gasped, blood erupting from her throat, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Yifeng. How is this possible? The level of power he exhibited was unmistakably beyond the 8th tier, utterly incomprehensible, absolutely impossible, as she beheld Yifeng's almost maniacal grin. A wave of fear surged through Su Ningshui. In that moment, she decisively abandoned all resistance. Reason dictated that this individual was a harbinger of danger. She quickly formulated an escape plan, pushing off the ground to retreat from this demon before her. "Where do you think you're going?" The voice was devoid of emotion, yet it resonated in her ears like a death knell. Instantly, she felt a powerful grip seize her ankle. Su Ningshui's hair bristled with dread, and before she could react, the world spun wildly around her. Bang! She was lifted like a mere puppet, swung high above, and then violently slammed back to the ground. Another torrent of blood spewed forth, and just as the sensation of weightlessness enveloped her once again, bang, bang, Yihan swung Su Ningshui repeatedly against the ground, each impact fracturing the earth beneath them until she was nearly lifeless, tossed aside carelessly. Su Ningshui lay there, her consciousness fading. With great effort, she lifted her head to see Yifeng approaching, and instinctively she trembled, pleading, "Don't come any closer. Oh, did you not wish to end my life? Here I stand before you. Come, if you dare," Yifeng taunted, raising an eyebrow. "I was wrong. For the sake of our mentor-disciple bond, please spare me." Su Ningshui collapsed to her knees, her hair disheveled, a mixture of blood and tears streaming down her face as she cried out for mercy. She could not fathom how Yifeng could possess such terrifying strength. All she knew was that without her protective talisman, death was an inevitable reality. Mentor and disciple? Who among us is your mentor? Yifeng continued his advance, expressionless, as the terror in Su Ningshui's eyes intensified, and the very features of his face began to shift before her. A voice, mocking and whimsical, pierced the air. "Do you recognize me? It is Li Yihan." Upon recognizing the countenance of the speaker, a thunderous roar erupted in Su Ningshui's mind, leaving her ears ringing. How could it be him? Su Ningshui crumpled to the ground, tears streaming down her face like a flood unleashed. Thud! She banged her head heavily against the earth, repeatedly bowing before Li Yihan, hoping for a modicum of mercy. Li Yihan remained expressionless. I recall the words of Principal Su, "Leaving the Li family makes one a waste." The recollection of Principal Su's unmasked, murderous intent pierced Su Ningshui's already fragile heart like daggers. A wave of fear and helplessness surged within her as she clutched at Li Yihan's pant leg in a frantic plea for explanation. No, no, no. Those are mere rumors. Entirely false. Thud! Su Ningshui struck her head against the ground once more, blood and tears mingling at the corners of her mouth. In a fit of despair, she cried out, "Li Yihan, I beg you, spare me." Chapter 71. The one who will kill you is Yi Feng. What concern is that of mine? Spare you? Li Yihan replied, his tone leisurely, yet his words resonated distinctly across the wind-swept wilderness. Noticing a hint of hesitation in Li Yihan's voice, Su Ningshui immediately lunged forward, kneeling on the ground and grasping his pant leg in desperate supplication. "I implore you, I was wrong before. Please forgive me. I would serve you like a beast." Su Ningshui's demeanor was one of utmost sincerity, her pleas flowing from her lips, while her heart harbored a venomous oath. "These wretched beings, I shall return and inform my father, the esteemed Martial Saint Su Jinshan, one of the foremost existences on Blue Star, of how I was humiliated by this despicable crowd. He will certainly come to my aid." He was the foundation upon which she had recklessly relied throughout her life, her unwavering support. With a subservient gaze fixed upon Li Yihan, Su Ningshui's eyes flickered with a shadowy glint. Not only did she intend to eliminate the one who forced her to kneel, but she also vowed to turn the detestable Yi Feng into a wretched soul deserving of a gruesome fate. Moreover, she would seek vengeance against the Star Lord who had subjected her to torment aboard the spacecraft. What the powerful beings from beyond. Once her message spread, the martial saints on Blue Star would flock to her side. At that moment, they would converge upon you, leaving no avenue for escape. I shall ensure that you all meet a fate of unmarked graves. This is the consequence of crossing Su Ningshui. As Su Ningshui continued her pleas before the impassive Li Yihan, she noticed his unwavering indifference. Softly, she brushed aside her hair, deliberately revealing more of her alluring figure, and lowered her gaze in feigned delicacy. "If you would only spare me, I am willing to do anything." With a bashful demeanor, she intertwined her fingers, a stark contrast to her previous haughty demand for her own life. Hearing this, Li Yihan's brow furrowed slightly, repulsed by the display. He candidly remarked, "Willing to do anything? Forgive me, dear lady, but I suspect your form might resemble that of a Star Lord by now." Upon hearing these words, Su Ningshui abruptly lifted her head, astonished as she gazed at Li Yihan, her earlier allure vanishing entirely. "How do you know?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling. "I saw it all." No sooner had the words left her lips than, within the depths of her fearful gaze, the shadow cast by a distant flickering light began to move uncontrollably against the wall. It quivered and then, astonishingly, stepped forth from its confines. The shadowy figure approached, suddenly opening its eyes, bearing an unsettling resemblance to Li Yihan. What kind of martial arts is this? Manipulating shadows? It is utterly unheard of. Li Yihan's countenance transformed into a mocking grin, yet his eyes remained chillingly cold as he spoke. "Do you know why I have yet to end your life?" Upon hearing this, Su Ningshui, sensing a hint of trepidation in him, raised her chin defiantly. "I understand. You must have reservations regarding my family. Knowing this, will you not release me?" "No," Li Yihan's tone shifted abruptly, his voice ringing with ruthless clarity. "I merely wish to prolong the sight of you kneeling in desperation." "What?" Upon realizing Li Yihan's true murderous intent, Su Ningshui's anxiety surged. No, you cannot kill me. If I die, my father will certainly find out. He will not spare you." At this, Li Yihan tilted his head, feigning innocence. No, the one who will kill you is Yifeng. What does that have to do with me, Li Yihan? With a sudden transformation, Li Yihan's visage morphed into that of Yifeng, his expression laced with malevolence. You. Suning Shui attempted to unleash a tirade, but felt a chill encircle her neck, and her vision began to spin. To her horror, she found herself viewing her own body from an inverted perspective, with a shadow behind her clutching a glinting dagger. Thud! Suning Shui's head severed from her body. Rolling at her feet, her eyes wide open, still reflecting disbelief. Her gaze ultimately settled on Yi Feng's darkened face. As Suning Shui finally succumbed to death, Li Yihan nodded in satisfaction. At last, I have rid the world of a wretched soul. Ding! Host has eliminated Suning Shui, altering the narrative. Reward: Telekinetic Enhancement Card X1. Villain points: 50,000. Telekinetic Enhancement Card. Upgrades existing telekinetic abilities by 1 level. Delight surged within Li Yihan as he unceremoniously stowed away the rewards bestowed by the system. Today, he had also tested the efficacy of the shadow of all things. Although he had merely mastered it, the results were a remarkable leap from previous martial arts techniques. Is this the power of the star-extinguishing realm? He pondered with a sigh. It is indeed formidable, yet exorbitantly priced, often requiring tens of millions in points. Sighing, he realized he must continuously extract value from Yifeng. Gazing at Suning Shui's lifeless form, Li Yihan retrieved a recording device from his spatial ring. After relishing the footage, a triumphant smile graced his lips. Yifeng, this time, you should provide me with a remarkable reward. Blue Star Su Family. With a faint crack, the nameplate inscribed with the characters Suning Shui shattered upon the candlelit altar. Seated on a wooden chair was a robust elder, his posture as upright as a pine tree, exuding an aura of authority simply by his presence. This was none other than Su Jinshan, the head of the Su family and a supreme martial sage. Upon hearing the sound, Su Jinshan incredulously lifted his gaze from his elevated position, narrowing his eyes slightly. Ning Shui is dead? Who has the audacity to do this? In an instant, an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth from him, as the formidable aura of the martial sage erupted, shaking the very foundations of the Su family villa. The following day, shocking news swept across the entirety of the Great Xia. Suning Shui, the vice president of Qingwu University, had been murdered and her body discarded in the Demon Sea. The Su family issued a staggering bounty, offering 2 high-level martial arts manuals for the capture of the true culprit. Within the campus of Qingwu University, astonishment rippled through the students. Can you believe it? President Su has actually been killed? A martial sovereign, just like that, gone? The Su family's reward is simply too generous. If I were the murderer, I would almost be tempted to turn myself in. A shadowy figure stealthily traversed the verdant pathways of the campus. Every passerby seemed engrossed in discussions about the same unsettling event. It was Yifeng, who had just returned from Dongyu City, without Suning Shui's status to vouch for him. He had expended considerable effort to sneak back into Blue Star. Unfazed by the murmur surrounding him, he remained indifferent to the news of Suning Shui's death, which he had orchestrated without a trace. Only he knew the entirety of the affair. As long as he kept silent, it would fade into obscurity. However, a perplexing thought nagged at him. Logically, the location where he had eliminated her had been meticulously chosen, secluded and remote. Why had it been discovered so soon? Moreover, hadn't he dispatched her with a single strike? The images he had seen on the news felt excessively violent. Had she been dismembered? Disregarding these thoughts, he resolved not to dwell on them, confident that no one would uncover the truth. Chapter 72. With such a disciple, smiling in the 9 springs, Yifeng shook off his musings, his gaze fervently fixed on the throngs of students moving about the campus. Today, he brimmed with anticipation, with a promising future ahead. Having vanquished the defenseless Suning Shui, his confidence soared. Even a martial sovereign was no match for him. What that reckless Li Yihan? He yearned to enter the competition for the martial emperor's physique swiftly, to strike down that insufferable Li Yihan with a single blow. No, he mused. He must not simply kill him. He desired to make him wish for death. A grin spread across Yifeng's face, growing increasingly exaggerated. His proposed fair competition would not only deprive Yihan of the best vantage point, but ensure he would be rendered incapable of pursuing martial arts for life. When the time came for the competition, he would merely claim he had miscalculated his strength. How would it feel for a genius to plummet from grace, discovering that his meridians were severed and his path to cultivation forever barred? The anticipation was thrilling. Oh, what a genius! A fallen one is no longer worthy of the title. This would be the fitting end for those who had once belittled him. Yihan took out the heavy spaceship key he had been carrying in his pocket. This key was now remarkably different from before, enveloped in a continuous blue aura that exuded a sense of advanced technology. Although he had not acquired any martial arts techniques before his departure, the Star Master had infused this spaceship key with his mental energy, claiming it could save his life in times of need, allowing him to traverse back to the spaceship. At this thought, Yihan scoffed disdainfully. What a ridiculous notion. He was now an 8th-level martial sovereign. Who could possibly threaten his life on Blue Star? With this in mind, he dismissed the concern entirely. Then a thought struck him. Observing the Star Master's formidable prowess, he felt a surge of confidence in his own abilities. Especially when he considered the prospect of eventually presenting Su-Mo to him, he grew anxious. No, he could not afford to delay. If he did, he might find himself mismatched later on. He needed to indulge while he could, as his efficiency was unparalleled. Hastily, he fished out his phone and dialed a number in a rush. Without the guarantee of the vice president of Tsinghua University, it would be difficult to leave the domain city alone. It was perhaps wiser to indulge himself first and discuss matters later. After all, that old man had deceived him. In a dilapidated hotel near Tsinghua University, the creaking of the wooden bed echoed incessantly. A figure busily occupied the bed. Yihan had long since cast aside the memory of Su-Ning Shui's death, completely oblivious to it. It was not until Su-Mo beneath him furrowed her brow that he became aware of her dissatisfaction. She truly did not wish to continue this charade. Even at the 8th level, she had shown no improvement. With a hint of reproach, she spoke, "Every 2 minutes, Yihan, your efficiency is truly increasing. But aren't you the least bit saddened by your master's death?" Upon hearing this, Yihan, who had been vigorously engaged, seemed to recall something. His powerful frame trembled slightly as he swiftly completed his task and stood up. Gazing at Su-Mo, who had just reminded him, he narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Indeed, if he appeared too indifferent, it would raise suspicions. Fortunately, this foolish woman had reminded him. "How do you know I am not saddened? I am merely channeling my sorrow through my speed. Alas, you wouldn't understand. I must take my leave," he said with a tinge of melancholy, hastily dressing and pushing open the worn door of the hotel before stepping out. The night was fleeting, and Yihan quickened his pace against the cold wind, seemingly headed in the direction of the Su family. He knew he must do something to demonstrate his loyalty to the world. At the Su residence, night had fallen deeply, and all was silent, save for the sparse stars twinkling in the darkened sky. Yet within the Su family villa, the lights blazed as brightly as day. The morning hall erected high, solemn, and imposing. A chilling atmosphere permeated the villa, pressing down on one's chest. Su-Ning Shui's body lay quietly in the center of the hall, tightly wrapped in white cloth, her head and body stitched together. Yet the gruesome wounds remained horrifically visible. Surrounding her were family members clad in white, each covering their faces as they wept, creating an atmosphere steeped in profound sorrow. Su Jinshan sat in the high chair at the head of the hall, his countenance dark and foreboding. Though he had come to terms with the loss of his beloved daughter, witnessing her tragic state ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. The cruelty of such an act was utterly appalling. Beside Su Jinshan stood a man of delicate features and fair complexion, his son, Su Tsang, the commander of the Demon Sea military. Su Tsang gazed expressionlessly at the wooden coffin containing Su-Ning Shui, his eyes betraying not a trace of emotion. Curiously, the site of Su-Ning Shui's murder was originally quite distant from the military station. Yet, in a hazy dream, he had encountered a handsome young man who informed him of a treasure awaiting discovery in that very location. Believe it or not. Initially skeptical, he found the dream alarmingly vivid, as if it were reality itself. Thus, at the break of dawn, he led a contingent to the unknown rocky mountain near East Domain City. There, he found no treasure, but instead the lifeless body of his sister. It felt as though he had been ensnared in a web of accusations. Was it truly fate? Regardless, his loathed sister was finally gone. "Master, how could you leave us?" Suddenly, a heart-wrenching voice pierced through the air from outside. A figure rushed in, tears streaming down like rain on a pear blossom. Had it not been for the crowd restraining him, he would have lunged directly towards Su Ningshui's coffin. "Stop! Who dares to intrude upon the Su family?" A group of people blocked the grieving Yifeng, whose face was awash with sorrow, his tears choking his words. I'm Yifeng, Su Ningshui's disciple. Allow me one last glance at my master." "Master, how could you leave so abruptly?" Yifeng's anguished cries resonated deeply, and his raw emotions stirred the hearts of the Su family members. Is this the disciple of Ningshui? He seems quite devoted. Indeed, it's rare to find such respect for a teacher among the youth nowadays. Upon hearing of the disciple's identity, Su Jinshan's brows relaxed slightly. His spirits lifted at the thought that, with such a devoted apprentice, his daughter might rest peacefully in the afterlife. "Master, when will the summoner arrive?" A nearby servant's query interrupted Su Jinshan's thoughts. Before he could respond, Yifeng's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Summon the spirit?" Yifeng's expression turned pale, his scalp prickling with alarm as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Seeing this, a concerned Su family servant inquired, "Young man, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" "And no, it's just that seeing my master like this brings me immense sorrow," Yifeng stammered, shaking his head, yet within, turmoil raged like a tempest. He was well aware of the summoning technique, a remarkable method capable of revealing the final moments of the deceased, presenting events from a first-person perspective, akin to a replay in a video game. However, on the Blue Star, individuals capable of employing the summoning technique are exceedingly rare, with each being an immensely powerful martial saint. If it were to be revealed, in front of the entire Su family, that the last scene of Su Ningshui's life was of myself, I would undoubtedly meet my demise on the spot. How foolish of me! Was I not walking straight into a trap? As this thought crossed his mind, Yifeng's brow furrowed deeply, and he began to retreat slowly, eager to flee the scene. Yet, having exerted himself too much moments ago, he had already surged to the forefront, and the path behind him had been entirely obstructed by the newly arrived members of the Su family. Cursed fate! How could this happen? This was entirely contrary to my expectations. I had envisioned moving the Su family with my heartfelt performance, subsequently gaining recognition as a devoted disciple of Su Ningshui. Such a reputation would bring both fame and fortune. Yet, I never anticipated that the Su family possessed such a summoning technique. I had underestimated them. Had I known, I would never have come here. Anxious and desperate, Yifeng pondered how he might extricate himself from this predicament swiftly. He contemplated hiding far away before the summoner arrived, perhaps even seeking refuge in the Demon Sea. Just then, Su Tsang, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Father, finding a summoner is proving to be exceedingly difficult. The few in the Great Xia do not have a favorable relationship with our family and are unwilling to assist. The only one willing to help, a martial saint from the Ashen Kingdom, is not available for a month and demands an exorbitant fee. Despite the unreasonable price, we have already agreed and implored him to come quickly." Upon hearing this, Su Jinshan gently closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. "Then we shall wait a month. During this time, Ningshui's memorial must remain intact. I will see who dares to disturb the ground of the Su family." Su Jinshan's voice resonated with unwavering authority. "Understood." Su Gang Vip. A month? Having listened to the conversation between the father and son of the Su family, Yifeng felt the tension in his throat dissipate instantly, allowing him to exhale in relief, his complexion regaining some color. Internally, he rejoiced. Phew, that was a fright. The timing is fortuitously perfect, almost tailor-made for me. I nearly thought I was walking into a snare. It seems fate has not abandoned me. With the key to the ship imbued with psychic energy bestowed by the Star-Lord, even if the truth were to come to light, it would pose no threat to my life. However, I would lose the opportunity to witness the embodiment of the martial emperor and the chance to avenge Yihan. That is what I cannot accept. Hearing their exchange, I felt everything was manageable. Should they attempt to capture me now, I would surely be within their grasp. Yet, who knows where I shall be a month hence? Unburdened by anxiety, Yifeng felt invigorated, his righteous indignation directed towards Su Jinshan. Su family head. Why has my master been treated so? I must avenge her. Observing Yifeng's passionate demeanor, Su Jinshan regarded him with admiration. This young man is commendable. He is loyal and righteous, reminiscent of my own youth. Yet, upon the contemplation of Su Ning Xue's demise, his demeanor transformed entirely, emitting a cold snort. His deep, resonant voice was laced with palpable murderous intent. It was unclear why Ning Xue had found herself in the Demon Sea, but the malevolent perpetrator who had taken her life was exceedingly cruel, having murdered her not once, but twice. The protective talisman bestowed by the Holy One had already saved her once, healing the grievous wound to her chest. To his shock, the villain, undeterred, had seemingly anticipated her revival and lay in wait to claim her life a second time. In this second instance, he had even gone so far as to desecrate her remains. Such an act was utterly reprehensible. Nearby, a member of the Su family was the first to voice his outrage. Indeed, this is utterly unforgivable. What? She died twice? Upon hearing this, Yifeng, who had been brimming with righteous fury, was suddenly rendered speechless, his face a canvas of disbelief. Wait, are you implying Su Ning Xue died twice? She was resurrected after the first death? A chill surged from his spine to the crown of his head, filling him with dread. Thank goodness someone had delivered the final blow. Had no one intervened, he might have remained oblivious to Su Ning Xue's resurrection. Imagine the horror of encountering someone you had personally slain appearing before you. Given the nature of his actions, he would undoubtedly face relentless retribution from his Su family. Yifeng let out a deep sigh, grateful that such a catastrophe had been averted, with Su Ning Xue's body lying before him. However, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Who could have possibly executed the fatal second blow against Su Ning Xue? Upon hearing Su Jianshan's words, Yifeng's curiosity was piqued. Surely, she must have crossed paths with some vengeful adversary immediately upon her revival. In that case, she truly was destined for misfortune. Yifeng had no apprehension about being pursued. His prowess as a martial sovereign would allow him to detect any threats below that level. As for those above, possessing the Star Master's ship key ensured he would remain undetected, as it would alert him to the proximity of any martial sovereign essence, safeguarding the Star Master's location from discovery. Thus, he could be certain he was not being followed, unless there existed a rare ninth-tier entity devoid of martial sovereign essence. Yet, it was inconceivable that such a being could exist in this world. Therefore, Su Ning Xue's second death was undoubtedly a matter of chance. Still, who could this assailant be? What could have compelled them to inexplicably take Su Ning Xue's life? He considered himself fortunate indeed. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of the summoner. The summoning technique would unveil the final moments of her demise, and since he was not responsible for her second death, he had no cause for concern. The lethal wound to her chest had been inflicted by him, but the beheading was clearly the work of another, previously perplexed by the state of her corpse. It now all made sense. The more he pondered, the more elated he became. His fortune was remarkable. It was a stroke of luck that someone had fortuitously intervened. For had he not succeeded in the first attempt, this entire affair would have been exposed. He was immensely grateful to this unseen benefactor and yearned to discover their identity so he might express his gratitude properly. Ha ha ha! Truly, the heavens have favored me. Yifeng stepped forward, his eyes reddened, and spoke loudly. I must uncover the true murderer of my master. I shall avenge him. His tearful vow deeply moved everyone in the Su family. Su Jinshan nodded repeatedly, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Only Su Tsang observed Yifeng with a stoic expression, pondering the oddity of the boy's excessive flattery. Chapter 74. The Mastery of Mental Power. The winds of change are approaching. In Kyoto, at the Lee residence, under the cover of night, the grass in the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze. The grand estate lay in silence, with all the lights extinguished save for the training room, which shone brightly as if it were day. Within the spacious, immaculate training room, a tall figure sat cross-legged in the center. It was Yihan, who had just returned from the abyss of demons. As soon as he arrived from Dongyu City, He entered the training room to absorb a mental power enhancement pill. In the fleeting moment after swallowing it, a wondrous energy enveloped him, gathering at the crown of his head. In his mind, he felt an unceasing torrent of mental power surging in. In an instant, his mental power transcended from the minor realm to the major realm. Yihan gently closed his eyes, savoring the transformation brought about by his elevation in mental prowess. What was once a reservoir of mental energy the size of a lake had now expanded to an ocean of boundless magnitude, seemingly infinite. Is this the major realm of mental power? Should I encounter that demon saint again in the illusory world, I might become utterly lost, unable to escape. He opened the system panel. The panel has been activated for the host. Host Yihan. Martial realm. Initial stage of 9th level. Source path. None. Mental power level. Major realm. Villain points. 50,070. Skills. Shura divine body. Mastered. Dragon slaying spear technique. Perfected. Illusory thought technique. Major. Everything shadow transformation. Mastered. Is the system store open? Main quest. Seize the fate and fortune of others. Eradicate all fated children and become the strongest villain. Current task. Plunder Yifeng's fortune and opportunities and eliminate him. Current progress. 38. Glancing at his panel, aside from Yifeng's progress, everything else remained largely unchanged. It appeared that his time online was drawing near. In terms of cultivation, he had maximized the resources available to him. Ordinary methods of training could no longer satisfy his growth. Now, he only needed to acquire the source of a martial emperor to make another qualitative leap. However, he was still far from mastering the martial arts techniques, especially the 2 techniques of the star extinguishing realm, which were merely at the mastered level, far from perfection. Elevating these 2 techniques beyond the major realm would evidently require a considerable amount of time through conventional training. Unfortunately, relying on the system would not suffice, as his points were inadequate. Sighing, he glanced at his meager points. Only 50,000 remained, a reward earned after defeating Suning Shui. Compared to the martial arts techniques that often required millions or the tens of thousands needed for the comprehension trees of the star-extinguishing realm, he could only helplessly stare at his paltry sum. One can eagerly anticipate that Yifeng will achieve a remarkable score this time. With a swift motion, Yihan flipped her hand, revealing a sleek black recording device that appeared as if conjured from thin air. As she gazed at the precious images presented on the exquisite device, a smile graced her lips. This moment marked the inception of a pivotal shift in Yifeng's destiny. However, the contents within this device alone would not suffice. It was essential to stoke the flames of ambition even further. Yihan beckoned towards the entrance, prompting a figure clad in black, who had been vigilantly guarding the training room, to rush in. Shadows of these elite protectors of the Li family lurked in every corner of the estate, each possessing at least the strength of the 6th tier. Though few in number, their quality was exceptional, comprising gifted young individuals. Yihan intended to cultivate them further to fortify the Li family's power. What are your instructions, young master? The black-clad guardian asked with utmost respect. Yihan handed over the black recording device, earnestly detailing the tasks at hand while patting the guardian on the shoulder. Do you understand? The guardian nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement of Yihan's directives. Yes, young master. I will ensure that the contents are disseminated across the entire network of Li Media Group in 3 days, as you commanded. The title, The Weeping Slayer of Masters. Understood. The guardian hesitated momentarily. If I may inquire, why not disseminate it immediately? Yihan's lips curled into a slight smirk, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Let the bullet fly for a while. Off you go. Yes. Once the guardian's figure vanished into the shadows, Yihan murmured to herself, now, it is time for the final step, summoning the spirit. Currently, among the martial saints of the great Xia, few possess this ability, and my esteemed master, Li Qing, is one of them. This time, I must enlist his aid. With hands clasped behind her back, Yihan exited the training room. The dim, antiquated lanterns lining the corridor cast flickering candlelight that elongated her silhouette. As she surveyed the tranquil courtyard, she sighed softly. The winds are about to rise. However, before returning to the Extreme Path Academy, there was one more task to accomplish. Yihan retrieved the martial saint's essence belonging to Yamamoto Kishi. Its ethereal energy swirling gracefully in her grasp. With this essence in hand, she strode down the corridor, her steps imbued with anticipation as she made her way to the residence of the second master. In the Su family, a figure moved busily, attending to various tasks within the morning hall, as if engaged in personal affairs. The diligent Yihan garnered immense recognition from the Su family members. Ning Xue's disciple is truly remarkable, they exclaimed, though there was a hint of regret, particularly upon discovering Yi Feng's status as an 8th-tier martial artist. The Su family members were left in awe. Such youthful achievement, an 8th tier at such a young age, is virtually unheard of, an unparalleled talent. Upon receiving the news, Su Jinshan regarded Yi Feng as a distinguished guest, relieving him of menial tasks. Yet Yi Feng continued to express his determination. This is the final task I can undertake for my master, and I must see it through. Su Jinshan noted the beat then. Noticing how the tension in his brow eased considerably with Yi Feng's presence, he continually praised Su Ning Xue for having taken on such an exceptional disciple. During this period, Su Jinshan subtly inquired of Yi Feng about his intentions to take him as a disciple. He expressed his willingness to impart knowledge, fulfilling the unaccomplished aspirations of his daughter. However, Yi Feng resolutely declined, asserting that he would recognize only Su Ning Xue as his master for life. This act of defiance further deepened the admiration of the Su family towards Yi Feng. His deeds were recorded and compiled into a video, which was disseminated on social media, quickly making Yi Feng's story known throughout the Great Xia. Netizens praised him widely for his formidable strength, kindness, and, most notably, his unwavering loyalty and filial piety towards his master. This completely overturned the previous perception of Yi Feng as merely a frivolous scion. Truly, he was a source of pride for Qingwu University. Chapter 75, The Starry Land. Su Family Villa. In an unseen corner, a figure was hidden in the shadows. Engrossed in his phone, it was Yi Feng, taking a moment of leisure as he scrolled through the captivating discussions about himself online. A smile crept across his lips, and the light in his eyes grew increasingly radiant. He felt a profound sense of pride and inner joy. Yes, this was the effect he desired, a revered image, respected for his adherence to the teachings of his master and adored by the masses. Ha ha! In this moment, Yi Feng's motivation for performing surged, and he put away his phone, wiping away tears as he busied himself once more. Unbeknownst to him, a meticulously edited video was beginning to circulate, albeit within a limited scope, seemingly manipulated by unseen hands. At the crucial moment, it was poised to erupt. Buzzing beneath the bamboo grove, a tall, slender figure emerged from the teleportation array. With each step upon the crisp, fallen bamboo leaves, Yihan gazed upon the mottled, ancient courtyard nestled within the bamboo forest and couldn't help but marvel at the serene, untroubled ambience of the Extreme Tao Academy, which brought such comfort. Yesterday, through tireless efforts, he had finally persuaded the second elder to accept the source of martial saint energy. Initially, the elder had been adamant in his refusal, insisting that the source was to be reserved for his own use, stating that it was the era of the youth, and the third martial saint of the Li family must be none other than Li Yihan himself. Hearing this, Li Yihan chuckled inwardly, for he had no need for the source. After much heartfelt persuasion, the second elder eventually set aside his reservations and accepted it. Thus, Li Yihan could come here without any concerns. A flurry of bamboo leaves drifted past his eyes, snapping Li Yihan back to his purpose for being there. He made his way toward the bamboo courtyard adjacent to the academy. Upon arriving at the vice dean's bamboo house, he was somewhat taken aback. This time, he did not find Li Qing casually reclining on the bamboo chair, watching a live stream. Instead, he saw Li Qing with a grave expression, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed, and his demeanor heavy with concern. It seemed something troubling had occurred. Upon noticing Li Yihan at the entrance of the bamboo courtyard, Li Qing was not surprised. He had sensed his presence the moment Li Yihan stepped close to the academy's entrance. It appeared that Li Yihan had come seeking him for an urgent matter. However, at present, he is indifferent to other matters, as an urgent and significant event has suddenly arisen, demanding immediate attention. Just moments ago, an emergency message from the Dean of the Eastern Academy arrived, indicating that the demon emperor sealed within the illusory realm is awakening with increasing frequency. The time for suppression is critically insufficient, necessitating the assistance of those proficient in the illusionary techniques. Thus, he inquired about the progress of the reserve troops training in those techniques. Upon reading this, the recipient felt somewhat bewildered. Frankly speaking, the results were not promising. Initially, every martial saint had attempted to master it, yet only the Dean of the East succeeded, including himself who had failed. It was not a matter of strength, but rather that the techniques originating from the otherworldly battlefield resembled a method of selecting talent, entirely distinct from traditional martial arts. Nevertheless, to ensure the continuity of this knowledge, the establishment of the Extreme Path Academy was initiated to seek out prodigies in mental energy, aiming to promote and enhance these illusionary techniques. However, throughout this lengthy period, the dean had been largely absent, relying solely on Li Qing to sustain the institution. Over the years, they had successfully transformed the Extreme Path Academy into the foremost academy on Blue Star. Yet only one individual had managed to grasp the illusionary techniques, that being Yihan. Coincidentally, just as the name surfaced in his mind, he arrived at the academy. When Yihan first appeared, he smacked his forehead, realizing that this was the very person he needed. However, upon further reflection, he recalled how recently he had entrusted the illusionary techniques to Yihan. Less than a month had passed. No matter how talented one might be, achieving mastery in such a brief period seemed implausible. He resolved to abandon this hope, once again finding himself in a stalemate. Ultimately, he sighed, deciding it was worth a try. Even a dying horse could be treated as a live one. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, and perhaps even a novice could be of some assistance. If all else fails, he would summon all the martial saints of Blue Star to prepare for a decisive battle. At worst, they would perish together. For the sake of those long legs capable of live streaming, he vowed to protect Blue Star at all costs. With this thought, Li Qing was filled with determination. Noticing that Yihan was still waiting at the door, he hastened toward the courtyard fence. "Do you seek your master for something?" "Yes, I need assistance." "What a coincidence. I do as well." Upon looking up at Yihan, Li Qing suddenly froze. "Wait, this aura? Why does it feel so peculiar? It seems to possess the strength of the 9th rank, yet lacks a source. How can that be? It shouldn't be possible. Without a source, one cannot attain the 9th rank. Could it be that I am mistaken? Perhaps the immense pressure has clouded my judgment. Goodness, how has this young man achieved such mastery in mental energy? How little time has passed?" The transformation he sensed in Yihan left Li Qing utterly astonished. The young man's cultivation speed seemed almost inhuman, defying all reason. "What is it?" Yihan inquired, slightly furrowing his brow upon hearing Li Qing's description. It appeared that his alteration of the narrative had indeed accelerated the resurrection of the demon emperor. Given this circumstance, he recognized that he must lend his aid. Yihan readily agreed. Seeing this, Li Qing was unsurprised. He understood the inherent nature of the Li family. Protecting Blue Star and exterminating the demon race was their sacred mission. "Then let us proceed." Li Qing, accompanied by Yihan, made his way toward the teleportation array nestled deep within the bamboo grove. However, he refrained from inquiring about Yihan's mastery of the illusory thought technique. Although he was astonished by Yihan's remarkable talent, having achieved a significant level of mastery in such a short span, he understood that the illusory thought technique was distinct. Attaining perfection in this art was a formidable challenge, one that might only be realized by those who had ascended to the martial emperor realm. Even the esteemed Ji Dong had taken a full decade to reach such mastery. It was evident that Yihan, despite his potential, would require assistance in this endeavor. To alleviate any pressure on her, he chose not to question her proficiency in the technique, assuming she had merely grasped the basics. As they traversed the narrow path through the bamboo, the duo soon arrived before the stone tablet teleportation array concealed within the depths of the grove. With a hum, they crossed through the array, re-entering the Demon Sea and the central domain city. standing before the imposing and majestic city walls. Li Qing once again marveled at the grandeur and resilience of human architecture. This time, however, he opted not to take Li Yihan into the domain city. "Follow me," he instructed. "Understood," she replied, as Li Qing ascended slowly into the sky. "Up there?" Li Yihan queried, following suit. The wind at such heights was piercing, whipping their garments with a sharpness akin to a blade. Soon, they were enveloped in the thick, ink-like clouds. Upon entering, their vision was instantly obscured. Shrouded in darkness where not a glimmer of light could be discerned. It was a realm of chaos. They pressed on, with the clouds brushing past them like gossamer. Their ascent was swift, and despite traversing nearly 100 miles of cloud cover, the light remained elusive, allowing Li Yihan to grasp the true weight of the clouds that loomed above. After a considerable time, she sensed a flicker of light above, indicating they were nearing their destination. With a whoosh, they pierced through the final layer of thin clouds, and the scene before them transformed dramatically. In the darkness, a breathtaking expanse of twinkling stars unfolded, a vibrant sea of colors shimmering against the pitch-black canvas of the night. The ethereal nebulae danced before them, weaving a tapestry of dreams that stretched infinitely. Li Yihan was utterly captivated. "What is this?" she gasped. "This is the starry realm," Li Qing replied. "The celestial lights, scattered brilliantly across the sable expanse, appeared as if painted by the hand of a master artist." Li Yihan widened her eyes in awe, eager to absorb the essence of this extraordinary world. Just then, Li Qing gestured toward a particularly conspicuous nebula thousands of miles away. The golden cloud loomed like a majestic peak, pulsating with vitality amid the vastness. "That is the site of the martial emperor's fall," he explained. "Though obscured now by the nebula, it will reveal itself in a few days, allowing us to glimpse the form of the martial emperor." Li Qing's voice carried softly through the air. Listening intently, Li Yihan followed his gaze, and, even from a distance, she could sense its grandeur and the lingering aura of imperial might. "Let us proceed in this direction," he urged. Li Qing and Li Yihan soared in the opposite direction. With the obscuring clouds now absent, their speed of flight markedly increased. Their figures, one following the other, resembled two meteors in pursuit. Soon, a square formation enveloped in purple energy appeared directly ahead, an entity that seemed to belong to a realm beyond the stars, strikingly conspicuous. Li Yihan squinted slightly. The closer they approached, the more she sensed the astonishing energy radiating from that place. The square structure continuously emanated a mystical purple aura, and even proximity to it imparted a sense of divine power. Standing before the purple cube, Li Qing spoke softly. "This is the site of the Demon Emperor's seal, the very place the Grand Elder of the human race has vigilantly guarded. Is this where the foremost champion of humanity suppresses the Demon Emperor?" As she surveyed the surrounding desolate and dim expanse, a profound sense of isolation washed over her. Li Yihan continued to observe. "Gumin," a gentle voice emanated from within the purple cube, imbued with a peculiar enchantment that was soothing to the soul. As the words fell, a slender passageway unveiled itself in what was once a seamless cube, just wide enough for a single person to traverse. "You should enter," Li Qing said, remaining stationary at the passage's threshold while turning to gaze at Li Yihan. "This is a miniature world constructed from illusionary techniques. It possesses the preliminary ability to influence reality, and only those who master the technique can enter without becoming lost." "Ah, I see." Heeding Li Qing's words, Li Yihan stepped inside, as if traversing a delicate membrane. She felt a slight resistance that was swiftly overcome, followed by a wave of dizziness. Upon entering the cube, the landscape before her transformed instantaneously. Unlike the exterior, the interior appeared as a vast expanse of boundless purple energy, entirely distinct from its outer visage. Once inside, her own illusionary techniques seemed to respond to a calling. Operating uncontrollably as a gentle purple light enveloped her. It was as if she were meant to merge with this illusory realm. Once accustomed, Li Yihan turned her gaze forward. A middle-aged man clad in resplendent purple attire materialized before her. With long hair cascading over his shoulders and refined features, he exuded an elegant demeanor. his expression warm with a hint of a smile. Is this the foremost champion of humanity, Ji Dong? He appeared somewhat different from her expectations of a formidable figure, embodying a scholarly and refined aura. Upon catching sight of Li Yihan, Ji Dong smiled graciously, his voice as refreshing as a spring breeze. Wonderful. At last, a helper has arrived. Greetings, senior. Indeed, Ji Dong, immediately discerning Li Yihan's current realm, was taken aback. Such a high level at such a young age, more gifted than I was in my youth. While Ji Dong marveled at Li Yihan's prowess, she gradually approached him. As she drew near, it became apparent through his subtle expressions that Ji Dong was weakened, his complexion pale and his breath shallow. A complex array of emotions surged within her. It was difficult to fathom the immense effort he had expended in service of humanity over the years, standing alone in this endless vigil, dedicating himself entirely to the human race. I have met the esteemed elder. Li Yihan sincerely clasped his hands, expressing his admiration. Indeed, quite impressive for someone so young. Ji Dong applauded, genuinely praising him. Following Ji Dong's gaze, Li Yihan beheld an enormous figure looming in the violet expanse. A demon of mountainous proportions hovered in the very center, seemingly in slumber. Its body was adorned with a coat of black scales, cold and unyielding, while its tightly shut eyes and prominent red horns commanded attention. Despite the considerable distance, Li Yihan could feel the immense pressure it exerted throughout the space. The very fabric of the surroundings appeared to warp under its influence. Was this the power of the Star Destroyer realm? Utterly formidable. This was Li Yihan's first encounter with a true entity of the Star Destroyer realm. The last Star Master he had encountered had not reached such heights and had suppressed his aura, thus failing to instill the same sense of dread as this one did. Ji Dong had been contending with such a being all along. Truly astonishing. Originally, assistance was unnecessary, yet for reasons unknown, the Demon Emperor's awakenings had become increasingly frequent. If left unchecked, the seal could be broken within a month. Thus, reluctantly, even with a nascent understanding of the illusory thought technique, I find I require your aid. Please, assist me. Ji Dong's voice came like a gentle spring breeze. How shall I proceed? Do you not see the shackles upon the Demon Emperor? They're the fetters of the illusory thought technique. Upon a massive form of the Demon Emperor, thin, ring-like shackles flickered into view, appearing fragile as if they could shatter at any moment. Release your illusory world and infuse the shackles with energy. They will mend themselves. While only a fully realized technique can forge new shackles, assistance from other illusory thought techniques will prolong their strength for a while. Following Ji Dong's guidance, Li Yihan unhesitatingly unleashed his illusory thought technique. Clang, clang, clang. To his astonishment, the once fragile golden shackles visibly thickened. New shackles began to form, binding the Demon Emperor. What is this? Under Ji Dong's astonished gaze, Li Yihan released his power without reservation. Fully realized? Ji Dong exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. The Demon Emperor's seal instantly thickened, and he looked at Li Yihan in disbelief, asking in an exaggerated tone, have you truly mastered your illusory thought technique? Yes. And how long did you study? About a month. Li Yihan did not conceal the duration of his training, trusting in Ji Dong's character. What, a month? Ji Dong stared at Li Yihan, momentarily losing his previously composed demeanor. When he had learned the illusory thought technique, it had taken him a full decade. Such an achievement was unprecedented among humankind. And yet, here was a successor. Wonderful. After recovering from his shock, Ji Dong quickly regained his composure. Witnessing the Yihan Stalin, he saw the hope of humanity. Ji Dong gazed at Li Yihan with fervor, retrieving a tattered scroll from the sleeve of his violet robe, his voice slightly quivering with excitement. The technique of illusory thought was a serendipitous discovery in the realm of the cosmos, as if it had been deliberately placed into my hands by fate itself. At first glance, I perceived its extraordinary essence. However, the world believes that the illusory thought technique consists of only a single volume. This is a misconception. In truth, there exists a second volume. Chapter 77, The Volume of Illusory Thought, the companion of teacher and friend. Ji Dong presented the golden-hued parchment book to Li Yihan. Is this the second volume? Li Yihan inquired, gazing at the parchment roll in his hands, which emitted a subtle, ethereal glow, seemingly connected to the previous volume of illusory thought in a delicate manner. As he examined it further, Ji Dong's gentle voice reached his ears once more. This is the second volume, Illusory Guardian. Illusory Guardian? Lienakua. Indeed, the first volume is akin to a spear. With it, one can create illusory realms to attack. The second volume resembles a shield, capable of fending off assaults from other psychic techniques. The true essence of the illusory thought technique lies in the harmonious integration of offense and defense, a perfect symbiosis of spear and shield. This is the hallmark of a truly transcendent art. Ji Dong regarded Li Yihan with earnest eyes, his long hair flowing gracefully in the spatial currents. However, the requirements for mastering the second volume are exceedingly stringent. One must achieve mastery of the first volume. I had thought that no one on Blue Star could be worthy. Yet, it appears that the younger generation is formidable. Ji Dong's voice flowed like a gentle spring breeze, illuminating Li Yihan's understanding of his intentions. Since we have time, let's practice together. Agreed, Li Yihan replied, not hesitating. How many would covet the guidance of such a powerful mentor? He promptly seated himself cross-legged, suspended in the violet expanse. With a deep breath, he concentrated his psychic energy, allowing it to swirl in his mind and form a shield. Ji Dong stood beside him, continuously offering guidance and generously sharing his insights. Two figures, one violet and one white, sat in a meditative embrace within the space. As Li Yihan grasped the essence of the second volume, his remarkable talent began to unfurl. Ji Dong's gaze brightened, shimmering with astonishment, and he became increasingly invigorated. Though the violet realm was devoid of the passage of day and night, one could still sense the swift passage of time. For 3 full days, Ji Dong remained by Li Yihan's side, persistently instructing him. He was both mentor and friend, exuding grace and patience in his teaching. At last, when Li Yihan reached mastery of the second volume, the entire violet space resonated with rippling waves of energy. Through his astonishing capacity for comprehension, Li Yihan had attained proficiency in the illusory thought technique in a mere 3 days. This revelation left Ji Dong in awe of Li Yihan's terrifying talent. His expression became momentarily dazed. He recalled the months he had dedicated to mastering the second volume himself. The discovery of this illusory thought technique had been equally peculiar, as if it had been preordained to find its way to him, a selection for the gifted that assessed both talent and age, rendering those who did not meet its criteria incapable of practice. Such a technique was unprecedented in his experience. The existence of such an art remains an enigma to this day. Yet, it was precisely due to its presence that he had acquired the means to suppress the Demon Emperor and ensure the survival of humanity. Adjusting his collar and gazing vacantly towards the east, Li Yihan was filled with myriad emotions. In recent days, his impression of this foremost warrior of the human race had been exceedingly favorable, cultured and considerate, with a gentle disposition. He now understood why, in the original narrative, he had fallen prey to Yi Feng's sweet words, ultimately meeting his demise beneath the thunderous tribulation, becoming a mere pawn. Every action he took emanated from a profound sense of duty towards the greater good of humanity. Such a person deserves the utmost respect. Reflecting upon this, Li Yihan could not help but speak up. Senior, do you wish to depart from here? Hearing these words, the Eastern figure smiled knowingly. Indeed, I yearn to leave, yet I cannot. Only I possess the power to suppress the Demon Emperor. Until the Demon Emperor is vanquished, humanity shall remain in turmoil. At present, I alone can uphold this small world. Observing the playful expression on the Eastern figure's face, Li Yihan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Rest assured, I shall come to your rescue swiftly. Upon hearing Li Yihan's promise, the Eastern figure patted him on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Then I shall await your arrival, young one. Very well, I bid you farewell, senior. After parting ways with the Eastern figure, Li Yihan slowly exited the violet space. Once again greeted by the vast expanse of starry skies, Li Qing had been waiting, his slender form appearing exceedingly lonely amidst the celestial realm. Oh, you have emerged? Upon witnessing Li Yihan's return, the Eastern figure remained silent, which surprised Li Qing, who murmured to himself, Damn, He didn't mention me? Could it be that this lad succeeded? Casting a doubtful glance, he observed Li Yihan's calm demeanor and scratched his head. Well, since he has said nothing, I might as well slip away early. Subsequently, he led Li Yihan back towards the central domain city, fully aware of the significance of this day, having promised Li Yihan something prior to their arrival. He was curious about the mysterious task Li Yihan had in mind, involving summoning the spirit of the deceased Su Ningshui from the Su family. Their relationship was as frigid as ice, and he was aware of Li Yihan's intentions. Thus, when the Su family had sought Li Qing's assistance, he had coldly declined. Now, considering Li Yihan's sentiments, he reluctantly agreed. In the capital, at Tsinghua University, breathing in the fragrant aroma of the campus soil, Yifeng gazed excitedly at the sky, his eyes sparkling with fervor. He had spent a full 3 days with the Su family. Do you have any idea how I spent those 3 days? Over that duration, he worked tirelessly, taking on every menial task imaginable. Even when a direct descendant of the Su family clogged the toilet, he personally went to unclog it. This exemplary attitude not only helped him forge strong relationships with everyone in the Su family, but Su Jinshan even publicly declared that he would not only accept him as a disciple, but adopt him as a son. This announcement received unanimous approval from the entire Su family, save for Su Tsang. Upon hearing this news, Su Tsang's gloomy eyes ignited with fierce anger. I knew this fellow harbored ill intentions. He is indeed here to vie for the family fortune. The second son cannot be spared. Su Tsang was incessantly devising plans on how he could eradicate him. Yet, Yifeng had not yet consented, feigning refusal while secretly calculating his next steps. Such a remarkable event must be announced during the pinnacle moments of one's life. Today, I am on the verge of experiencing my own magnificent moment. This significant occasion involves a challenge against Li Yihan in a demonstration match. Yifeng has already set the winds in motion, and Su Jinshan has promised to bring the Su family to support him. Yifeng's intentions are unmistakably clear. He aims to showcase his strength before the Su family and secure a stable foundation, all while skillfully reaping abundant resources. The very thought of Su Jinshan, the top martial saint of the Great Xia, publicly declaring Yifeng as his adopted son fills him with exhilaration. Truly, it is a double blessing. The demise of Su Ningshui has proven to be worthwhile. At Tsinghua University, the atmosphere is particularly lively today. Not only do representatives from various martial arts universities gather to celebrate Great Xia's championship, but it is also rumored that the coveted position of the Martial Emperor Observation Seat will be fiercely contested here. Everyone who witnessed the live broadcast is well aware of Li Yihan's astonishing performance in the Global Martial Arts University Exchange Competition, which rightfully secured him the first observation position. However, one of his teammates, dissatisfied, insisted on challenging him. Initially, it was presumed that Yifeng was merely seeking attention, but his sudden display of 8th-tier prowess at Tsinghua University has taken Great Xia by storm. This individual has indeed reached the 8th tier. In no time, whispers of Yifeng's exploits spread like wildfire. Chapter 78. Are you asking me to compete against a Master Slayer? Yifeng, say reputation skyrocketed. Akin to a rising star illuminating the realm of martial arts in Great Xia. Particularly after learning about his life story, it resembles an inspiring novel. Born into humble beginnings, he was initially derided as a soft rice talent during his early martial examinations, continuously suppressed. Yet, he bore the hardships in silence, quietly honing his abilities until he earned a spot in the exchange competition. Throughout this journey, he dared to challenge extraordinary talents, including the young master of the Li family. Although he faced defeats time and again, he grew more resolute. Just when it seemed he would fade into obscurity, he astonishingly showcased his 8th-tier strength. Especially after the unexpected death of his master, Yifeng appeared transformed, embodying the utmost respect for his teacher. 3 days prior, following the brutal murder of his master Su Ningshui, he remained with the Su family, earning unanimous praise from its members for his actions. His outstanding character, combined with formidable strength, garnered him countless admirers. Many students from humble backgrounds began to view him as a role model, gradually forming a small group led by Yifeng. Brother Yi, I believe that young master of the Li family would never dare to compete with you. Indeed, at this point, you could easily incapacitate him with a single strike. Dressed in white, Yifeng stood surrounded by a few loyal followers who incessantly lavished him with praise and flattery. He thoroughly enjoyed this atmosphere of adoration, relishing the feeling of being the center of attention. Standing beneath the arena, with his hands clasped behind his back and his flowing white robe swaying gently in the breeze, his gaze subtly drifted towards the figures seated at the head table within the arena. Su Jinshan sat in the center, flanked by the presidents of various martial arts universities, all gathered to witness the contest between him and Yihan for the coveted position of the martial emperor. It was evident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, today would immortalize his name in history. Yifeng stood anxiously at the foot of the ring, awaiting Yihan's arrival, his phone in hand, at a loss for where to place it. Strangely, he found himself without signal today. Observing the sea of spectators, he could empathize. Perhaps the overwhelming crowd had overwhelmed the reception. Regrettably, he could not broadcast his impending triumph live, but he would ensure to seek out opportunities for grand proclamations later. Su Mo quietly stood behind Yifeng, gazing adoringly at the spirited young man, her heart brimming with pride. She felt vindicated, having supported Yifeng from his humble beginnings to his current revered status. Her unwavering presence, alongside the backing of the Su family, had been instrumental in his rise. Now, that detestable Yihan was about to be vanquished by her brother Yifeng, avenging the grievances of the Su family. With her chest puffed out and her beautiful eyes glimmering, pride surged within her. She was determined to prove to the world that her discernment was indeed correct. As Su Mo reveled in her triumph, the figure she loathed most finally made an entrance. A languid silhouette stepped into the sunlight, and upon seeing him, Yifeng's eyes began to flicker. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, Yihan strolled nonchalantly down the aisle. His beige coat billowed in the breeze, and with his flowing hair and supermodel-like aura, he captured the attention of everyone present. Observing Yihan's demeanor irked Yifeng, who let out a silent scoff. "Let us see if you can maintain that facade for long." Yihan sauntered to the center of the ring, looking down at Yifeng with a mocking gaze. "Huh, still putting on a show even when your end is nigh. I wonder who endowed you with such audacity." In that moment, Yifeng ascended the ring, and with the support of his loyal followers, he garnered considerable applause. The cheers bolstered his confidence, and Su Jinshan, seated at the podium, observed it all, quietly marveling. It seemed that his disciple, Ning Shui, not only possessed a noble character, but also had a commendable rapport. Truly, a promising talent among men. Yifeng approached Yihan with an air of superiority, his heart filled with disdain. "I have said it before, 30 years in Shandong, 30 years in Shaanxi. The humiliations you once inflicted upon me have now been transformed into my strength. I have long since left you in my wake. Today, I shall repay all the injustices I endured, and I shall do so with interest. Comme fort. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty." As Yifeng's declaration echoed, his gang of underprivileged supporters erupted in exuberant cheers. "Yes, so inspiring. Our leader is our eternal role model." Yifeng gazed at Yihan with a sense of arrogance, hoping to see fear reflected in his eyes, yet Yihan remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as ever, causing Yifeng to frown slightly. It felt as though his taunting blow had struck nothing but soft cotton, ineffectual and weak. Then I shall simply crush you in a match." Yifeng's eyes ignited with fury as he yearned for the contest to commence, urging the referee to hasten the announcement. As the sound signifying the commencement of the match was about to be announced, a voice interrupted Yihan's voice. "Wait a moment." Hearing this, Yifeng's heart swelled with delight, and he immediately began to mock. "Now you know fear? It's too late. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, it would be futile. Since you have stepped onto the arena, be a man and face it head-on. Do not shy away." He raised his eyes, only to catch a glimpse of the mockery in Yihan's gaze. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of foreboding surged within Yifeng. Yihan's voice drifted through the air, soft yet powerful enough to silence the previously boisterous crowd. "What were you thinking, making me compete against a murderer of masters? The term murderer of masters struck Yifeng's heart like a heavy hammer, momentarily halting his breath. How did she know? The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as everyone began to comprehend the implications of Li Yihan's words. Before many could process the situation, Yifeng's loyal followers were the first to retaliate with derision. Huh? Li Yihan, before you slander our boss, could you at least conduct a thorough investigation? Who in Kyoto is unaware of our boss's filial piety? Exactly. How could you accuse our boss of being a murderer? That's utterly ridiculous. The immediate rebuttal from his followers eased Yifeng's anxiety. Phew, thank goodness for a loyal entourage. Yifeng steadied his mind, confident that such baseless accusations were mere fabrications. It must be a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. If she intended to engage in psychological warfare, she had chosen the wrong target. I, Yifeng, am beyond reproach in the eyes of my master. I shall not permit such slander to go unchallenged. Prepare to meet your doom. Good. Yifeng's declaration ignited a fervor among the crowd, while Yihan merely smiled, tilting her head in curiosity. Huh? Haven't you all checked your phones? Ding, ding, ding dong. As her words fell, the cacophony of notification sounds erupted from every individual's phone, plunging the scene into chaos. Li Yihan's lips curled into an unobserved smirk. Oh, wasn't there no signal? How did it suddenly come through? Suddenly, a flurry of exclamations erupted. What? Look at your phones. As bewilderment spread, those who had initially supported Yifeng recoiled in shock, their faces a tapestry of disbelief. Chapter 79. I am wronged. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence, with everyone fixated on their phones, gasping as their expressions morphed into something peculiar. Sensing that the atmosphere had shifted, Yifeng furrowed his brow and turned to look behind him. What's going on? He noticed that his once supportive followers had taken a few steps back, their eyes revealing a profound incredulity, filling Yifeng with confusion. Particularly, he caught sight of Su Mo, whose expression was equally strange. Her once rosy cheeks appeared pale and weak, her thin lips quivering slightly. This only deepened Yifeng's perplexity. What had they seen that could evoke such fright? Had they all lost their minds? What news could provoke such silence? As he grumbled, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. The moment the screen illuminated, a line of text seized his attention, causing Yifeng's pupils to constrict in shock. The weeping assassin Yifeng. Those bold letters pierced his eyes like a sharp blade. His heart seized painfully, and with great effort, he suppressed the overwhelming sensation of dread as he clicked on the headline. As the article opened, a high-definition video began to play, a minute-long recording that vividly depicted the moment he had taken Sun Ning Shui's life. Particularly haunting was the emotionless phrase he uttered. I trust a person who cannot speak even more. This phrase echoed disturbingly amidst the originally mournful winds. Yifeng involuntarily swallowed hard, his mind raging. Damn it! Who filmed this? How could this video exist? Who created it? Initially, the headline had filled him with anxiety, but now, confronted with the video, he felt utterly desolate, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, locking onto Li Yihan, whose eyes brimmed with mockery, desperately brainstorming a solution. A flash of insight crossed his mind, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he bellowed, at Li Yihan, no? You dare to frame me? Yifeng's voice was a frantic roar, his finger pointing accusatorily at Li Yihan, his eyes ablaze with fury, as though he were an innocent man wrongfully accused. Framed? Is that so? Li Yihan smirka, unfazed by Yifeng's theatricality. Before Yifeng could continue his defense, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent descended from above, as if a deity had manifested, enveloping the entire arena. The fierce killing intent unleashed by Su Jinshan was so powerful that it threatened to dismantle the very platform above. His eyes widened in rage as he fixated on the figure in white robes upon the stage, grinding his teeth in frustration. Reflecting on the past 3 days and the emotional investment he had made, he felt like a jester cruelly toyed with by Yifeng. A palpable wave of murderous intent surged forth, relentlessly targeting Yifeng. He stood poised in the air, his robes billowing as he advanced towards the platform. The oppressive energy rendered Yifeng utterly immobile. No, I am innocent. Su family head, Please, let me explain. Yifeng's panic and disarray starkly contrasted with his earlier bravado, his white robe, now disheveled. What more is there to explain? Su Jinshan regarded him with an impassive expression, his eyes aflame with fury. You must listen to me. This video is undoubtedly fabricated. You must believe in my character. I am wrongfully accused. Yifeng inhaled deeply and shouted, his voice resonating like that of a man seeking justice. His outcry stirred the previously quiet assembly into a fervor once more. Wrongfully accused. It was well known that such videos couldn't be faked. Yet, was it not suspicious how conveniently this video appeared? Yifeng, by appearance, hardly seemed capable of such an act. Could he truly be a victim of false accusations? Amidst the rising whispers from the audience, skepticism lingered despite the video evidence presented. The group, led by Yifeng, the proud disciples of the humble origins, regarded him as their illustrious role model, resolutely defending him against any slander. Particularly when Yifeng proclaimed his innocence, they were eager to rise in his defense without hesitation. Su Jinshan narrowed his eyes at Yifeng, his tone indifferent. How will you prove your innocence? Yifeng inhaled deeply, sensing that Su Jinshan's murderous intent had considerably waned, indicating that his words held weight. He adjusted his white robe, striving to appear less disheveled, and spoke with a resonant confidence. I need not prove that this video is fabricated. I merely need to demonstrate that Master Suning Shui was not killed by me. Yifeng's indomitable spirit momentarily stunned Su Jinshan. Had he truly misjudged him? How will you substantiate that? It was widely known that his master had died from dismemberment, which was evidently not the case in the video. The authenticity of the footage required no further elaboration from him. Yifeng's assertions stirred ripples of realization among the onlookers. Indeed, the news reports detailing Master Su Ningshui's cause of death starkly contrasted with what was shown in the video. Upon reflection, it seems quite plausible that Yifeng is innocent. I always believed our leader could never commit such an act. You fickle-minded onlookers are truly like reeds swaying in the wind. With public sentiment gradually shifting in his favor, Yifeng slightly raised his lips and continued, furthermore, I possess a method to unequivocally identify the perpetrator of my master's murder, summoning the spirit. By doing so, I shall restore my name. His voice resounded with fervor across the vast arena, brimming with righteous indignation. Could it be that he had indeed been wronged? Was the video truly a fabrication? Yifeng's confidence seemed to unsettle Su Jinshan, who floated in mid-air, grappling with uncertainty. Yifeng's voice echoed once more, however, I am aware that the recent martial saint will take a month. Thus, for this month, Master Su may regard me as the true culprit, complying with all arrangements. Yifeng, will withstand the test. I merely seek to reclaim my innocence in the end. His grand and confident demeanor incited a chorus of cheers from his followers. Our leader is magnificent. Justice for Yifeng. Observing the crowd rallying behind Yifeng, particularly his unwavering conviction of being wronged, Su Jinshan furrowed his brow. It seemed he had indeed misjudged him. Just as he contemplated whether to apologize for his previous brusqueness, a languid voice, brimming with malicious glee, interrupted. Do not be so quick to cleanse yourself of blame. Who knows if it was truly you? As for summoning spirits, my master can do so at any time. Right, master? Indeed. Chapter 80. The arrogant Yifeng, shattering your fantasies with a single strike. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman donned in a white tank top and floral shorts gracefully parted the veil of space and stepped forward. Holding a fan in one hand and constantly swaying it, he glanced down at the audience, murmuring to himself, the college life is truly delightful. Li Sheng? Indeed, it is I. The sight of Li Qing willing to intervene left Su Jinshan momentarily stunned. Wasn't this old man previously reluctant to take action? What prompted this sudden change of heart? Such a development was rather convenient. He had no desire to negotiate with the extortionists from the A3 nation. Then I shall invite Li Sheng to summon the spirits of my Su family. No, let it be done here. Li Qing's languid voice echoed as he found a corner near the arena, abundant with beautiful women, and slumped against the wall, leisurely fanning himself with closed eyes. He distinctly remembered that Yihan had requested him to summon the spirits under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the task, he was obliged to fulfill the request. Hearing these words, Su Jinshan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze shimmering with intensity. If that were the case, finding the murderer of Su Ningshui would be even better. Then I must trouble you, Li Sheng, to wait a moment. Please bring forth Ningshui's body. Understood. At Su Jinshan's command, 2 guards from the Su family swiftly transformed into shadows, racing towards the Su residence. A gentle breeze swept across the arena, carrying a hint of dust, and silence fell upon the participants. The atmosphere became oddly tense. With nothing to do while waiting, they might as well continue the competition. A melodious and powerful voice rang out. Upon hearing Li Yihan's words, Yifeng regained his composure after the earlier setback. Do you dare challenge me? The moment he heard Li Yihan's proactive request, Yifeng felt it was fortuitous, an opportunity to vent his anger. Though he was unaware of how that video had come into existence or how it had spread online, he was certain that Li Yihan was inextricably linked to the incident. He previously thought Li Yihan was using such despicable tactics to avoid confrontation, robbing him of the chance to deliver a sound beating. Just when he was at a loss for an outlet for his fury, Li Yihan had the audacity to seek a fight. This was the perfect opportunity to fulfill his long-held desire. Come here, Yifeng roared, signaling his readiness to engage. The referee paused for a moment, glancing at Su Jinshan. Observing this, Su Jinshan waved his hand, soaring towards the arena, eager for the match to proceed. He too was curious to see the prowess of the prodigy his daughter had nurtured. Although Yifeng had reached the initial stage of the 8th rank, he had yet to witness him in action. Meanwhile, Li Yihan, having led the great Xia team to victory and garnered fame across nations, was undoubtedly brimming with confidence. With the Li family's profound heritage and tactics, even at the 7th rank, Li Yihan might possess the capability to contend against an 8th rank opponent. However, Su Jinshan believed a reversal was beyond her reach. The question remained whether Yifeng could secure an effortless victory. The match commenced. With the referee's command, Yifeng launched the first attack. In the past, he had always been bested by Li Yihan's swift victories, but now he intended to make her experience the same bitter taste of defeat. Buzzing, a cold sword materialized in Yifeng's hand, vibrating ominously as he grasped it. The aura of an 8th rank martial artist erupted suddenly. Yifeng's eyes grew cold as he began to channel his energy. A radiant white light gradually emerged, exuding an icy aura that enveloped him in a shroud of mist. Perish! Yifeng unleashed his full power, intent on securing a decisive victory with a single strike. He swung forward with great force, the blade's brilliance slicing through the air, accompanied by a chilling wind that seemed to echo the roar of a dragon. The dragon was unleashed. In an instant, the razor-sharp sword energy transformed into a majestic icy dragon, towering and formidable. Its body was crystalline and translucent, as if composed of countless ice shards. With a gaping maw, it roared as it surged towards Li Yihan, a thick frost visibly spreading across the arena, the cold oppressive. Yifeng fixed his piercing gaze upon Li Yihan. This move would surely be his downfall. Goodness, Yifeng's power is overwhelmingly dominant. Li Yihan is doomed. This technique seemed so familiar. Wasn't it the ultimate move of Principal Su during his lifetime? Indeed, it looked so recognizable, as he was truly a direct disciple. Upon witnessing the colossal ice dragon spiraling above the arena, Su Jinshan's pupils constricted. This was the technique of Su Ningshui. The ferocious move executed by Yifeng was none other than the renowned swordplay of Su Ningshui. The moment Yifeng unleashed it, Su Jinshan envisioned his daughter-esque figure. Truly, he was a disciple of Ningshui, having inherited even her signature skills. While marveling, he dismissed any lingering doubts about Yifeng. Yifeng stood atop the magnificent dragon as if a celestial being, his white robe fluttering gracefully. He pointed downwards, commanding the towering ice dragon to charge toward Li Yihan. Li Yihan remained steadfast on the arena, the biting cold wind slashing against his face, his garments billowing, dwarfed by the immense ice dragon. Just as the dragon was about to engulf him, Li Yihan finally moved. With a resounding thud, he stomped his foot down with tremendous force, causing the ground to tremble violently and the arena to collapse by half in an instant. From Li Yihan's center, a visible circular shockwave erupted, surging directly toward the ice dragon. Observing this, Yifeng smirked slightly. Oomph, an ant shaking a tree. Boom! As the shockwave collided with the menacing ice dragon, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Crack! Crack! The seemingly indestructible crystalline body of the dragon began to develop fissures akin to fragile porcelain, the cracks sprawling and extending. With a thunderous bang, the several hundred-meter-long ice dragon was obliterated in an instant. Yifeng's pupils dilated in shock. How could this be possible? Yifeng's earth-shattering move was effortlessly countered by Li Yihan. Everyone watched in disbelief, their eyes wide in astonishment, as if they were witnessing an illusion. Particularly, the younger brother who had raised his phone to capture Yifeng's moment of glory now stood frozen. His jaw dropped, contemplating whether to delete this segment. In the midst of Yifeng's astonishment, Li Yihan's elusive figure suddenly appeared before him. So swift. Yifeng's eyes widened in terror as a long hand magnified in his vision. Thud! There was no time to evade. Yifeng received a resounding slap across his face. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. Boom! The previously half-collapsed arena now shattered completely, and a swirling cloud of dust surged forth, momentarily obscuring vision. As the haze dissipated, the scene before everyone was once again astonishing. Li Yihan hovered in midair, her beige coat billowing dramatically in the gale, her indifferent gaze surveying the figure below, which appeared as insignificant as an ant. Below, the entire arena had vanished, the ground torn apart to reveal a terrifying chasm resembling a meteorite crater. At the center of the pit, Yifeng, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stood in tattered garments, lifting his gaze to the celestial figure above, his eyes filled with despair. The stark contrast between the two created a profound impact, leaving the vast audience in utter silence. Perhaps I should refrain from recording this. Beside the audience, a subordinate quietly pressed the stop button. Chapter 81. A Blessing in Disguise? The wind swept away the dust, revealing Yifeng's slender figure standing within the pit. His once immaculate white robe lay in tatters, stained with a hint of ash. His eyes were hollow, as if he struggled to comprehend the current predicament. How could this be possible? He looked up, incredulously gazing at Li Yihan, his heart shaken. How could I have been struck through by a mere palm? I am a dignified, martial sovereign. Yet, reflecting on Li Yihan's earlier blow, Yifeng quickly regained composure. Something was amiss. He felt no hint of primal power, yet that strike had exuded a pressure akin to that of a martial saint. It was as though his very soul was on the verge of being expelled. This was utterly unscientific. This is so monstrous. As the audience gradually grasped the unfolding scene, an astonishing shock erupted throughout the venue. My goodness! The illustrious 8th-tier martial sovereign, the youngest genius of the great Xia and even Blue Star, was actually sent flying by a single slap? Even Su Zhenshan's eyes reflected a trace of astonishment. The force of that blow was undeniably formidable, so much so that it caused his heart to race. This boy from the Li family possesses considerable talent. Despite the long-standing discord between the Su and Li families, Su Zhenshan could not help but admire Li Yihan's terrifying prowess. Yifeng, I must commend you. Previously, it took only one strike to defeat you. Now it requires two. Not bad. You made progress. Li Yihan's melodious voice echoed from above as she descended gracefully, hands clasped behind her back, a smile gracing her lips as if she were praising Yifeng's efforts. Ding! Detected host publicly insulting Yifeng, villain points, 10,000. Su Mo could hardly believe her eyes, witnessing her once proud brother Yifeng in a pitiful state beneath Li Yihan, as if she were hallucinating. You? Dare to insult me? Boom! Feeling the sting of insult, Yifeng's wounded pride surged forth. With a fierce roar, he erupted once more, lunging at Li Yihan with his long sword, the angle of his strike exceptionally cunning. Yet, Li Yihan was even faster. Bang! A dull thud accompanied by a sharp crack echoed in the air. Yifeng let out a blood-curdling scream, turning to see the source of his agony. His thigh had inexplicably bent at an impossible angle. How could this be? Witnessing Li Yihan's casual whip kick shatter, Yifeng's leg was utterly astonishing. The spectators present could scarcely believe their eyes. It is well known that a martial artist's physique rivals that of diamonds. And drawing blood in a typical match is already a formidable challenge. To fracture a leg? That is simply unprecedented and unfathomable. Upon seeing Yifeng's leg broken, Su Mo covered her face, unable to bear the sight any longer. Even the referee, witnessing this scene, fell into contemplation. Could such a feat be accomplished by someone below the rank of a martial saint? Yifeng, writhing in agony, clutched his thigh, the excruciating pain causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Noticing that Yihan seemed poised to strike again, he glanced desperately at the equally stunned referee and shouted urgently, "I concede." Huh? Oh, stop, stop, stop. The referee, jolted from his reverie by Yifeng's plea, immediately called for a halt. What a waste. Weren't you going to cripple me? Yihan said with a narrowed-eyed smile. Fear etched across Yifeng's face as he gazed at the gleeful Yihan, feeling as if he were staring into the eyes of a demon. Why was his leg broken? It was truly perplexing, as if Yihan were afraid he might flee. Yifeng's complexion turned pale, driven by his pride. He felt an overwhelming sense of anger mixed with terror. Why was he unable to surpass Yihan? What was the reason? Indeed, it must be a flaw in his technique. Yifeng's clenched fists turned white from the strain as he hobbled on one leg, casting a defiant glance at Yihan, reluctant to acknowledge his defeat in this match, yet powerless to resist. Ding! Detected that Yifeng has once again succumbed to self-doubt. Villain points awarded. 20,000. In the audience, Su Jinshan narrowed his eyes slightly. The pitiful and humble sight of Yifeng, as he struggled, stirred a pang of sympathy within him. His murky eyes flickered with fluctuating emotions. After witnessing Yifeng perform Su Ning Xue's signature technique, Su Jinshan's heart underwent a transformation. He saw in the graceful figure of Yifeng the shadow of his own daughter, and he began to believe the videos circulating online were mere fabrications. How could someone capable of executing his master's renowned technique be a murderer of their own teacher? He was clearly the victim of slander. Reflecting on Yifeng's previous displays of kindness and consideration, Su Jinshan felt a tremor of remorse. How could he have doubted such a pitiable individual? This man deserved to be taken under his wing as a son. Very well. Su Jinshan's deep, resonant voice echoed from the platform as he approached Yifeng, offering his support. Since Yifeng had conceded, there was no need for further discussion. Let's go. With that, Su Jinshan assisted Yifeng to his feet and walked slowly toward the audience, much like a father aiding his son. In that moment, as Su Jinshan's aged hand grasped him, Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by a surge of joy. Truly, this misfortune had borne unexpected blessings. Observing Su Jinshan's compassionate demeanor, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a wave of gratitude. At least this matter had concluded successfully. The reason for inviting Su Jinshan to witness his match in person was to showcase Su Ningshui's renowned technique right before him. In truth, Su Ningshui had never imparted this skill to him. He had only flaunted it in his presence. He had kept this move under wraps, fearful that he might learn it, which stirred Yifeng's curiosity. Therefore, while aboard the starship, seizing the opportunity while the Star Master was preoccupied, he discreetly pilfered Su Ningshui's technique from his ring. Without any guidance, he relied solely on his remarkable talent to cultivate it, all for the purpose of demonstrating it before Su Jinshan today. Though he did not succeed in incapacitating Yihan, it seemed that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Upon witnessing this scene, Yihan's eyes nearly narrowed to slits. This was genuinely amusing. Their current camaraderie resembled that of father and son. Would the ensuing moments prove even more thrilling? Just then, Su Jinshan had assisted the limping Yifeng to the resting area. Two figures, as swift as lightning, descended with a wooden coffin. Thud! They placed the heavy coffin on the ground, momentarily stunned by the chaotic scene that resembled a planetary collision. Had they not arrived at the wrong location? Seeing the tranquil figure sleeping within the coffin, a rare smile graced Su Jinshan's face. He approached the coffin, gently caressing Su Ningshui's long hair, then glanced at Yifeng. A voice as thunderous as a storm echoed throughout the space. I believe everyone has watched the video from earlier. I may have misjudged Yifeng, but I now firmly believe he has been wronged. Following the upcoming summoning ritual, I will officially adopt Yifeng as my foster son, Su Jinshan. The true culprit shall undoubtedly fall under the pursuit of the Su family. With Su Jinshan's proclamation, a frenzied applause erupted from Yifeng supporters. Now, I shall call upon Li Sheng. Chapter 82. Successful Summoning. Who is the culprit? Reluctantly, the named Li Qing nodded. He had originally slipped into the throng of young female students behind the martial arts stage amidst the chaos, thoroughly enjoying himself. Yet, now he was called out by this old man named Su. Damn, why now? As all eyes converged upon him, Li Qing could only shake his head in resignation. No amount of sorrow could surface. It was infuriating. Just a little more effort, and he could have succeeded. It wasn't that the Extreme Path Academy was lacking in quality. Rather, it was predominantly male, and any girl with even a hint of psychic talent shied away from enrolling there. Sighing, he gracefully vaulted over the audience barrier, leaving behind only the silhouette of his vest adorned with a fan for the bewildered young women. Treading upon the scorched earth, Li Qing approached Su Jinshan. Guided by him, Li Qing arrived at Su Ningshui's coffin, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, motionless. Everyone held their breath, eager to witness Li Qing's next move. To see the martial saint himself perform a summoning was a spectacle that ordinary individuals might never encounter in a lifetime. Typically, summoning rituals were conducted indoors, making this rare outdoor event, especially with such a large audience, all the more extraordinary. This also presents an opportunity for learning. Even Yifeng, with his injured leg, stood up, leaning against the railing, his face brimming with anticipation. His eyes widened, fearful of missing even the slightest detail, eager to discern the identity of the one who had taken Su Ningshui's life. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards this benefactor. His current fortune, soon to be adopted by the Su family and poised to ascend to the pinnacle of life on Blue Star, was a direct result of this individual. Without him, he might still be oblivious to the resurrection of Su Ningshui. This great benefactor, he must indelibly remember his face and honor him with offerings. As Yifeng contemplated, Li Yihan quietly approached from the side, feigning curiosity while his heart was already brimming with joy. His eyes incessantly observed Yifeng, noticing his detached demeanor. It was apparent that he was aware of Su Ningshui's second demise. However, what expression would grace his face upon discovering that it was still Li Yihan who had committed the act? Shock, suspicion, bewilderment, or perhaps fear? Such anticipation was exhilarating. At last, under the gaze of the multitude, Li Qing made his move. He first retrieved the fan he had tucked away at his waist, dismissively waved it, and discarded it. Approaching the wooden coffin, he gestured to shoo away the two Su family guards who had been standing beside it. Gazing at the body within the coffin, he furrowed his brow slightly, his expression resolute, transforming as if he were an entirely different person. A blue light emanated from Li Qing, and the entire space perceptibly warped around him, a wave of psychic pressure sweeping forth. The pinnacle of psychic mastery. Li Yihan immediately sensed Li Qing's profound command of psychic energy. However, he found it peculiar that such a deep understanding of psychic power did not extend to the art of illusionary techniques. He furrowed his brow, sensing that the illusionary techniques were not as straightforward as he had presumed. Before Li Yihan could ponder further, darkness enveloped his vision. The previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, the sunlight completely obscured, casting the heavens into shadow as if an eclipse had occurred. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Li Qing, who stood eerily still before the wooden coffin, enveloped in an uncanny azure hue, his white hair billowing in the wind. He slowly extended his glowing azure fingertip, gently touching Su Ningshui's cold forehead. In that moment of contact, the azure light erupted, illuminating the dim space as if it were broad daylight. A sudden gust of wind arose, causing the hairs on the arms of many spectators to stand on end, as they struggled to suppress their shivers and continued to watch. The atmosphere felt overwhelmingly oppressive. The wind caused Li Qing's trousers to flap uncontrollably, while the strange azure glow that had once clung to him began to transfer to the body of Su Ningshui lying in the coffin. With a resounding crash, as the azure light fully transitioned, the temperature plummeted. The once still and peaceful Su Ningshui suddenly stirred. Her body began to float slowly above the coffin. And then, as if under some uncontrollable force, she shot upward. Ultimately, her body appeared as delicate as a feather, liberated from the constraints of gravity, gently floating in midair. Come! With a thunderous command from Li Qing, the previously horizontal corpse trembled and gradually stood upright. In that instant, the sky transformed into an abyss of darkness. All eyes were drawn to the radiant azure light surrounding Su Ningshui, an extraordinary beacon. The azure glow enveloping her steadily expanded. At that moment, Su Ningshui's eyes slowly opened. A beam of azure light, akin to a projection, emanated from her gaze, ultimately illuminating a colossal canvas suspended before the assembly. Scenes reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle began to coalesce and play upon the canvas. Before the images fully materialized, a voice resonated first. "You cannot kill me. If I die, my father will surely not spare you." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Su Jinshan's body quivered slightly. This was the voice of his daughter, a memory indelibly etched in his mind. However, as the visuals had yet to manifest, he could discern nothing of what had transpired, and he anxiously watched. His fists clenched tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Just as everyone pondered why only sound emerged without visuals, the azure light pulsated, as if finally receiving a signal, and the imagery began to unfold. Ding! The once blurred projection canvas suddenly revealed an exceedingly strange tableau. A first-person perspective slowly descended. The image plummeted, obscured by a tattered white veil. What is this? The crowd remained baffled by the inexplicable scene. Yet, with a resounding thud, the gradually emerging visuals clarified everything. The veil abruptly vanished, revealing Su Ningshui's headless body. Behind her stood a figure, clutching a sinister dagger with a malevolent grin, Yi Feng's face. Upon realization, a thunderous uproar erupted from the crowd. Boom! In Yi Feng's mind, a cataclysmic cacophony resonated, akin to a thunderclap. What the hell? How could it be me? Initially engulfed in disbelief, he soon grasped something momentous. In an instant, a chilling dread surged from his spine to the crown of his head. This is bad. It's over. Boom! Following this, an earth-shattering roar pierced the heavens, slicing through the previously obscured sky like a sharpened blade. Yi Feng, you seek death. Chapter 83. The extraterrestrial power, the Star Master emerges. Heavens, is it truly Yi Feng? This is utterly incredible. Indeed, where there is wind, there is a storm. What was said online turns out to be true. No, it cannot be. The boss is indeed the one who slays his master. The scene was rife with nearly boiling exclamations, all astonished by the revelation unfolding before them. Meanwhile, those loyal followers of Yi Feng began to spiral into self-doubt. Boom! Yi Feng, you seek death. Su Jinshan's thunderous voice erupted, his overwhelming killing intent surging forth like an unrelenting tidal wave. Alongside Su Jinshan's profound and formidable presence, columns of orderly killing intent, laden with resentment, swiftly followed. It was the Su family who originally came to cheer for Yi Feng. They could never have anticipated that the murderer was none other than Yi Feng, with whom they had shared 3 days of close companionship. The thought that they had treated him with sincerity, only to discover he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, filled them with outrage. To kill and then feign innocence was one thing, but to return and offer assistance was an affront to their dignity, exhibiting an audacity that was utterly insufferable. In that moment, they felt as if they were betrayed maidens, consumed with fury, especially Su Tsang, who was particularly swift. The sword in his hand sang with a sharp resonance, as if he had longed to strike. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already vacated the scene. Upon seeing his own visage projected in Su Ningshui's spirit summoning, he began to flee in a frenzy, seizing the opportunity of the dimming light and Su Jinshan's momentary distraction. He dashed towards the exit, dragging along the incredulous Su Mo, who seemed still in a daze. Yi Feng and Su Mo raced towards the venue's exit, but due to his injured leg, he moved with an exasperating slowness. It dawned upon him wily Yihan had chosen to cripple his thigh. It appeared there had been a premeditated scheme. Cursed be the day. Now, he found himself at a loss for words. unable to comprehend why his face had appeared in the final scene of the summoning. His only recourse was to find an opportunity to escape and later seek justification for his actions. Suddenly, a figure clad in a beige coat obstructed his path. It was the ever-smiling Yihan. Unlike the others, Yihan had not been preoccupied with the projected spirit summoning, for he was well aware of what it would reveal. His gaze was steadfastly fixed on Yihan, eager to witness his reaction, as if to engage in a perilous game of cat and mouse. "How dare you?" Upon seeing Yihan block his escape, Yihan could not help but curse. Before he could finish his tirade, a chilling presence loomed behind him, causing him to shudder. Turning to look, he found Su Jinshan advancing, emanating an aura of fury akin to that of a being risen from the depths of hell, radiating a forbidding coldness that demanded distance. Su Jinshan's eyes quivered as they bore into Yihan, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. Alongside his rage, there was a deep sense of humiliation. He felt like a fool, recalling his earlier words about adopting Yihan as a son, even feeling sympathy for him. Such thoughts now left him feeling utterly shamed. "Before you meet your end, do you have any last words?" Su Jinshan's voice was cold and devoid of compassion as he approached Yihan, each step leaving a trace of frost in its wake, chilling to the bone. Confronted by the wrathful Su Jinshan, Yihan instinctively swallowed hard, then attempted to defend himself. "I swear I'm innocent. You must believe me. I did not commit this act." In an instant, a fierce sword energy sliced through the air from behind, plunging mercilessly into Yifeng's sturdy back, creating a grotesque wound from which blood sprayed violently. In pain, Yifeng turned to see who had struck him. "Is it not you?" he exclaimed, recognizing Su Tsang, whose darkened gaze was tinged with a cruel delight as he twirled his sword, poised to strike again. As Yifeng was about to argue once more, a deep, emotionless voice interrupted him. "No need for explanations. Go and sincerely apologize to my daughter." Witnessing Su Jinshan's intent to act, Yifeng finally panicked. With a face twisted in rage, he bellowed, "I am wronged. Someone must have framed me. I will find this person. Humph, perhaps in the next life," came the dismissive reply. Boom! Su Jinshan's primordial power manifested as a colossal hand, descending upon Yifeng, exuding an icy chill akin to the light of the polar regions, freezing everything in its path. Realizing there was no escape, Yifeng's expression hardened. "Very well. You leave me no choice." Crack! Without hesitation, he shattered the spaceship key given by the Star Master. Suddenly, an unsettling aura enveloped everyone. Boom! A colossal blue, bald phantom appeared. With a casual lift of his hand, he effortlessly countered Su Jinshan's colossal hand. The resulting collision erupted in a blinding white light, instantly unleashing immense energy that swept outward. Su Jinshan let out a muffled groan, disbelief etched across his face. "Who dares approach?" he roared, glaring at the star-like projection. "What right do a swarm of ants have to know my name?" The Star Master regarded Su Jinshan with indifference, an almost visible cyclone tearing through the space around them. An extraterrestrial powerhouse? Li Qing narrowed his eyes, stepping forward to stand before the Star Master, shedding his earlier nonchalance. The crowd gasped in shock, never having felt such oppressive force before. Buzzing, Li Qing's expression turned grave as he scrutinized the figure before him. Though merely a phantom, the pressure it emanated was extraordinarily potent. One could only wonder how much of his strength had been restored. Typically, extraterrestrial beings recuperate on Blue Star, either in slumber or nearing their demise. Few are capable of action. This being clearly possessed considerable power. If restored beyond 50%, it would spell disaster, beyond the capacity of any martial saint to confront. "Ants, how dare you?" The Star Master loomed behind Yifeng, his fiery blue apparition enveloping them both, including Su Mo beside him. The Star Master's gaze roamed over them, as though he were admiring his prey. This sensation made Su Mo exceedingly uncomfortable, and she stammered, "Why Yifeng? Who is he?" "Fear not, Mo. He is my master." "Master?" Su Jinshan's voice resonated with fury. "Did you not claim that aside from Suning Shui, you recognize no other as your master?" "Huh, do you truly believe such words?" "Damn!" The Star Master interrupted their exchange, looking at Yifeng with a mischievous glint. "Who do you wish to slay? On this fine day, I shall stretch my limbs." provided you bring that woman beside you along. Really? Upon hearing the Star Master's words, Yihan was ecstatic. He pointed at Yihan. Master, let me kill him. Very well. Chapter 84. Unexpected Delight. Royal Level Talent Seed? Very well, came the Star Master's indifferent voice as he looked at Yihan and delicately gestured with his finger, emanating a blue glow. In an ephemeral moment, a faint azure radiance enveloped Yihan, causing the surrounding air to visibly distort. Within his line of sight, Yi Feng's sinister grin, shrouded in blue light, became increasingly warped. A faint sting emanating from his skin prompted Yihan to furrow his brow. Once marked by the Star Master, he felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to being submerged in the depths of the ocean, surrounded by an immense force capable of crushing steel. Had it not been for his Asura divine body, he might have perished the instant he was locked on. Yet the psychological pressure was even more formidable, resembling a mental assault. Despite being ensnared by this psychic force, Yihan remained unperturbed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If the Star Master had only regained this modicum of strength, he certainly possessed the capability to fight back. Yihan's demeanor led Yi Feng to mistakenly believe it was a final struggle, prompting him to erupt in laughter. Ha ha ha, this is the fate of opposing me. How dare you? Li Qing bellowed, transforming into a streak of green light as he rushed to intervene. His emaciated hand sliced forward, the azure light coiling around him, severing into multiple green bamboo blades that sped toward the Star Master, desperate to interrupt the assault on Yihan. Boosh, 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 boom. The razor-sharp bamboo blades pierced through the faint, illusionary form, striking the wall behind and triggering a tremendous explosion. Observing that the Star Master remained unscathed, Li Qing's pupils constricted. What is this? A manifestation of his psychic energy? His voice trembled as he recognized the Star Master's extraordinary nature, initially believing it to be a physical incarnation, only to discover it was a projection of psychic force. As a top-tier martial saint, Li Qing had some understanding of the Star Destruction realm. When a divine body melds with psychic energy, its essence forms a star source akin to a planet during the heavenly tribulation, representing the origin of the Star Destruction realm. The greater the source, the stronger the power. Once the planet-sized source reaches a certain threshold, a qualitative transformation occurs. A being possessing a Star Destruction realm source can condense a projection of themselves, whether corporeal or psychic. Generally, psychic manifestations are more challenging to confront. Ordinary cultivation methods are ineffective. Only techniques of psychic manipulation can counteract them. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Qing shouted and sped toward Yihan, having missed the optimal moment to intervene. Now, attempting to shield Yihan from the forthcoming psychic assault of the Star Master was too late. Yet he persevered with all his might. Enough with the chatter. It's time to eliminate this insignificant insect and take my leave. Damn it, stop. Despite Li Qing's swift approach, he could not match the Star Master's ability to strike from afar. The Star Master's indifferent voice resonated as he snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, a blue light gradually emerged from Yihan's forehead, a psychic bomb materializing in his mind, visibly swelling. Brother Yihan, Zhao Lingxi in the audience gasped in panic, her voice rising above the tumult. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng cackled wickedly, his bloodshot eyes wide with anticipation, eager not to miss this gruesome spectacle. Damn it! A voice filled with reluctance emanated from Li Qing as his hand almost reached Yihan, yet the speed of his mental force formation rendered it futile. Yihan chuckled lightly. Suddenly, everything around him slowed down, as if time itself had been pressed into a deceleration. Just as the blue light was about to engulf him completely, a familiar, fiery sensation erupted from within his mind, swiftly enveloping him. He softly uttered, "Illusion Guard." In that instant of explosion, a golden-hued triangular shield materialized in Yihan's consciousness. With a swift whoosh, it expanded outward, encasing him securely within. The mental bomb from the Star Master effortlessly dissipated like dust from Yihan's mind. Boom! A violent explosion erupted outside the triangular shield, a blinding white light shooting skyward, tearing apart the clouds above with its ferocity. An ear-piercing roar instantly filled the ears of everyone present, causing their heads to thrum with a deafening buzz. There was no smoke, only the dazzling white light and the explosive sensation that sent shivers through the soul. As the white light faded, a figure gradually emerged, their beige coat billowing in the wind, completely unscathed. Astonishingly, not a scratch marred Yihan. No, he is not dead. Yifeng's previously sinister grin froze on his face as he incredulously exclaimed, "Good, good, good. I'm so relieved." Beside him, the disheveled Li Qing expressed his relief, each word accompanied by a puff of dark smoke from his mouth. What is this? The Star Master initially stood in shock at Li Yihan's unscathed state, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. Yet, his gaze soon flickered with madness, and he let out a howling laugh towards the heavens. An uncontrollable, sinister laughter echoed, causing the ground beneath to tremble. Ha 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 ha! Yifeng stared blankly at the Star Master, utterly bewildered. Hold on, you're happy because you didn't kill him? You have actually learned Illusion Guard? In this desolate place, there exists someone capable of mastering Illusion Guard? Ha ha ha, truly, heaven has shown me mercy. I never imagined this small locale would harbor talents of royal caliber. If I were to sell this to the Grez family, I would be immensely wealthy. The Star Master's words left others puzzled, yet they caused Li Yihan to furrow his brow slightly. The Grez family? He had some recollection of the family mentioned by the Star Master. In the original narrative, they were a super family within the Galactic Federation, possessing formidable strength. They thrived on illicit enterprises, particularly in slave trading, dominating the underworld of Galactic City. It seemed he was being perceived as a seed for slavery. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Damn it, not enough energy. However, you want to escape, ha ha ha. As soon as the words left his lips, the Star Master's body visibly dimmed. Seeking to flee? Not a chance. Su Jinshan was infuriated, instantly manifesting his martial body, his arms as robust as mountains, reaching towards the Star Master who encased Yifeng, aiming to trap him within his grasp. Ah, you are still too naive. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, and Su Jinshan, who had initially believed victory was within his grasp, suddenly froze in disbelief. Upon releasing his grip, he discovered the emptiness within. The phantoms of the Star Master and Yifeng had long since vanished, leaving him grasping at solitude. Damn it! Su Jinshan was infuriated for his nemesis. The one who had slain his daughter had brazenly slipped away right beneath his nose. An unparalleled humiliation. Su family, heed my command. Conduct a thorough search. Scour the Demon Sea, and ensure that the wretched Yifeng is found. Yes. Chapter 85, Generous Rewards, Reincarnation, Overlapping Fist, and the Tian Spear. Shocking. The renowned genius Yifeng has slain his master. In an instant, this news swept across all online platforms of the Great Xia, dominating headlines and inciting immense uproar. Goodness, isn't he that infamous disciple of the Su family from just a couple of days ago? Such a dramatic turn of events. My heavens, is it truly like this? Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. In Jingdu, within the Li residence, Li Yihan meticulously counted the bountiful spoils from this venture. Ding! Detected that the host has attributed the title of Master Slayer to Yifeng, leading to his disgrace and successfully altering the plot. Reward, 100. 000 villain points and a martial arts technique. Reincarnation, Overlapping Fist. Yifeng's fortune has suffered a significant blow, reduced by 32. Current main storyline progress, 26. Ding! Detected that the current main storyline progress is now at 64. Progress exceeding 50 grants the reward, Tian Spear. Reincarnation, Overlapping Fist, a star-destroying martial arts technique, possessing the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Evaluation, I shall shatter your dreams with my fists. Tian Spear, a star-destroying weapon, forged from the iron of the abyss, with a single thrust that can terrify the world. Upon witnessing the rewards bestowed by the system, Li Yihan marveled at his brother's generosity. As he gently grasped the Tian Spear, an indescribable chill radiated from his fingertips, enveloping his entire being. The spear was approximately 10 feet long, as dark as the night, with a surface glistening with a frosty luminescence. Most striking were the two crimson dots at the spear's tip, resembling a pair of soul-capturing eyes, shrouded in mystery. Excellent, excellent. Li Yihan horizontally cradled the Tian spear in his palm, unable to refrain from caressing it. The previous golden spear had shattered during his confrontation with the demon saint. This Tian spear was truly the weapon of his dreams. His brother understood him so well. Paired with the dragon shaking heaven spear technique, it would undoubtedly unleash extraordinary power. After stowing the Tian spear away, Li Yihan turned his attention to the reincarnation overlapping fist technique. Currently, the two star-destroying techniques he possessed, the illusions of all things and the illusory thought technique, leaned more towards a balanced offensive and defensive approach. They lacked the overwhelming attacking force necessary for devastation. What he needed was a technique capable of maximizing his offensive prowess, and the reincarnation overlapping fist arrived just in time to become his most formidable weapon. A purely star-destroying attack technique, its power was simply inconceivable. Glancing at his remaining 160,000 points, Li Yihan unhesitatingly purchased the star-destroying technique's fast-track card from the system's point shop, elevating the reincarnation overlapping fist to mastery. It was not that he did not wish to attain perfection, but the required points were exorbitantly costly. Although Yifeng had provided substantial contributions, his own finances felt somewhat constrained. Feeling the explosive power brought by the mastery of the reincarnation imprint fist technique, akin to a spring that flows endlessly, he was tempted to demonstrate it within the confines of the training room, but ultimately restrained himself. What if the Li family were to suffer a calamity? After stepping out of the training chamber and into the courtyard, he inhaled the refreshing scent of the soil, allowing his heart to gradually relax. His current martial arts and weaponry had nearly attained perfection. He merely needed the origin of the martial emperor to directly break through to the star destruction realm. Li Yihan slightly squinted, contemplating that upon reaching the star destruction realm, his first action would be to eliminate the demon emperor, restoring peace to humanity and freedom to the Far East. However, there was another matter to attend to, recovering the martial sage origins from the ruins. With a thunderous roar, dust billowed as he transformed into a radiant white light, vanishing from the spot. In the demon's sea, amidst the cerulean expanse, the starship's master returned, his gaze ablaze with fervor, his heart restless with exhilaration, momentarily losing interest in Su Mo beside him. In the recent skirmish, he had discerned the technique employed by Li Yihan, the illusory guard technique. This illusory guard bore significant lineage, being a method utilized by the super family, the Grez family, within the Galactic Alliance to sift through talented individuals. It was derived from the family's most prestigious techniques, albeit modified by their patriarch. Each year, they distributed numerous copies to the most remote corners of the galaxy, akin to bait, awaiting the catch, those capable of successfully cultivating it. Once these individuals ascended to the star destruction realm and realized the potential to explore broader worlds, they would burst forth from their home planets to reach Galactic City, the heart of the Galactic Alliance. The Alliance itself was vast and boundless, drawing indigenous powers from various planets to converge there. Should one showcase the illusory guard technique in Galactic City, they would be promptly discovered by the Grez family's agents, as this technique was secretly dispatched by them, only practiced by those without significant backgrounds. The influential denizens of Galactic City would never employ such a method. Moreover, after modifications, the illusory guard technique possessed a fatal flaw. Successful practitioners would be forcibly bound by the Grez family's mental contract. As soon as others displayed the illusory guard technique, they would immediately be apprehended by members of the Grez family, quietly taken away, and marked with a mental contract, becoming slaves. These slaves were referred to as royal seeds. For the complexity of the illusory technique rivaled that of an ancient tome. Mastering it without guidance was a testament to unparalleled talent. Given time and the technique, they would inevitably evolve into formidable powerhouses. Thus, these royal seeds were worth their weight in gold. Should he acquire one, selling it would suffice to cover his fines, thereby lifting his bounties and rendering him fearless once more. Additionally, he still possessed a Yifeng, which could also yield substantial profit. Yet, the Starship Master furrowed his brow. His strength had not yet returned to its zenith, and with lingering injuries, Exerting himself fully could very well lead to lasting repercussions, jeopardizing his future martial path. He frowned, deep in thought, and soon devised a plan. Before he succumbed to slumber, he sensed the presence of a fledgling demon from the demon clan, newly ascended to the realm of star obliteration. Why not allow him to undertake tasks on my behalf? Thus, he inquired of Yihan, the whereabouts of the demon clan leader embroiled in conflict with your kin. Are you referring to the demon emperor? Yihan replied, he is ensnared in the starry void by our half-emperor. Upon hearing Yifeng's response, the Star Lord scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. A half-emperor? How audacious to claim the title of emperor without reaching the realm of star obliteration. Such hubris is laughable. That little demon is utterly worthless, trapped by one who has yet to attain the realm of star obliteration. Subsequently, the Star Lord closed his eyes to sense the demon's location, and with his formidable mental prowess, his consciousness swiftly traversed the sea of demons to the starry expanse. As a powerful being of the star obliteration realm, he was capable of brief cosmic excursions through his mental energy. His consciousness soon arrived before a purple cube, and as he perceived this demonic artifact, astonishment filled his gaze. Incredible! Another illusion guardian? This time I have struck gold. No wonder he was ensnared. The demon race, lacking in intellect, possesses feeble mental faculties. However, this shall not pose a challenge for me. The Star Lord's mental energy manifested as a hand, gently resting upon the surface of the purple cube, causing ripples to cascade. With ease, he penetrated its surface. Immediately, a cultured yet astonished voice emanated from within. Bold intruder, who dares trespass? Chapter 86. The seal is broken. The demon emperor awakens. The purple cube rippled in response to the voice from the east, creating turbulent waves. An outward force of repulsion surged forth, prompting the Star Lord to sneer. A promising specimen, indeed, with some strength. Yet, it is insufficient. The Star Lord extended his palm, appearing substantial despite being an illusion. He pressed it gently against the undulating surface of the purple cube, causing the previously turbulent repulsive force to dissipate. To his astonishment, a void suddenly manifested within the once sealed cube. The tremulous voice from the east echoed from within. How is this possible? Inside the purple cube, the Star Lord's dark eyes twirled with intrigue as he regarded the figure before him. The once composed figure was now on high alert, his expression grave as he scrutinized the blue-skinned elder who effortlessly penetrated his illusory realm. The ability to breach his illusion with such ease signified that this individual was no ordinary foe. With an icy demeanor, the figure spoke. Who dares to intrude upon our sacred territory? Ah, is this the renowned might of the half-emperor of humanity? The Star Lord sensed the figure's unease and narrowed his eyes. You're the foreign powerhouse from outside East Domain City. Oh, you are aware of my existence? Were you not in slumber? What brings you here? Merely wandering about, taking the opportunity to experience the grandeur of the half-emperor of humanity. It has indeed provided me with a delightful surprise. Despite the Star Lord's jovial demeanor, the figure remained vigilant, sensing ill intentions behind the visitor's cheerful facade. Since you have seen enough, I kindly ask you to withdraw. This is a forbidden zone of humanity, and I ask for your understanding. The Star Lord glanced beyond the figure, observing the demon emperor seated cross-legged at the center of the purple realm, eyes tightly shut, snoring thunderously. His colossal form was bound by numerous purple chains composed of mental energy, markedly thicker than before. Is the forbidden zone you speak of that little demon? As the words of the eastern extremity lingered in the air, his pupils suddenly constricted. In his gaze, the ethereal apparition of the Star Master materialized before the formidable figure of the demon emperor. I have come to seek him, he declared, abruptly seizing the thickest and most robust purple chain. Before the eastern extremity could intervene, a resounding crack echoed as he single-handedly tore it apart. Seeking death, the eastern extremity seethed with rage, his hands thrusting forward, causing the entire purple realm to tremble. Suddenly, an invisible pair of colossal hands began to form, reaching towards the Star Master, intent on imprisoning him. The Star Master's phantom flickered incessantly, a wicked smile gracing his visage as he regarded the furious eastern extremity. Hee hee, I concede your strength, but you cannot detain me. I bid you farewell." Just before departing, the Star Master playfully patted the Demon Emperor's forehead. "Little demon, we shall meet again once you have broken free." With that, his apparition dissipated into the tumultuous space, leaving the purple hands grasping at emptiness. A manifestation of thought. Damn it! The eastern extremity continued to curse in anger when suddenly, a surging tide of black demonic energy swept in, causing the entire purple realm to shake uncontrollably. The remaining shackles binding the Demon Emperor began to shatter one after another until the last was destroyed. The slumbering Demon Emperor abruptly opened his eyes. In an instant, time seemed to halt. The clash of purple light and black energy heralded the commencement of a great battle. In the capital, an exhilarated Yihan returned to the Li estate. Before him lay 10 orbs radiating a mystical light, the essence of martial saints, filling his eyes with elation. This was the swiftest acquisition of martial saint essence he had achieved, with additional sources hidden farther afield, which he planned to collect once he emerged from the body of the martial emperor. Next, he needed to summon these individuals to the Li estate. Yihan was particularly discerning regarding his selections, for this was the inaugural batch of martial saint power from the Li family. Aside from the original 7 martial venerables, the remaining 3 were closely allied with the Li clan, with virtually no risk of betrayal. Yihan had a keen eye for such matters, and among them was the enigmatic Mo. At the Li estate, in the Grand Hall, several venerable elders with profound auras sat idly, each wearing peculiar expressions. They had anticipated being urgently called for significant matters, but found themselves lounging on sofas, sipping tea, and cracking sunflower seeds, waiting in vain. As the tension mounted, one elder could no longer contain himself. "I say, young Han, why have you summoned us old codgers?" The speaker, clad in simple black garments, was Li Yihan's third uncle, Li Qitian, the de facto leader of the group. Beside him sat several of Li Yihan's granduncles, brothers of Li Xingtian, all devoted veterans of the Li family. Li Qitian, having spent years in seclusion, was aware that the Li family possessed only one martial saint essence, intended for Li Huaishuan. Thus he sought alternate paths to ascend to martial saint status. "Your grandfathers are quite busy," Li Qitian chuckled. Indeed, the other elders responded in laughter, their weathered faces etched with the marks of time. In the final entry, Mo arrived, albeit uncertain of the purpose behind Li Yihan's summons. However, upon receiving the news, he hastily made his way from afar. Aware of his status as a junior, he naturally positioned himself at the edge of the gathering. Once everyone had assembled, Li Yihan wasted no time in revealing the matter at hand. He surveyed the 10 individuals present, and with a gentle sweep of his hand, a rich essence of origin materialized within the hall, casting a soft glow that illuminated the space. "What is this? The essence of a martial sage?" The sight of the martial sage's essence ignited a spark of realization among the 10, as they comprehended the reason for Li Yihan's invitation. They had heard tales of Yi Feng's ability to vanquish martial venerates with such ease. It appeared that this young man was on the cusp of transcending to the martial sage realm. It was likely that their presence was sought for protective purposes. They exchanged knowing smiles, looking at Li Yihan with warmth and admiration, despite their curiosity regarding the origin of this essence. Such youth, yet on the brink of breaking through to the martial sage, truly impressive. "Rest assured, we shall stand guard for you. It is not I who shall break through." Liang clarifia. Puzzled expressions crossed the faces of the martial venerates. Could it be that he intended to select one among them to inherit this legacy? Who might it be? The others exchanged glances, amused, as it became evident to whom this essence belonged. The identities were practically written on their faces. The senior martial venerates clapped Li Qitian on the shoulder, their words laced with envy and blessings. "Congratulations, old Li." Li Qitian turned his head in confusion, gazing at Li Yihan and pointing at himself, as if to inquire whether this truly was meant for him. Noticing the collective attention directed at him, Li Yihan smiled subtly. "Do not rush to offer your congratulations." He then made another gentle motion. In an instant, a dazzling array of essence appeared before them. "Goodness! 1, 2, 3, 10. As the onlookers processed the sight of the martial sage's essence, their eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Even the seasoned martial venerates, who had weathered storms of adversity, could scarcely contain their astonishment. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed the martial sage's essence. An object of their deepest desires now lay before them like a small mountain. Hadn't there just been 10? A flurry of thoughts raced through their minds. Did you secretly take down 10 martial sages from the beautiful country? Li Qiqian teased, though the longing in his gaze betrayed his jest. The others were similarly captivated, their eyes fixated on the pile of martial sage essence. This is for you, the martial sage essence, Li Yihan declared with a smile. For us. Though they had entertained such thoughts, hearing it articulated struck them with shock. Absolutely not. This is too much. How can this be given away so casually? They understood the significance of the martial sage essence, the sole pathway to ascend to the 9th tier. Seeing their hesitance, Li Yihan was not surprised. He knew their natures well. Except for the third master, the rest, though lacking the bloodline of the Li family, had long regarded themselves as part of it. The Li family cannot do without you, nor will they treat you unjustly. Li Yihan gazed intently at the 10 individuals present. Very well, since that is the case, I shall not be polite. Among them, a spirited elder was the first to select a source and stow it away. This favor shall be remembered for a lifetime. With that, the others, no longer restrained, eagerly extended their hands towards the long-desired treasures. In the warm gaze of Li Yihan, everyone accepted the martial saint's source. Before departing, Ing Mo glanced at Li Yihan, hesitating to speak. Finally, with a sigh, he looked at Li Yihan earnestly. Yihan, this favor is invaluable. I need not elaborate. Before he could finish, Li Yihan interjected, recalling how Ing Mo had unconditionally supported him during his time at the Su family. I understand, Uncle Ing, Li Yihan said with a smile. Ing Mo paused, shook his head, and chuckled. He patted Li Yihan on the shoulder and softly remarked, such grand kindness is not to be taken lightly. I shall take my leave now. If this old body can be of use, do not hesitate to call. As everyone departed with their sources, Li Yihan exhaled a sigh of relief. The foundation of the Li family had once again grown substantially. Now, it would be time to see what fortune awaited him. In the Demon Sea, aboard the spacecraft, the moment the thought projection returned to his body, the Star Master slowly opened his eyes. How is it, Master? Yifeng inquired with concern beside him. He was now being relentlessly pursued by the Su family. And without achieving the martial saint status, returning to Blue Star seemed an impossibility. He had no choice but to place his hopes on the Star Master. Meanwhile, Su Mo sat slumped like a lifeless doll in the freezing spacecraft cabin, lost in despair. She had yet to come to terms with the fact that Yifeng had killed his master. Nor did she understand why he had brought her into this cramped and suffocating ship, hiding like a turtle, with that so-called blue-skinned master of his. I could roam freely on Blue Star. They are after Yifeng, not me. Why must I be dragged along? Everything is in accordance with my master's plan. The Star Master replied indifferently, suddenly recalling something as he turned his gaze, filled with desire, towards the dazed Sumo, sensing the Star Master's sudden interest. Yifeng quickly stepped in front. Master, about that promise you made me. The technique? Yifeng's unexpected interruption caused the Star Master to frown slightly, irritation flickering in his eyes. Just as he was about to explode, a thought struck him. I was merely deceiving you. There is no technique. However, upon reflection, having encountered 2 individuals who had successfully mastered the illusionary defense, he pondered that perhaps this place indeed held value. Since you're so eager, I might as well let you try it. If you succeed, your worth will surely increase. The Star Master retrieved an ancient parchment glowing with a golden hue from his spatial ring. Yifeng immediately recognized its significance and cautiously inquired, what is this? This technique is called Illusory Thought Technique, a star-extinguishing level method. Take it and learn. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing the mention of the star-extinguishing level martial arts, Yifeng was overwhelmed with excitement. He could finally learn such profound techniques. How splendid! He had finally obtained this manual. Clutching the parchment, he was ready to leave when a delicate, snow-white hand tugged at the hem of his garment. Turning, he beheld Su Mo's tear-filled, dazed eyes. Her soft voice pierced through the air. "Brother Yihan, when shall we return to Blue Star? Where are you going? Please take me with you. I feel a bit frightened being alone in this unfamiliar place." Irritated, Yihan swatted Su Mo's hand away, exclaiming, "I am going to study martial arts. You should stay here. We will return in due time." "But it is you, not me, who is being pursued by the Su family. Why must I accompany you?" Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Yifeng's body quivered slightly. His earlier irritation morphed into a frenzied outburst as he shouted at her, "I am wrongfully accused. You blind woman. Do you not see? The Su family knows nothing." With a forceful slam, he exited the cockpit, leaving the door shut behind him. As Yifeng's angry words echoed in her ears, Su Mo was instantly overcome with a sense of injustice, tears streaming down her cheeks like heavy raindrops. A wave of regrets surged within her. Why had she been so blind as to choose Yihan? At that moment, within the cockpit, only Su Mo's muffled sobs remained, accompanied by the figure of the Star Master, who was slowly shedding his trousers. "Enough of the tears, my dear. Wait for me to cherish you properly." Outside the spaceship, Yihan leaned against the cold exterior, his heart ablaze with anger. How could that wretched woman fail to understand him? She deserved it. How infuriating that he was about to witness the body of the martial emperor, a chance that rightfully belonged to him. Why should he be denied? It was all that detestable Yihan's fault. He vowed to tear him to pieces. With a resounding thud, Yifeng's fist struck the spaceship, causing it to shake. Recognizing the familiar tremor and soft moans, his ire intensified. Was this old man treating the spaceship as a bed? A glimmer of insight crossed his gaze as he sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had acquired what he sought. Eagerly, he unfurled the parchment and settled on the ground to begin his practice. The following day, the dawn painted the sky like an oil painting. Within the campus of Tsinghua University, after a day of silence, the atmosphere buzzed once more. On the playground, a group of individuals stood ready, their envious gazes fixed upon one another. This day marked the opening of the Starry Realm. The Daxiao representative team, having secured the championship, would be observing the body of the martial emperor. Originally, there were 7 spots, but due to Yifeng's escape, only 6 participants remained, with no substitutes available. After a round of pleasantries, the group entered the teleportation portal, setting forth towards the Sea of Demons. Outside the vast walls of Zhongyu City, 3 martial saints had long awaited their arrival. Given the significance of observing the martial emperor's body, and to prevent a repeat of the traitor incident from the previous exchange competition, 3 martial saints and 5 peak martial honor were dispatched for protection. At the forefront of the elite martial saints stands Zhao Lingxi's esteemed grandfather, the illustrious martial saint Zhao Zhenyue. Upon seeing her grandfather, Zhao Lingxi rushed forward with unrestrained affection. "Grandpa, I have missed you so much." Zhao Zhenyue affectionately ruffled Zhao Lingxi's hair, his face radiating warmth and kindness. "Hee, you little girl truly makes your grandpa long for you." "Greetings, Grandpa Zhao." Li Yihan respectfully clasped his hands in salute. The Zhao and Li families share a long-standing friendship, with deep bonds forged between the older generations, making such greetings customary for the younger ones. Upon noticing Li Yihan's greeting, Zhao Zhenyue's previously tender gaze flickered with a hint of rivalry. Although Li Yihan was exceptionally talented and striking, Zhao Zhenyue could not shake off the feeling that his granddaughter was being overshadowed. Li Yihan paused, tilting his head in mild confusion. What was this gaze? Why did it evoke the impression of a beloved possession being snatched away in the eyes of this elderly man? Before he could ponder further, Zhao Zhenyue cleared his throat and spoke. "Well then, since everyone is here, let us depart." Chapter 88. Observation. The body of the martial emperor. "Follow me." Zhao Zhenyue's aged voice resonated as his sturdy form gradually ascended into the air. Up there, Zhao Lingxi's astonished voice rang out, while the other seniors expressed their surprise as well. Li Yihan remained silent. Having been there once before, he was unperturbed. The group soared upwards, piercing through the thick, inky clouds, appearing insignificantly small against the majestic sky. As they broke through the cloud layer, light was once again engulfed. and the soft caress of the clouds brushed against them. This time, their ascent was considerably slower. The other students, all possessing fifth-tier prowess, were capable of flight. Yet their speed remained quite limited. Thus, they could not achieve the same swiftness as when accompanied by Li Qing, taking several times longer than before. The group finally noticed a faint glow above them. Whoosh! As they burst forth from the cloud cover, they were met with a dazzling expanse of stars. The young representatives of the Daxia team gasped in unison, overwhelmed by the breathtaking sight before them. Wow, it's so beautiful. Time to move this way. Zhao Jinyue kindly waited until they had sufficiently admired the view before leading them towards a magnificent nebula enveloped in golden radiance. From a distance, Li Yihan discerned that this nebula appeared significantly more substantial than the one he had previously encountered. This is too slow. Let us pick up the pace. With a swift motion of his hand, Zhao Jinyue enveloped everyone in his essence. Whoosh! In an instant, their speed visibly increased. As they approached, Li Yihan and the others finally grasped the grandeur of the nebula looming before them. Previously, from afar, its magnificence had eluded them. Now, immersed in its presence, they felt both its vastness and their own insignificance. The nebula, as large as a celestial body, stood before them, continuously swirling and emanating a soft glow. Everything within sight reflected a gentle golden light. A subtle force of spatial energy shimmered in the air, as if something might break free at any moment. Standing before the nebula, Zhao Jinyue began his introduction. This is the realm of the starry sky, the resting place of the martial emperor. Before the fall of the martial emperor, he personally sealed this chamber, which opens once every few years to select talented individuals from the human race for observation. What you now behold are the nebulas obscured by formations, with the body of the martial emperor lying within. Remember, the closer you approach the martial emperor's form, the greater the pressure you shall face. Proceed according to your capabilities. Zhao Jinyue's aged voice resonated, continually reminding everyone. Yes, several voices replied in unison. Suddenly, the nebula began to swirl violently, and the martial emperor's overwhelming aura surged forth from within. With a flash of golden light, the rotating nebula revealed a passage resembling an archway. Enter, came the command. Understood. Under the guidance of Li Yihan, figures lined up and stepped through the portal. Once everyone had entered, a middle-aged martial sage beside Zhao Jinyue visibly exhaled in relief. It appeared that no mischievous demons had come to disrupt the gathering this time. Do not let your guard down, Zhao Jinyue warned sternly. Inside the nebula, a dazzling array of colors bombarded their senses, blinding them momentarily. As their eyes adjusted, a dim, dark blue space materialized before them. They had expected the nebula to be vast and imposing, but in reality, the entire space was no larger than a football field. A tall figure suddenly came into view,